In the Uchiha clan district of Konoha village. Early morning 6-year-old Uchiha Chienyu walks down the street. Compared to the bustling center of Konoha, it is much quieter here. A team from the Konoha police force approached from the distance. They glanced at Chienyu, who was wearing a black martial arts uniform, and began to murmur among themselves. "Hey, it's been 3 years and this kid is still practicing taijutsu. He's quite persistent, but he's using his efforts in the wrong direction." "Exactly. Our Uchiha clan is not known for taijutsu across the ninja world. The Sharingan is the foundation of our standing. The Sharingan requires talent. This kid might not even awaken it. But at the very least he should practice fire style or shuriken jutsu instead of stubbornly training only taijutsu." In their eyes, a member of the Uchiha clan who doesn't practice fire style or shuriken jutsu but only focuses on taijutsu is simply neglecting their true skills. Their voices were not concealed and every word reached Chienyu's ears. But Chienyu showed no reaction. He had grown tired of hearing such words. In the past, several ninjas who had a good relationship with his chief father had advised him to practice shuriken jutsu and fire style, but he never took it to heart. Over time, these people stopped advising him. As for why Chienyu insisted on training only taijutsu. As a transmigrator from Blue Star, he had a golden finger in his mind. The golden finger in Chienyu's body was a simple mall system, but the items it could exchange were from the Dragon Ball world. No need to say more. Science and the Sharingan, even a pig would know which to choose. Moreover, this was not a choice between the two. Chienyu wanted both. Brushing past the police squad, he went straight to the small forest on the outskirts of the Uchiha clan district. The place was lush with foliage. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves scattering on the grass. A gentle breeze blew, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Chienyu stood before a towering tree. At chest height, the trunk was sunken inward with faint blurry fist marks visible one after another. Silently looking at the tree that had accompanied him for nearly 3 years, Chienyu took a deep breath. His aura gradually solidified. Then he held his breath, steadied his stance, and clenched his fists. "Ha!" Chienyu shouted softly, and his right fist shot out, striking the trunk heavily. Thump! The muffled sound suddenly echoed through the small forest, startling a flock of birds into flying far away. Yet Chienyu remained expressionless, retracting his right fist and striking with his left. Punch after punch, continuous and relentless. Before long, Chienyu's martial arts uniform was soaked with sweat. Time passed slowly. The sun had risen to its zenith, and Chienyu finally stopped torturing the tree. Chienyu sat cross-legged on the grass, gently massaging his arms to relieve the muscle soreness. After resting for half an hour, he started a new round of training, switching from straight punches to squat sit-ups, and so on. The sun in the sky gradually descended until it dipped below the horizon. Then an electronic voice sounded in Chienyu's mind: "Daily physical training completed. Points 1. Finally done." Though Chienyu was now utterly exhausted, collapsing directly onto the ground. Despite the intense pain all over his body, his face was filled with joy. He moved his mind, and the points he currently possessed appeared in his mind. Exactly 1,000 points. Looking at the 1,000 points displayed in his mind, a flicker of excitement appeared in Chienyu's eyes. In the system mall, the low-level Saiyan bloodline could be exchanged for 1,000 points. It took Chienyu nearly 3 years to save up this many points, all for the low-level Saiyan bloodline. He hadn't even exchanged for any skills from Dragon Ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Chienyu licked his lips and even shouted in excitement. "System, I want to exchange for the low-level Saiyan bloodline." 3 years. Who knows how he persisted through these 3 years? Although the daily tasks issued by the system were not about killing, the heavy physical training was definitely not easy for a child his age to complete. Exchange completed. Now undergoing bloodline transformation on the host. Duration 30 days. As the system's voice sounded, a mysterious force filled Chienyu's entire body. He felt his blood begin to boil, and every cell was absorbing this strange power. He could clearly feel his power increasing visibly. 3 years of training were not as effective as this one transformation. This is what it means to be a Saiyan. Feeling the power within him, Chienyu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although the Uchiha clan's physical constitution was not the best, after 3 years of unremitting training, his taijutsu was among the strongest for his age. Yet even so, he could clearly feel that if he were to fight the version of himself from a day ago, the past him would definitely be knocked out with a single punch. And this was before the transformation was even complete. However, just as he was immersed in this power, a strong sense of hunger struck from his stomach. In an instant, all the strength in his body was drained, and he became completely weak. "Oh no, I only ate 1 soldier pill this morning. Qianyu felt like he had fallen from the clouds, utterly collapsing to the ground. What's happening? His face startled. He was puzzled, even suspecting a problem with the transformation process. Could it be that the Uchiha clan cannot fuse with the Saiyan bloodline? Until Qianyu recalled the Saiyan characteristics from Dragon Ball, he suddenly understood. Saiyans have terrifying appetites, and a hungry Saiyan's combat power drops drastically. After understanding the reason, Qianyu quickly stood up and staggered toward the village. In an unknown barbecue restaurant, Qianyu wolfed down his food. His table was already piled with plates. The barbecue restaurant owner was shocked, speechless, his eyes almost popping out. He had never seen an Uchiha member, no, even a member of the Akimichi clan, could have such an appetite. Half an hour later, Qianyu finally let out a satisfied burp and sighed in relief. Phew, I almost starved to death. Who would have thought that after receiving the Saiyan bloodline I almost died of hunger before even gaining the power? If I starved to death, I would be the most pathetic transmigrator. Your total is 1,000,000 Rio. After seeing that Qianyu had finished eating, the barbecue restaurant owner with a smile handed a long bill to Qianyu. Walking out of the barbecue restaurant, Qianyu looked at his empty wallet and twitched the corner of his mouth. Is this the price of becoming stronger? Originally he had come to celebrate acquiring the Saiyan bloodline, but he didn't expect to eat so much. His parents in this life were elite Uchiha clan members, but unfortunately they died in a mission when he was 3 years old, leaving only a house and a large sum of compensation. This compensation could support him for many years. But if he continued spending like today, Qianyu could already foresee that he would have to take on missions desperately for money in the future. Having eaten his fill, Qianyu returned to his residence, his excitement over acquiring the Saiyan bloodline now calmed by the high cost of meals. He lay on the bed, summoned the system shop, and began browsing its items. He skipped the top-tier ones like Ultra Instinct and Destruction Energy. The points required for those top-tier items were astronomical. Qianyu didn't even want to look at them, afraid that if he got tempted he would start hoarding points like a miser again. The points for Ultra Instinct could not be earned through daily tasks alone. Qianyu scrolled to the bottom of the page, his gaze lingering on the 50 kilograms weighted training martial arts uniform and basic chi control. The former cost 10 points, the latter 20. After a brief moment of thought, Qianyu made his decision. The weighted training uniform needed no explanation. In the early days of Dragon Ball, Son Goku always trained with weights, even after death in hell. As for basic chi control, in Qianyu's view, Dragon Ball and Naruto were two different systems. Chi and chakra were not the same. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Qianyu himself possessed chakra extraction techniques. After 3 years of physical training, he could extract a considerable amount of chakra. To avoid conflict with Chi, Qianyu had never extracted chakra. Now, after obtaining the Saiyan bloodline, he had completely abandoned the idea of training chakra. Chi should be the main theme of the Saiyans. According to Dragon Ball's setting, Chi is an energy that all living beings possess, only varying in quantity. However, how to use and control the Chi within the body required training and guidance. You couldn't expect Qianyu, who had only watched the Dragon Ball anime, to perfectly control his Chi. He couldn't even sense Chi, let alone control it. Therefore it was necessary to exchange for the Chi training scroll from the shop. After settling on his next exchange target, Qianyu prepared to rest. However, he tossed and turned in bed for a long time without being able to sleep. Previously, after training, he would fall asleep quickly from exhaustion. But now his energy was clearly much higher, especially with a restless agitation in his heart that had no outlet. Qianyu looked at the dark room, took a deep breath, as if trying to exhale the restlessness, then closed his eyes again to sleep. But soon he opened his eyes again. Damn it, I can't sleep. I want to fight someone. Saiyans are a warlike race. Having just acquired the Saiyan bloodline, Qianyu could not yet adapt to the combat instinct inherent in his blood and was inevitably affected. He wanted to run out into the street and pick a fight with anyone. But it was already late at night, and the kids his age had all gone home. Moreover, there were only a few kids his age in the Uchiha clan, and he didn't even know them. He couldn't just go to their houses and demand a fight. Besides, he had no interest in fighting those kids who only liked training in fire release and shuriken. When the first rays of morning sunlight fell on the Hokage rock, Might Guy Meitokai with his bowl cut had already woken up and stepped out of his house energetically. He was going to train in taijutsu, a habit he had maintained since he was old enough to understand. Although Might Guy Meitokai didn't have talent in ninjutsu like Rock Lee, he still preferred taijutsu over genjutsu and ninjutsu. Although taijutsu training was much harder, Might Guy Meitokai didn't care, he enjoyed it. 1,000 squats. 1. 2. If I can't finish, I'll do 2,000 punches. 1, 2. If I can't finish that, I'll jump rope 3,000 times. Meitokai had been working very hard recently, even though he was already diligent enough. The entrance exam for the Ninja Academy was 1 month away. Last year he didn't pass the entrance exam. Although his father didn't say anything, Meitokai knew he was a little disappointed. Of course, the reason he failed was due to his severe specialization. Although he had talent in ninjutsu, he clearly preferred to become a taijutsu specialist like his father. After all, for a child his age, his father was his most admired idol. This time he would definitely pass the academy entrance exam through taijutsu, and not let his father down again. "Hey kid, wanna fight?" At that moment a voice suddenly sounded above his head. Meitokai was startled, tripped over his jump rope, and fell flat on his back. Ignoring the pain, he looked up and saw a boy about his age sitting on a branch staring back at him. Scrutinizing the boy who had suddenly appeared, Meitokai realized he had never seen him before, understanding that he was not from this area. Konoha village, though called a village, was actually large, an area with a large population. So people from different areas rarely met, especially children his age who didn't stray far from home. "Who are you?" Meitokai asked tentatively. "What do you want?" "Uchiha Chiba here to fight you," Chiba replied casually. He had only fallen asleep fitfully late last night, and the first thing he did after waking up was complete his daily tasks to vent his excess energy. But he hadn't expected the Saiyan training to be so fast. Daily tasks that used to take a whole day were completed in just 3 hours. With free time on his hands, Chiba didn't continue training but instead set out to find a peer for his first battle since his rebirth. As the first battle, the opponent was crucial. After much thought, Chiba thought of Meitokai. After asking around, he found this place where Meitokai often trained. After all, there were hardly any other kids his age who specialized in taijutsu, and coupled with Meitokai's distinctive bowl cut, Chiba quickly found him. "Fight." "No, my father told me not to bully fellow villagers." Meitokai immediately waved his hands upon hearing Chianu's challenge. Hearing this, Chiba lightly jumped down, stood opposite Meitokai, and looked at him oddly. "Are you sure that's what your dad said?" Although Meitokai trained with a fervent intensity, his youth meant his taijutsu was far from mature, so accusing him of bullying his peers was utterly baseless. Yet Chiba reconsidered. At this age, most children hadn't even refined chakra, let alone learn ninjutsu. Facing a taijutsu prodigy like Meitokai, they were indeed at a disadvantage. Of course, his father likely dismissed the children from Konoha's prestigious clans, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken to Meitokai in such a manner. "Don't worry about me getting hurt. I'm far stronger than I look." Facing Meitokai's expression that screamed, "I can't bully you," Chiba rolled his wrists. Though he understood that Meitokai had been misled, he couldn't help feeling annoyed. "Is that so?" Meitokai asked, puzzled, finally taking a serious look at Chiba. He scrutinized Chiba from head to toe. The other stood upright, his exposed bronze arms sturdy and strong, especially his hands, which were covered in calluses. As a fellow taijutsu practitioner, Meitokai recognized the origin of those calluses. Years of relentless training, no other explanation. "Chiba, are you also a taijutsu type ninja?" Meitokai asked eagerly. Chiba nodded. "Of course. Then let's have a battle that embodies youth." Meitokai's eyes lit up, a spark of excitement flashing. "Meitokai, please guide me." He stepped back, creating distance, and formed the seal of opposition. "Uchiha Chiba, please guide me." Chiba mirrored the seal. The very next instant, Meitokai launched his attack. Konoha Whirlwind! He dashed forward, leaped high, and swung his leg toward Chianu's face. "What a ruthless blow, aiming to ruin my handsome face right away." Could it be jealousy? He muttered a light complaint against Meitokai's fierce assault as the latter's shin drew near. Chiba didn't dodge, he merely raised his arm to shield his face. He wasn't like Goku, fresh from his Super Saiyan transformation, lacking the strength to take a hit head-on. Bang! A dull thud sent a tremendous force through Chianu's arm, but he only shuddered slightly, remaining immovable. Before Meitokai could react, Chianu's other hand shot out, grabbed his calf, and with a single heave flung him away. Amazing! Again! Meitokai, having hit the ground, pushed himself up with his hands and charged at Chianu with a roar. Chianu sidestepped Meitokai's punch, and as they brushed past, he lightly tapped Meitokai's back with his palm. Meitokai felt the massive force from behind combined with his own momentum, sending him flying once more. Yet Meitokai, like an indomitable cockroach, scrambled to his feet and charged at Chianu again without pause. This time Chianu caught Meitokai's incoming fist with one hand, then raised his right foot and kicked Meitokai's shin, sending him tumbling to the ground. But soon Meitokai rose again and continued to pester Chianu. 4 times, 5 times. Watching the seemingly endless charges, Qianyu felt like covering his face. Good heavens, who's the real scion here? Though ineffective, Qianyu admired Might Guy's never-give-up spirit. But continuing like this was meaningless. Realizing the vast gap in their strength, Qianyu had no desire to fight further. Yet out of respect for Might Guy, he said, "Kai, watch out, I'm going all out. Bring it on. Youth doesn't allow me to be afraid." Might Guy's fighting spirit blazed undaunted. Qianyu took a deep breath, then stomped the ground, launching himself like a leopard with fierce momentum toward Might Guy. His right fist cocked at his waist, he reached Might Guy and threw a punch, the air whistling faintly as it cut through. Might Guy felt a dark blur before him, and in that instant a fist swelled in his vision. Bang! The blow landed. Might Guy's head snapped to the side, half his face nearly deformed, and he flew backward until he slammed into a tree over a dozen meters away. Qianyu was stunned. He hadn't expected his full-strength punch to carry such power. Might Guy's face swelled grotesquely, he clutched his injured cheek, groaning on the ground. Embarrassed, Qianyu scratched his head, then unconsciously his hip. He had indeed been too reckless, wanting to show respect but forgetting Might Guy's limits. If it had been an ordinary civilian child, that punch would have at least turned them into a fool. But Qianyu believed Might Guy would understand. Giving your all is the ultimate respect for your opponent. Watching Might Guy, whose eyes were welling with tears, Qianyu nodded. Yes, Might Guy will definitely understand. Guilt-ridden, Qianyu finally walked over to Might Guy, helped him up, and apologized. Sorry, I couldn't control my strength. I hurt you. Hiss. It's nothing. Just a superficial wound, a few days of rest and I'll be fine. Might Guy was surprisingly understanding, showing no blame for the heavy blow. They rested there for a while. Exhausted from the physical exertion, Might Guy's stomach growled, and he decided to go home for something to eat. To make amends, Qianyu caught 3 fish weighing over a pound each from the nearby river and invited Might Guy to share grilled fish. Might Guy gladly accepted, devouring the fish Qianyu had prepared. Seeing Might Guy eat so heartily stirred Qianyu's own appetite, so he caught a dozen more fish to satisfy his craving. Might Guy, witnessing Qianyu's voracious appetite, felt a new competitive urge. If he couldn't win in combat, he'd reclaim his pride in eating. With that thought, he ran to the river, caught over a dozen fish himself, and prepared for another showdown. The outcome was predictable. In terms of combat prowess, Qianyu might not have been able to overwhelm Might Guy, but when it came to appetite, he truly dominated. Might Guy, including the 3 fish Qianyu had given him, could only manage 8 before he couldn't eat another bite. The extra fish he caught all ended up in Qianyu's stomach. By the riverside, Might Guy sat half-kneeling on the grass, watching Qianyu finishing up the cleanup. He winced as he touched his swollen cheek, then patted his round belly and asked Qianyu. Qianyu, is it because you eat so much that you're this strong? Obviously the punch Qianyu had thrown earlier still lingered in his memory. No, if I could keep this strength, I really wouldn't want such a big appetite. Qianyu sighed and shook his head. Though his large appetite allowed him to savor delicious food, when it came to money it became quite unbearable. Then it's the result of training, right? How do you train every day? Might Guy's spirits lifted. If Qianyu had said it was because of eating that made him strong, Might Guy would have simply gone to bed without another word. Seeing Qianyu, who had just devoured over 20 fish without his stomach even bulging, Might Guy knew he could never catch up even as an adult. But if it was through self-training, then he felt he could still strive. Qianyu didn't hide anything and told Might Guy the daily training volume he had followed for the past 3 years. After listening, Might Guy looked at him doubtfully. That's not much, I can finish it in just half a day. Qianyu rolled his eyes at Might Guy in exasperation. It seemed that before acquiring the Scion bloodline, his talent in taijutsu was indeed mediocre. A training volume that took him a whole day to complete could be done by Might Guy in just half a day. No wonder the Uchiha clan thought he was a fool for focusing solely on taijutsu. Qianyu, you're not lying to me, are you? Might Guy pondered for a moment, not quite believing him. Seeing Might Guy's skepticism, Qianyu shrugged and said nothing more. When Qianyu remained silent, Might Guy assumed he was right and promptly declared, Well, it seems I haven't trained enough. Starting tomorrow I'll double my daily training volume. Qianyu opened his mouth as if to say something but didn't know how to put it. Could he just say that their racial stats were on completely different levels and couldn't be compared? Watching the sun sink lower, Qianyu stood up and turned to Might Guy, saying, It's getting late, I should be going. Can we train together tomorrow? As Qianyu was about to leave, Might Guy quickly asked. Sure. Qianyu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Just these days he was in the midst of transformation, and to adapt to the ever-increasing strength, having an extra sparring partner, as a punching bag, wasn't bad. That's great! Might Guy cheered, thrilled to have someone to train with, completely unaware that he had already become a punching bag. And so over the next few days Jian Yu and Might Guy stayed together. They spent their mornings on physical training and afternoons on combat practice. I can't go on. I can't go on. Jian Yu, stop hitting me. In the sparring match Jian Yu was unstoppable, relentlessly throwing punches and kicks while Might Guy retreated in defeat, his body battered and bruised. Already giving up? Didn't you say you'd catch up to me within a month? Seeing Might Guy completely exhausted, Jian Yu stopped with dissatisfaction. Frowning, Jian Yu helped the limp Might Guy rest under a large tree. Too exhausted to speak, Might Guy could only sigh helplessly as he looked at the still energetic Jian Yu. Monster! From their very first encounter, Might Guy had known Jian Yu was like a monster. But after these few days he realized Jian Yu wasn't like a monster, he was a monster. What kid could train for so long without even breathing heavily? He had thought that by intensifying his own training he would close the gap in strength, but instead the gap only widened. Now he couldn't even force Jian Yu to show his full strength. At the thought, a trace of disappointment crossed Might Guy's face. Did even basic taijutsu require talent? Then what was the point of his hard training? Since the punching bag needed a break, Jian Yu stopped, and crouched beside Might Guy, scratching the itchy spot near his tailbone. The newly grown tail had been bothering him. At this moment he was still wearing his black martial arts uniform, but with a small hole cut in the back of his pants. A half-furry tail swayed up and down, looking quite mismatched. As Jian Yu moved, Might Guy curiously glanced at his rear but quickly looked away. Jian Yu didn't like people staring at his buttocks. He had learned that lesson yesterday. Still unable to contain his curiosity, Might Guy cautiously asked, Jian Yu, have you awakened the Sharingan? Jian Yu turned to Might Guy in surprise. That blockhead. He knew perfectly well that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit was called the Sharingan, and from the name alone it should be related to the eyes, not a tail. But he never had high expectations of Might Guy's intelligence. He replied irritably, Awaken my ass. I'm even thinking of leaving the Uchiha clan. This little tale had caused a huge uproar in the entire Uchiha clan, making Jian Yu, who had been somewhat of a nobody, famous within the clan. In their impression, pure-blooded Uchiha didn't have tails, and no one in the entire ninja world had ever heard of a person with a tail. This incident even alarmed the Uchiha clan leader, who brought a group of elders to interrogate Jian Yu. Jian Yu was a native-born Uchiha, as recorded in the hospital where he was born. There was no possibility of forgery. Knowing this, the clan leader didn't use genjutsu to interrogate him. They only came to confirm if Jian Yu was himself. After verifying and examining his body, the only explanation they could offer for the tail was atavism. Jian Yu had anticipated this outcome, which was why he hadn't tried to hide it. After all, a tail was one of the Scion's traits. Even if cut off, it would grow back, and he didn't know any sealing techniques. Rather than failing to conceal it, it was better to show it openly, and use it as a hidden card. With a tail, a Scion could absorb the brute's waves from the moon during a full moon and transform into a giant ape, gaining a tenfold increase in power. Moreover, the system had a skill to create an artificial moon that could be exchanged for just 100 points, which was affordable. So the full moon condition was optional for Jian Yu. Once he learned this skill, he could transform into a giant ape anytime. Yet what Jian Yu never anticipated was that the normally aloof and cold-faced Uchiha would possess such a gossiping side. Ever since Jian Yu sprouted a tail, all sorts of rumors had circulated throughout the Uchiha clan. Every time Jian Yu walked down the street, a crowd would point and whisper behind his back, causing him immense distress. Even though the Uchiha clan leader declared it was merely a case of atavism, it did little to quell the gossip. Why did they drive you out of the Uchiha clan? Aren't you a member of the Uchiha clan? Might Guy asked, his curiosity piqued, utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Jian Yu recalled the gossiping Uchiha aunties and shot Might Guy a sidelong glance. Have you rested enough? If so, let's resume training. What? No, I haven't rested enough. Unexpectedly, his casual remark had backfired. Might Guy hastily shook his head, then muttered dejectedly, I'm not you. Jian Yu with his keen ears caught the murmur and tilted his head to look at Might Guy. It seemed that Jian Yu's abnormal growth and talent had sown seeds of self-doubt in Might Guy. After a moment's thought, Jian Yu decided it was necessary to console his subordinate. Jian Yu sat beside Might Guy and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Guy, you're actually quite strong among your peers. Even the brats of the Uchiha clan aren't as tough as you. They can't last a single move against me. Jian Yu, you don't need to comfort me. Might Guy knew Qianyu meant well, and though touched he still couldn't muster any enthusiasm. Who said I was comforting you? I'm serious. Forget it, let me take you to someone who will be your lifelong rival. You've trained with me for so long now, you should be able to defeat him. With that, Qianyu grabbed Might Guy and prepared to drag him to Hatake Kakashi. But my lifelong rival is you. Might Guy replied, bewildered. He himself had no idea when he had acquired another lifelong rival. Qianyu paused mid-step without turning around, merely retorting softly, are you even qualified? That stings. Had Might Guy not been thick-skinned he would have exploded on the spot. Alright, I'm just kidding. Follow me now. On the way, Might Guy asked Qianyu, are we looking for that guy named Kakashi? Is he strong? Of course he is, he's Hatake 50-50 Kakashi. I even suspect that if I turned into a Super Saiyan he could still trade blows with me for a while. Qianyu said without looking back, reflecting on Hatake Kakashi's battle history. From the ultimate boss Kagaya to the Jonin-level thugs Abusa and the members of the Akatsuki in between, this guy could hold his own against anyone. He was a complete bug, weak against the weak, strong against the strong. 50-50. Super Saiyan. Qianyu-san, what are you talking about? Might Guy's brain capacity was limited and he couldn't understand a word of what Qianyu was saying. Don't mind the details. Just know he's your lifelong enemy. Let's go. Too lazy to explain further, Qianyu urged Might Guy along. They walked through the bustling streets of Konoha and soon arrived at the Hatake clan's compound. As a once-renowned clan in Konoha, the Hatake now consisted only of Hatake Tsukumo and Hatake Kakashi. The entire residence was eerily silent. Seeing the tightly shut gate, Might Guy said regretfully, Qianyu, looks like nobody's home. Not necessarily. Qianyu smiled. Although he hadn't yet learned to sense Qi, the faint sounds coming from within the house still reached his ears. At this hour, Hatake Tsukumo was likely at the Hokage's office or out on a mission, so it couldn't be him. That left only Hatake Kakashi. Perfect. Without parental involvement, many things become easier. Follow me. Qianyu led Might Guy around to the side of the house, preparing to climb over the wall. Qianyu, this is trespassing. If we get caught, we'll be punished. Do you still want to fight him? Or would you rather continue sparring with me? Alright, let's trespass then. Might Guy thought it over and decided to follow his heart. The two sneaked over the wall only to see a figure standing in the courtyard training. Is that him? He doesn't look that strong. He's not even as bulky as the kid next door. Might Guy, not at his sharpest, still judged an opponent's strength by physique. Seeing Hatake Kakashi's lean frame, he assumed Kakashi was weak. Idiot. Do you think all ninjas are brawny like us? Well, brawny like you. Qianyu smacked Might Guy's forehead in exasperation. This guy's IQ was truly worrying, he'd almost dragged Qianyu into it. Focused on his training, Hatake Kakashi was completely unaware of Qianyu and Might Guy. Before him stood 3 targets, and in his hand were 3 shuriken. With a flick of his wrist, Kakashi hurled the 3 shuriken in an instant. Thud. 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 All 3 struck the bullseye. Oh. He looks like a worthy opponent. Noticing this, Might Guy's eyes lit up, and he felt his blood begin to boil. At this age, no other child in Konoha, not even the Uchiha, could throw shuriken with such accuracy. Enough talk, go beat him up. Qianyu shoved Might Guy in the back, sending him tumbling down. Hatake Kakashi was startled by the sudden figure falling into the yard. Someone. An assassin here to kill the prodigy of the Hatake clan. When he saw Might Guy sprawled face first on the ground, Kakashi's eyes turned into dead fish. This kind of fool dares to cause trouble in the Hatake compound. Do they think the Hatake clan has fallen? Guy, you've embarrassed me in front of an outsider. Qianyu jumped down from the wall and kicked Might Guy irritably. Might Guy looked at him with grievance, pouting and muttering, it's all your fault. Before he could finish, Qianyu shot him a glare. Who are you? Hatake Kakashi asked coldly, watching Qianyu scold Might Guy. Qianyu pulled Might Guy up, pushed him forward, and said to Kakashi, I'll answer that later. For now, please fight him. Humph. Hatake Kakashi sized up the disheveled Might Guy and gave a disdainful snort before replying, I'm not interested. If you don't leave now, I'll call the security force to take you away. In Kakashi's eyes, fighting such a dim-witted fool was a waste of his training time. Qianyu. How about we just go back? When he heard that Kakashi had called the Konoha security forces, Might Guy felt a bit flustered. The security forces were all composed of members of the Uchiha clan. Those arrogant red-eyed bastards never looked anyone in the eye, especially civilians, acting as if they were above everyone else. Thus their reputation in the village was abysmal, and even Might Guy didn't want to deal with them. Of course Qianyu was an exception. Seeing Might Guy already retreating, Qianyu thought for a moment, and encouraged him. Guy, isn't this exactly the battle of youth you need? Youth does not allow me to be afraid. As expected, the moment Might Guy heard the word youth, he was pumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline. With a loud roar, he charged straight at Kakashi. Humph! Kakashi snorted coldly, pulling shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurling them directly at Might Guy. The shuriken flew at extremely tricky angles, blocking not only Might Guy's forward path but also his retreat. Facing the incoming shuriken, Might Guy had no way to dodge. Truly worthy of being the opponent Qianyu chose for me, he's quite skilled. Might Guy paid no heed to his current predicament, instead his eyes lit up. Clang! 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 As he sprinted forward, he pulled a kunai from his tool pouch, swinging it in the air a few times, precisely knocking all the shuriken to the ground. By then Might Guy had already reached Kakashi, leaping high and delivering a spinning kick toward him. Facing Might Guy's assault, Kakashi made the same move as Qianyu had earlier. He stood his ground without dodging, simply raising his right arm to block the kick. However, he seemed to underestimate Might Guy's strength. After several days of grueling training with Qianyu, Might Guy's power had increased considerably. Kakashi felt his arm go numb, then a tremendous force struck him. His expression changed, and he used the momentum to leap back several steps, finally dissipating the force. What the hell did this guy eat to grow so strong? Kakashi muttered inwardly, then grabbed Might Guy's ankle and flung him with all his might, sending him flying straight toward Qianyu. Qianyu acted swiftly, reaching out his right hand to catch the hurtling Might Guy. Seeing Qianyu catch the flying Might Guy with one hand, Kakashi's pupils contracted, astonishment clear in his eyes. He had thrown Might Guy with full force. Even he himself would have needed to take several steps back to catch him, let alone catching him so effortlessly. This guy's strength is no joke, Kakashi thought to himself. Kakashi is amazing. Just like Qianyu back then, he completely saw through my attack pattern. Qianyu-san, my blood is starting to boil. Held in Qianyu's hand, Might Guy stared at Kakashi, flames blazing in his eyes. Well then, what are you waiting for? Qianyu couldn't be bothered to say more and flung Might Guy back at Kakashi. The two began a fierce clash. However, after several exchanges, Might Guy's stamina began to wane, his speed and power dropping noticeably. Meanwhile, Kakashi remained as composed as ever, handling everything with ease. Before long, Kakashi seized an opportunity, swept Might Guy off his feet, and pressed a kunai to his throat. I lose, Might Guy said dejectedly to Kakashi. It was one thing to be unable to beat Qianyu, but even the opponent Qianyu casually found for him was this strong. Qianyu, watching from the side, covered his face with his hand. As expected, Guy right now was no match for Kakashi. Without mastering the 8 gates, Might Guy indeed couldn't rival Kakashi. But Qianyu never expected Might Guy to lose so quickly. After training with him for so many days, he still couldn't beat a Kakashi who was only half as strong. This was undoubtedly a failure in his teaching. Now can you tell me who you are? Kakashi put away his kunai and asked. Uchiha Qianyu. Qianyu introduced himself first, then pointed at the fallen Might Guy and said, He's Might Guy, your lifelong soulmate. Rival. Uchiha clan. After hearing Qianyu's introduction, Kakashi narrowed his eyes at him. He could tell that these two had come today purely to spar with him. He had no objections to that. If it could improve his combat skills, he was happy to have such opponents. But Might Guy's strength still left much to be desired. Compared to him, I'd rather fight you, Kakashi said solemnly, looking at Qianyu. He had seen through Qianyu's catch of Might Guy that Qianyu was no ordinary person. Are you sure? Qianyu's lips curled into a sly smile. His own subordinate had been beaten black and blue, and Qianyu already felt a bit embarrassed. He had held back because he didn't want to take advantage of Kakashi after a fight. But since Kakashi himself proposed it, that was even better. He really wanted to know if Kakashi could go 50-50 with anyone. Come on, let me see what the reckless trespasser of the Hatake clan is capable of. Kakashi nodded and immediately assumed a fighting stance, seemingly waiting for Qianyu to strike. As you wish. Before Qianyu's words faded, a faint ethereal wave of air suddenly appeared around him, swirling ceaselessly. This is... Kakashi was startled, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He felt an extremely dangerous aura enveloping him, and his body instinctively wanted to flee. But before he could react, Qianyu vanished before his eyes. Then Kakashi felt a gentle breeze brush his face, and a small hand had already plunged into his abdomen without warning. So fast. So painful. Kakashi's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his slightly open mouth uttering no sound, his shocked expression frozen in place. Guy watched carefully, This is true taijutsu. Qianyu withdrew his arm, turning to teach Might Guy. As his words fell, a stunned Kakashi collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Qianyu, your strength is incredible. Might Guy's jaw nearly dropped as if he was seeing Qianyu for the first time. Indeed, during their training sessions Qianyu had been holding back all along. With his speed, Might Guy could never have touched him. Observing the admiration in Might Guy's eyes, Qianyu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed he had gotten the purpose wrong. He wasn't here to boost Might Guy's confidence, was he? How had he ended up knocking Kakashi unconscious instead? Yet his actions seemed to have. Qianyu was quite pleased with Might Guy's expression and chuckled lightly. So train hard. In terms of taijutsu, you still have a long road ahead. Qianyu-san is absolutely right. Might Guy nodded in agreement, then asked a question that left Qianyu petrified. Qianyu-san, shouldn't we first wake Kakashi up? Silence. Qianyu suddenly felt awkward. Scions were skilled in combat, but healing. That was truly not his area of expertise. What to do? Should he punch Kakashi on the forehead again to see if the pain would wake him? Qianyu carefully considered the idea but ultimately dismissed it. He feared that one punch might leave Kakashi mentally impaired. Qianyu turned his head and looked at Might Guy with a questioning gaze. But seeing Might Guy's bewildered expression, he no longer needed to ask. The other had no idea how to revive someone either. Time to bail. Qianyu rolled his eyes and turned to climb over the wall. Hey Qianyu, aren't you going to take care of Kakashi? Seeing Qianyu in such a hurry, Might Guy called out. Are you kidding? This is his home. If his father comes back and sees the two of us and his son lying unconscious, do you think he'll listen to our explanation? After hearing Qianyu's words, Might Guy imagined the scene. Hatake Tsukumo, renowned as the White Fang of Konoha, would return home to find his son lying on the ground, life hanging in the balance, and immediately draw the short blade from his back. In an instant, thunder and lightning flashed. This seems serious. Wait for me, Qianyu-san. The two hurriedly climbed over the wall one after another, leaving only a prone Hatake Kakashi behind. At night, Hatake Kakashi woke from unconsciousness and looked up to see the starry sky, prompting the three existential questions of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After recalling the events before his blackout, he immediately stood up and looked around for Qianyu and Might Guy. When he found no trace of them, Hatake Kakashi was utterly bewildered. Hey, those two bastards! They knocked me out and just leave me. At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo also returned home. Seeing his son lying on the ground, he asked puzzledly, Why are you lying on the ground? Did you exhaust yourself from training? Hatake Kakashi instinctively touched his abdomen, about to say something, but didn't want to lose face in front of his father, so he just nodded. Hatake Tsukumo gave his son a deep look, then surveyed the messy yard, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A father knows his son. He could tell Kakashi was lying. Moreover, the traces of battle still lingered in the yard, giving him a rough idea. Interesting, it had been a long time since he'd seen his son get the short end of the stick. However, Hatake Tsukumo didn't ask further. He simply helped Kakashi up and said with concern, The ground is cold, you'll catch a cold. Rest indoors next time. Hatake Kakashi looked at him silently and replied, I understand. Damn it, couldn't that guy have at least carried me inside? After parting ways with Might Guy, Qianyu returned home. He went to the bathroom mirror and carefully examined his face, which was handsome beyond measure, struck through. The transformation of Scion Bloodline hadn't changed his appearance much, since the Uchiha clan also had black hair and dark eyes, and the transformation still required 30 days. It wouldn't change drastically so soon. Yet even so, Qianyu felt somehow different from before. Reflecting on his act of knocking out Kakashi today, it seemed a bit reckless in retrospect. Logically, he should have kept a low profile and developed quietly, not exposing his abnormalities prematurely. He stared at his reflection in the mirror for a while. Then Qianyu realized what it was: his eyes. Previously, there was always a hint of unease and anxiety in his gaze. After all, since his rebirth and transmigration from Blue Star, realizing he had arrived in the world of Naruto, even with the system Maul, Qianyu felt insecure. The world of Naruto was not like those daily romance harem anime where an invincible kidney could make life enjoyable, even bringing ecstasy in death. In the Naruto world, war, conspiracy, and death were the main themes. Therefore, Qianyu feared sudden misfortune, especially since he was an Uchiha. The Sharingan was a valuable asset, particularly coveted by a certain snake and a certain scapegoat in Konoha. But now Qianyu was a scion. Even though he hadn't grown strong yet, the battle-hungry genes in his blood actually longed for the appearance of formidable foes. The anxiety and unease in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a hint of sharpness, and he felt much more confident. Would that Hatake Kakashi guy tattle? Qianyu rubbed his chin in front of the mirror, fearing that while he slept a white-haired ghost might suddenly appear, roaring. This child can defeat my son so easily, truly terrifying. He must not be allowed to live. Then he would draw the short blade from his back and cut him in two. On second thought, Hatake Tsukumo probably wasn't that petty, so Qianyu relaxed and prepared to sleep. But just then a soft sound came. What the hell, did he really come? Qianyu's face turned pale with fright, but then he realized that if it were Hatake Tsukumo he wouldn't have made such a noise. Listening carefully to the direction of the sound, Qianyu turned to look at the kitchen, his expression turning grim. He strode quickly into the kitchen and saw a scruffy little blue cat pawing at the leftovers from breakfast. Meow! The little blue cat shrieked upon seeing Qianyu and tried to flee. With quick eyes and hands, Qianyu grabbed the escaping cat, lifted it to eye level, and seeing no collar on its neck, he growled. Where did this stray cat come from? Stealing my food! The little blue cat was quite spirited, flailing its paws and scratching at Qianyu's wrist. After a few scratches it realized Qianyu had thick skin, so it changed tactics. Meow! The stray cat's vertical pupils suddenly rounded, its eyes wide and pitiful as it looked at Qianyu, as if trying to win him over with cuteness and beg for shelter. Qianyu was unmoved. I can barely support myself, so how can I keep you? He carried the kitten to the door, indifferent. If it weren't for the fact that this cat was barely weaned and had little meat, he might have considered tasting it. He tossed the stray cat out and returned to his room to sleep. Seeing that it would be homeless again tonight, the little blue cat meowed softly at Qianyu's doorstep. Meow meow! After a long while the tightly shut door suddenly opened a crack just enough for the little blue cat to slip through. Daily physical training complete. 1 point. Phew, done. I never thought completing daily tasks would be so easy now. It was definitely the right choice to exchange for the Scion bloodline first. Compared to the physical training that used to take a whole day, now Qianyu only needs an hour. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, gently exhaling a breath of stale air. He walked to the small riverbank, silently staring at the calm surface, his hands resting on his waist. Exactly 1 month had passed since he exchanged for the Scion bloodline, and Qianyu had fully integrated it. During this time he had also exchanged for basic application of Qi, which required 20 points. With a preliminary understanding of Qi, Qianyu could clearly sense the Qi within his body and control its flow. Although his physical strength and power were growing with training, without Qi it would be impossible to achieve the level of destroying a planet. Qi could also enhance the body's strength and power, allowing it to surpass its limits. This was why in Dragon Ball Super, even after becoming a god, Son Goku could still be injured by a bullet. At that moment his body was in a relaxed state, and the vast Qi within him was not mobilized. Although this explanation was still quite unreasonable, it was the only way to make sense of it. Of course, the most important aspect of Qi was its ability to unleash earth-shattering power. Qianyu focused his attention, gathering a portion of his Qi into his palms. In an instant a small golden ball of energy suddenly lit up between his hands. Seeing this, Qianyu thrust his hands forward and the energy ball shot out, plunging straight into the water. The next second a muffled sound rang out, and a 5-meter-high column of water surged up from the calm surface. The scattered droplets refracted a rainbow in the air, which vanished after a few seconds, leaving more than a dozen white-bellied fish floating on the river. Qianyu picked up the fish and placed them into a basket over a meter tall, then repeated the previous action. Although he had a basic understanding of Qi in his mind, he still needed plenty of practice. So besides his daily tasks, Qianyu had been practicing the Qigong wave. However, the fish in this river were truly unlucky. They had almost been wiped out by him over the past few days. After a few more rounds he depleted his Qi and stopped, panting heavily. He was clearly much more exhausted than during his daily training, with sweat droplets as large as beans dripping down his chin like rain. It seemed he couldn't rely on it as a decisive combat technique unless he exhausted all his Qi. Qianyu pondered for a moment and sighed. The power of Qi was indeed great, but the amount of Qi within him was simply too little. The Qigong wave he released could only be used to blow up fish. For now it was better to use Qi to enhance his physical body. Releasing Qigong waves was too draining on his stamina. However, to rapidly increase his Qi reserves relying solely on daily tasks wouldn't cut it. Qianyu needed to intensify his training. Thinking of this, he realized he had accumulated 10 points, enough to exchange for the weighted training suit. Wearing this while training would yield excellent results. With that in mind, he shouldered the basket full of fish and headed home. Don't sneak a bite or I'll beat you! Back home, Qianyu first placed the basket of fish in the kitchen and warned the little cat that followed him inside. Then he took off his sweat-soaked clothes, washed up, and opened the system all. System, I want to exchange for the weighted training suit. Please state the weight you require. The system's cold electronic voice rang out. Qianyu pondered for a moment and stated the weight he needed: 50 kilograms. This weight was actually a bit heavy for Qianyu at his current level, but considering his growth potential he increased it significantly. The weighted training suit has been delivered. Please receive it. As soon as Qianyu heard the system's voice, he felt his vision darken as something dropped down. Ouch, damn, is 50 kilograms this heavy? He knew the system had delivered his order, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment he touched it, he felt a heavy weight in his hands and almost let go. The clothing in his hands was a set with the weight concentrated in the black short-sleeved undershirt, 2 wristbands, and a pair of shoes. The outer orange-red martial arts uniform and pants were complementary. This set was exactly the same as Son Goku's outfit from the World Martial Arts Tournament. Talk about cutting corners. Qianyu muttered silently but didn't dwell on it, putting the clothes on directly. After dressing, he walked to the mirror and examined his appearance. Overall, it looked pretty good. The system was quite thoughtful. The left chest of the orange-red martial arts uniform bore the character U, while the back featured the emblem of the Uchiha clan, and the pants even had small holes left for him. With his training suit ready, Qianyu prepared to go out. Today was the opening day of the Ninja Academy, and he was already very late. It wouldn't be right not to show his face. Meow. Just as he reached the door, the little cat he had adopted half a month ago came over to rub against his pant leg. You want to come too? Qianyu looked down, picked it up, and placed it on his shoulder as they walked out together. Ever since adopting the cat, he had kept it at home. Today he took the opportunity to take it out for a walk, also to prevent it from giving in to temptation and making a mess of the fish he had brought back. Along the way, Qianyu walked along the bustling streets, and before long he was already drenched in sweat. The 50-kilogram weight was far from as easy as he had imagined. It was a constant burden added to his body, making every step feel strenuous. He had chosen the gravity, so he had to bear it. Qianyu was not one to give up easily, so he gritted his teeth and persisted. The little cat perched on his shoulder didn't notice its owner's struggle. Instead, it sniffed the fragrant aromas wafting around, licked its lips, and finally let out a soft meow to Qianyu. Meow. Qianyu turned his head to see the cat staring fixedly at a barbecue restaurant. You want barbecue? You should be grateful you even get fish. Qianyu's face darkened as he scolded. Since the little guy had gotten familiar with him, it had become more and more presumptuous. Meow. The cat let out a disdainful meow, clearly sick of fish. To be fair, to save money, Qianyu had taken the fish bombing routine to the extreme, feeling uncomfortable if he didn't blast fish every day. The consequence was eating fish every day. Even the cat was almost nauseated. How about today? Never mind, there's still a pile of fish at home. If they're not eaten, they'll go bad. Tomorrow. Obviously, Qianyu also wanted a change of taste. It wasn't that he didn't have money, he was just a miser. Qianyu strode toward the Ninja Academy, diverting his attention by teasing the small cat perched on his shoulder. Upon reaching the academy's main gate, he exhaled heavily. The hoarse yet impassioned voice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, reached his ears. What a drag. He had planned to arrive at noon, yet the old man was still indoctrinating them. Even the elementary school principal from his past life didn't possess such eloquence. Qianyu silently grumbled. Though arriving late was partly to complete daily tasks, the main reason was to avoid the opening ceremony. But he hadn't anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's endless rambling, which still hadn't concluded. Judging by the excitement in Hiruzen's tone, it seemed he would go on for another half day. Well, since he was already here, there was no turning back. Qianyu considered wandering the streets again, but recalling the 50 kilograms he was carrying, he lost interest. It was better to just go in and listen obediently. Just as Qianyu was about to step through the gate, he sensed something and halted, stepping back a few paces. At that moment, a puff of smoke appeared before him. The smoke dissipated quickly, revealing a dark figure before Qianyu's eyes. An Umbu. Qianyu paused briefly, then regained his composure. Understandable, as the village's leader, Umbu members would be stationed nearby wherever he went, even in the safest Konoha village. Especially at such a public event, the academy's interior and exterior were likely under Umbu surveillance. The Umbu wore a white mask with a pattern, and beneath it indifferent eyes stared intently at Qianyu. After detecting no threat, he relaxed his guard and asked, "Are you one of this year's new students?" "What's your name?" "Yes, I'm Uchiha Qianyu." Qianyu soothed the startled cat and replied. Another Uchiha. Do you Uchiha all enjoy being late? The Umbu's tone carried a hint of surprise. Qianyu was bewildered. Was there someone else who also disliked this nonsense? After some thought, Qianyu quickly guessed who it was. Uchiha Obito. Among the 4 Uchiha enrolling this year aside from Qianyu and 2 minor characters, the remaining one was Uchiha Obito. So what's your excuse? If you dare use some lame excuse like helping an old lady cross the road, I guarantee you'll have to visit the Umbu headquarters today. Although the Umbu's words carried a threat, Qianyu sensed it was merely intimidation. He replied directly, sorry, I was so excited about starting school last night that I couldn't sleep, so I overslept. You're honest enough. Go on in. The Umbu hadn't expected such directness. Seeing Qianyu drenched in sweat, likely from running after oversleeping, he decided not to make things difficult. Entering the academy, Qianyu walked straight to the grounds and stood at the back of the line. Right before him stood Uchiha Obito. Noticing the movement behind him, Obito turned around and met Qianyu's gaze. Oh, someone even later than me. Did you also get delayed helping an old lady? He stared at Qianyu for a moment, then recalled that this was apparently a fellow clan member and grinned. Wanting to say something but fearing the nearby teachers, he could only make faces at Qianyu. Qianyu ignored this overly familiar guy and focused on the stage. Up there, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still speaking passionately, surrounded by a crowd of Konoha's elite and clan leaders. When Hiruzen reached the climax, the applause from these elites and clan leaders grew fervent, even surpassing that of the students below. Helpless, compared to the naive students, they had long learned to curry favor. If they didn't show respect to Hiruzen, who knew if they'd face repercussions? Qianyu withdrew his gaze and began surveying the students around him. Hatake, Kakashi, Sarutobi, Asuma, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito. A glance revealed that most of this year's students had appeared in the past life's Naruto anime, many as key figures. What an interesting class. Qianyu smiled silently. An hour later, the opening ceremony finally ended. The students dispersed to their respective classrooms. Hey, Ouch. Obito turned to speak with Qianyu but was suddenly shoved aside by Might Guy. Qianyu, I'd been looking for you everywhere. Did you hear what the Hokage said? Wow. The Hokage is the greatest ninja in the ninja world. Where leaves dance, fire burns ever brighter. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Those words ignite my passion. My youth is burning again. As soon as they met, Might Guy began chattering endlessly, completely brainwashed. Qianyu turned and walked away. He had already been drowsy from the speech, and now having to endure Might Guy's repetition might cause him to lose control and punch the guy right there. Hey, wait for me. I'm not done yet. Seeing Qianyu leave quickly, Might Guy rushed over to pat his shoulder. Meow. Before Might Guy's hand could land on Qianyu's shoulder, the blue cat perched there, hissed, and bared its claws. No way, now Qianyu's shoulder belonged to it. Anyone who dared touch it would get a scratch. Oh, is this cat yours, Qianyu? Might Guy suddenly noticed the fluffy ball and asked curiously. Is it a ninja cat? Probably. Though adopted out of kindness, the cat was quite intelligent and understood most of what Qianyu said. The cat was still young. As it grew older, it might even speak. After all, talking animals were common in the ninja world. But Qianyu didn't expect the cat to be of much help. Just cheering him on during fights would be enough. What's its name? Might Guy walked behind Qianyu, teasing the cat with his fingers, only to get a few scratches before calming down. You caught me off guard. I forgot to name it. Qianyu glanced at the blue cat, thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned. Let's call it Bylus. Little one, don't let this name down. Qianyu scooped Bylus from his shoulder into his arms and gently scratched its chin. Bylus squinted in contentment, purring softly, its slender tail tapping against Qianyu's chest. Bylus. What a strange name. Might Guy felt that Qianyu had chosen it with a certain mischievous intent. You there with the watermelon head, stop right there. Just as Qianyu and Meitikai were chatting and walking toward the classroom, an exasperated voice rang out behind them. Meitikai, being self-aware enough to know he was the only one with a watermelon head, turned around and looked at Uchiha Daitu with confusion. Pointing at himself, he asked, Are you talking to me? Do we know each other? Bastard, I'm the one you just knocked aside. Uchiha Daitu, holding his slender waist, cursed. Ah, I see. Sorry. Meitikai finally remembered and hastily apologized. Then he kindly reminded. But your body is too weak. I only used a little force and you fell down and hurt your waist. That won't do. You really need to exercise more. Uchiha Daitu's face flushed crimson with rage. Pointing at Meitikai's innocent face, he finally managed to speak after a long pause. Damn it! I challenge you to a duel. A duel? Great. I didn't expect to find an opponent as soon as I entered the Ninja Academy. Watching the two lively characters head toward a small corner, Qianyu had no interest in joining the commotion and walked toward the classroom. At the classroom door, most of the students had already arrived. They were getting to know each other, sitting together and chatting with great enthusiasm. Humph. Qianyu's appearance did not catch their attention until a cold snort came from Hatake Kakashi, who was sitting in the back row. He really holds a grudge, Qianyu muttered under his breath. It had been over half a month since his last confrontation with Hatake Kakashi, and he hadn't expected Kakashi to still be so resentful. Look, another handsome guy. He's even more handsome than Kakashi. Wow, this guy is so kind-hearted. He even has an adorable cat. He's my type. Hey, didn't you used to like the aloof type like Kakashi? I like both. I want both. Ha! You little vixen, draw your kunai. Only one of us can go home today. Watching the two girls who had already drawn their kunai over him, Qianyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Were the girls in Naruto really this developed so early? Though Qianyu had won the girls' hearts, he had also incurred the hostility of the boys. But Qianyu didn't care about that. He hadn't come to the Ninja Academy to make friends or to study. For him, the Ninja Academy was merely a place for relaxation and leisure. Ignoring the ardent and hostile gazes, Qianyu walked into the classroom and sat down next to Hatake Kakashi. The two had met before, albeit unpleasantly, but they did know each other. Hey, why didn't you carry me inside that day? As soon as Qianyu sat down, Kakashi glared at him with dead fish eyes, clearly still remembering how he was treated that day. Don't be silly. Trespassing on private property is against the law. Qianyu leaned back without turning his head. Kakashi stared at him in shock, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Damn. This guy is utterly shameless. When you climbed over the wall, why didn't you say it was against the law? Anyway, it's not my fault. Kai dragged me away. Seeing Kakashi still glaring at him, Qianyu picked his ear and shifted the blame to Meitikai, who hadn't returned yet. Kakashi was completely speechless. Even an idiot could tell that Kai was just his lackey and couldn't make the decision. I won't lose to you next time. Faced with Qianyu's nonsense, Kakashi had no choice but to snort coldly and then ignore him. Watching Kakashi's tsundere expression, Qianyu gave a silent smile. Soon a refreshed Meitikai and a bruised Uchiha Daichu returned. The outcome of their duel went without saying. Just as they entered and sat down, a young man dressed in the Mai ninja uniform walked in. He counted the number of students in the classroom and found that everyone was present. Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Jusiyu Anyoli. I am 25 years old. My hobby is playing chess, and my dream is to become a great ninja like the Lord Huiying. You probably don't know each other well yet, so let's start with self-introductions, as I said. With that, he pointed to the first row of students and said, Let's start with you. I am Rishyang Yu, 6 years old. My hobby is... Then came the self-introductions, nothing much to say. But for the homeroom teacher Jusiyu Anyoli, as each student introduced themselves, cold sweat began to trickle down his face. Jiranzhong Niliang Rishyang Yuzibo. Almost all of the most prominent noble families in Mai were concentrated in this class, not to mention the third Hokage's own son Yuenfei Isima. And that wasn't all. The most important figure was a certain shy girl sitting in a corner. Her name was Jiading Jingyin. Although most of her clan had perished, her current guardian was Lady Gangshou, the granddaughter of Qianshou Zhujian and a notorious troublemaker in Mai. This shy girl was undoubtedly the most untouchable person in the entire ninja academy, bar none. How could a mere ordinary chunin be so unlucky as to be the homeroom teacher of this class? Jusiyu Anyoli calmed the pressure in his heart, raised 3 fingers and scanned the teenagers below with a solemn gaze. He said in a deep voice, Everyone 3 years. You only have 3 years to learn how to become a ninja. And during these 3 years you have a lot to learn. Technically, the Second Ninja War had already ended in the 37th year of Mai, and now there were only minor skirmishes on the borders. But even so, this class at the Ninja Academy was still following the 3-year wartime curriculum. There were many reasons for this, but the main one was that the Second War had consumed too many capable forces, and there was an urgent need for ninjas. To quickly make up for the shortage of troops, the higher-ups ultimately decided to implement the 3-year system. As Jusiyu Anyoli spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and his tone became serious. Becoming a ninja is not that simple. If you can't even gather chakra within a year, you'd better get out of here. though he said that Uchiha and Yoli was trembling inside. Perhaps he would have dared to do that to commoners, but in this class, he had no authority. He just wanted to use words to scare these rookies, hoping they wouldn't cause trouble in the future. And the effect was indeed good. The classroom was dead silent, so quiet that even the sound of swallowing could be heard. "Alright, let's officially start the class now." Uchiha and Yoli nodded with satisfaction at the result. Thus Chianyu's first class at the Ninja Academy officially began. Scions have no shortcuts to growth, only through arduous training. Since wearing the 50 kilograms weighted training suit, Chianyu's daily tasks have not been easy to complete. Because most of the time he still needs to attend the ninja school, Chianyu can only get up early each day to complete half of his daily tasks. When he returns in the evening, he continues with the remaining half. Although he is much more tired each day, the effect is clearly evident. He can clearly sense that his physical strength and the chi within his body are rapidly increasing. As usual, Chianyu completed half of his daily tasks before heading to the ninja school. Just as he arrived at the classroom door, he saw everyone walking out. What's going on today? No class. Chianyu found Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi and asked doubtfully. Today is the assessment day and the test is shuriken throwing. Hatake Kakashi replied. I see. Chianyu nodded disappointedly. He had thought the ninja school was on holiday. He rarely paid attention to the daily schedule as he didn't know what else to do besides sleeping. Following the crowd, Chianyu arrived at the training ground. The homeroom teacher Takemura Yuri had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing everyone was present, he said, "Now the assessment begins. I'll call your names in order. First, Sarutobi-sama." Takemura Yuri's words fell. The hairy Sarutobi-sama stepped forward. He stood at the throwing line and took out 10 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Start. Seeing Asuma ready, Takemura Yuri waved his hand. Receiving the signal, Asuma quickly threw the shuriken in his hand. Not bad. Takemura Yuri nodded with satisfaction and announced. Sarutobi Asuma hit 9 bullseyes, 90 accuracy, time 4 seconds, assessment result excellent, grade A. Alas, I missed one. It must be because I ate one less bun this morning. The smug Sarutobi Asuma returned to the line with light steps. Hey, this guy is pretty good, Might Guy said in surprise. He had thought Sarutobi Asuma was a useless fellow. Unexpectedly, he is so skilled in shuriken throwing. Chianyu glanced at Asuma and said matter-of-factly, "Of course, after all, he is the Hokage's son." Next, Yada Koichi. Yada Koichi hit 7 bullseyes, 70 accuracy, time 4 seconds, assessment result good, grade C. Next, Nakata Takuma. Nakata Takuma hit 5 bullseyes, 60 accuracy, time 3 seconds, assessment result average, grade C. Next, Might Guy. Finally, it's time for me to show my skills. Might Guy hopped to the throwing line. Without waiting for Takemura Yuri's signal, Might Guy used both hands and threw all 10 shuriken within 3 seconds. Hit 2 bullseyes, 20 accuracy, time 3 seconds, assessment result failing, grade E. Might Guy had always been the last in the class, and he spent most of his time on physical training. Therefore his performance in shuriken throwing was very poor. Seeing Might Guy slightly dejected, Takemura Yuri kindly comforted him. Not bad, Might Guy, your progress is quite obvious. Next time strive for a passing grade. The depressed Might Guy completely ignored Takemura Yuri. At that moment, Chianyu stepped forward, patted Might Guy on the shoulder and said, "Great progress, keep it up." "Hey Chianyu-san, I'll work hard." In an instant, Might Guy seemed to be fully revived, brimming with energy. Takemura Yuri stared blankly at Might Guy and Chianyu. Why does a kid's comforting words work so much better than mine? I'm the teacher after all. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Takemura Yuri composed himself and called out the next name. At the name, Hatake Kakashi, a stir ran through the crowd. Wow, my Kakashi is up. Kakashi-san is still so handsome. Shut up, old woman, Kakashi-san is clearly mine. Bastard, I'm only 1 month older than you, what right do you have to call me old? 1 month older is still older. Watching Hatake Kakashi walk to the throwing line amidst enthusiastic applause. Might Guy's face was full of unwillingness. Damn it, why is Kakashi more popular with girls than me? I'm not convinced. Chianyu looked at the indignant Might Guy, utterly confused. Don't you have any self-awareness? With that bowl cut of yours, you'll never have a chance with girls in this life. Even Chianyu himself, because he often hung out with Might Guy, caused the little girls to doubt his taste, and they rarely approached him. Hatake Kakashi, standing at the throwing line, swung his hands and 10 shuriken flew out instantly, all hitting the bullseye. Excellent. Hatake Kakashi hit 10 bullseyes, time 2 seconds, assessment result excellent, grade A. As expected of the son of Lord Hatake Tsukumo, he is truly proficient in everything, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken. Takemura Yuri praised in his heart. Chienyu-sen, I've never seen you use shuriken. I wonder what kind of result you'll achieve. The returning Hatake Kakashi looked at Chienyu, a glint of fighting spirit in his eyes. In terms of overall strength, Chienyu completely crushed him. But boys always have a competitive spirit. Obviously he wanted to beat Chienyu in shuriken throwing. TCH pointless act. Faced with Kakashi's challenge, Chienyu curled his lip. Please take it seriously, Chienyu-san, Kakashi said earnestly, seeing Chienyu's attitude. We'll see. Chienyu yawned and replied perfunctorily. Next, Uchiha Obito. Haha, the shuriken of the great Uchiha clan is no joke, everyone. The first place in this assessment is definitely mine. From the crowd, a boy with a pair of goggles on his head suddenly jumped out and laughed loudly. Oh. Hearing this name, Chienyu, who was almost asleep, suddenly became interested. Noticing Chienyu's unusual expression, Hatake Kakashi said incredulously. You're not interested in that guy, are you? He's even worse than Might Guy, the last place. Kakashi had already investigated everyone's situation in the entire class. After all, information gathering is one of the essential skills of a ninja. As for the information on Uchiha Obito, in Kakashi's view, it was truly appalling. He didn't understand how the usually proud and aloof Uchiha clan could produce such a joker. Watching Chienyu observing Uchiha Obito with keen interest as he approached, Kakashi found it puzzling that Chienyu would be so intrigued by a dead last student, while showing little enthusiasm toward him. Sensing Kakashi's lingering gaze, Chienyu turned his head in confusion. Meeting Kakashi's resentful eyes, he shuddered and quickly explained. Don't you find it amusing? With him the unexpected always happens, Kakashi realized. So you want to see him make a fool of himself? Of course. He's one of the few entertainments I have here. Chienyu nodded earnestly. Kakashi rolled his eyes and fell silent. At the throwing line, Uchiha Obito crossed his arms, 10 shuriken held between his fingers, striking a cool pose. At teacher Takemura Yuri's signal, Obito's hands blurred. In an instant, all 10 shuriken were hurled exactly simultaneously. After throwing, Obito turned around with a dramatic flair like a lone hero who never looks back at an explosion. His imposing aura stunned the onlookers. Even Takemura Yuri felt a jolt. So cool. Lin must be mesmerized by me, Obito thought smugly, already picturing Lin's admiring love-struck eyes. But before he could decide on a triumphant exit pose, Takemura Yuri punched him on the head, sending him to the ground. Uchiha Obito 0 targets hit 0% accuracy, completion time 0. 5 seconds. Assessment extremely poor. No grade. Takemura Yuri almost roared out Obito's results. In his teaching career he had never encountered such an anomaly among the Uchiha clan. Ha! Chienyu was already laughing so hard he could barely stand. Truly, Uchiha Obito never failed to bring him joy. Hopelessly stupid. I think he'll be the most useless Uchiha. Hatake Kakashi covered his face and commented. Oh, don't underestimate him. In the future you might not even be his match. Seeing Kakashi's disdain for Obito, Chienyu said earnestly. You're saying he'll surpass me? A guy like that. Not to belittle him, but I could take 10 of him. Then Kakashi added. Also, Chienyu, please don't lump me with him. It's an insult. Mato Kai would become his rival that he could accept, since his father had once praised Kai in front of him. His father's judgment was sharp, so even if he overlooked Kai he wouldn't underestimate him. And he had witnessed Kai's hard work. Someone like that, even with ordinary talent, could compensate with diligence and become a fine ninja. But a guy who seemed both lazy and unambitious, how could he ever be his opponent? Seeing Kakashi fuming, Chienyu said nothing more. There are always those who become obsessed to the point of madness for the sake of love. And such people are born into the Uchiha clan. Next, Uchiha Chienyu. My turn. Hearing his name, Chienyu walked to the throwing line, took out 10 shuriken from his pouch and flung them out. Since enrolling in the Ninja Academy, he had also found time to practice shuriken jutsu. As a scion, he didn't really need to train in such miscellaneous skills. As long as his ki increased fast enough, later he could just spam ki blasts. But for now, ki wasn't abundant enough to waste, so Chienyu had to hone the accuracy of his ki blasts. And if he kept using ki blasts to train accuracy, he felt he'd be drained dry. So using shuriken throwing to improve his aim was a good choice. And as Obito said, the Uchiha clan really did have a natural talent for shuriken. All the shuriken Chienyu threw hit the bullseye. Excellent. Uchiha Chienyu 10 targets hit, completion time 2 seconds. Assessment outstanding, A grade. Takemura Yuri nodded approvingly at the shuriken all embedded in the targets. He hadn't expected this pleasant surprise. He had low expectations for Chienyu. This Uchiha was hardly better than the perpetually tardy Obito. He had received multiple reports from theory teachers that Chienyu always slept in class without paying attention. But his practical performance was excellent, which changed his opinion. At least he wasn't like Obito, who was useless. Takemura Yuri's gaze softened. He was about to say something to Chienyu, then suddenly thought of something, turned to look at the targets, and walked over. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. It should be an A grade. Takemura Yuri observed the shuriken in the targets, glanced back at Chienyu in surprise, and revised his assessment. What? Is the teacher biased? He hit the same 10 targets as Kakashi, so why is his grade higher? The whole class was confused. Looks like you've won again, Kakashi said thoughtfully to Chienyu. Chienyu shrugged, unconcerned. Quelling the students' murmurs, Takemura Yuri explained. Class, while focusing on accuracy, you must also pay attention to the force behind your shuriken. If you hit the target but can't cause any damage, what's the use? Scratching. Originally, Takemura Yuri didn't want to say this because due to their age the students' bodies hadn't developed yet, so lack of strength was normal. That was why he hadn't mentioned force before the test. But he hadn't expected an anomaly like Chienyu to appear. Half of Chienyu's shuriken had sunk into the targets. Such force was difficult even for an adult man, let alone a child. After Takemura Yuri's explanation, the whole class understood, and no longer objected to Chienyu's grade. With this small episode, the test ended soon. Takemura Yuri announced. This test is over. First place is Uchiha Chienyu. All of you should learn from him. He then looked at the calm-faced Chienyu, and continued. Chienyu, though you got first place in practical class, don't be complacent. You must pay more attention to theory class and avoid being unbalanced. Got it, Chienyu replied perfunctorily. Those theory classes were about chakra theory, which he didn't need since he didn't use chakra, so he naturally didn't study them. If he could, he wouldn't even attend class. But he guessed Takemura Yuri wouldn't allow it. Year 39 of Konoha. The Second Great Ninja War had long concluded. Large-scale conflicts had ceased, with only minor skirmishes persisting along the borders of various nations. Yet this could no longer sway the war's outcome. As one of the victorious nations, Konoha was already negotiating fiercely at the table to secure its own interests. However, a sudden tragic news dampened the joy of Konoha's victory. During a mission of little consequence, the leader, Konoha's white fawn Hatake Tsukumo, abandoned the mission to save his comrades, causing it to fail. As a result, Hatake Tsukumo faced condemnation from the villagers. Unable to bear the pressure of public opinion, he took his own life. Inside the ninja academy. On the playground, Chienyu and Might Guy sat on chairs in the corner. Chienyu's tail swayed up and down, teasing biliously. Humph, that wretched Kakashi. I still considered him my lifelong rival, yet he left without even a word. Might Guy, seeing only the two of them remaining, spoke indignantly. Due to his father's sudden death, Kakashi, who had been silent for nearly a month, applied for early graduation and easily passed the graduation exam. During this period he had hardly any communication with Chienyu and the others. It seemed that Hatake Tsukumo's suicide had dealt him a heavy blow. Ah! Chienyu sighed softly upon hearing this. This was something he could not prevent at present. In his previous life he had watched the Naruto anime, but he never delved deeply into its intricacies, so he did not understand the underlying reasons. He had only assumed that Hatake Tsukumo's suicide was due to his own fragile mentality. But having experienced it firsthand, he realized that the truth behind this matter was far from simple. Konoha was darker than he had imagined. The suicide was real, but it was unreasonable that a mere failed mission could be magnified into a village-wide condemnation, even including the very ninja who had been saved, all pointing fingers at Hatake Tsukumo. Chienyu would never believe that this happened without the tacit approval or instigation of Konoha's higher-ups. It was likely all about the position of Hokage. Hatake Tsukumo, as the head of the Anbu and the most prominent candidate for the fourth Hokage, stood in the way of Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo hoped to become the fourth Hokage himself, while Hiruzen Sarutobi wished for a succession within his lineage, having his own disciple take over. When Hatake Tsukumo made a mistake, the two collaborated seamlessly, seizing the opportunity to turn a matter that could have been suppressed into village-wide knowledge. Their goal was simple: to use this incident to undermine Hatake Tsukumo's prestige in Konoha, not only to cut off his path to becoming Hokage, but also to better control him. Yet they never expected that this would directly drive Hatake Tsukumo to suicide. Whether Shimura Danzo regretted it Qianyu did not know, but he suspected that Hiruzen Sarutobi must have been spitting blood in regret. After all, Hatake Sakuma was a genuine Kage-level powerhouse. If the Jinchuriki were a nuclear deterrent, a Kage-level stronghold was like a self-propelled nuclear cannon that could be fired at any time and roam the entire map. Might Guy did not understand the reason for Qianyu's sigh. He only thought that Qianyu was also upset about losing a playmate. He comforted. Qianyu, Kakashi has just become a ninja. When he has no missions, we can still go to his house to play. Qianyu ignored Might Guy's words. He looked up at the bright sunlight and murmured to himself, "Perhaps I should graduate too." "What? Qianyu, are you going to apply for early graduation as well?" Might Guy was taken aback, then said matter-of-factly, "Right, Qianyu, your strength is far greater than Kakashi's. If he can graduate, you certainly can too. I think Qianyu doesn't want to lose to Kakashi." "That's not the reason." Qianyu shook his head. In his previous life and this one he was already over 30, how could he still engage in such childish behavior? "Then what is it?" Might Guy asked, puzzled. "I'm about to run out of money for food." Saying this, Qianyu wore a hint of melancholy. Meow. Even Bailusi, who had been playing with Qianyu's tail, let out a soft cry. Its cat food had become quite inferior lately. Qianyu hadn't expected that the pension left by his cheap parents would be so easily squandered. The scion physique coupled with extensive physical training demanded an enormous amount of food. Based on his current spending, Qianyu counted on his fingers and calculated that he could last at most another year and a half. After a year and a half he would be completely broke. "Qianyu, when do you plan to graduate?" "In another year." Qianyu considered for a moment, giving himself a year to develop. Speaking of which, after obtaining the scion bloodline, Qianyu's personality had undergone some changes, inheriting some of the scion's arrogant nature. Perhaps he felt that in the future he would undoubtedly dominate the Naruto world, so his daily training did not push himself to the limit. Moreover, this was not planet Vegeta with 10 times the gravity. So compared to scions who trained for the same duration, his progress was likely much slower. And this year Qianyu truly intended not to waste it. Rather than fear and worry on the battlefield due to insufficient combat power, he preferred to face battles with confidence. Ring. The bell of the Ninja Academy rang, signaling the end of break time. Qianyu stood up, settled his future plans, and without further ado headed straight outside the academy. After walking a bit, Might Guy noticed Qianyu wasn't following and turned to shout. "Qianyu, where are you going? Class has already started." Without looking back, Qianyu said to Might Guy, "I'm not going. I'm going to train. If teacher Jusiu and Yoli asks where I went, tell him I had a stomachache and went home to rest." With that, without waiting for Might Guy's response, he directly vaulted over the wall and jumped out of the Ninja Academy. Hey. Watching Qianyu disappear, Might Guy stood dumbfounded. Giving such a flimsy excuse is just asking for a beating. What? Stomachache. Doesn't the Ninja Academy have a medical room? I think he just doesn't want to attend theory class. Sure enough, when Might Guy stammered out Qianyu's departure, Zhu Siyu and Yoli was furious. He already doesn't pay attention in class, and I've let it slide because his practical scores are good. But now he's actually skipping school with such a flimsy excuse. Does he think I am a decoration? You should know where Qianyu went, right? Zhu Siyu and Yoli asked. Teacher, if I don't tell you, will you hit me? Might Guy swallowed his saliva and said quietly. What do you think? Zhu Siyu and Yoli cast a sidelong glance at Might Guy. Meitokai looked Jutsu and Yoli up and down, comparing the strength of Qianyu and Jutsu and Yoli in his mind. He closed his eyes and said, Then teacher, you'd better hit me. I won't say a word. You blockhead. Jutsu and Yoli was so angry that he almost slapped Meitokai's head. Having taught Meitokai for so long, he knew that Meitokai was straightforward and would not speak even if beaten. He had to change his approach. He suppressed the rising anger in his heart and tried to soften his tone. Kai, you don't understand. I'm doing this for Qianyu's good. You should know that Qianyu's academic performance is severely unbalanced. If he doesn't study hard on theory, he won't pass the graduation exam. But Qianyu said, Is he the teacher or am I? Would the teacher lie to you? Before Meitokai could finish, Jutsu and Yoli interrupted him. Looking at Jutsu and Yoli's serious face, Meitokai finally said, All right, I understand. Qianyu is in the grove at the outskirts of the Uchiha district. Indeed, tough tactics wouldn't work on Meitokai. After extracting the location where Qianyu often trained from Meitokai's mouth, Jutsu and Yoli rolled up his sleeves and rushed over hurriedly. When he arrived at the grove, he happened to see Qianyu training. Jutsu Yoli was slightly stunned and the anger on his face softened considerably. So he's training in taijutsu. He had thought Jianyu was skipping class to play. He seemed diligent. However, even so, the fact of skipping class still needed to be addressed. Watching Jianyu from a distance as he focused on his training, Jutsu Yoli pondered and decided to give Jianyu a surprise. He slowed his steps, crouched down, and stealthily crept toward Jianyu. Kid, you dare skip class? I'll beat you to death. Just as he was in the grass only 5 meters away from Jianyu, he suddenly lunged out. Jianyu had already sensed the movement behind him. The moment Jutsu Yoli moved, he performed a side roll to evade the sudden pounce. Then as Jutsu Yoli fell to the ground, he sat down on his body. Ouch, my old back. Get off. How can you be so heavy, kid? The weight of Jianyu's body plus the weighted training suit he wore almost made Jutsu Yoli spit out a mouthful of blood. Jianyu ignored Jutsu Yoli's words, firmly restraining the teacher beneath him, and muttered indifferently. It seems that Kai is unreliable too, betraying me so quickly. Humph. He would never reveal your location even if beaten. He's just a bit simple. The teacher beneath him snorted coldly. His words spared Meitokai from a beating. How did you detect me? Jutsu Yoli then asked. He prided himself on making no sound when approaching textbook-level stealth, no reason for a brat to notice. I sensed it. Jianyu answered casually. I see. I didn't expect you to have a talent for that. Jutsu Yoli realized that he had not concealed his chakra while sneaking over. Because in his mind, how could someone of this age possess a sensing jutsu, let alone apply it while training? What he didn't know was that Jianyu's sensing was completely different from what he imagined. Chi is different from chakra. Chakra requires refinement to obtain, but chi does not. All living beings in the world possess chi. Moreover, each person's chi is unique, never the same. It was through chi sensing that Jianyu detected Jutsu Yoli's arrival. Jianyu knew that Jutsu Yoli had misunderstood, but he didn't explain. Instead, he looked down and asked, Teacher Jutsu Yoli, how about we pretend today never happened? Jianyu's meaning was clear. He wanted Jutsu Yoli to overlook his truancy while he would not reveal that he had sat on the teacher. Humph. Get off me now. What did you eat to grow so heavy? Although Jutsu Yoli didn't agree, Jianyu knew it was tacit acceptance since the teacher also valued his dignity. If this got out at the Ninja Academy, Jutsu Yoli as the homeroom teacher would lose face. Jianyu released him and walked aside. Jutsu Yoli got up from the grass, rubbed his back, and said grumpily, If you had just told me you were taking leave for training, I might have agreed. Why lie? I see. I'll be careful next time. Next time. Jutsu Yoli's eyes widened. If you skip class again, don't expect to graduate and become a genin. Jianyu rubbed his forehead. The Ninja Academy teachers were truly dedicated, even more so than his past life teachers. But at this moment he still needed Jutsu Yoli's approval. Such was the rule of Konohagakure. Only students who graduated from the Ninja Academy were eligible to become genin. And only genin could accept missions in exchange for rewards. This rule had been set since the second Hokage established the Ninja Academy. Jianyu's current strength was not enough to break such a rule. Alright, I'll be honest. I'll apply for early graduation in 1 year. Before that, I need to improve my strength. Those theory classes are a complete waste of my time. Upon hearing this, Jutsu Yoli looked directly into Jianyu's eyes. Because of Kakashi's precedent of early graduation, he wasn't surprised. He was just observing whether Jianyu was telling the truth. Finding that Jianyu wasn't lying, and considering that Jianyu had indeed been training seriously when he skipped class, he thought for a moment, then replied slowly. If it's true, then I can indeed apply to the school for special treatment for you. However what? However, I need to give you a practical combat test first to prove you deserve the special treatment. Jutsu Yoli grinned, showing a sly smile. In fact, in the previous assessments arranged by the Ninja Academy, Jianyu's strength had always been among the top. He didn't need to go through the trouble of another combat test. But if he didn't teach Jianyu a lesson today, it would be hard to maintain his teacher's dignity. You'll regret it. Jianyu silently looked down at the grass. Where Jutsu Yoli had been pinned to the ground earlier, there was still a human-shaped depression in the grass. Following Jianyu's gaze, Jutsu Yoli also saw the human-shaped pit. He immediately became furious and embarrassed. That time I was careless and didn't dodge. Then let's not waste time. Come on. Jianyu shrugged indifferently. Chiharu, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know your place. Before Tamura Yuri's words had faded, she was already in motion, sprinting around Chiharu at high speed. Chiharu stood there unmoving with no reaction. Seeing this, Tamura Yuri frowned. Was this boy underestimating the teachers of the ninja academy? Without hesitation, Tamura Yuri reached into her ninja pouch, withdrew a few shurikens, and hurled them at Chiharu. Chiharu coldly watched the approaching shurikens, utterly unflustered. He slightly sidestepped to avoid the first one, then leaped backward, causing the 2 remaining shurikens to miss. His movements were clean and precise, without a single wasted motion. Tamura Yuri was unperturbed that Chiharu had dodged so easily. It was merely a preliminary test. Then, gathering chakra in his feet, he exploded into motion the moment Chiharu evaded the shurikens. In a flash, he appeared before Chiharu, swinging a punch toward his face. Chiharu was momentarily taken aback, expecting Tamura Yuri to use ninjutsu, not taijutsu. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Chiharu muttered inwardly, then easily dodged the punch by tilting his head. Tamura Yuri's assault didn't end there. Before his body landed, he delivered a series of kicks. Thump. 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 Chiharu extended his palm, blocking each strike in succession. Tamura Yuri used the impact to land, then planted his hands on the ground, channeled chakra into his feet, and swept a roundhouse kick at Chiharu's lower body. Thump. Chiharu stamped his foot, absorbing the sweeping kick with sheer force, remaining completely still. After withstanding Tamura Yuri's attack, Chiharu began his counterattack. He raised his right hand and struck before Tamura Yuri could even rise. Feeling the gust of the punch, Tamura Yuri's pupils contracted sharply as a sense of danger surged within him. The next moment, unable to evade, Tamura Yuri was hit by Chiharu's fist. But in that instant, a puff of smoke erupted and Tamura Yuri's form was replaced by a log. Chiharu's fist had already struck, shattering the log into splinters, then slammed into the ground, creating a crater half a meter in diameter with fine cracks radiating outward. Having evaded Chiharu's attack via the substitution technique, Tamura Yuri stared in horror at the crater, instinctively stepping back to create a safe distance from the motionless Chiharu. Only then did he fully realize that the student he had taught for a full year had already surpassed him in taijutsu. Shall we continue? Humph. Tamura Yuri's expression turned grim. He quickly formed hand seals, and after a puff of smoke, 2 clones of himself appeared. The 3 figures wasted no time charging at Chiharu with kunai. Chiharu glanced at them a few times, a strange expression crossing his face. These were mere shadow clones, lacking any offensive power and devoid of chi. Chiharu could easily discern the real body through his sensory perception. According to his sensing, none of these 3 were real. Chiharu ignored the clones, focused on sensing Tamura Yuri's actual presence, then suddenly thrust his palm fingers together, stabbing into the ground. His entire arm sank into the earth without resistance. Then he spread his fingers, grabbed, and yanked upward. Come out! Amidst flying dirt and rocks, Tamura Yuri, who had been using the earth release technique, was forcibly dragged out of the ground by Chiharu. Seeing Tamura Yuri suspended in midair, Chiharu's gaze turned cold. He stepped back, slightly clenched his right fist, and the muscles in his arm bulged instantly. Ha! With a soft shout, Chiharu's right fist blurred into a shadow, striking Tamura Yuri's abdomen. Tamura Yuri's body curled into a shrimp-like shape, then flew backwards, slamming hard into a tree trunk. Lying on the ground, Tamura Yuri felt as if his internal organs had shifted. The intense pain radiating through his body left his mind blank. Whoa! Tamura Yuri spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to recover for a long time. Chiharu, the exam ends here. He propped himself up against the tree, finished speaking, and then closed his eyes to rest. Upon hearing this, Chiharu relaxed, reverting to his innocent, harmless demeanor. He had no intention of provoking Tamura Yuri further at this moment. After all, it was hardly a glorious thing for a teacher to lose to a student. A long time passed. Just as Chiharu was about to resume training, Tamura Yuri finally opened his eyes, looking at Chiharu with a complex expression. He said slowly, I'll explain to the school administration why you don't attend class, but to avoid causing a stir, you'll still need to come to school occasionally. Fine. Chiharu nodded in agreement. Then I'll head back first. With that, Tamura Yuri stood up, clutching his abdomen, and limped toward the village. Did I hit too hard? Watching Tamura Yuri's pitiful back, Chiharu muttered under his breath. But after this fight, Tamura Yuri probably wouldn't bother him anymore. With that thought, Chiharu settled down and continued his training for the day. At the Ninja Academy. Chienyu, please go stand outside. And Uchiha Obito, get out and stand outside. Both had committed infractions, yet Takemura Yuri's attitude toward them was starkly different. Teacher Takemura, why are you so lenient with Chienyu but with me? Uchiha Obito, as one of the parties involved, voiced his discontent quite appropriately. Shut up. If you keep rambling, I'll make you stand on your head. Before Obito could finish, Takemura landed a punch on his head. What a joke. He can't beat Chienyu anyway. If I speak too harshly, Chienyu might suddenly lash out. How could I continue being a teacher then? Why bother? In the corridor, Chienyu looked speechlessly at Obito, who had a bump on his head. I just can't accept it. I was late because I helped an old lady cross the street while you were openly sleeping in class. Why treat me so badly? Obito shouted, clutching the lump on his forehead. Young man, there are plenty of unfair things in this world. Chienyu shook his head. Obito, who had yet to be tempered by society, was truly naive. He couldn't be bothered to argue further and looked up at the bright sunlight. With his hands behind his head, he strolled slowly out of the school. Such fine weather, it would be a shame not to take a walk. Hey, where are you going? Teacher Takemura told us to stand here as punishment. Obito asked in confusion. Chienyu replied without turning back. I don't like standing outside being stared at like a monkey. Earlier, when Takemura told him to stand outside, he had said nothing because it made skipping class easier. As for standing punishment, no way. You're skipping class? Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. In his limited imagination, such a bold idea had never crossed his mind. Chienyu turned around and grinned at Obito. You want to come along? On the streets of Konoha, people bustled about, lively and bustling. Chienyu strolled leisurely. Truth be told, he had never wandered the streets of Konoha before. Behind him, Obito kept his head down, nervously glancing around, afraid of being noticed. Seduced by Chienyu's tempting words, he had followed without a second thought. But now he was beginning to regret it. Uchiha Obito was a model student. If an acquaintance saw him, wouldn't that ruin his perfect image? But now that he was already here, there was no turning back. Takemura must have realized they had left the school. Yet, seeking reassurance, Obito crept up to Chienyu and whispered, Hey Chienyu, is this really okay? Chienyu glanced at the cautious Obito. My combat exam results were pretty good. Teacher Takemura probably won't do much to me because of that. As for you, well, that's hard to say. Obito was petrified. I'm doomed. He had actually skipped class with a top student. Was he asking for trouble? In the end, all the blame would fall on him. Double punishment. The mere thought made Obito feel despair. What, are you scared? Seeing Obito's desperate expression, Chienyu kindly advised. If you're scared, you can go back. Maybe Takemura will go easy on you if you repent. Provoked by Chienyu, Obito's pride flared. He puffed out his chest and declared, Who says I'm scared? I, Obito, am not afraid of punishment for skipping class. Heh. Chienyu chuckled softly. Despite Obito's tough talk, now when Takemura hung him up and beat him, he would surely be crying for mercy. Where are we going now? Obito changed the subject. I'm going to train. Do whatever you want, Chienyu replied. Inviting Obito to skip class had been a whim. He thought bringing Obito along might lead to something interesting. Don't be like that. Since we came out together, we should stick together, right? Obito clearly didn't want to part ways with Chienyu and pestered him. Fine then, just follow me, Chienyu said indifferently. With Obito in tow, Chienyu headed toward his usual training ground. Hee hee. Suddenly they heard a rather lecherous laugh. The two turned curiously and saw a tall, white-haired figure lying on a wooden wall. The girls of Konoha are so pretty. Their skin is so much better than in the rain country. Isn't that Jiraiya? Chienyu was surprised. According to the story, Jiraiya should still be in the rain country teaching Nagato and the others. So he just came back. Peeping at the bathhouse the moment he returns, he really lives up to his title of the perverted sage. Chienyu shook his head, not wanting to meddle. However, Obito beside him thought differently. Peeping in broad daylight. You white-haired pervert, face my righteous punishment. Obito pointed a trembling finger at Jiraiya. Before his corruption, Obito, though unreliable, was a truly sunny and energetic youth full of positive energy. He also had a strong sense of justice. Before Chienyu could stop him, Obito had already charged forward. The result was obvious. A puff of smoke appeared around Jiraiya, enveloping Obito. Boom! A dull thud came from the smoke. When the smoke cleared, Chienyu saw Obito pinned under a toad, unconscious. Jiraiya, sitting cross-legged on the toad's back, looked down and examined Obito. Noticing the clan crest on his clothes, Jiraiya remarked in surprise. It seems Konoha has changed a lot in the 3 years I've been away. Even the aloof Uchiha clan now has such a warm-hearted kid. He really is a warm-hearted kid, Chienyu agreed. There's another one. Hearing Qianyu's voice, Jiraiya was startled and instinctively patted the toad's head. Peeping is best done in secret. If you're discovered, you have to knock out all witnesses. The toad understood Jiraiya's intent, opened its mouth, and shot out its long tongue, aiming for Qianyu. Qianyu frowned, reached out, grabbed the tongue, and yanked hard. In an instant the toad flew toward him, dragging Jiraiya along. This kid is incredibly strong. Jiraiya's expression changed. Before he could react, Qianyu extended his other hand and punched the toad, sending the toad straight back to Mount Myaboku. Watching the toad dissolve into smoke and vanish, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. This casually summoned toad, though lacking combat prowess, could at least hold its own against the genin. Yet to his surprise, the Uchiha boy before him had sent it back with a single punch. In other words, this Uchiha brat could incapacitate a genin with one blow. What astonished him even more was that the Uchiha boy showed no sign of stopping. After dispatching the toad, his fist continued its trajectory with undiminished force, hurtling straight toward Jiraiya's face. When did the Uchiha clan, renowned for their bloodline limits, start walking the path of taijutsu? Were they aiming for all-round development in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu? Jiraiya eyed the incoming fist. Though tempted to test its power, he sidestepped midair to evade it. After all, he couldn't very well take a punch to his handsome face. Qianyu didn't mind Jiraiya's dodge if he couldn't evade that. He wouldn't be one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, seeing that Qianyu had ceased his attack, strolled over with his hand on his chin, his wooden clogs clacking against the ground. He circled Qianyu curiously, and the clan emblem on the back of Qianyu's martial arts uniform dispelled any doubt that the boy wasn't from the Uchiha clan. After all, in Konoha no one else would paint such an ugly clan emblem on their clothes. Ah, someone's peeping. Just as Jiraiya was about to question Qianyu, a loud cry echoed through the bathhouse, followed by a chorus of screams. What? Some pervert dares to peep at me. Does he have a death wish? Could it be that white-haired lecher is back? Sisters, come with me. If he's ugly, kill him on the spot. If he's handsome, nobody fight me for him. What if it's a woman? Then she's mine. Damn, stay away from me. Qianyu, inexperienced in peeping, was still bewildered. But Jiraiya, a veteran in such matters, instantly used the body flicker technique to flee upon hearing the screams. By the time Qianyu reacted, it was too late. A group of scantily clad young ladies had already stormed over. What? It's just a kid. One of the young ladies sounded utterly disappointed. Starting young, huh? Learning to peep like that white-haired pervert. The little guy looks cute, but his size is a bit small. He's my type. Amid the contemptuous and somewhat malicious stares of the young ladies, Qianyu struggled to maintain his composure, cursing inwardly. Jiraiya. That bastard left him to clean up this mess. But no amount of cursing would help. Jiraiya had already made his escape. Faced with the young ladies who seemed ready to devour him, in 2 different ways, someone had to be the scapegoat. So Qianyu decisively pointed at the unconscious Uchiha Obito and said in a child's innocent tone, "It was him peeping at you. I've already knocked him out." Really? Could it be you two were in it together? Though the young ladies found Qianyu too cute to be a peeper, they weren't easily fooled. But just then one of them pointed at Uchiha Obito in surprise and anger. "Hey, isn't this the brat who bullied my grandmother this morning?" Bullied your grandmother? The young ladies were stunned, and even Qianyu looked bewildered, but he followed along. "He told me he helped an old lady cross the street this morning." Then it's definitely this little bastard. Hearing Qianyu's words, the young lady grew even angrier. "This morning my grandmother was just standing by the roadside soaking up the sun. This kid without a word dragged her across the street. My grandmother, seeing his good intentions, said nothing and walked back to the other side. But this stubborn brat dragged her back again. This went on 3 times, and my grandmother was so frustrated she cried. And now I catch him peeping at me in the bath. I'm going to make his family answer for this." With that, the young lady dragged the limp Uchiha Obito toward the Uchiha compound. "Right, don't let him off." Behind her, the other young ladies were equally indignant, determined to see it through. Qianyu wanted to explain for Obito, but for some reason, he just wanted to laugh. Indeed, trouble always seems to find this guy. May he have a pleasant day. Watching the young ladies disappear from sight, Qianyu called out toward a dark corner. "Come out, they're gone." As soon as Qianyu spoke, Jiraiya emerged. Seeing the boy's silence, Jiraiya didn't press further and changed the subject. "Wasn't that Uchiha kid your friend? And you just threw him under the bus?" After using the body flicker to escape, Jiraiya hadn't gone far. Perhaps he was watching the show. He wanted to see the Uchiha boy flustered. But to his surprise, the kid was even slicker. he immediately shifted the blame to another Uchiha. Qianyu shot Jiraiya a dirty look. "If you hadn't run off so fast would I have had to do that?" "Ha! Ha ha! Kid, I like your attitude. Let's get acquainted. I'm Jiraiya. What's your name?" Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, then looked at Qianyu with great curiosity. "Uchiha Qianyu," Qianyu replied calmly. Seeing the boy's indifferent gaze, Jiraiya asked suspiciously. "I'm Jiraiya, you know." "You don't know who I am." "I know, you're a pervert." "I'm a pervert." Seeing Qianyu's matter-of-fact expression, Jiraiya was furious. He had expected that announcing his name would leave the kid speechless with shock, maybe even earn him an admiring glance. But the last thing he expected was this most detestable evaluation. The great Jiraiya-sama, one of the 3 legendary Sannin who had rendered countless services to Konoha, was seen as nothing but a pervert in the eyes of a Konoha brat. How could this be? What had the Konoha High Command been spreading about him during his 3-year absence? Who told you I'm a pervert?" Qianyu turned his head and looked at the small hole in the wooden wall. The implication was clear. Jiraiya tried to defend himself. "That was for material collection. I'm a writer. I need inspiration to create great works. And listen up, even if I am a pervert, I'm no ordinary pervert." I concede defeat. Qianyu never imagined that Jiraiya's skin could be this thick. No wonder he dared to pursue Tsunade. With such a thick hide, even a cannonball couldn't penetrate it, let alone Tsunade's fist. Watching the white-haired old man proudly begin to dance an awkward jig, Qianyu shook his head. How bored must he be to argue with Jiraiya over such a trivial matter? With this time he might as well finish today's daily tasks early. With that thought, Qianyu turned around, ignoring Jiraiya, and walked toward his usual training spot. "Leaving already?" Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment when Qianyu walked away. Since Qianyu knew his nickname Pervert, he must certainly know who he was. Given that his reaction seemed too calm. What a strange boy. Is there really something more captivating than me, one of the Sannin? Watching Qianyu's receding figure without a backward glance, Jiraiya stroked his chin, a flicker of curiosity rising in his eyes. He looked up at the sky. It was still early. Although he had returned to Konoha 3 years ago, there was no need to rush to see his teacher. Besides, meeting a nagging old man was far less enjoyable than playing with a kindred-spirited youth. Jiraiya hesitated no longer and silently followed behind Qianyu. Qianyu, walking ahead, had already noticed Jiraiya following him, but he didn't mind as long as he didn't disturb his training. The two walked along the street to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan's residential area. The Uchiha compound was much livelier than usual today. Qianyu could faintly hear the voices of those young ladies. They were probably demanding an explanation from the Uchiha clan leader. Qianyu didn't want to join the commotion. Besides, Jiraiya hadn't hit hard. If Obito woke up and saw him, it would be troublesome. Better let Obito suffer a little. Arriving at the familiar grove, Qianyu began his training for the day. 1. 2. 1999. 2000. Not bad perseverance. When Jiraiya saw Qianyu finish 2,000 push-ups without resting, he gave a faint compliment. But as time passed, watching Qianyu still training frantically, his expression gradually changed, and some doubts were resolved. He had suspected that the punch Qianyu used to send away the toad was secretly infused with chakra. But later, when he secretly examined Qianyu's body, he found no trace of chakra. The boy hadn't even refined chakra. In other words, Qianyu's punch was purely from his own strength. This was beyond even a genin, and physically weak Chunin couldn't achieve it. But after seeing Qianyu's training, he understood the reason behind his strong taijutsu. Such insane and intense physical training was indeed the best way to improve taijutsu. However, didn't this kid have a future? Excessive training was draining his life. Years of hellish training would wear down the body. Without careful post-training care, hidden injuries would accumulate. This could affect his future strength, and in severe cases even prevent him from becoming a ninja. Thinking this, he felt a certain admiration for Qianyu. A child with such perseverance was truly rare. Come to think of it, what was he doing at this age? Reading naughty books. No, it was studying the masterpieces of peers to pave the way for becoming a great literary master. Then becoming a genin, learning to hide himself and peeping on girls bathing. Well, no, it was research. It wasn't until he entered the battlefield and experienced the cruelty of life and death that he understood the harshness of being a shinobi and began training seriously. Watching Qianyu still training, Jiraiya gradually sank into self-doubt. A thought arose in his mind, taking Qianyu as his disciple, and it grew stronger. The prophecy from the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. He would take a disciple, a child of destiny who would change the world. Though he believed this child of destiny was likely Nagato whom he had taken in the Rain Country, nothing was absolute. What if it was someone else? Jiraiya was unwilling to let any possibility slip. Cast a wide net to catch fish. Besides, taking a few more disciples wouldn't hurt. Moreover, taking Uchiha Chienyu as a disciple might help change the Uchiha clan's prejudice against the village. After all, he was a staunch supporter of the Hokage faction and a direct disciple of the third Hokage. If he hadn't declined, he could even contend for the position of the next Hokage. Thinking this way, it was a win-win situation. Finally, he silently scrutinized Chienyu. Perseverance, needless to say excellent. Talent, being from the Uchiha clan, it couldn't be bad. Looks, well, slightly inferior to his own but barely passable. With these 3 points settled, Jiraiya no longer hesitated. He walked directly in front of Chienyu and said, "Chienyu, I think highly of you. Would you like to be my disciple?" Chienyu stared at Jiraiya in surprise for a long time, as if he hadn't expected Jiraiya to say that. Ha! He couldn't help but laugh. If he were just an ordinary time traveler without a cheat, hearing that one of the Sannin Jiraiya wanted to take him as a disciple, he might have jumped for joy. After all, this guy's disciples would become top-tier figures in the ninja world, at least Kage level, with the strongest capable of single-handedly dominating the ninja world. But for Chienyu, who possessed the Dragon Ball combat system, it was merely a heh. Seeing Chienyu's dismissive expression, Jiraiya flew into a rage. "Hey kid, what's with that look? Go ask around how many people begged me, the Toad Sage, to take them as disciples, and I've refused them all with righteous indignation. Now I'm kindly offering to take you on. It's a blessing others can only dream of. If I go to your clan leader now and say I want to take you as a disciple, your dear leader would laugh in his sleep. Shut up, you're disturbing my training. If you want to take me as a disciple, wait until I finish." Watching the still blabbering Jiraiya, Chienyu suddenly shouted, "I?" Jiraiya was dumbfounded, feeling a twinge of humiliation at that moment. His status in Konoha was extraordinary. Not only was he one of the Sannin, but also a direct disciple of the current Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. With such status and strength, he was being yelled at by a kid. How could this be tolerated? Well, Jiraiya did have a good temper. He actually stopped disturbing Chienyu. He just walked to the side and muttered softly, "It's a good thing it's me. If you talk to the other two Sannin like that, you'd be dead without knowing how." The sun was setting behind the western mountains, and time had passed swiftly during training. Chienyu had already completed his daily tasks, but recently, once he started cultivating, he couldn't stop until his energy was completely drained. More than half a year had passed since he decided to graduate early from the Ninja Academy. During these months, aside from occasionally showing his face at the academy, he had devoted himself entirely to training. This brought a tremendous leap in his strength, especially while wearing the weighted training suit. Huff! He pushed his stamina to the limit. Exhausting himself to the utmost, Chienyu lay on his back on the grass. Though utterly fatigued, he felt the robustly growing chi within him, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Kid, finished training? Then let's talk about you becoming my disciple." Jiraiya, who had been watching from the side, noticed that Chienyu had stopped training but hadn't paid him any attention. He approached with a scowl. You're still here?" Chienyu snapped back to reality, looking at Jiraiya in surprise. He had hoped that by losing his temper at Jiraiya, the man would be offended enough to leave on his own. But he hadn't expected Jiraiya to be so persistent. Could it be that in Jiraiya's eyes he was the so-called savior? "You!" Jiraiya was so enraged by Chienyu's words that smoke seemed to billow from his nostrils. "Listen to that. Is that something a human would say? Bro, I'm Jiraiya, you know. The legendary Sannin. Give me some respect, will you?" Jiraiya felt as if he were begging Chienyu. Chienyu rubbed his temples in annoyance and asked, "What can you teach me? The art of peeping? Or the technique of lurking in the bushes? You actually know about my famous... Pfft. Do you think the Toad Sage only has such paltry skills?" Jiraiya was almost led astray by Chienyu, then flushed with anger and said, "Let me tell you, I know plenty of ninjutsu, some so powerful they'd scare you to death." Chienyu couldn't be bothered to retort. He waved his hand at Jiraiya, signaling him to move aside. "Powerful." Chienyu gave Jiraiya a strange look, then directly summoned the system shop. He scrolled to a skill he had hesitated over for a long time. Kamehameha. The ultimate technique created by Master Rashi. It was a peerless move that concentrated all the energy in one's body into a single point and released it all at once. This was the most frequently used skill in Dragon Ball, bar none. It could be said that this technique ran through the entire story of the Dragon Ball world. Originally, Chienyu hadn't planned to waste points on exchanging this skill. Ever since he had acquired Chi, he had been trying to unleash this move. Unfortunately, he wasn't Goku, who could learn it just by watching Master Roshi do it once. Following the hand gestures from the anime, the energy wave he produced was only superficially similar with much weaker power. It seemed that the skills from Dragon Ball weren't so simple, they required proper methods. Without hesitation, Qianyu spent 200 points to exchange for the Kamehameha. Instantly the usage of the Kamehameha surged into his mind. So that's how it is. Qianyu's expression turned to one of sudden understanding as he absorbed the knowledge. Kid, you must be stunned by how powerful it is, right? You taijutsu-type ninjas lack powerful ninjutsu the most. Just become my disciple and A-rank ninjutsu will be yours for the picking. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Move aside first. Qianyu snapped back to reality and gestured for Jiraiya to step aside. Jiraiya complied, looking at Qianyu with curiosity. Ka. Qianyu placed his hands at his waist, channeling his chi into his palms. What is this kid up to? Jiraiya was puzzled, unable to comprehend the meaning of Qianyu's stance. Was he about to perform some acrobatics for him? Me. Qianyu softly uttered the second word, and a faint blue light began to flicker between his hands. As the chi gradually gathered, the faint blue light grew brighter and brighter, eventually forming a small ball of energy that radiated an otherworldly glow in Qianyu's hands. Suddenly the entire space seemed to press down, and an invisible oppressive force enveloped the surroundings. Damn it, what are you doing? Stop! Jiraiya's face turned serious. He felt an indescribable energy emanating from Qianyu, making every hair on his body stand on end. What the hell? This is definitely not chakra. What kind of power is this? Jiraiya had seen many strange powers in his years in the ninja world, but he had never encountered anything like what Qianyu was displaying. It was similar to chakra, yet far more violent and powerful. He sensed a crisis from Qianyu. He wanted to interrupt Qianyu, but he didn't know what effect it might have on him, so he could only stare helplessly. Ha! Me! Ha! Qianyu's Kamehameha was complete. A blue energy blast shot forth, instantly trailing a long tail. It streaked through the air like a beam of light, leaving a blue arc. It crashed into the forest not far away. Rumble. In an instant, violent energy raged through the woods. A blinding light turned the entire forest blue. The entire forest shook as if struck by a violent earthquake. The tremor was clearly felt even in Konohagakure. What happened? Was that an earthquake? Look over there. It looks like a huge explosion. My god, who's crazy enough to test the ninjutsu near the Uchiha clan grounds? The Uchiha clan grounds, being closest, shook the most violently. The Uchiha, who had no idea what was happening, stared in horror at the location of the Kamehameha explosion. Meanwhile, at the Konoha military police headquarters. What's going on? Fugaku Uchiha, the captain of the police force, felt the building tremble, and his expression changed. At that moment, a Uchiha entered and said urgently, Captain Fugaku, there's an enormous energy fluctuation in the forest west of the clan grounds. It seems some ninja is attempting a high-powered technique. Nonsense. Gather a team. I want to see which bastard dares to cause trouble around our clan grounds. Fugaku Uchiha slammed his hand on the desk, his face dark. The lingering energy of the Kamehameha gradually dissipated and the forest returned to calm. However, the spot where the Kamehameha had struck was now a wasteland. A crater more than 20 meters in diameter appeared before Jiraiya and Qianyu. With the same amount of chi, it's indeed more powerful than an ordinary energy wave, but... Qianyu looked at it, and shook his head, not entirely satisfied. Although I didn't use much chi, the power seems a bit weaker than I expected. It's probably because I just learned it, and am not yet proficient. With more practice I should be able to unleash its full potential. Thinking this, he frowned slightly and turned to look at Jiraiya. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier. You said you had some ninjutsu so powerful it could scare me to death. Zilai gazed at the unperturbed Qianyu, no longer knowing how to refute him. Did his own jutsu truly possess such overwhelming power? Yes, but never could they be unleashed with the same effortless grace as Qianyu displayed. One would need to weave a multitude of hand seals and expend a vast amount of chakra. Even then, the raw power might still fall short of the Kamehameha. If before, Zilai considered Qianyu to have only a 0.1 chance of being the prophesied child of destiny. Now that probability had risen to at least 10. Were it not for the fact that his disciple Nagato possessed the Rinnegan of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, chance for Qianyu would have increased even further. As this thought crossed his mind, Zilai's gaze upon Qianyu grew considerably more fervent. Yet what to teach Qianyu posed a genuine dilemma. Taijutsu was not his forte, With a technique as devastating as the Kamehameha, Chienyu would hardly covet his ninjutsu. Could he truly only teach the art of peeping? Chienyu, however, remained oblivious to Zillai's thoughts. While Zillai was lost in contemplation, he had silently slipped away. In a moment of excitement, he had merely wished to test the Kamehameha's might, yet forgotten the consequences. He had already sensed a large contingent of Uchiha approaching. If he didn't flee now, he would be summoned to Yuzhibo Fuyue's office for tea. Though he doubted Yuzhibo Fuyue would punish him, in fact he might even be valued more, Chienyu detested trouble. Before long Yuzhibo Fuyue arrived with a troop of police force ninjas. When they beheld the colossal meteorite crater, every single one was struck dumb with horror. Even witnessing it firsthand, they could not believe any ninjutsu could create such a gargantuan impact. Such a fearsome jutsu. In terms of sheer power, it surely surpassed A-rank ninjutsu. How terrifying! Their leader Yuzhibo Fuyue recovered first, scanning the area until his eyes fell upon the still dazed Zillai. He furrowed his brow, his tone laced with accusation. Lord Zillai, what is the meaning of this? Regardless, this land belongs to the Uchiha clan. Not even the Hokage may destroy it at will. His words jolted Zillai back to reality. Seeing the crowd around him, he immediately understood. Hastily he explained. This great crater, it wasn't my doing. Yuzhibo Fuyue did not believe that Zillai would lie over such a trivial matter, yet with only Zillai present he had to press on. Lord Zillai, aside from you there is no one here capable of causing such devastation. That brat is getting back at me for setting him up. Zillai muttered under his breath before addressing Yuzhibo Fuyue. I'm telling the truth, it was a kid from your clan. What's his name? Oh, Yuzhibo Chienyu. Yuzhibo Fuyue stared at Zillai in silence, then finally spoke. Lord Zillai, it's only a few trees, the compensation won't cost much. The implication was clear, it was a minor matter, and given Zillai's status the Uchiha could not do anything to him anyway. A small compensation would settle it. That way he would save face before his subordinates, and Zillai could leave satisfied. No. Hey, I'm not lying to you. Go back and ask that brat of your clan for the money. Zillai bristled at this. He, the great Zillai, was a man of honor. If he said it wasn't him, then it wasn't him. He even dared to confess to peeping. Why would he fear admitting to this? Yuzhibo Fuyue, seeing that Zillai stubbornly denied it, laughed in bitter anger. Do you take me for a fool? If you're going to deceive me, at least come up with a better excuse. Blaming a 7-year-old child. Is this the measure of a Sannin? He knew of the Chienyu that Zillai mentioned. Over a year ago they had met because of Chienyu's tale, and back then the child had no chakra at all. Not to mention 1 year, even 5 years would not grant him such prowess. Zillai had a temper too. Seeing that Yuzhibo Fuyue refused to believe his explanation, he sneered. Not to be rude, but you really are a fool. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, you are completely unaware of Chienyu's anomaly. If that's not foolishness, what is? Zillai, are you insulting the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, Yuzhibo Fuyue's face darkened instantly. And what if I am? Zillai retorted. After returning to Konoha, the last thing he needed was to endure such humiliation. Did he, Zillai, have no pride? As the tension between them escalated, the atmosphere grew heavy. The surrounding police force members wore cold expressions encircling Zillai. Zillai cast a cold glance at the encirclement, showing no intention of fleeing. He truly did not consider these people a threat. Just then a puff of smoke appeared before Zillai, and a ninja clad in umbu attire with a patterned mask materialized. Umbu. Seeing the sudden appearance of an umbu, Yuzhibo Fuyue frowned deeply. Young Patriarch Fuyue, the Hokage is aware of this matter. Someone will discuss compensation with you shortly. Please return and wait. The umbu stood with his back to Zillai, speaking calmly to Yuzhibo Fuyue. Yuzhibo Fuyue considered this, glanced at Zillai, then back at the umbu, and after a moment replied. In that case, please convey our clan's gratitude to the Hokage. The umbu nodded without further words. Humph. Let's go. Yuzhibo Fuyue snorted at Zillai, waved his hand, and led his troops away. Since the Hokage had intervened and promised compensation, there was no need to continue pressing Zillai. Besides, if it came to a real confrontation, all of them together might not be a match for Zillai. The old man really meddles, Zillai muttered, watching the Uchiha leave. He clicked his tongue and prepared to go find that little troublemaker Chienyu. If that kid hadn't run off so fast today, the conflict between the Uchiha and the village would have nearly deepened again, and half of the Uchiha clan would have ended up in the hospital. Lord Zillai, please stop. The Hokage requests your presence. The umbu blocked his path when he tried to leave. Immediately. I understand. Seeing that he had no choice, Zilai abandoned his plan to find Xianyu for now and headed toward the Hokage's office. The Umbu followed behind him like a bodyguard, or more accurately to ensure Zilai didn't suddenly slip away. They dispersed so quickly. Xianyu paused mid-step, turning his head to glance suspiciously toward the small grove. After slipping away, he had been using his chi to sense the movements within the grove. He had already perceived that everyone's chi had grown noticeably heavier, but unexpectedly after one more person arrived the tension immediately eased. And then everyone went their separate ways, heading back to their own homes. The chi of the newcomer was somewhat cold and gloomy, a presence Xianyu often sensed in the village, likely someone from the Umbu. It seems Hiruzen Sarutobi has intervened. Xianyu pondered briefly, deducing the gist of it, but paid it no mind and quickened his pace toward home. Now that the Uchiha had returned, encountering them on the road could be troublesome, especially not knowing what nonsense Jiraiya might have said. Arriving at his doorstep, Xianyu pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of a person with a round bun-like face tormenting Bairusu. "Whoa, who the hell are you? How dare you touch my cat?" Xianyu was startled, then erupted in fury, nearly unleashing a chi blast. No kidding, Bairusu was not something anyone could play with recklessly. "Ah, Bito, it's you!" Taking a closer look, Xianyu could still recognize a hint of familiarity in that flushed bun-like face, and realized it was none other than Uchiha Bito. "Damn you, Uchiha Xianyu! You slandered me for peeping and I got beaten up several times. I'm going to make you pay today." As soon as Uchiha Bito saw Xianyu return, he tossed Bairusu aside and lunged at him with claws bared. Hey! Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll scream. If you attract the police force, you'll regret it." Xianyu stepped back a few paces, still feeling a bit guilty for having set Bito up like this and didn't want to get into a conflict with him. "Go ahead and scream. The police are all busy elsewhere nearby. They won't hear you even if you shout your lungs out." Hee hee. Bito rolled up his sleeves, grinning fiercely, determined to have his revenge. "Ouch. I only came to reason with you. Why did you have to hit me?" In the Hokage's office. After bringing Jiraiya there, the Umbu vanished without a trace, leaving only Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Since Jiraiya entered, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated in the Hokage's chair, had not looked up nor offered him a seat, simply continuing with the paperwork at hand. "Yo, 3 years no see, old man, you're still as lively as ever." Jiraiya didn't take offense, greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi with a grin, and then found himself a seat. After a long while, Hiruzen Sarutobi finished processing a document, looked up at his disciple who had been absent for 3 years, and said with irritation, "You've grown quite capable, haven't you? If it weren't for Minato telling me you've been sending messages through the toads, I'd have thought you died in the land of rain." "Old man, with my strength I can walk all over the land of rain," Jiraiya boasted, then added, "Even if I die, it'll be in a women's bathhouse." "Don't talk nonsense with me. Your first act upon returning wasn't to report to me but to go and harass the women's bathhouse. Do you have any respect for me as your master?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was heartbroken, nearly driven to a heart attack by Jiraiya. None of his 3 disciples had ever given him peace of mind. Orochimaru was obsessed with researching ninjutsu, and wouldn't help him with the tedious affairs of the village. Tsunade was even worse. She could openly defy him, even pull his beard out. In recent years she had been drowning in grief over the dead, spending her days gambling and drinking. And this Jiraiya, the most unreliable yet the one most like him, especially that expression when peeping. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi stole a glance at the crystal ball beside him, recalling that he had been enjoying the women's bathhouse himself earlier, which was how he had discovered Jiraiya's return ahead of time. "I wanted to watch a bit longer. Damn that Uchiha brat. Old man, how did you know I went to the women's bathhouse as soon as I got back? Could it be?" Jiraiya caught the key point in Hiruzen's words and asked suspiciously. "Shut up. Look at your status now, still doing these sneaky things. You've disgraced me. And on top of that, you provoke the Uchiha clan the moment you return. Don't you know the tension between the Uchiha and the village?" Before Jiraiya could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the desk, cutting him off lest the old man's face be completely lost if he guessed any further. After a long rambling scolding that left Jiraiya speechless, Hiruzen said earnestly, "Jiraiya, don't disappear again this time. After Sakumo's death there's been a lot going on in the village, and the border with the Land of Wind is getting restless." "I understand." Jiraiya nodded. "Good. I'm glad to see you back." Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't ask what Jiraiya had been doing in the Land of Rain for the past 3 years. Whatever Jiraiya had to say he had already conveyed through Minato's messages. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to chat more with his beloved disciple, he still had many matters to attend to. He could only say, "Go see your student. I've been looking after him for 3 years. Minato has such talent, you can't just neglect him." I know. Jiraiya also felt a bit guilty toward Minato. Over the past 3 years their letters had only asked about his master's well-being, never mentioning his own training. But speaking of disciples, Jiraiya thought of Chienyu again. After a moment of silence he said to Hiruzen Sarutobi, "By the way, old man, I want to take on a new disciple." "That's your own business, no need to report to me." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and waved dismissively. "He's from the Uchiha clan." Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression stiffened. After a long pause he exhaled a ring of smoke and said slowly, "Very well. Previously, during the Second Great Ninja War, the various clans of Konoha had united and had no time for conflict. But now that the war was over, some restless individuals had begun vying for power. The Uchiha clan in particular had taken on the thankless role of the Konoha military police force. Especially under the special attention of one of his old friends, the Uchiha always seemed to clash with the village. Now if Jiraiya took on a Uchiha as a disciple, it might convey the village's goodwill to the clan. "Old man, I'm not taking a disciple for political reasons. Don't get any ideas. I just think this kid might inherit my legacy, that's why I'm so interested." Seeing the contemplative look on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, Jiraiya felt something was off and quickly added, "Get lost." The news that Jiraiya, who had been missing for 3 years, had returned could not be concealed. Spies from various nations in Konoha immediately transmitted this intelligence to their respective countries. For a time minor skirmishes along the borders of the Fire Country noticeably decreased. Such was the deterrent power of a top-tier ninja on other villages. The changes within Konoha village were not significant except that there were a few more patrols outside the women's bathhouse. Whether these individuals could detect Jiraiya, who had mastered the art of stealth in the grass, remained unknown. However, aside from the peeping incident on the first day of his return, no similar events were reported afterward. Of course, this was mainly because Jiraiya's mind was not on such matters recently. Apart from instructing his disciple Minato Namikaze, he was persistently pestering Chienyu. It was unclear how Jiraiya had managed to establish a connection with the Uchiha clan. Despite the tense atmosphere caused by the misunderstanding that day after Jiraiya visited Uchiha Fugaku's residence, the two emerged as if they were brothers. Uchiha Fugaku even personally went to Chienyu's home to persuade him to agree. Presumably Jiraiya had not failed to mention the great benefits that having Chienyu as his disciple would bring to the Uchiha clan. But all this was useless to Chienyu. When he said no, he meant no, which made Uchiha Fugaku lose face, and he nearly resorted to forcing Chienyu personally. Yet Jiraiya seemed unwilling to force Chienyu and stopped Uchiha Fugaku's actions. Instead, he continued to pester Chienyu every day. Chienyu was thoroughly annoyed by Jiraiya and hid everywhere, unwilling to even see Jiraiya's old face. Time passed slowly in their game of hide-and-seek, and the 1-year deadline Chienyu had set for himself quietly passed. He had submitted his graduation application to the Ninja Academy, and the school quickly approved it. His graduation examination was scheduled for 3 days later. The birth of a genius always attracts attention. A year ago, when Kakashi applied for the graduation exam, the entire village was focused on the event, with every street and alley discussing how remarkable Kakashi was. However, a year later, Chienyu's application for the graduation exam caused no stir because the prodigy ninja Kakashi had already passed the Chunin exam and become the youngest Chunin. In just 1 year, not only did he graduate early from the Ninja Academy, but he also became a Chunin in the brutal Chunin exam. This news was too shocking. Compared to that, Chienyu's Genin exam was insignificant. Fortunately, Chienyu was not one to seek attention and did not care about it. On the outskirts of Konoha village, where few people ventured, towering trees grew everywhere. Chienyu sat cross-legged on a branch of a lofty giant tree, his eyes closed. After a long while, Chienyu suddenly opened his eyes, extended his right hand, and pointed his index finger toward a certain spot in the forest. An invisible energy surged at his fingertip, and a blue beam of light shot out abruptly. With no obstruction, it pierced through several tree trunks, its power undiminished, and struck a wild boar over 2 meters tall. A piercing shriek rang out, and the boar fell to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. It was done. Seeing that he had precisely hit the boar's forehead from 100 meters away, Chienyu revealed a satisfied smile. This beam of light was his imitation of Frisia's death beam. Although he could not develop the Kamehameha on his own after absorbing the memory of it, he had also summarized some experience. This blue laser that Chienyu had learned on his own was already comparable to the death beam in both power and speed. The only difference might be the color. It seemed that he was not without talent, he just had not found the right method. Qianyu mused to himself. In that case he could temporarily set aside the energy wave skills in the Dragon Ball shop. Moreover, with 2 attack skills and the ordinary energy wave, he had no need to worry about lacking offensive means. The Kamehameha could serve as a large area attack, while the blue laser could be used for pinpoint sniping. With this technique combined with his ability to sense chi, he could even become a sniper. Stretching his body, Qianyu chuckled. He could already imagine hidden enemies on the battlefield being discovered one by one, and falling under his beam. After another round of physical training, as the sky darkened, Qianyu touched his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. Sensing the surrounding chi, he realized there were still quite a few wild beasts nearby. Although this place was far from home, the food supply was indeed abundant. Back when he was near the Uchiha clan grounds, large beasts had already been cleared out by the Uchiha, leaving only fish in the river. After Qianyu's ravaging in the past few days, there were not many fish left in the river. He had not expected that in the outer forest of the village there would be so many wild beasts. Suddenly an angry roar of a giant beast echoed from the forest, then abruptly ceased. Not long after, Qianyu was seen dragging a giant snake with one hand to the spot where the wild boar lay dead, and then skillfully skinning and gutting it. Qianyu lit a campfire and placed the ingredients above to roast. After a long while, the wild boar and giant snake emitted an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Qianyu's appetite was whetted and he began devouring the wild boar. In just 1 hour the entire boar had entered his stomach. An impromptu performance. Just as Qianyu was about to eat the spicy strips, he looked up in confusion. Although his strength was unmatched in this forest, Qianyu never let down his guard. He constantly used his chi sense to monitor his surroundings. And it was this vigilance that made him detect someone not far away. From his perception, it was clear that a ninja had stealthily entered this part of the forest. Moreover, the outer perimeter of the forest had already been sealed off. Qianyu initially estimated that there were at least 10 ninja squads who were continuously tightening the encirclement. What kind of heinous act had this guy committed to warrant so many people? The fact that Konoha had deployed such a large force piqued Qianyu's curiosity. From the chi signature, the strength of the surrounded ninja was only slightly above that of a chunin, not yet reaching jonin level. He was probably a tokubetsu jonin. But such a level of strength definitely did not require the Umbu to dispatch so many pursuers. Could this guy have attempted to assassinate the Hokage? That didn't seem right either. With such strength he would have been discovered by the Umbu before even getting close to that old geezer Sarutobi Hiruzen. Qianyu thought for a moment but could not figure out a reason that would cause the Konoha Umbu to make such a big fuss. Having nothing else to do, he decided to join the excitement and earn some pocket money. With nothing to do, Qianyu stood up, stretched, and slowly walked into the forest. In a certain dark corner in the distance, a shadowy figure seemed to merge into it. Without careful observation, one would never notice a person hidden there. Damn, it's surrounded! Zwahuizi clutched the intelligence scroll at her waist, a sense of reluctance in her heart. She never expected that, despite her caution, she would still be discovered by the Umbu of Mai. Her contact had yet to appear, so undoubtedly they had been eliminated by the Mai Umbu. Just as she was pondering how to break through the encirclement, a very young voice suddenly sounded behind her. Hey, what have you done? Startled by the sudden voice, Zwahuizi shuddered, her face turning pale instantly. She quickly used a body flicker technique to distance herself from Qianyu. When she turned around and saw that it was just a brat, she was taken aback. Has Mai run out of people? Sending a little kid like you to hunt me down? Zwahuizi sized up Qianyu, a flicker of killing intent in her eyes. I'm just having a picnic here, came to join the fun. Qianyu, with his hands behind his head, asked leisurely. Did you assassinate the Hokage or something? Why are so many Umbu chasing you? Zwahuizi did not answer, she only stared at Qianyu with a cold, piercing gaze. Qianyu's sudden appearance made her, now trapped in a desperate situation, see a glimmer of hope. She could kidnap this brat, and see if that would make the Mai Umbu hesitate. Although the chance that the life of a mere child would make the Mai Umbu compromise was negligible, what if? As if grasping at the last straw, she grinned ferociously at Qianyu. Kid, blame your untimely appearance. Before her words faded, she had already lunged at Qianyu. There are always so many fools in this world. Qianyu smiled helplessly. He hadn't even thought of making a move yet, she seemed eager to hasten her own death. And he wasn't the type to go easy on someone just because they were a woman. With that, Qianyu channeled the chi within his body, his muscles tensing, and threw a punch at Zwahuizi. Her expression shifted slightly. She felt that the harmless-looking kid had suddenly transformed into a primordial beast. Cautiously, Zwahuizi had no intention of clashing head-on with Qianyu. It was as if she slammed on the brakes. Her figure halted instantly, then she retreated several steps. This move temporarily saved her life. Qianyu's punch landed not on Zhuohuizi but on the ground. With a thunderous boom, a massive crater about 2 meters in radius instantly appeared on the ground. Staring at the crater, Zhuohuizi's eyes nearly popped out. If that punch had landed on her, she would be dead or severely injured. Impossible. How can a brat possess such tremendous power? Zhuohuizi stared at Qianyu, her voice tense. Kid, who are you? My name is Qianyu and I'm a... What the hell, why are you running? Before Qianyu could finish his introduction, he saw Zhuohuizi turn and flee. Damn, without my permission do you think you can leave? Qianyu snorted coldly. His powerful calf muscles pushed off the ground, instantly creating another large crater. Qianyu's entire body shot forward like a cannonball, rapidly closing in on Zhuohuizi. She, retreating at full speed, didn't even bother to look back. The terrifying aura emanating from Qianyu and the crater on the ground had thoroughly frightened her. Although her movements were not as violent as Qianyu's, they were still extremely swift. Her figure darted left and right like a wandering ghost in the night, elusive and unpredictable. Yet even so, the distance between her and Qianyu continued to shrink. The night breeze carried a chill of the dark mingled with a cold, killing intent. Zhuohuizi felt a gust of fierce wind and invisible killing intent enveloping her. Her keen nose even caught the scent of death. Despair flashed in her eyes as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head, chilling her entire body. No! In the final moment of her life, Zhuohuizi only saw a tightly clenched fist, then she lost consciousness completely. TCH. So fragile, one punch and she's down. Qianyu spat, looking at the fallen body. Before he could search the corpse, a dozen or so Umbu who had sensed the battle finally arrived. Damn it, who killed her? Search immediately. There must be someone else nearby. When they saw that their target was dead, all the Umbu began scanning the surroundings, completely ignoring Qianyu. Ahem. Qianyu had to cough to draw their attention. What are you looking for? An Umbu wearing a white fox mask approached Qianyu, not caring about his identity, but asked, Did you see the person who killed this spy? In his eyes, Qianyu was just some brat from a family in my village. He didn't care why Qianyu was in the forest, he only cared about who killed the spy. Isn't it right in front of you? Qianyu tilted his head in confusion. Where? The white fox mask ninja's pupils contracted, and he warily looked around. When he realized the only people around were his Umbu comrades and Qianyu, he said in a contemptuous tone, You mean? You killed her? Qianyu nodded. Haha, does this brat think he's the reincarnation of Lord Hashirama? Yet even Chimu Kakashi doesn't have that kind of power, and he dares to claim it. The nearby Mayumbu heard the exchange and burst into mocking laughter. Kid, I'm not in the mood for your jokes. The white fox mask ninja said angrily to Qianyu. In his view, the spy named Zhuohuizi was not only skilled in stealth but also formidable in strength. Even he might not be able to defeat her. And now a child who hadn't even entered the ninja academy was claiming to have killed the spy. How could he believe that? Captain, there's a crater here. It was probably caused by some ninjutsu. It seems the one who killed the spy is very strong. At that moment, an Umbu who was inspecting the surroundings suddenly pointed at the huge crater on the ground and said to the white fox mask ninja, That was made by my fist. Qianyu kindly explained. Do you think you're Lady Tsunade? The white fox mask Umbu rolled his eyes at Qianyu, thinking to himself, This kid lies without batting an eye. It's a shame he's not a spy. Qianyu shrugged, too lazy to explain further. Just then a white-haired Jiraiya suddenly appeared. When he saw the dead spy, he frowned slightly and asked the white fox mask ninja, What happened? Lord Jiraiya. Upon seeing Jiraiya's arrival, the Umbu members present immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Jiraiya nodded to each of them in turn, but when his gaze fell upon Chiba, his expression froze in surprise. He hadn't expected Chiba to be here, which explained why he couldn't be found around the village. However, he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention to Zhuohuizi's corpse, frowning slightly as he asked, Talk. What's the situation? Apologies, Lord Jiraiya. By the time we arrived, the spy had already been killed. I suspect one of her accomplices obtained the intelligence and then silenced her. I'm currently organizing a search operation. The white fox masked Umbu addressed Jiraiya respectfully. Then pointing at Chiba, he explained, Lord Jiraiya, this brat was just here originally. He's a boastful one, claimed earlier that he was the one who killed the spy. After hearing the white fox masked Umbu's words, Jiraiya had a general understanding of what happened. With a half-smile he asked. So you don't believe he killed her? The white fox-masked Umbu let out a startled sound, sensing something odd in Jiraiya's expression, yet unable to fathom why he would react this way. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya believes this brat can kill a spy? Jiraiya's expression gradually turned stern and he said coldly, Do you remember the first tenet of the Umbu? Why yes, I remember. Under Jiraiya's imposing aura, the white fox-masked ninja broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead and stammered. And never underestimate anyone. Not only must you remember it, but you must engrave it in your heart. Those who fail to abide by this tenet no longer exist in this world. You should be grateful that this brat is from the village. If he were an enemy, you would have died 10,000 times over. Watching Jiraiya reprimand the Umbu, Chiba gave a slight nod. The reason the strong are strong is that they not only look down on others with overwhelming power, but also maintain sufficient caution toward the unknown, even if it's just a 7-year-old child. Kid, tell me about your battle with her. After finishing scolding his subordinates, Jiraiya turned to Chiba and asked in a gruff tone. Nothing much to say. I was eating here. And then one punch and she went down. Chiba roughly recounted the course of the battle with the spy to Jiraiya. After he finished, the Umbu of Konoha were left speechless, their mouths agape. Even Jiraiya fell silent. Believing that Chiba killed the spy was one thing, but being instantly defeated. No wonder his subordinates found it so hard to accept. Seeing Jiraiya silent, Chiba rubbed his hands together and grinned. So since I helped you out with such a big favor, how much reward money can I get? He hadn't come here just to watch the excitement. Life without money was tough. Stumbling upon this incident, he naturally had to snatch the credit and earn some living expenses. Jiraiya stared at Chiba with a peculiar expression for a long moment before finally speaking in a hollow tone. Actually, our mission was to capture this spy alive. Deploying so many Umbu and only surrounding her was precisely to take her alive. Who would have thought Chiba would be this unexpected variable? So my mission reward is gone. I did all that for nothing. Chiba's expression turned grave. What the hell was he wasting all this time for? Is it fun? Jiraiya's eyes instantly turned into doubt eyes. I'm not even blaming you for killing the spy, and you still dare to covet the mission reward. Wait. No. It's my reward money. When did it become yours? How about you, Lord Jiraiya, plead with the higher-ups? Regardless, at least give me some compensation for my hard work, right? Chiba was willing to lose face for some money. I'll try. Jiraiya shot Chiba a helpless look. If it weren't for his pride, he would have summoned Gamabunta and stomped Chiba to death. He had never seen a child so obsessed with money. Fearing further provocation from Chiba, Jiraiya turned to the white fox-masked ninja and ordered, Take Swahweezy's body back and hand it over to the Yamanaka clan. I want all the intel in her head. Yes. The Umbu responded and pulled out a scroll to begin sealing the corpse. However, Jiraiya's words made Chiba suddenly fall silent. The Yamanaka clan, he knew. They possessed a secret technique that could invade and read the memories of the dead. However, that punch he had landed on Swahweezy's face. Externally nothing was visible, but the internal structure had already turned into mush. Could a brain turned to mush still yield useful information? Watching the spy's corpse being sealed into the scroll, Chiba wisely chose not to voice this question. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Chiba prepared to slip away, afraid that Jiraiya would bring up the matter of taking him as a disciple again. Hold on. Jiraiya saw through Chiba's intentions at a glance and said irritably, Do you have to be like this? Is being my disciple such a disgrace? Ha. You know it's already very late. If I don't go back, who knows what bad things might happen? Chiba gave an awkward laugh. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at Chiba. Just as he was about to say something, a puff of white smoke suddenly appeared between the two of them. You pervy old hermit. Did you catch Swahweezy? Bring her here. I want to interrogate her myself. Before the smoke even cleared, the figure within spoke with anger. Chiba raised an eyebrow at this. Who was this? So bold as to bark orders at Jiraiya to his face. Soon as the smoke dissipated, Chiba saw who it was. The newcomer wore a fresh ninja uniform with a head of beautiful scarlet hair dancing wildly in the night sky. Though she had her back to Chiba, he quickly recognized who it was from that distinctive hair color. Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. One of the few people in the village who dared to confront Jiraiya. Kushina, I am Minato's teacher after all. Can't you show me some respect? Jiraiya's face fell as he looked at Kushina. He had hoped to use this perfect opportunity to have a good talk with Chiba, but Kushina's arrival had completely ruined his momentum. She completely made me lose face in front of Chiba. Stop the nonsense. I want to seize Wawizi. I want to ask her personally why she did this. Kushina shot Jiraiya a glare, her emotions somewhat out of control, a tremor in her voice. She was my best friend. I refuse to believe she only did it to know about the 9. Silence. She's dead. Jiraiya raised his voice sharply, cutting off Kushina's next words. Dead? Kushina was momentarily stunned, and a flicker of sorrow passed through her anger-filled eyes. After all, she was still her best friend, even if their bond had now turned into a brittle plastic-like sisterhood. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina held a rather special status within Konoha village. She could act with impunity, and as long as she didn't betray the village, no one dared to oppose her. On the surface, her life in Konoha seemed enviable. Yet in truth she was profoundly lonely and bored. For her, a true friend to confide in was an unattainable dream. That was precisely why she felt such rage and sorrow upon learning of Zwawizi's betrayal and death. She had so few friends to begin with. Kushina, you should know that she approached you with ulterior motives, not genuine friendship. Jiraiya offered a word of consolation to Uzumaki Kushina. From their conversation, Chienyu pieced together the truth. It seemed that a spy from some other village had infiltrated Konoha, deliberately befriending Kushina to confirm whether she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The spy's identity was exposed, leading to this pursuit. Are the other nations fools? Do they still not know who the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is? At that moment Chienyu felt a flicker of confusion. Kushina's identity as the Jinchuriki was practically written on her face, yet other villages still sent spies to confirm it. Then it dawned on him. He had the benefit of an omniscient perspective from watching the anime. But the other nations didn't, especially with Konoha's deliberate concealment, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation as a cunning old fox. Who knew if Kushina was merely a decoy he had released? The Uzumaki clan's constitution was best suited for being a Jinchuriki, but it wasn't absolutely necessary to use an Uzumaki. While Chienyu was lost in thought, Jiraiya had already recounted the gist of the matter to Kushina. Was it you who killed Zwawizi? Uzumaki Kushina slowly approached Chienyu, bending down to meet his gaze. Any problem? Chienyu retorted, inwardly thinking, this woman isn't planning to avenge her fake friend, is she? A hint of disbelief lingered in Kushina's eyes. She had thought her boyfriend Minato's disciple Hatake Kakashi was already a prodigy, but she never expected this child about the same age as Kakashi to possess such strength. There should be no such genius among the village's ninja, otherwise she would have known. That meant... Uzumaki Kushina asked. You haven't graduated yet. The graduation exam is in 3 days. I see. Very well, what's your name? A flicker of joy crossed Kushina's face. Chienyu looked at her with confusion and replied. Uchiha Chienyu. Uchiha. Kushina furrowed her brow. She had no inherent dislike for the Uchiha clan, but this identity would make it far more difficult to take Chienyu as her disciple. Yes, like Jiraiya, she had been considering taking Chienyu as a student. Her reason was quite simple. Ever since Kakashi became Minato's disciple, Minato had been flaunting his brilliant student in front of her every day, to the point where she was sick of hearing it. Moreover, Kakashi's recent promotion to Chunin only made Minato even more smug. The thought filled Kushina with anger, but since he was her boyfriend she couldn't beat him senseless. The competitive Uzumaki Kushina had long wanted to find a disciple who could surpass Kakashi. But a genius who could outshine Kakashi was not easy to find. Yet today she unexpectedly encountered Chienyu. It was as if she had searched high and low only to find him effortlessly. However, Chienyu's clan posed a problem. But merely a problem. With her knack for causing mischief, she was confident that old codger Sarutobi Hiruzen would yield. With that thought, Kushina's approval of Chienyu grew with every glance. The grief she had felt over Zwawizi's death was already cast aside. Just as Kushina was gazing at Chienyu with adoring eyes, she suddenly noticed the tail wrapped around his waist, and a flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. Hey, what's that around your waist? A tail. It's so fluffy and cute. Can I touch it? Without waiting for Chienyu's consent, she reached out to grab his tail. Does this woman have ADHD? Chienyu's expression darkened as his small hand slapped directly onto Uzumaki Kushina's hand. Slap. The sound was crisp and sharp. Ow. That hurts. Kushina withdrew her hand with a cry. No way, he actually dared to strike Lady Kushina. This slap stunned the surrounding Ambu ninjas so much that their jaws nearly dropped. Even Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly wondering if Chienyu had any idea of Kushina's position in Konoha. In Konoha village, Uzumaki Kushina was regarded as the second-generation demon lord. On one hand, as a Jinchuriki, she had to conceal her true identity and avoid too much contact with others to prevent leaks. On the other hand, her naturally lively personality made it hard for her to endure loneliness. Torn between the two, she resorted to harassing Konoha's ninja for amusement. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's tacit approval and the care of a certain first-generation demon lord, she ascended to the throne of the new generation demon lord. Now I understand why Zohuizi was killed by you. Uzumaki Kushina rubbed her hands, staring at Chienyu in amazement. Chienyu ignored her, instead casting a wary glance over the concealed areas around them. When Kushina cried out, all the surrounding Umbu were shocked and astonished, but none of them made a move against Chienyu. These Umbu had only been assigned to capture the spy and were unaware of Kushina's true identity. Only the Umbu secretly protecting Uzumaki Kushina knew the situation. That was precisely why Chienyu remained vigilant. He could clearly sense hostility, even murderous intent. However, these hostile presences vanished as quickly as they appeared. They were probably too far away to see Chienyu's actions clearly, and only revealed themselves when they heard Kushina's cry. Once they realized nothing was wrong, they concealed themselves again. Slap. Seeing the hand reaching for his tail once more, Chienyu slapped it away again. Oh, I'm just curious, really curious. Just let me touch it once. Uzumaki Kushina tugged at her hair in frustration. No one in Konoha had ever dared to treat her this way. Don't even think about it. Chienyu let out a cold laugh. If he hadn't sensed that Kushina meant no harm, he would have already slapped her across the face. As for the consequences, he didn't care. His tail was currently his weak point, one he hadn't fully overcome, and this secret could not be exposed. Kushina was clearly a stubborn person. Even though her hand had been slapped red, she still persisted in reaching for Chienyu's tail. Seeing the persistent Uzumaki Kushina, Chienyu turned his gaze to Jiraiya. The meaning was clear: are you going to deal with this madwoman, or not? Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, indicating he could do nothing. Even if you were my disciple, I'd still let her have her way with you. Right now you're not even that. Kushina was beyond his control. Seeing Jiraiya's inaction, Chienyu's temper flared. If Kushina dared to reach out, he would strike back. Slap. 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 In an instant, crisp sounds echoed through the quiet forest, one after another, each louder than the last. Kushina's hand was swollen from Chienyu's slaps, yet she persisted in trying to touch his face. Chienyu, just let me touch it. Jiraiya, watching from the side, felt a pang of pity. He called out to Chienyu, hoping he would give in. No. Chienyu was adamant. Slap. 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 Fine. You win. Unable to withstand Chienyu's increasing force, Kushina finally conceded. Really, you could give in to a girl like me once in a while. Acting like this won't make you popular with girls. Kushina rubbed her hand, which had swollen to twice its size. Soon her hand visibly returned to its original shape. Chienyu blinked thoughtfully, observing her. Impressive recovery. Is it from your Uzumaki constitution, or the ninetales inside you? Surprised. Our Uzumaki clan possesses remarkable healing abilities. Seeing the astonishment on Chienyu's face, Kushina proudly explained, then flashed a sly grin. Your hand must be hurting, right? Want big sister to heal it for you? Though she had conceded, she still cared about Chienyu. The force was mutual. If her hand was swollen, his must be too. Sorry to disappoint you. Chienyu extended his hand and waved it in front of her. Though slightly numb, it showed no signs of injury. Huh. How can this be? Kushina stared in disbelief. Still unsatisfied, she reached for Chienyu's tail again. Kushina, we need to go. The old man is waiting for our report. Jiraiya quickly pulled her away, heading back to the village. He feared the two would start another quarrel over this trivial matter. Though Kushina wanted to stay and play with Chienyu, she let Jiraiya drag her off, muttering under her breath. Seriously, what's the big deal about touching your tail? Next time we meet, you'll definitely let me. Chienyu watched them disappear into the forest with a sigh of relief. But recalling Kushina's parting words and her earlier question, a vague sense of dread crept over him. No way. After a moment of thought, a sudden realization struck him. The Hokage's office. Jiraiya and Kushina stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting silently. That old bastard Inoki again. Having read the mission report brought by Jiraiya, Sarutobi's face darkened. He lit his pipe, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a plume of white smoke. Although they had obtained no intelligence from Zouwizi, they had captured a spy sent to provide support from whom they extracted significant information, including the originating country. After a moment, Sarutobi asked, did the intelligence carried by the spy leak to the land of Earth? No, we discovered it in time. Jiraiya shook his head. Good. Kushina's identity must never be exposed. Sarutobi finally relaxed. The fact that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a top-secret matter in Konoha. This was why the village had deployed so many ANBU to pursue a single special jonin. Jiraiya nodded, his eyes sharpening. So, old man, shouldn't we retaliate? Sarutobi fell into deep thought. As he remained silent, the entire office was enveloped in stillness. Seated in his chair, Sarutobi took puff after puff from his pipe, soon filling the room with swirling smoke. Kushina, who had been quietly acting as a background figure, could no longer bear it. She stepped forward, snatched the pipe from his hand, and said disdainfully, at your age, have you no manners? Can't you see a young lady is present? Sarutobi. The word manners, coming from your mouth, is truly surprising. Jiraiya chuckled at Sarutobi's exasperated expression. Sarutobi shot him a glare before speaking somberly, let's put the retaliation on hold for now. I need to plan carefully. But... Jiraiya opened his mouth to argue but held back his opinion. A few years ago, without needing a suggestion, Sarutobi would have struck a Wagakure with lightning force. What planning would be needed? The third Hokage was getting old. Is there anything else? Sarutobi asked. Kushina declared bluntly, third Hokage, I want to take a disciple. You want to take a disciple? Sarutobi was taken aback. He had heard those words just a few months ago from Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression changed. Kushina, you don't mean? Before he could finish, Kushina nodded. Yes, I want to take Uchiha Chienyu as my disciple. Jiraiya interjected, Kushina, I had my eye on Chienyu first. I wanted to take him as a disciple months ago. Did he agree? Kushina retorted. Not yet. You haven't succeeded in months. It seems he doesn't want to be your student. Listening to their exchange, Sarutobi quickly understood. They both wanted to take an Uchiha as a disciple. This was a rare occurrence. Jiraiya's interest was understandable. Anyone he valued must possess remarkable talent. But what about Kushina? Sarutobi didn't dwell on her reasoning but cut off their argument. No, Kushina. You should know that an Uchiha can never stay by your side. The Sharingan is naturally gifted with exceptional genjutsu abilities. It can suppress not only ninja but also tailed beasts. It can be said that the Sharingan is one of the few natural nemesis of tailed beasts. Old man of the third generation, you are merely worried that the nine tails within me might be controlled by the Sharingan, but that brat lacks such capability. Kushina was well aware of the reasons behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's refusal. Yet she deemed it insignificant. To control a tailed beast through the Sharingan, one must first have the Sharingan awakened, and not just any ordinary Sharingan, but the Mangekyō level. Such stringent conditions were beyond even Chihara, let alone anyone in the entire Uchiha clan at present. Don't be absurd. Kushina, I have allowed you to run rampant in Konoha, but on this matter there is no room for negotiation. I will never agree. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table and bellowed. Undeterred by the imposing Hiruzen, Kushina crossed her arms and snorted. I don't care. I will take him as my disciple regardless. Sarutobi Hiruzen massaged his temples in frustration, utterly helpless against such a Kushina. He had no objection to Kushina taking a disciple. After all, being a teacher might temper her wild nature, allowing him to live a few more years. But allowing an Uchiha to be near Kushina was something he would never permit. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Old man, I think placing Chihara beside Kushina is not a bad idea. Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya with confusion. Jiraiya said calmly. The nine tails must not be compromised. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, pondered the words, and a glint of insight flashed in his eyes. As the other nations speculated, Konoha would never allow any issue with the nine tails Jinchuriki. Not even the slightest possibility. The memory of Uchiha Madara controlling the nine tails years ago still lingered, making it unthinkable to let the Uchiha clan near the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya's suggestion was to go against expectations. Since they assume you won't do it, you do it precisely. Ultimately, it's about how many layers deep your strategy lies. This. Having grasped the logic, Sarutobi Hiruzen became hesitant. However, Jiraiya began again, but before he could finish, an impatient Kushina interrupted. However what? Jiraiya glanced at Kushina and said with a negotiating tone. If we want to dispel the other nation's suspicions about the nine tails, you could just be the squad leader. There's no need to be his teacher. Let me be the one. Before he could finish, Kushina flatly refused. Perverted white-haired hermit, don't even think about it. The difference between a squad leader and a disciple was significant. A disciple shared a much closer bond while a squad leader was merely a teammate, more precisely a superior-subordinate relationship. Kushina, why are you being unreasonable? I helped you secure the position of squad leader, so you should consider me too. I have a lifetime of skills that need a worthy disciple to inherit. Minato is enough for inheritance. How can one person be enough? What if? Are you cursing Minato to die young? Jiraiya, you must be tired of living. Hey. Don't hit my face. Enough. Seeing the two turn the office into chaos, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to intervene. He sighed helplessly and said to Kushina, who was still yanking Jiraiya's hair. Kushina, go prepare. Uchiha Chiharu's graduation exam begins in 3 days. Hearing this, Kushina knew he had agreed. Excitedly, she punched Jiraiya again. Leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya looked at the departing Kushina and kindly reminded her. Kushina, don't get too happy. That kid has high pride. I doubt he'll agree to become your disciple. Even someone with the title of Sannin hadn't managed to win him over, let alone Kushina, who had only recently become a jonin. Kushina nodded thoughtfully. Though she despised Jiraiya's character, he held a lofty status in Konoha as one of the Sannin. Yet despite that, he had failed to recruit Chiharu for months. That spoke volumes. 3 days later, Chiharu rose early, had breakfast, and headed to the Ninja Academy. The graduation exam at the Ninja Academy was not particularly difficult. It usually tested the use of the 3 basic techniques. But applying for early graduation significantly raised the difficulty. Arriving at a special classroom, 2 ninjas were already waiting. They were Chiharu's examiners for the day. One was responsible for scoring, while the other was Chiharu's opponent for the assessment. Takeuchi Yuri said to Chiharu. Chiharu, the exam content is to last 10 minutes against a genin. A score above C means passing. Chiharu nodded. This was not difficult. Before the scoring ninja could finish saying begin, Chiharu had already rushed in front of the unnamed genin. Without giving him time to react, Chiharu struck a blow to his abdomen. The nameless genin rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The scoring ninja fell silent, too lazy to even assign a score, and simply nodded to Takeuchi Yuri. Takeuchi Yuri showed no surprise. She was well aware of Chiharu's strength. Today's exam was merely a formality. She handed the prepared genin forehead protector to Chiharu. Congratulations, Chiharu. From today onward you are a genin. Thank you, Takeuchi-sensei. Chiharu took the forehead protector. Go on. Your squad leader is already waiting at the school gate. Takeuchi Yuri had nothing more to say and dismissed him directly. So soon? Chiharu was slightly startled. Sensing the familiar chakra at the school gate, he rubbed his temples in resignation. Just as he had guessed that day, it was indeed Uzumaki Kushina. Takeuchi-sensei, is it still possible to change my squad leader? Chiharu looked up at Takeuchi Yuri. Sorry, I don't have that authority. Takeuchi Yuri shook her head. I have to go teach now. You can ask your squad leader that question yourself. With that, Takeuchi Yuri saw Chiharu about to say something more and quickly turned away, muttering under her breath. He wants me to change his squad leader. Is he crazy? I'd rather go to the front lines than provoke the blood-red hot pepper. Chiharu's lips twitched slightly, but he had to accept the reality. He strolled leisurely to the school gate, and immediately spotted Kushina's figure. Who would have thought? Seeing Chienyu emerge, Kushina laughed joyfully, knowing that from now on she would have someone in Konoha to accompany her in causing mischief. I'm sorry, but I think I need to request a change of squad leader. Chienyu's expression was calm. He harbored no ill will toward the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but if Kushina were to be his squad leader, he would never be able to leave the village for missions. How could I make a living without missions? Would I have to be a kept man? The smile on Kushina's face froze. She hadn't expected Chienyu to be so blunt upon their first meeting without considering her feelings at all. After a moment of silence, Kushina asked why. Chienyu explained tactfully, because I can't leave the village with you. On the surface, to conceal the fact that Kushina couldn't leave the village, she was given the position of captain of the sealing team. Her main duty was to develop sealing techniques within the village. Since she was a team captain, Kushina couldn't leave the village, and neither could he. I see. I never thought you were such a hot-blooded youth. Kushina nodded in understanding. She knew that at his age young men tended to be a bit chinibu, eager to earn merits, and become respected ninjas like the old third Hokage. But this made things easier. She had thought that Qianyu might dislike her because of the unpleasantness between them that night. After thinking it over, Kushina smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry. I've already considered your need to go on missions." Kushina explained, "My boyfriend. I know a jonin who is very close to me. He's also in need of teammates. When you go on missions outside the village, you can join his team. When you're in the village, you'll study under me." "Is that allowed?" Qianyu asked doubtfully. He didn't recall such an arrangement in Konoha. "Of course. With my say, no one dares to oppose," Kushina responded with authority. "Then why don't I just join his team directly?" Qianyu asked. The jonin Kushina mentioned was undoubtedly Minato Namikaze. Such a squad leader would be quite satisfactory to Qianyu. No. Kushina refused without a second thought. She wanted to be Qianyu's squad leader because she hoped he would bring her glory. There was no way she would hand him over to Minato. That would only make her miserable. If Minato started bragging, she might not be able to control the nine-tails within her. To discourage Qianyu, Kushina had to lie. Qianyu, that jonin has very high standards and he looks down on taijutsu specialists. Yes, that's it, he really despises them. Without my mediation, you wouldn't be able to join his team. Qianyu stared at Kushina with a deadfish eye mimicking Kakashi's signature look. He was puzzled. He could understand Jiraiya's motive for taking him as a disciple, but he couldn't fathom why Kushina was so eager to be his teacher, even slandering Minato's character. "Hey, are you going to agree or not?" Kushina asked impatiently, seeing Qianyu silent. "Fine, do as you please." Qianyu sighed and reluctantly accepted her as his squad leader. In the end, he didn't care who his squad leader was as long as he could leave the village. "How then, let me formally introduce myself. I am Uzumaki Kushina, jonin skilled in sealing techniques, water release, and taijutsu. Pleased to meet you. I am Uchiha Chiba, genin skilled in taijutsu and sensing. Pleased to meet you. Now that we know each other, you can call me Kushina-sensei." Kushina said casually, but her eyes were fixed on Qianyu full of expectation. Qianyu met her gaze and nodded. "I understand, Kushina-senpai." Senpai. Kushina's face fell. Not calling her sensei was bad enough, but senpai. Did she look that old? Sis would have sounded much better. It seemed getting Qianyu to accept her as squad leader was easy, but earning the title of teacher would be a long road. Kushina shook off her disappointment and waved at Qianyu. "Come on, to celebrate the formation of Team Kushina, let's go eat first. My treat." "Are you serious?" Qianyu's eyes lit up. He had been wondering how to get Kushina to treat him to a meal, and she had brought it up herself. "Of course," Kushina affirmed. When Hirozen Sarutobi had agreed to let her take Qianyu as a disciple, he had already ordered the Umbu to gather intelligence on him. Kushina had seen that intelligence, so she knew about Qianyu's enormous appetite. But a meeting gift was necessary, and perhaps this meal would make him call her sensei. On the way to the barbecue restaurant, Qianyu noticed the Konoha ninjas giving them a wide berth and raised an eyebrow. It seemed his squad leader had quite a reputation. After a moment's thought, Qianyu asked Kushina-senpai, "There's something I've been wondering." "What is it? Why did you want to be my squad leader?" "I thought you were going to ask why they're so afraid of me." Kushina sounded a bit disappointed. Showing off her intimidation factor might have unlocked Qianyu's acceptance as her disciple. Qianyu rolled his eyes at her. With her reputation, he had heard plenty of rumors even at the Ninja Academy. There was no need to ask. "Do you know Hatake Kakashi?" Kushina asked casually. Qianyu was taken aback. What did Kakashi have to do with this? After some thought, Qianyu understood. "So you want me to defeat Kakashi?" Kakashi's teacher was Minato Namikaze, who was Kushina's boyfriend. The two were practically childhood friends, very close. But both were striving to become Hokage one day, and there was a rivalry between them. To settle the serious question of who was on top, they competed in various aspects, and disciples were part of that competition. Now that Minato had an excellent disciple, Kushina couldn't afford to fall behind. Smart. Hearing Qianyu's deduction, Kushina gave him a thumbs up and then asked in a negotiating tone, "So how about it? Help your teacher out, give that Kakashi a good beating." Seeing the expectant look in Jio-shinai's eyes, Qianyu's eyes flickered and he said with a half-smile, "I want to eat grilled meat." "You!" Jio-shinai's fiery temper nearly made her slap Qianyu on the forehead, but since she still needed his help, she forced a smile and said, "And no problem." An hour and a half later, in a well-known barbecue restaurant in Wuyi, the restaurant owner, beaming, said, "Thank you for your patronage. The total is 5,000,000 taels. Hearing this, Jio Shinai's face turned pale, and she was filled with regret. She had originally planned to take Qianyu to eat ramen, economical and affordable, but never expected Qianyu to be so greedy and fleece her so badly. She knew that eating grilled meat in Muyi was very expensive, and her modest dowry could hardly withstand such spending. Jio Shinai glanced at Qianyu, who was full and satisfied, and asked with a pained heart, "Boss, can you give a discount?" The restaurant owner's expression remained unchanged as he refused. "Sorry, small business." "All right." Though Jio Shinai was willful, she wasn't unreasonable. Trembling, she pulled out her wallet and paid the huge sum. As the two walked out of the restaurant, Jio Shinai looked at Qianyu, whose belly was only slightly larger, and said irritably, "I don't know how you managed to stuff so much in there. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" "Digest fast," Qianyu replied, patting his stomach. "Humph. After eating so much of my grilled meat, you'd better work hard when the time comes." Jio Shinai snorted lightly and said, "No problem. Shall we go find Kakashi now?" Qianyu was not the type to take advantage and then forget. Since he had promised Jio Shinai to teach Kakashi a lesson, he wanted to get it done quickly. Besides, he hadn't seen Kakashi in a long time. "It'll have to wait a few days. They're on a mission and haven't returned to the village yet." Jio Shinai was pleased with Qianyu's attitude, but unfortunately the Shuimin squad had just received a mission and left the village a few days ago. "I see." Hearing that Kakashi was not around, Qianyu didn't say much more and prepared to go back to cultivate. But having just taken advantage of Jio Shinai's treat, he felt awkward leaving so soon, so he could only say, "Then what should we do now?" "First off, I'm not going to the SEAL squad with you. That place makes me feel like an illiterate." "To hell with that. That place is full of dullards, nothing fun. I haven't even been there a few times." Jio Shinai waved her hand dismissively and said scornfully, "It was just some excuse the Muyi higher-ups made up. Whether I go or not doesn't matter at all." "Then where are we going? Since we're teammates, I need to know your real strength, right?" "Fighting. I like that." Hearing this, Qianyu no longer talked about leaving. What fun was cultivation compared to a good fight? The two arrived at a spacious training ground. Qianyu took off his upper martial arts uniform, revealing a black short-sleeved undershirt, and stretched his body. "Senior Jio Shinai, how are we doing this? Do we need to snatch bells or something?" Jio Shinai's strength was not to be underestimated. Though she lacked practical experience, she was a jonin and a member of the Xuanhua clan with abundant chakra inside her. "No need for all that trouble. Let's just have a real fight." Jio Shinai also stretched her body as she replied, "All right then, come on." Seeing Qianyu's eagerness, Jio Shinai's lips curled slightly, and she kindly warned, "My fighting style might be a bit special. You'll need to be careful." "Special? How can you be more special than me? If my chi is abundant enough, I won't even need taijutsu. I'll just blast you with energy waves until you question your existence." Qianyu burst out laughing. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Jio Shinai's crisp shout, "Multiple shadow clone technique!" Bang bang. After a puff of smoke, half of the wide training ground was already occupied by these shadow clones. A rough estimate put them at over 100. Taking one look, Qianyu saw a sea of red and was startled. He immediately yelled, "Damn, you're cheating! You said it was one-on-one." "It is one-on-one. The shadow clones aren't other people." Jio Shinai grinned, and before Qianyu could retort, her main body raised her arm, extended a finger, and then pointed sharply at him. "Beat him up." In an instant, over 100 shadow clones charged forward with wild howls. The multiple shadow clone technique uses chakra to create solid clones that can act and fight just like the caster. But the more shadow clones there are, the weaker each one becomes. Even so, Jio Shinai's immense chakra reserves meant that even with 100 clones, each still possessed the chakra of a genin. In other words, Qianyu was now facing over 100 fearless genin-level opponents. Damn, I really want to unleash a Kamehameha. But taking on 100 foes alone, this was indeed a good training opportunity. Qianyu took a deep breath, let out a soft shout, and his chi surged within him, greatly enhancing his combat power. A single Kamehameha could instantly destroy all these shadow clones, but Qianyu wanted to see his own limits. So unless necessary, he would not use large-scale energy waves. Qianyu stomped hard on the ground and shot forward like a cannonball. In an instant, Qianyu plunged into the sea of shadow clones. With one punch, a clone vanished into smoke. By then he was already surrounded. Trapped by the shadow clones, Qianyu turned into a blur of motion. The dense rain-like sound of fists colliding never stopped from the moment he was engulfed. Gasp. Such terrifying power, far beyond the day he hit my hand. Sensing the memories from the shadow clones in her mind, Shinai couldn't help but gasp. An inexplicable discomfort spread through her body as if she herself had been beaten by Qianyu. Inside the encirclement, despite Qianyu's swift movements and concise techniques, he was inevitably injured. Countless fists and kicks landed on his body, forcing muffled groans from him. Qianyu was now indescribably disheveled. His exposed upper body was covered in bruises and his black short-sleeved undershirt was torn. Fortunately, his pants were sturdy enough to preserve a shred of dignity. Heh, did you think the grilled meat I treated you to was that easy to eat? Seeing Qianyu's sorry state, Shinai snorted lightly. Then she called out to him. All right, Qianyu, I already know your strength. Now if you acknowledge me as your teacher, I'll dismiss these shadow clones. How about it? Though she felt a bit like she was taking advantage of his predicament, Shinai was growing more and more satisfied with Qianyu. Not only was he exceptionally talented, but his perseverance and courage were also beyond reproach. Qianyu glanced at Shinai's main body, slowly exhaled and said, No need. Why must you be so stubborn? Wouldn't it be wonderful to become my disciple and enjoy a life of luxury and good food? Kushina stared at Qianyu, who had rejected her outright without a second thought, and tugged at her own scarlet long hair, her expression frantic. At that moment the shadow clones seemed to be influenced by Kushina's main body, abruptly accelerating the rhythm of its attacks. Under the storm of relentless assaults, Qianyu found it increasingly difficult to cope. His stamina was draining at an alarming rate, and the overwhelming barrage of attacks left him unable to think effectively. He was completely on the defensive, reacting purely on instinct. Now, not to mention counterattacking, even escaping was difficult. Fortunately, he was still tough enough to endure, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. However, the immense pressure triggered the Scion bloodline within Qianyu. His eyes grew brighter like a blazing flame, and the blood in his veins began to seethe. From birth until now he had never fought such a thrilling battle. Yet for the moment, he could only defend, unable to strike back. And to deal with these hundreds of shadow clones, not fighting back would not do. Kushina was now in a fit of anger, and she would likely only stop when she saw him on the ground. In that case, I have no choice. Qianyu made up his mind. His right hand suddenly grabbed his black short-sleeved undershirt, and tore it off with a forceful pull, destroying the garment that bound him. His chi was already insufficient. To eliminate these shadow clones, aside from using chi blasts, he would have to go all out with physical force. The 200-kilogram clothing fell to the ground with a dull thud. Over the past 2 years, Qianyu had repeatedly upgraded his weighted training suit. Now the total weight on his body had reached 300 kilograms. Under the stunned gazes of the numerous shadow clones, Qianyu's form turned into a blur invisible to the naked eye. Bang! 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 Leveraging his super speed, Qianyu unleashed 5 consecutive punches, each devastatingly powerful. The 5 shadow clones were blasted into the air, and soon dissipated into smoke. Haha, what a relief! Having never removed his weights before, Qianyu felt as light as a feather, weightless and nimble as a swallow. Now it's my turn to attack! Qianyu flashed a ferocious grin at the remaining shadow clones, his anger simmering from the beating he had taken earlier. At this moment, Qianyu was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Each strike claimed 1 shadow clone, while every attack from the clones missed due to his swift movements. The shadow clones, possessing only 1% of Kushina's true power, could no longer keep up with Qianyu's pace. A few minutes later, Qianyu eliminated the last shadow clone. He stood half naked in the center of the training ground, sweat blurring his vision, his chest heaving violently. This all-out burst of physical techniques consumed immense stamina, and he could not sustain it for long. At that moment, Kushina's mouth hung wide open in disbelief as she stared at Qianyu. She had never expected him to have a hidden card up his sleeve. Watching Qianyu still panting, Kushina snapped out of her shock and walked slowly toward him. What, still want to fight? Qianyu frowned as he saw her approaching. Kushina rolled her eyes and shook her head, saying, Sit down, let me heal you. As she spoke, a green light began to glow in her palm. Although she was not a medical ninja, she knew a bit of basic medical ninjutsu. Seeing this, Qianyu could no longer hold on. He plopped down onto the ground, and a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. He forced himself to stay awake, half opening his eyes, and said to Kushina, Then I'll trouble you, Senior Kushina. Honestly, isn't it just a title? Did you have to push yourself like this? Seeing Qianyu in this state, Kushina complained with a pang of pity, regretting her earlier words. Although Qianyu had not yet acknowledged her as his master, she already regarded him as her disciple. It's not entirely about the title. I also wanted to test my limits, Qianyu explained with his eyes closed. Kushina's medical technique was indeed impressive. He could feel his body recovering bit by bit, and the pain from his strained muscles was gradually easing. The sensation of rapid recovery after the intense battle brought a look of enjoyment to Qianyu's face, and the tail at his waist began to wag involuntarily. Kushina had been concentrating on healing, but when she saw Qianyu's tail, a playful urge struck her. She suddenly grabbed his tail with her other hand. Ha! You wouldn't let me grab it before, but now you can't resist. Instantly the last vestiges of strength in Qianyu's body vanished, and he collapsed completely. Oh my God, let go! Let go! Qianyu felt an overwhelming weakness combined with the fatigue, and with a roll of his eyes he fell unconscious. Hey, what's wrong with you? Hey, I just grabbed your tail and you passed out. When Qianyu woke up, over an hour had passed. He opened his eyes and saw Kushina sitting beside him, her gaze still fixed on his tail. So your tail is your weak point? Seeing Qianyu awake, Kushina asked softly. Qianyu nodded. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Kushina said apologetically. It's fine, just don't try to grab my tail again. Qianyu waved his hand dismissively. Haha. Kushina let out an awkward laugh, then asked. Grabbing it makes you weak and helpless, which could be fatal in battle. Can you overcome this weakness? It can be overcome by training the tail more. That's simple. Let your teacher help you. If you just want to touch my tail. Kushina stopped pretending and said bluntly. Yes. Girls have no resistance to fluffy things. Haha, just kidding. Kushina looked at the speechless Qianyu and suddenly said in a serious tone. Qianyu, would you like to have surgery to remove your tail? I know a very skilled medical ninja. I guarantee a painless removal, and with my sealing techniques it won't grow back. Hearing this, Qianyu looked at Kushina's sincere eyes and felt a warmth in his heart. However, he shook his head and said, Not for now. With it I can turn into a monster. Monster? Humph, you haven't seen what's inside me. Kushina almost blurted out the 9 tails, but quickly changed the subject. So has your body recovered? Yes, nothing much. Alright then, let's call it a day. Kushina said as she stood up and helped the still weary Qianyu to his feet. Meet here tomorrow, don't be late. Qianyu nodded and left first. In the following days, Qianyu grew close to Kushina. With the mutual understanding from their first encounter, the two became more familiar with each other. Becoming a genin brought no change to Qianyu. He still trained in taijutsu every day, now with a companion by his side who occasionally served as an opponent. Kushina was also very cooperative. After witnessing Qianyu's training methods and realizing he had no chakra, she knew there was nothing she could teach him. Thus she could only further assist Qianyu by acting as his sparring partner. Meow. Under the setting sun, Qianyu, having just parted with Kushina, strolled through the streets of Uchiha. The beerus on his shoulder appeared more lethargic than usual, its meow filled with endless grievance. I know, stop complaining. You eat my food and use my things, so you have to share some of the burden for your master. Qianyu comforted the beerus a little. The little fellow had been having a rough time lately. Thanks to Kushina, Qianyu had been training his tail during this period. At least now it wouldn't go limp and weak at the first grab. Unfortunately, just as Qianyu was about to overcome the weakness of his tail, Kushina's hyperactivity grew worse. She couldn't resist grabbing his tail twice a day without feeling an itch in her hands. Having no other choice, Qianyu brought out the beerus that had been lying around at home. Sure enough, as soon as Kushina saw the beerus, her attention shifted. Kushina petted the beerus every day, and with her strength the beerus's fur was nearly rubbed bald. Meow. Alright, I'll tell her next time to go easy. Thus the man and his cat chatted idly until they reached the doorstep. Meow. Just as Qianyu was about to open the door, the beerus on his shoulder suddenly yelped, its cry laced with a hint of hostility. Qianyu paused for a moment, then sensed a presence inside the house with his energy perception, realizing someone was already there. He recognized this aura. It was Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader of the Uchiha. Why was this young man, who should be at home making babies, coming to his place? Not long ago, Uchiha Fugaku had gotten married, and even Qianyu, an outsider, had received an invitation, though he hadn't attended. Too lazy to ponder the purpose of Uchiha Fugaku's visit, Qianyu pushed the door open and walked in just in time to see Uchiha Fugaku leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed. Uchiha Fugaku was resting with his eyes closed, wearing the ninja attire adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Faint tear troughs had appeared on his face, giving him a more imposing look. Hearing Chienyu open the door, he opened his eyes and stared directly at him. "Young clan leader, is there something you need?" Chienyu asked. "Let's talk inside," Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Chienyu shrugged, gestured for the bearers to leave, then pushed open the inner door and invited Uchiha Fugaku in. Politely he asked, "Would you like something to drink?" "Just green tea," Uchiha Fugaku said indifferently. Chienyu nodded, looking at this young man who was already putting on a deep act. After a moment's thought he asked, "Young clan leader, would you like some goji berries?" What use are goji berries?" Uchiha Fugaku looked up, puzzled, not understanding. Chienyu curled his lips. This guy was still playing dumb with an old hand like him. He gave Uchiha Fugaku a knowing look and said bluntly, "Young clan leader, women drain your vitality. This is the perfect time to replenish with goji berries." "Oh. Then. How dare you!" Uchiha Fugaku was almost provoked into opening his eyes and unleashing a major technique. "What nonsense! I, the clan leader, am young and vigorous. How could a mere Mikoto harm me? Don't get worked up, I'm just concerned about the young clan leader's health. After all, you are the future of the clan." Seeing Uchiha Fugaku on the verge of exploding, Chienyu grinned. "I thank you and your whole family." Uchiha Fugaku's face flushed red with anger. He was tempted to storm off, but remembering the purpose of his visit, he held back. Taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure, he said calmly, "No need. My health is fine." "He's not leaving," Chienyu muttered to himself. It seemed Uchiha Fugaku's errand was no simple matter. Without further comment, he turned around, brewed a cup of green tea, placed it before Uchiha Fugaku, and then sat cross-legged across from him. Uchiha Fugaku didn't mind Chienyu's casual attitude. He picked up the tea and took a light sip, then spoke with a tone of approval. "First of all, I'm genuinely pleased that you've become a genin. You're worthy of the Uchiha clan." Chienyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Uchiha Fugaku's congratulations. Seeing Chienyu's indifferent attitude, Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. After all, he was the young clan leader. Even if Chienyu was dismissive, couldn't he say something? But recalling how Chienyu had taunted him earlier, it was clear he cared little for his status as young clan leader. Feigning nonchalance, Uchiha Fugaku asked, "I heard your supervising jonin is Uzumaki Kushina." Hearing this, Chienyu seemed to understand the reason for Uchiha Fugaku's visit. The identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was known to few even within Konoha, let alone other nations, and the Uchiha clan was definitely not among those in the know. They dared not approach Kushina openly, as doing so would be a provocation to Konoha, deteriorating their relationship with the village's higher-ups, and even raising suspicions of rebellion. It seemed Uchiha Fugaku intended to use him to confirm whether Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And as Chienyu guessed, Uchiha Fugaku continued, "I need you to monitor your supervising jonin. You don't have to do anything, just report any unusual behavior from Uzumaki Kushina to me. Rest assured, I only want to confirm one thing. It's not difficult for you, and in return the clan can." Before Uchiha Fugaku could finish, Chienyu shook his head and said, "I refuse." "What did you say?" Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened abruptly, and the teacup in his hand shattered. "As a member of the Uchiha clan, you should know the consequences of defying the clan leader's orders." Without even wiping the tea from his hands, he propped them on the table, leaning his upper body forward. His pitch-black pupils suddenly transformed into 3 tomo. He had activated his Sharingan. Chienyu looked up, meeting those crimson eyes directly, his expression unwavering. "As a member of the Uchiha in Konoha, you should also know the consequences of stealing intelligence from a comrade." Watching Chienyu remain unmoved under his pressure, and even counterattack, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered with a hint of complexity. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Fugaku was a tragic figure. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, protecting the clan's interests was natural, but Fugaku chose to use and even sacrifice his eldest son to fulfill his duty. Of course, such an impartial politician exists in many places, but at least in Konohagakure there were those who were different. If it were Minato Namikaze, he would never have thrown his own son into the center of power struggles, nor would he have constantly brainwashed and pressured his eldest son while verbally tearing down his second son. On the other hand, Fugaku longed for peaceful coexistence with the village. When his clansmen insisted on reclaiming Kakashi's Sharingan, he said the war had just ended and to avoid causing trouble. Peace was hard-won, even if brief. It was the Uchiha's responsibility to strive to maintain it. When the clansmen, dissatisfied with the relocation order from the village leadership, wished to become holdouts and urged Fugaku to refuse, he said their objections were valid, but other clans had accepted the move and the Uchiha could not be the only ones to refuse. If not for the village's continuous exclusion and suspicion of the Uchiha under Fugaka's leadership, the Uchiha and Konoha could have coexisted peacefully. From the points above, it is clear that Uchiha Fugaka was a deeply conflicted man. Thus deep down he truly did not want to know the identity of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but as the clan's young leader he had to order Senba to do so. After locking gazes with Senba for a long moment, Uchiha Fugaka withdrew his Sharingan, stood up, and prepared to leave. There were also some in the clan who were close to the village. Undoubtedly he considered Senba among them, but in reality Senba was aligned with either side. His reason for not helping the Uchiha was simple: Kushina had treated him well, and Senba was upright and honest, never wearing two faces before or after others. As he reached the door, Uchiha Fugaka, with his back to Senba, said in a low voice, "Uchiha Senba, I hope you remember today's choice, but also remember that you are a member of the Uchiha clan." Just like that. Senba was stunned, watching Fugaka leave without looking back. Judging by Fugaka's demeanor, he had expected a complete break with the Uchiha clan and had even prepared to be expelled. But he never expected Fugaka to simply walk away. How bizarre. Senba muttered about Fugaka's anticlimactic exit. Since the anime rarely featured Fugaka, he had no idea what was on his mind. Shortly after Fugaka left, a figure silently vanished from a spot outside Senba's house, unnoticed even by Senba. After all, Senba couldn't constantly sense his surroundings with his chi. In the Hokage's office, a figure abruptly appeared in a dark corner. Hiruzen Sarutobi showed no surprise, only asking in a hoarse, low voice, "Ko, is there a problem with Uchiha Senba?" The Umbu named Ko knelt on one knee and said, "Lord Hokage, Uchiha Fugaka just left Uchiha Senba's house." Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted lightly and asked, "Did you catch their conversation?" Ko replied, "My apologies. Fugaka's perception is very sharp, so I couldn't get too close." Hiruzen nodded. It was within his expectations. Fugaka was a cautious man, and if he truly wanted to discuss something he wished to keep hidden, there was little he could do. Seeing Hiruzen silent, Ko added, "However, judging from Fugaka's expression, their conversation seemed to have been unpleasant." Oh. This genuinely surprised Hiruzen. After decades of development, few clans in Konoha placed clan interests above the village, and the Uchiha were the most severe example. It was rare for a member of the Uchiha clan to refuse the clan leader's order. He never expected a young Uchiha Senba to have such courage. "He's a promising seedling." After a moment of thought, Hiruzen slowly instructed, "Watch Senba for another month. If there is still no anomaly, withdraw the surveillance." Hi. Early the next day, Senba, still asleep at home, was jolted awake by a heavy knocking. From the force, it could only be Kushina. "Senba, open up. The sun is already high." Sure enough, after a long silence inside, Kushina's loud voice boomed. Senba reluctantly got up and opened the door for Kushina. As soon as Byleth saw her, he turned and fled, diving into Senba's futon and trembling. Kushina ignored Byleth and urged Senba, "Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth, then come with me to the village gate." "What? Is Kakashi coming back?" Senba yawned and asked. Jiraiya-sensei just sent word that they'll arrive by noon at the latest." Kushina was in a wonderful mood today. Even her address for Jiraiya had changed. She wasn't wearing her ninja uniform. Instead, she wore a light yellow dress that showed off her slender figure. After all, her boyfriend was coming back, so she wanted to show her gentle side. A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. It seemed even the boisterous Kushina was not immune to this old saying. After washing up, Senba followed Kushina out. "Senior Kushina, let's grab something to eat first. I haven't had breakfast yet." Along the way, Senba sniffed the aroma from the street stalls and said wistfully. At this, Kushina froze and 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. These days, to trick Senba into becoming her disciple, she had treated him to many meals. Once a little rich woman, she had spent money like water, and now her dowry was nearly gone. After agonizing for a moment, Kushina turned around and with an embarrassed look explained. "Ahem. You know, I have to stay in the village to develop new sealing techniques, so I can't go out on missions, and the compensation for developing sealing techniques isn't great." Kushina's meaning was clear: she had no money. Sorry." This time it was Senba's turn to be embarrassed. Though it was a mutual agreement, eating Kushina out of house and home was a bit too much. Kushina, completely unconcerned, laughed at Senba and said, "But once Minato returns, we'll have a long-term meal ticket. Is he the Jonin you mentioned?" Senba asked knowingly. Having grown familiar with Senba, Kushina no longer intended to hide it. She said bluntly, "Yes, he's my boyfriend." Chien, you couldn't fathom Jio Shinai's logic. Who told him to keep talking about Kakashi every time he spends time with me? Whenever Joshinai mentioned Kakashi's name, her face would darken with annoyance. Ever since Shoimen took on such a disciple, the time they spent together intimately had decreased considerably because he had to train Kakashi. Moreover, during their dates, Shoimen would still blurt out Kakashi's name. How could Joshinai tolerate that? Just moments ago she was eager to see him, yet before even meeting him she had already plotted how to set him up. Women are truly complicated, Qianyu remarked. Joshinai shot him a glare and said with unabashed confidence, "Missing him and setting him up are two different things. They can't be lumped together." As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Muyi village, Joshinai lost all interest in conversing with Qianyu, becoming almost like a statue of a woman waiting for her husband, gazing at the end of the road. Before long a large and a small figure appeared in sight. Joshinai's eyes lit up first, and she was about to dash over and throw herself into Shueimen's arms, but then she remembered Qianyu was beside her, so she restrained herself, shuffling her feet in place. Seeing Joshinai's coy demeanor, Qianyu secretly snickered, but he had no intention of mocking her out loud. Soon a travel-worn Bo-Fong Shuimen approached. He finally noticed Joshinai, who had been waiting for him for so long, and immediately broke into a radiant smile. That gentle smile was like the spring sun, making one feel as if bathed in a warm breeze. Joshinai. Then his figure vanished from its spot, and when he reappeared he was already in front of Joshinai. So fast. Qianyu's gaze sharpened. He could tell that Shuimen hadn't used the Flying Thunder God technique at all. It was purely high-speed movement that produced such an effect. The next scene Qianyu didn't want to watch, even with his appetite. Seeing too much would spoil his lunch. "Qianyu, long time no see." At that moment Kakashi happened to walk up and greeted Qianyu. "Indeed, it's been a long time." Qianyu nodded at Kakashi, appearing somewhat cold. Back in the ninja school he and Kakashi had a fairly good relationship. But Kakashi had left the ninja school without a word, not even a goodbye, clearly not intending to acknowledge him as a friend. Then there was no need for Qianyu to humbly ingratiate himself. Kakashi was slightly taken aback by Qianyu's attitude. After a moment of silence he said, "I originally thought that after you heard I graduated you would graduate too. TCH, if it weren't for running out of money I could have stayed in the school forever." Qianyu wanted to emulate those protagonists of the check-in genre. "For instance, I could sign in at the ninja school for 10 years, then graduate as invincible." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's face darkened. "What's with the dark look towards an old classmate? Haven't been beaten in too long, have you?" "I just happened to want to test your strength." Seeing this, Qianyu was about to teach Kakashi a good lesson, but unexpectedly the couple who had been flaunting their affection had already finished. Joshinai sweetly pulled Shuimen over to Qianyu and introduced him. "This is my disciple, I suppose." She wanted to say it with more confidence, but unfortunately Qianyu had never acknowledged her as his teacher. Qianyu glanced at Joshinai. As the saying goes, one who receives favors is weak in argument. So he didn't want to embarrass her at this moment. He just sidestepped the issue and said, "I am Yuzibo Qianyu. Pleased to meet you." "I am Bo-Fong Shuimen. Pleased to meet you." Shuimen smiled gently while inwardly pondering Qianyu's name, inexplicably feeling a sense of familiarity. After thinking carefully he realized it was a name that appeared in a letter from Master Zilai. He immediately said, "Hey, aren't you the disciple that Master Zilai wanted to take on?" By now he had confirmed that Qianyu was indeed that person. He turned to Joshinai and said reproachfully, "Joshinai, how could you take away the person Master Zilai had his eye on?" Joshinai crossed her arms and retorted bluntly, "That pervert's own incompetence. How is that my fault?" Faced with his assertive girlfriend, Shuimen remained silent, wisely choosing not to argue with Joshinai. Master Zilai had a negative score in Joshinai's book. Whenever he was mentioned she would flare up. Joshinai didn't want to quarrel with Shuimen right after meeting, so she changed the subject. "Alright, let's stop talking about this. We should go eat. I have something to discuss with you." The other three had no objections and followed Joshinai into Muyi village. Joshinai leaned against Shuimen while chatting with him about the interesting events that had happened in the village recently. At this moment Shuimen felt somewhat flattered. The Joshinai of the past was never this proactive. Was it because they hadn't seen each other for so long? After walking for a while, Shuimen looked around, stopped, and said to Joshinai, "Joshinai, it seems we've taken a wrong turn. This isn't the way to the food street." Joshinai pointed at the Huang building directly ahead and replied with indignation, It's all your fault. Chatting with you made us walk all the way to the Huang building. Faced with Jiu Shinai's accusation, Shuei-men scratched his head helplessly and said with a smile, "It's okay. I'll go submit the mission with Kakashi first. The reward for this mission is quite generous. I'll treat everyone to barbecue later." With that he led Kakashi toward the Huang building. Before Shuei-men had gone far, Jiu Shinai mischievously made an okay gesture to Qianyu. "You're such a clever little devil." At this moment Qianyu had to admire Jiu Shinai. Shuei-men, who had just returned, surely didn't have much money on him, but if he submitted the mission it would be a completely different story. Jiu Shinai had undoubtedly intentionally taken the wrong path just to bring Shuei-men to the Huang building to submit the mission. At this moment Qianyu looked at Shuei-men's receding figure with a sympathetic expression. With such a wife his future days would be unbearably tough. But wait. No, for Shuei-men it should be full of flavor instead. Qianyu and Jiu Shinai waited outside the Huang building for about half an hour before Shuei-men and Kakashi came out. Flush with money, Shuei-men waved his hand grandly. "Let's go to the barbecue place." Jiu Shinai and Qianyu exchanged a glance and smiled meaningfully. An hour later, at a high-end barbecue restaurant in Wuyi. In front of Qianyu's table countless plates were stacked taller than a person burying Qianyu's small figure. The ever-genial smile on Shuei-men's face finally faltered. As a Muyi Jonin and one of the elites, he had a fairly comfortable amount of money. But even so, seeing Qianyu's way of eating still made his heart ache a little. If he had to treat Qianyu to barbecue a few more times, he wouldn't even be able to afford to marry Jiu Shinai. By the way, Kushina, what was it you wanted to discuss earlier? Out of sight, out of mind, Minato decided not to look at Qianyu and the mountain of plates beside him, turning his gaze to Kushina instead. Kushina swallowed the grilled meat in her mouth before organizing her words and speaking. "It's like this because I need to develop ninjutsu in the Sealing Corps. I can't go out, and Qianyu wants to go to the front lines to earn merits. So I was hoping you could take him along on your missions." "I see." Minato nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was a clever man and naturally understood that Kushina's talk of developing ninjutsu in the Sealing Corps was just an excuse. Ever since he had saved Kushina from the Cloud Ninja, he knew her identity was not simple. Plus, Kushina wasn't particularly good at hiding things. Through subtle clues he had roughly figured out who she was. Qianyu, hearing that they were discussing him, slowed his eating pace and looked up at Minato. His absent-mindedness caused him to choke while swallowing. His entire face turned purplish red. Noticing Qianyu's complexion, Kushina quickly patted his back and scolded with a laugh. "Slow down. No one's fighting you for it. Want me to order another 50 servings of beef?" Huff. After taking the water from Kushina and drinking it down, Qianyu let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly choked to death. Seeing that the grilled meat in Qianyu's plate was almost gone, Kushina added, "Want me to order another 50 servings of beef?" "Sure." Minato. This spendthrift woman. After ordering another 50 servings of grilled meat from the restaurant owner, Kushina turned to Minato. "So what do you think?" "Agreed. Qianyu is really strong. Having him in your team would be like adding wings to a tiger. That's not a problem." Minato waved his hand, figuring that anyone whom Jiraiya-sensei and Kushina fought over couldn't be bad. However, he glanced at Qianyu and asked Kushina cautiously, "But meals aren't included, right?" "Cheapskate." Kushina rolled her eyes. "Don't you want to marry me?" Minato rarely shot a glare back at Kushina. Didn't this spendthrift woman realize that the money Qianyu devoured today would come out of her own future savings? Seeing Kushina on the verge of anger, Minato quickly said, "I was already planning to recruit people for my team when I got back. Having Qianyu join is a welcome surprise." "That's more like it." Kushina was quite satisfied with Minato's attitude. Minato pondered for a moment and said, "Since we're teammates." Before he could finish, Kushina glared and corrected, "Temporary teammates. Once we're back in Konoha, Qianyu will still be with me." She didn't want Minato to lead Qianyu around until he became Minato's man. Minato smiled appeasingly. Yes. Even as temporary teammates, we need to get familiar with each other. How about this afternoon Qianyu spars with Kakashi? That way I can assess his abilities." Kushina immediately agreed. "Ha! Good idea. I'm all for it." After fleecing Minato, she could let Qianyu beat up Kakashi, delivering a double blow to Minato. With the afternoon plan set, the impatient Kushina urged Qianyu to eat faster, ignoring whether he might choke, which made him roll his eyes. Kushina was good in every way except her impatience. After leaving the grill house, the four of them headed to the training ground again. This time they split into two pairs: Kushina and Xianyu, Minato and Kakashi. Watching Xianyu and Kushina whispering ahead, Minato lowered his head and asked, "Kakashi, you knew Xianyu from before, right? How strong is he?" "His taijutsu is very strong. 2 years ago he could easily defeat me. I don't know about now," Kakashi recalled, still a bit shaken. Even though 2 years had passed, one of which he had spent killing on the battlefield, he was no longer the novice who could only throw shuriken, yet he still dared not claim he could beat Xianyu. "Oh." Minato's relaxed expression shifted. Having spent so many years with Kushina, he knew her little schemes well. She simply wanted a duel between disciples. A trivial matter, and he had confidence in Kakashi. But hearing Kakashi's words now combined with Jiraiya-sensei's involvement, he began to waver. "By the way, Kushina, what was it you wanted to discuss earlier?" "Out of sight, out of mind." Minato didn't want to look at Xianyu and the mountain of plates piled beside him, so he turned his gaze to Kushina. Kushina swallowed the grilled meat in her mouth, then organized her thoughts and said, "It's like this. Since I need to develop ninjutsu in the Sealing Corps, I can't go out. And Xianyu wants to go to the front lines to earn battle merits, so I was hoping you could take him along on your missions." "I see." Minato nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was a smart man, naturally understanding that Kushina's talk of developing ninjutsu in the Sealing Corps was just an excuse. Ever since he had saved Kushina from the Cloud Ninja back then, he knew her identity was no ordinary one. Moreover, Kushina wasn't very good at hiding things, and through various clues he had roughly figured out who she was. Xianyu, hearing that they were talking about him, slowed down his eating and looked up at Minato. His absent-mindedness caused him to choke accidentally while swallowing. His entire face turned purple. Kushina noticed Xianyu's expression and quickly patted his back, scolding him with a laugh. "Slow down, no one's competing with you. Do you want another 50 servings of beef?" Phew. Taking the water from Kushina and gulping it down, Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost choked to death. Seeing that the grilled meat on Xianyu's plate was almost gone again, Kushina continued, "Do you want another 50 servings of beef?" "Sure." Minato. This spendthrift woman. After ordering another 50 servings of grilled meat from the owner, Kushina looked at Minato and said, "So what do you think? Do you agree? Xianyu's strength is formidable. Having him join your team would be like adding wings to a tiger. That's not a problem." Minato waved his hand, thinking that anyone who could be sought after by both Jiraiya-sensei and Kushina couldn't be bad. However, he glanced at Xianyu and asked Kushina cautiously, "However, you're not including meals, right?" "Cheapskate." Kushina rolled her eyes. "Don't you want to marry me anymore?" Minato rarely returned a glare to Kushina. Does this spendthrift woman not realize that the money Xianyu eats up today will be part of her own little treasure chest in the future? Seeing that Kushina was about to get angry, Minato quickly said, "I was already planning to recruit people for my team when I came back. Now with Xianyu joining, I'm overjoyed." "That's more like it." Kushina was satisfied with Minato's attitude. Minato pondered for a moment and said, "Since we're teammates." Before Minato could finish, Kushina glared and corrected, "Temporary teammates. When we return to Konoha, Xianyu will still be with me." She didn't want Xianyu to be led by Minato and end up becoming his. Minato said with a placating smile, Yes. Even as temporary teammates, they need to get familiar with each other. How about this afternoon let Xianyu and Kakashi have a sparring match? That way I can assess his level." Kushina immediately agreed. Good idea. I fully approve." After tricking Minato, she could let Xianyu beat up Kakashi, delivering a double blow to Minato. With the afternoon plan settled, the impatient Kushina, regardless of whether Xianyu might choke, hurried him to eat faster, causing Xianyu to roll his eyes. Kushina was perfect in every way except for her impatience. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, the four of them headed to the training ground again. This time they still walked in pairs, but now it was Kushina and Xianyu and Minato and Kakashi. Watching Xianyu and Kushina whispering ahead, Minato lowered his head and asked, "Kakashi, you must have known Xianyu before, right? How strong is he?" "His taijutsu is very strong. 2 years ago he could easily defeat me. I don't know now," Kakashi recalled, still a little shaken. Even though 2 years had passed, one of which he spent fighting on the battlefield, he was no longer the greenhorn who only knew how to throw shuriken, but he still dared not claim he could defeat Xianyu. "Oh." Minato's relaxed expression shifted. Having spent so many years with Kushina day and night, he naturally knew her little scheme. She just wanted a match between disciples. It was a small matter and he had confidence in Kakashi. But now hearing Kakashi's words along with the matter of Jiraiya-sensei, he felt a flicker of doubt. Of course it was merely a faint flicker of hesitation. After all, no one was better positioned to speak of how Kakashi had spent the past year. The death of Senior White Fang had brought Kakashi boundless grief, yet it also ignited an unyielding drive within him. Given that he possessed both talent and relentless effort, he refused to believe that Kakashi could be a mere novice who had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy after following the standard curriculum. Seeing Kakashi's lingering lack of confidence, Minato smiled warmly, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat as if to instill courage in him. Kakashi, don't sell yourself short. Your strength has grown immensely this past year. It's been nothing short of earth-shattering. Moreover, you've mastered quite a few lightning release techniques. Kakashi nodded firmly, his teacher's reassurance bolstering his confidence. He had been anticipating this battle with Qianyu for 2 years. Ever since their first encounter, when Qianyu had knocked him out with a single punch, the so-called prodigy had felt an unprecedented humiliation, a stain he was determined to wash away. Yet during his time at the academy, he knew that unless his strength reached the level of a Chunin, he had no guarantee of defeating Qianyu decisively. Thus, while keeping an eye on Qianyu at school, he also trained relentlessly. However, his father's suicide intervened. To avenge his father's dishonor and surpass Qianyu, he applied for early graduation. That decision proved exceptionally wise. On the battlefield, the life and death struggles honed him into a Chunin within a single year. In that same year, what had Qianyu been doing? Likely still idling at the academy, playing around, at most training in taijutsu. He refused to believe that his own desperate efforts could not overcome Qianyu. On Qianyu's side, Kushina patted his shoulder, glancing at the black undershirt beneath his martial arts uniform. She had heard Qianyu mention that the garment was made of a special material extremely heavy, serving as a weighted training tool. Still, she asked in a low, uncertain voice, "How much weight are you wearing today?" 400 kilograms. Kushina froze, then exclaimed in surprise. You changed it again. Wasn't it 300 kilograms just 2 days ago? People have to grow, Qianyu replied with a chuckle. But this is too fast. Kushina found herself at a loss for words, finally sighing with a complex tone. Still, this is good news for Kakashi. At least he won't lose too embarrassingly. After a moment's thought, she added, "Oh, and try not to use, or at least minimize, your Qigong wave attacks. They could easily injure Kakashi severely." There was no doubt that Qianyu would win. Her only concern now was that he might go too hard and send Kakashi to the hospital for months. Moreover, Qianyu was far from a mere taijutsu specialist. His arsenal of attacks was rich and varied. Over the past few days, Kushina had spent every day with Qianyu. As soon as he finished training, they would spar. In fact, no one in Konoha understood Qianyu's talent and strength better than Kushina herself. At first, she could easily suppress Qianyu even after he removed his weighted gear, but each day his strength grew at a visible rate, an unparalleled pace of progress that seemed almost cheating. Gradually, she began to feel the pressure, and eventually stopped engaging in close combat with him, resorting instead to long-range clashes using ninjutsu and her own Uzumaki clan's unique sealing techniques. This approach helped her salvage some dignity. But Qianyu was no pushover either. Once they became familiar, he no longer concealed his peculiarities and revealed his chi to her. The hand-seal-free yet formidable Qigong wave gave her considerable trouble. If not for her own considerable skills, she would have lost all face. Even though Qianyu was still wearing his weighted gear, Kakashi was no match for her, so how could he possibly stand a chance against Qianyu? I understand. Qianyu rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. But that makes it harder to knock him out with a single punch. Kushina asked in confusion. Why must it be a single punch? Qianyu explained. When we first met, I knocked him out with one punch. 2 years have passed. If I can't do the same now, wouldn't that mean I've grown slower than him? Kushina covered her face. You know perfectly well how fast you've grown, so why insist on this? Qianyu replied with an innocent look. I know, but he doesn't. Kushina's eyes widened. You're really twisting the knife. Silently mourning for Kakashi for 3 seconds, she advised kindly. He's going to be your temporary teammate after all, so go easy on him. Though she had asked Qianyu to give Kakashi a beating, Kakashi was still Minato's beloved disciple. If the blow was too severe, leaving him dejected, that would indeed be going too far. Qianyu shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. The 4 of them arrived at the training ground. This match appeared to be a test of Qianyu's practical skills, but for Kushina and Minato it was a contest of their own. After giving their respective fighters some instructions, they let them step onto the training platform. On the field, Kakashi and Qianyu locked eyes. Kakashi's face was grim. He held a kunai in front of him, his other hand resting on his hip, ready to draw tools from his ninja tool pouch. He stood over 10 meters away from Qianyu, clearly still remembering the punch that had knocked him out. In stark contrast to Kakashi's tense, battle-ready posture, Qianyu seemed quite relaxed. He patted his round belly and let out a satisfied burp. I might have eaten a bit too much at lunch. Comrade Minato is such a good person. Next time I'll have to get Kushina to trick him into treating us again. With that thought, Qianyu finally looked at Kakashi, a half-smile playing on his lips. What's this? After a year away, you've finally found the courage to stand before me. Humph. I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago. You have no idea what I've been through this past year while you were still plodding along at the academy. Kakashi snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Qianyu's dismissive attitude. Heh. Qianyu let out a soft laugh and beckoned to Kakashi with a wave of his hand. Come on. If I make the first move, you'll never get the chance to attack. Arrogant. Kakashi snorted, reached into his pouch, and hurled a handful of shuriken at Qianyu while retreating backward. He knew full well that 10 meters was nothing for a taijutsu specialist like Qianyu. The shuriken were meant only to disrupt his movement. Meanwhile, Qianyu moved with lightning speed, closing the distance in an instant. Kakashi hurled over a dozen shuriken. Though meant as a distraction, he did not throw them carelessly. The shuriken traced elegant arcs through the air, all aimed at Qianyu's vital points, and also sealing off his forward path. Even a member of the Uchiha clan could not have achieved such precision. It seemed Kakashi had not neglected his shuriken practice in the past 2 years. Showing off. Facing the rain of shuriken, Qianyu raised an eyebrow. He considered pulling out some shuriken to play along, but he had stopped carrying them a year ago. Qianyu glanced at the ground, seeing the stone slabs. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he stomped hard on the floor, sending a slab spinning up to hover before his chest. He struck the slab with his palm, shattering it into fragments of various sizes. These fragments shot forward like scattered petals, precisely colliding with the shuriken in midair. Clang, clang, clang. In moments, all the shuriken were knocked to the ground. While Qianyu dealt with them, Kakashi was not idle. He completed his hand seals and whispered, "Shadow clone technique." With a puff, a shadow clone appeared beside him. Using a B-rank jutsu right after becoming a chunin was decent, but nothing more. Outside the field, Kushina watched Kakashi's clone and curled her lip in disdain. What's the use of just one clone? She had used the advanced multi-shadow clone technique to create hundreds of clones. Each of her clones was stronger than Kakashi's, yet Qianyu had still beaten them all down. Watch closely, Kakashi has his reasons. Minato was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond to Kushina. He knew that Kushina, relying on her abundant chakra, would always send her clones in a mindless rush without even using basic techniques like the 3 basic jutsus. Kakashi's clone, however, did not engage Qianyu directly. Instead, it began forming hand seals alongside the original. Their seals were completely different. Having scored 0 on theory at the Ninja Academy, Qianyu could not identify the jutsus from the seals. But he did not care. He simply stood and watched Kakashi's moves. He remembered Kushina's words. Since they were temporary teammates, he might as well give Kakashi some face, let him use a few techniques, then knock him out as a courtesy. Without Qianyu's interference, Kakashi's clone quickly finished its seals and shouted, "Water-style water starch prison!" Its mouth bulged, then sprayed a sticky, transparent liquid toward Qianyu. Qianyu leaped backward, dodging continuously. The strange liquid was not ordinary water mixed with chakra. It was extremely viscous and looked rather unpleasant. If it had been white, Qianyu would have already launched a ki blast and sent Kakashi flying. But the range of the transparent liquid was vast, covering nearly half the training ground. Kakashi's endurance was impressive, and he kept spraying without pause. After a moment's hesitation, Qianyu grew tired of dodging. The substance was harmless, it only served to restrict his movements. And it was likely preparation for Kakashi's original jutsu. Without dodging, Qianyu was drenched in the liquid which wrapped around his body. The entire training ground was now covered in the sticky substance. Suppressing his disgust, Qianyu looked at Kakashi and urged, "Hurry up. After water style, it should be lightning style, right?" Though he had not studied the chakra system, he knew something about combination techniques. As Qianyu predicted, Kakashi placed his hands on the liquid. Lightning style ground running. The chakra in his palms converted into electric current, traveling along the liquid. In an instant, a surge of electricity coursed through Qianyu's body. He felt a tremor and numbness spread throughout. But it was only numbing, it did not harm him. He even had the leisure to mock Kakashi. You only learned this in a year. Kakashi, angered, concentrated all his chakra into his palms, producing a crackling sound. The powerful current illuminated the entire training ground, obscuring even Chianyu's figure. The electrical attack lasted half a minute before stopping due to Kakashi's depleted chakra. Even Chianyu's sturdy body could not withstand such prolonged electrocution, could it? Kakashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and stared intently at Chianyu. But what he saw made him freeze. He exclaimed, "You can fly." Chianyu hovered above the liquid barely half a meter away. That small distance deprived the lightning of its conductor, rendering it harmless. "Yeah," Chianyu replied casually, unfazed by Kakashi's shock. The sky dance technique was simple once you understood ki. It came easily. Chianyu had mastered it long ago, but this was his first time demonstrating it. For people in the world of Naruto, flight was no trivial matter. As far as the ninja world knew, perhaps only the old Sachikage could fly unaided. Kakashi quickly recovered and roared in anger. "You bastard!" He was completely infuriated. He had expended so much effort, Shuriken Shadow Clone Water style combined with lightning style, only to have Chianyu nullify it so easily. If you could fly, why didn't you use it earlier? Did he have to wait until Kakashi exhausted all his chakra on a finishing move? Kakashi was certain Chianyu had done it on purpose. "It seems that's all you've got." Seeing Kakashi's flustered state, Chianyu concluded he had no more tricks. Without wasting time, he flew straight at Kakashi. Nearly losing control, Kakashi drew his samurai sword and swung it at Chianyu's head. Chianyu raised his elbow, blocking Kakashi's wrist and deflecting the blade. Then he rammed into Kakashi's chest. The impact sent Kakashi flying backward, foaming at the mouth, and he collapsed unconscious. He fainted just like that. Such a fragile little body. Chianyu had only intended to knock Kakashi out of the training ground, never expecting that a single collision would render him unconscious. Wearing 400 kilograms of weight, he charged like a freight truck. Not only could Kakashi not withstand it, even a taijutsu specialized chunin might not be able to handle it. Outside the field, Kushina laughed heartily, one hand on her hip, while the other kept slapping Minato. She said mercilessly, "Haha, I won, Minato. Your disciple is no match. It's settled, the outcome is certain, she's on top. Kushina, Kakashi is still unconscious. I'll go check on his injuries first." Minato, who had been so confident in Kakashi earlier, also deflated. He awkwardly scratched his head and, making an excuse, ran over to Kakashi's side. "Tch, what a man who cares too much about face." Kushina muttered discontentedly. She also came over but went to Chianyu's side. She gave a satisfied thumbs up and praised him. "Great job," Chianyu said with rare modesty. "It's mainly because I had Senior Kushina as my training partner. Otherwise my strength wouldn't have grown so quickly." "It's your own effort." Kushina waved her hand. She was self-aware enough to know that her training only added a little polish. Even without it, Kakashi would never be a match for Chianyu. Then she thought of the air dance technique and asked, "By the way, when did you learn to fly? Why did you keep it a secret from me?" "Ha, I just forgot," Chianyu said. He had indeed forgotten, because flying was a common thing in Dragon Ball, nothing to show off. "Can I learn it?" Kushina revealed her purpose. Flying was too useful for her. It was an SSR-level skill in the ninja world. That old geezer Sarutobi Hiruzen might allow her to leave the village just because she could fly. After all, flying would make disengaging from battle incredibly easy. That way, even if they knew she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one could capture her. "It's impossible. You've already converted all the energy in your body into chakra. There's no way you can learn the air dance technique." Chianyu shook his head. After revealing chi to Kushina, he had taught her to cultivate it, but unfortunately the chi she produced was very limited. Not to mention flying, even releasing it externally, was questionable. "Damn it!" Kushina cursed inwardly. Seeing Kushina's disappointed expression, Chianyu thought for a moment, and said, "However, it's not completely impossible. If you could convert the chi used in the air dance technique into chakra with your chakra reserves, there might be some hope. But you don't have the intelligence for it. Either do I." He wasn't just comforting Kushina. Chi and chakra did have some similarities. "I'll let Minato handle this. He likes to invent weird and unusual jutsu." Kushina's eyes lit up at this. At that moment, Minato walked over carrying the unconscious Kakashi. He said to the two, "Kakashi is not seriously injured, just a few broken ribs." Kushina replied, "Minato, put Kakashi down. I'll heal him." Minato nodded, placed Kakashi down, and handed him over to Kushina, then came to Chianyu's side. A few minutes later Kushina finished healing. I've already reattached his ribs. He should wake up in a few minutes. Qianyu, he's in your care. Take good care of him since you're the one who hurt him. She said this to Qianyu, then pulled Minato aside to whisper. Qianyu. Minato, how long will you be back this time? Kushina asked expectantly. Minato smiled gently. I applied for a half-month stay. That long? Kushina exclaimed in surprise. Although the war had ended, there were still many post-war missions. Not only Minato but other ninjas also rarely had free time. They usually went from one mission to the next, staying in the village for only about 3 days. Minato nodded and explained. Because our team has only been me and Kakashi, I wanted to recruit more people in the village. But now it seems unnecessary. He had originally planned to find 2 Chunin-level teammates to form an elite squad and spend some time building team synergy, which was why he asked for half a month. But unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the village, Kushina gave him a huge surprise. 1 Qianyu was worth more than 2 Chunin, even 5 couldn't compare. Thinking this way, the barbecue money he spent at noon was totally worth it. So does that mean you have plenty of time to spend with me? Kushina's face lit up with joy. Minato looked at her affectionately, smiled, and nodded. While they were talking, Kakashi had already woken up. His first words were to curse Qianyu. You bastard! That's too much. Do you want me to knock you out again? Qianyu glared at him angrily. He still had the energy to curse. Seems Qianyu had been too lenient earlier. Facing Qianyu's threat, Kakashi struggled to control his anger and asked in confusion. You could have used flying to dodge the shuriken from the very start. Why did you wait until the last moment? Isn't this to save you some face? Did you want to be knocked out after just throwing a shuriken in the entire fight? Kakashi had nothing to say. The other party's reasoning was too sound, he couldn't argue. Seeing Kakashi at a loss for words, Qianyu had nothing more to say. He turned to Kushina and called out. Senior Kushina, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He had already gotten his free meal, completed what he needed to do for Kushina, and now it was time to attend to his own affairs. He hadn't even finished his daily tasks for today. Moreover, just a short moment of intimacy between Minato and Kushina, who had just returned, wouldn't be enough. He didn't want to be a third wheel. Minato-sensei, I'm also a bit tired. I'd like to go back and rest. Kakashi, who was also a sensible young man, understood it was time to leave upon hearing Qianyu's words. Go on, go on. I'll give you 3 days off. Meet at the usual place in 3 days. Kushina's heart was full of sweetness, so she had no time to pay attention to Qianyu and simply waved her hand. This is to give you and Senior Minato some time to be lovey-dovey, right? Qianyu smiled with an expression of knowing. Kushina was furious and embarrassed. Hey, you know too much. Then we'll take our leave, seniors. Before Kushina could explode, Qianyu, holding Kakashi with one hand, quickly left the place. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. At Qianyu's home, Kushina packed Qianyu's luggage while chattering incessantly. You're still young, so eat fewer soldier pills. They taste bad and have no nutrition. I've put several sealing scrolls in your bag, all filled with food that should last you 7 days, and also. Qianyu stood by while Bai Lucy lay on his shoulder. The man and cat quietly watched Kushina organize the luggage. Clothes, ninja tools, toiletries. Seeing that Kushina was about to move the entire house, Qianyu couldn't help but speak up. Senior Jiyoshinai, I'm going on a mission, not a trip. Why do I need so many things? This is called being prepared. I always pack for Minato whenever he goes out. Kushina replied. Before Qianyu could argue, she continued. By the way, take off your weighted gear. Don't wear it when you're out. If you encounter an emergency, you won't be able to react in time. It's fine, I'll burst my clothes at the first moment. Qianyu waved dismissively. If you can't tear your clothes, you can't claim to be a scion. I feel that's a bit indecent. Kushina imagined it, her expression turning strange. On the battlefield, several burly men surrounded Qianyu, showing cruel smiles. Then Qianyu grinned ferociously in response, tore his shirt open, revealing his muscular chest, followed by indescribable scenes. Something feels off. Shaking her head vigorously, Kushina cast the passionate image out of her mind, and said, Do as you please. In any case, listen to Minato when you're out. He's the team leader Jonin and has plenty of battlefield experience. I understand. Qianyu nodded, then gestured to Bai Lucy on his shoulder. I'll leave Bai Lucy with you for now. Just buy the cheapest cat food for him. Meow. Bai Lucy meowed discontentedly at Qianyu, his tail constantly flicking against Qianyu's cheek as if trying to make him change this outrageous idea. Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. Kushina turned her attention to Bai Lucy and said, I can see he has a hint of ninja cat lineage. Are you just going to keep him as a pet? Do you have any ideas? Qianyu asked indifferently. Hearing this, Kushina became excited. She patted her chest and assured Qianyu, How about I train him during this time? When you return, I guarantee I'll hand you a qualified ninja cat. Meow. Bai Lucy's first stood on end, no longer the lazy cat he was before. His whole body arched, glaring at Kushina discontentedly, but a slap from Qianyu quickly calmed him down. Then I'll leave it to Senior Jio Shinai. Qianyu nodded in agreement. It was obvious that Kushina wanted to experience being a teacher with Bai Lucy, so he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. With just a few words, the two decided Bai Lucy's miserable fate. Let's go. We should head to the entrance of Konoha village. Handing the packed backpack to Qianyu, she casually scooped Bai Lucy into her arms. The two of them and the cat then walked toward the entrance of Konoha village. Arriving at the entrance of Konoha village, Kakashi had been waiting for a long time, but Minato had not yet arrived. Where's Minato? Kushina asked while stroking the cat. Minato-sensei went to pick up the mission and hasn't come yet, Kakashi replied with a hint of confusion. Why is it taking so long? It's just picking up a mission. Just as Kushina finished speaking, Minato appeared before the group. Is everyone here? Then let's set off. Minato quickly glanced at the three of them and prepared to leave, completely avoiding eye contact with Kushina. The two were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. The way Minato tried to leave without showing any affection was suspicious. Not only to Kushina but even Qianyu and Kakashi noticed something was off. Minato, stop! Kushina grabbed Minato's arm. Seeing his evasive gaze, her expression changed immediately, and she shrieked. You didn't accept an A-rank mission, did you? Minato didn't answer, just gave an awkward smile. Seeing Minato's tacit expression, Kushina lost control. She punched him on the head and shouted angrily. You idiot! This is Qianyu's first mission. Don't you know to pick a C-rank mission to let him practice first? She had already discussed it privately with Minato before. Since this was Qianyu's first mission, they should pick a simple one for practice. But she never expected Minato to turn a deaf ear to her words. Although given Qianyu's strength, an A-rank mission was no problem at all. Knowing Qianyu's ability was one thing, Minato not listening to her was another matter entirely. Can she still have a say in this house? Senior Jio Shinai, don't get so worked up. It's fine. Actually, I don't want to do those low-level missions without challenge either. Seeing Minato's pale face, Qianyu stepped forward to persuade Kushina. Humph. Under Qianyu's consolation, Kushina finally let Minato off and said helplessly, Alright, tell me. What's the mission? Originally she never asked Minato about the mission details, but since it concerned Qianyu, Kushina didn't care about any nonsense about mission confidentiality. If the third Hokage dared to make a fuss, she would go pull his beard. Minato nodded, took out a map and spread it on the ground. Pointing at the location of Chao Country, he said solemnly, This is our mission destination. Chao Country lies between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. This country itself has a ninja village, but sandwiched between the two great nations it has no room for resistance, and can only try to stay neutral to survive. During the Second Great Ninja War, Chao Country had completely become a battlefield between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Currently the forces of both sides are interlocked in Chao Country, with each side infiltrating the other, leading to frequent conflicts. So the opponent is the Iwa Nin from the Land of Earth. As soon as she saw the location, Kushina blurted out, and she felt that Minato's mission seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Kushina looked at Minato with a complicated expression and asked reluctantly, Was it the third Hokage's idea? Minato nodded and replied, Not entirely. This mission is something that needs to be done by a ninja anyway. Since that's the case, I'll take it on. After all, I am your boyfriend. Kushina gazed at Minato's resolute face, her eyes full of tenderness. After a long silence, she finally said, Minato, you have a kind heart. For you, everything is worth it. Minato replied softly. Hey, we're talking about the mission here. Qianyu tapped the map in dissatisfaction. These two lovebirds should know when to show affection. As the two drew closer, Qianyu had to interrupt them. If they continued gazing at each other affectionately, he would surely suffer 10,000 points of emotional damage. Qianyu's words made Kushina realize the awkward atmosphere between her and Minato. Glancing at Minato's face, which was now alarmingly closed, she blushed and turned away in shame. That was close. Minato nearly succeeded. As for Minato, he pulled back his head with a stoic expression, his face calm and unbothered, but his heart churned like a tempest. Ah. After all these years he finally had a chance to steal a kiss, only to be thwarted by Qianyu. Thwarted. It seemed he would have to make things difficult for Qianyu along the way. Minato shot Qianyu a resentful glare. Despite their usual intimacy, Kushina and Minato had only ever held hands. Sensei, what is the objective of this A-rank mission? Seeing their teacher's awkwardness, Kakashi thoughtfully asked, redirecting everyone's attention to the task. Kushina's guess that it was the rock ninja was wrong. Our target is the grass ninja. A grass ninja? Kushina blinked, then scoffed. Is the intelligence accurate? These turtles dare to meddle in our battle with the land of earth. The land of grass was once one of the stronger nations in the ninja world, but akin to the rise and fall of civilizations, no country can remain eternal. Its glory is long gone. Now the land of grass skillfully uses diplomacy to maneuver among powerful nations, grasping the shifting tides of the times to ensure its survival. Thus, after the Second Great Ninja War erupted, the land of grass retreated into its hidden village, allowing its country to be trampled by the two warring powers. Of course, they had no choice. When two tigers fight, a little rabbit like them dare not intervene. Even a glance would be a death wish. Ignoring Kushina's disdain for the grass ninja, Minato continued. According to frontline intelligence, 3 of our outposts in the land of grass were ambushed by rock ninja with no survivors. After investigation by the Umbu, it was discovered that the grass ninja had leaked the outpost locations to the rock ninja. Our mission is to eliminate the grass ninja within our sphere of influence, and deliver a warning. Though the grass-hidden village had been holed up within its walls after the Second Great Ninja War ended, they began venturing out for missions. After all, they needed to make a living. With the war's end, the land of earth and the land of fire recalled most of their forces, leaving only a few outposts to maintain a stalemate. Both sides had kept a peaceful coexistence with the grass ninja. But now the grass ninja dared to leak Konoha's outpost intelligence to the rock ninja. This was nothing short of tugging a tiger's whiskers. Konoha naturally could not tolerate it. After briefly summarizing the mission, Minato turned to Kushina and said, "It's getting late. We should set off." Kushina sighed reluctantly. "And then, though the target is only grass ninja, you must be careful." Minato nodded, waved at Qianyu and Kakashi, and vanished from the spot. Qianyu and Minato were not slow either. The moment Minato disappeared, they too vanished, leaving only Kushina gazing at their retreating figures. For the rest of the journey, the 3 exchanged few words, traveling in silence. Since they were still within the land of fire, hostile forces were unlikely, so Minato and his team sprinted at full speed without conserving energy. As night fell, Minato, leading the way, gestured for Qianyu and Kakashi to stop. "Let's call it a day. We'll rest here for the night." The 3 landed on a hidden clearing. The experienced Minato left to scout the surroundings, while Kakashi gathered dry twigs and leaves to light a campfire. After the fire was lit, Minato returned. The 3 sat around the flames, their faces flickering in the dancing light. After a moment of silence, Qianyu patted his stomach and excitedly pulled out a sealed scroll from his bag. This was the food Kushina had prepared for him. He wondered what was inside. It should be good. Qianyu handed the scroll to Kakashi with a grin. "Fifth brother, unseal it, will you? I'll treat you to a feast." Seeing Qianyu's mischievous face, Kakashi rolled his eyes. He didn't know when Qianyu had started calling him that. He took the scroll, spread it on the ground, and pressed his palm on the center to release the seal. Instantly, hundreds of cups of ramen in various flavors appeared before them, the kind that needed hot water. Qianyu froze, then cried out in despair. "No way!" Though he didn't dislike ramen, eating hundreds of cups at once would make him sick. Minato chuckled maliciously. "Hakushina loves ramen. She probably prepared it according to her own taste. Don't reject her kindness." Back when he first went on a mission, Kushina had also prepared food for him. He had hoped for a homemade bento, but when he opened it, it was nothing but ramen. His expression then was even more desperate than Qianyu's. Now, seeing Qianyu in the same predicament, he felt a bit better. "Forget it, I'll just eat soldier pills." Qianyu sighed helplessly, waving his hand to signal Kakashi to seal the ramen back. Just then Minato spoke gravely to Qianyu. "Use your sensing ability to check if anyone is nearby." Qianyu was startled but stood up, closed his eyes, and complied. After a few minutes, Qianyu shook his head. "No one, but I detected a few beasts. Want to catch them for dinner? Let's talk about that later. I have something else to tell you." Minato motioned for Qianyu to sit down, then glanced at both of them, and lowered his voice. When I was picking up the mission at the Hokage building, I ran into the Lord Hokage. Qianyu replied nonchalantly. What's so strange about that? Did you expect to run into the water shadow? Minato shot him a helpless look. He gave me a special mission and I accepted it. What? Sensei, you took on 2 missions. Kakashi was startled. This A-rank mission is already troublesome enough. Why take on another? Minato remained silent, not answering. Special mission. Qianyu's carefree expression faded. He asked seriously. I take it this is the real reason for our trip. Yes. This mission concerns the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Quite bold, aren't you? Qianyu glanced at Minato without a trace of expression. Earlier, if Minato had told Kushina about this mission, she would have been so moved that she would lose control and immediately beat him up. Minato hadn't yet grown into his full strength. Even his Flying Thunder God technique was not well honed, and at least once out of 3 times he would stand there dumbfounded. In other words, he was barely stronger than an average jonin. And yet he dared to provoke the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. That was no different from courting death. Nevertheless, Qianyu still admired Minato for being willing to put himself in danger for his girlfriend. Seeing Qianyu and Kakashi remain silent, Minato misinterpreted their silence. Skipping that, he went straight to the point. Qianyu and Kakashi shook their heads and said in unison, All right, I understand. Minato's desire to explain vanished instantly, and he thought to himself that these 2 were not commoners like him. One was from the Hatake clan, the other from the Uchiha clan. Both were prestigious families of Konoha, so of course they knew what a Jinchuriki was. He organized his words and said, according to intelligence from spies in the Earth Country, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Laozi has left the village due to a rift with its Uchiha. The Lord Hokage's mission for me is to find the whereabouts of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. In fact, that Uchiha had concealed the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's departure for some time and had been secretly searching for him within the Earth Country without any success. We have reason to believe that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki has already left the Earth Country. There are 3 possible directions he could have taken: the U Country, the Chao Country, or the Long Country. The U Country can be ruled out as a borderland of 3 great nations, even more chaotic than the Chao Country, and is overseen by Hanzo, known as the demigod. He wouldn't be foolish enough to go there. As for the Long Country, other squads are searching there, so we only need to handle the search mission in the Chao Country. Minato said all this in one breath, then looked at Qianyu and Kakashi with an apologetic expression, and said, I'm sorry for taking on this mission without consulting you both. Although this mission only requires locating the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, it could easily turn into an S-rank mission, and the danger is self-evident. He felt guilty toward Qianyu and Kakashi. After all, a mission targeting an enemy nation's nuclear weapon should be the business of the Umbu. But the rock ninja dared to target his girlfriend. How could he tolerate that? So when he heard that Yuan Fei Risen was planning to retaliate against the rock ninja, he was very willing to join in. Kakashi didn't know the details. He just said, Minato-sensei, you're the captain, just make the decision. There's no need to apologize to us. That's right. Qianyu also nodded in agreement. You all. At that moment, Minato felt very gratified. The atmosphere in the team was still harmonious. But before he could say anything, Qianyu changed his tone and said, however, I still have a suggestion. If you feel sorry for us, why don't you give up your mission reward and give it to the 2 of us? That should ease your guilt a bit. Minato's face stiffened, then returned to normal. He put on an innocent look and said, ahem, actually for your safety I didn't want to take on this mission, but it was the Lord Hokage's orders. I couldn't refuse. Sorry is sorry, but if it means losing money, I can also shamelessly make up stories. Qianyu looked at Minato in surprise, never expecting that someone like Minato would also openly lie. By the way, Minato-sensei, once we find the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, the subsequent tasks shouldn't require our involvement, right? Kakashi asked. Of course. Minato nodded, then after a moment's thought added, at least the 2 of you won't be needed. Of course, Yuan Fei Risen wouldn't just want the location of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, there was definitely a whole plan afterward. More precisely, it was a capture plan. He understood very well that capturing the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was not something his squad could participate in. It would require at least someone of Jiraiya's level. After saying that, he took out 2 identical photos from his pocket and handed them to Qianyu and Kakashi. This is a photo of the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Take a look. Qianyu took the photo and glanced at it. The photo showed a man wearing a purple outfit and chest armor with his red hair tied into a small ponytail like a horse's tail and a thick beard. After resting for one night, the 3 of them set off again before dawn, and finally arrived at the border of the Ho country by noon. After confirming their identities, the border station ninja let Minato and the others pass. Next is the danger zone. We could encounter rock ninja or grass ninja at any time. Qianyu, keep your sensing ability active at all times, and if you detect any enemies, tell me immediately. After half a month of interaction in the village, Minato had a general understanding of Qianyu's abilities, so he knew very well how strong Qianyu's sensing ability was. Ordinary ninjas simply couldn't hide from Qianyu. Understood. Qianyu nodded. Minato said no more, and with a flick of his foot he leaped forward with Kakashi closely following. But Qianyu, who should have been following behind, suddenly stopped in his tracks, standing still with a strange expression on his face. Ding. Currently entering the Chao Country battlefield. Kill mission has been released. Killing a genin rewards 1 point, a chunin 10 points, a jonin 100 points, an elite jonin 500 points. Killing gives points. When Qianyu killed that spy earlier, he didn't get any points, and thought that this damn shop could only earn points through daily missions. Thinking about it, he felt somewhat desperate. He could only get 1 point per day. Not to mention this lifetime, even in the next life he might not be able to exchange for the Zizai Ji Gong. But now it seemed that points could still be obtained by killing, though the system missions seemed to require special conditions to activate. Chao Country battlefield. Is it that you can only activate the mission by entering the battlefield? What's wrong, Qianyu? Before Qianyu could figure out the key, Kakashi, noticing that Qianyu hadn't followed, turned around and asked. It's nothing, let's go. Qianyu snapped back to reality and shook his head. Seeing this, Kakashi asked no more and turned to continue forward. Qianyu stared ahead, a flicker of cruelty flashing in his indifferent eyes. Dear Rock Ninja and Grass Ninja, no dear points, I'm coming. After half a day's journey through the grass country in the silent team, Qianyu suddenly spoke. About 3,000 meters to the front left there are 4 shinobi. From their aura I can tell they are not our people. Having lived in Konoha village for so long, Qianyu could still distinguish the aura of Konoha's shinobi, but he could not determine whether they were rock shinobi or grass shinobi. How strong are they? Minato did not turn around, only asked simply. 1 chunin 3 genin. Then they must be grass shinobi. Rock shinobi teams are never this weak. At this moment Minato's voice was no longer as gentle as usual, a hint of coldness crept into his tone. After speaking, he did not slow his pace but instead turned and leaped toward the direction of the 4 shinobi. Kakashi and Qianyu followed closely. 3,000 meters was a short distance for shinobi. Within minutes Qianyu and the others had crept near the 4 grass shinobi. Minato hid behind a tree trunk, peering ahead at the 4 shinobi who had set up camp. From the forehead protectors he confirmed they were indeed grass shinobi, and their strength was, as Qianyu had said, only 1 chunin. He pondered for a moment, then whispered to Qianyu and Kakashi. Leave them to you two. I'll stand guard. Kakashi nodded and turned to discuss tactics with Qianyu. However, Qianyu was very direct. A faint blue glow appeared on his index finger, and he pointed forward. Shwa! A bright blue light cut through the dim forest. The grass shinobi dozens of meters away were still unaware. Until their leader, the chunin, suddenly shuddered and then fell stiffly to the ground. The remaining 3 genin froze for a moment, staring dumbfounded at the fallen chunin. The instant the chunin died, Kakashi reacted, drawing the blade from his back and vanishing in a flash. The captain is dead. No enemy attack. It's Konoha shinobi, run. The grass shinobi, still standing, screamed in panic. The one who shouted retreat turned and fled, his captain killed in an instant by an ambush, with no idea how many enemies there were or their strength. In that situation he did not want to stay a second longer, his mind was filled only with the thought of escape. But the moment he turned the corner of his eye caught a flash of blue light, and then the grass shinobi beside him fell with a thud. At that moment he finally understood how his captain had died. What was that? Such a terrifying blue light! For humans the unknown is the most fearsome thing. And this blue light was the unknown for this grass shinobi. He had never seen a jutsu that could silently take a life like a reaper's scythe. Qianyu fired 2 beams of death but found that the grass shinobi had long lost all will to fight. Losing the urge to charge in and throw punches, he casually shot 2 more blue beams, ending the remaining 2 grass shinobi's lives. By the time Kakashi arrived before the grass shinobi with his blade, only 4 corpses remained. He paused stunned, then turned to look at his teacher Minato with an innocent expression. Minato, still standing in place, was also somewhat dazed. Ever since Qianyu used the death beam, Minato had stopped paying attention to the battlefield. His eyes were fixed only on the glimmer of blue light at Qianyu's fingertip. In his heart there was only one word: stunning. This kind of silent, instantaneous jutsu requiring no hand seals was a perfect tool for assassination. Now thinking back, during the half-month in the village he had only known about Qianyu's taijutsu and perception. He never imagined Chienyu had concealed such a technique. Minato snapped out of it, exchanged a glance with Kakashi, and could only shrug helplessly. He had handed these weak grass shinobi to Kakashi and Chienyu to let them practice. More precisely, it was to let them cooperate in battle and build teamwork for the future. But he never expected that before his beloved student could act, the 4 grass shinobi were already finished by Chienyu alone. At that moment he wondered, should he blame Chienyu for being too strong, the grass shinobi for being too weak, or Kakashi for being too inferior. Now that the grass shinobi were all dead, there was nothing left to say. He could only give Chienyu a speechless look and then went to examine the corpses. Kakashi stood there reluctantly, sheathing his still unsullied blade, and said to Chienyu with a conflicted expression, "Next time don't act so rashly. We're a team, we need to cooperate." "Oh, I'll keep that in mind next time." Chienyu yawned and replied casually. It wasn't intentional on his part. After all, they were just 3 genin with mediocre strength, and killing them gave only 3 points in total, less than a single chunin. He simply didn't care. "Really?" Seeing Chienyu's attitude, Kakashi knew he hadn't taken his words to heart. He said angrily, "Hey, do you want to have a dead weight in the future?" Kakashi's implication was that he also needed to gain experience by fighting. If he didn't, the gap between him and Chienyu would only grow wider. Chienyu thought for a moment and asked back, "Aren't you already one now?" Kakashi's face turned from white to red, then purple, then black. He reached for the blade on his back but didn't draw it. "What should I do? I feel like slashing him, but I'm afraid I'll get taught a lesson if I do." Seeing Kakashi's face darken from the provocation, Chienyu consoled him. "Sorry, I take that back." "Humph." Kakashi, seeing an exit, gave a proud snort. Chienyu didn't mind Kakashi's attitude. He patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, "Look, it's getting late. We'll probably camp here tonight. The grass shinobi have already set up tents, but these 4 corpses. You don't want to sleep next to bodies, do you? So I'll leave the corpse disposal to you. See, you're still useful in the team." Kasoyaru. In Chienyu's eyes was Kakashi nothing but a useless corpse handler. This time Kakashi flew into a rage, unable to hold back any longer, and lunged at Chienyu. At that moment Minato had finished searching the bodies. He pulled Chienyu off of Kakashi and said helplessly, "You two stop fooling around. Both of you go dispose of the bodies. And Chienyu, next time you encounter grass shinobi, leave one alive. We still need to gather intelligence." "Understood." Chienyu nodded. In a certain part of the grass country, Chienyu perched on a tree branch, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass. Half a month had passed since he arrived in the grass country. Though the grass country was no major nation, it was still a country, and encountering grass ninja was not a daily occurrence, even with Chienyu acting as a human radar. Most of the grass ninja they encountered during this period were only at the genin level, with very few chunin, and only a single jonin. After all, the grass country was a small nation incapable of fielding any decent combat force, even resorting to filling ranks with unworthy samurai. Chienyu had encountered several such individuals while helping Kakashi. Seeing no increase in his accumulated points, he was so frustrated that he nearly transformed. Thus the trio of Chienyu, Kakashi, and Minato utterly dominated the grass ninja of such meager strength. Not even the combined efforts of Kakashi and Minato were needed. Chienyu alone with his precise and penetrating death beam left the grass ninja no chance to resist, or even face him. "Chienyu, aren't you supposed to keep watch? Combat between ninja is always prone to unexpected mishaps." Minato appeared beside Chienyu holding 3 cups of instant noodles. Though this mission had dragged on longer than expected for Minato, it was the easiest. He only intervened when facing the sole jonin, and even then he was not the main attacker but merely supporting Chienyu. He even had the leisure to prepare instant noodles for his teammates. His gaze shifted to a spot 30 meters away. There Kakashi was entangled with a squad of grass ninja. "Relax, Kakashi may be a bit lacking, but handling these few is no problem." Chienyu waved his hand dismissively, snatched 1 cup of noodles from Minato, and began eating. Over the past half-month not only had decent food run out, but even the instant noodles Kushina had given him were nearly gone. Minato rolled his eyes helplessly at Chienyu. Seeing that Kakashi was handling a chunin and 3 genin with ease, he nodded in satisfaction. Compared to half a month ago, his disciple had indeed grown. Then Minato turned to look at Chienyu sitting beside him and couldn't help but sigh. The gap between Kakashi and this disciple of Kushina's was still too vast. Surpassing, no even keeping up with Chienyu's pace, Kakashi still had a long way to go. "How this instant noodles smell pretty good, no wonder Kushina-senpai likes them." Chienyu sitting beside Minato took a deep breath, then eagerly tore open the lid and wolfed down the entire cup in a few bites. He licked his lips, still craving more, and eyed the 2 remaining cups in Minato's hands. Minato immediately recoiled, shielding the noodles warily, and said irritably, "These are for me and Kakashi." They had already consumed all the food they brought, leaving only a few cups of noodles and a large stash of military ration pills. Eating instant noodles was already a luxury. Chienyu shrugged, not bothering to snatch, and instead fished out a few military ration pills from his pocket. Staring at the dark, unappetizing pills in his hand, Chienyu hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes, stuffed them into his mouth, and quickly washed them down with the savory broth of the instant noodles. Seeing Chienyu swallowing the pills like medicine, Minato almost twisted his mouth in disbelief. Is it really that bad? To be fair, even a divine fruit would become nauseating if eaten daily, let alone the foul-tasting military ration pills. Minato turned his attention back to the distant battle, noting that Kakashi had gained control of the situation, and his worry eased. He sat beside Chienyu, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Chienyu, you've been out for so long, don't you miss home?" As a team leader, he not only had to guide genin but also act as a caring confidant, addressing psychological issues like reluctance to kill or homesickness among these rookie ninja. Even Kakashi, when he first killed someone, had his hands trembling slightly and a look of nausea on his face. Chienyu showed no such signs, so Minato didn't dwell on it, but other matters were uncertain. After gulping down several mouthfuls of noodle soup to rid his mouth of the pill's taste, Chienyu shook his head and said, "No, it's freer out here, though the food is a bit lacking." "I see." Minato carefully observed Chienyu's expression, and finding no trace of unease, nodded with a smile. "Good, you know, Chienyu, you really are suited to being a ninja." Chienyu corrected him. "Don't say that. I'm actually a martial artist." "Stop joking. You're already on the grass ninja's radar. Though they've never seen you, they've dubbed you Mai's Blue Glow. For a ninja, that's a mark of strength." Minato rolled his eyes. Chienyu was good in many ways, but he had a habit of saying offbeat things. This trait was similar to Kushina's. No wonder they were master and disciple. Though Chienyu never called Kushina teacher, their interactions showed that he was merely being tsundere. As for the title Mai's Blue Glow, Minato had heard it from a squad of grass ninja they encountered yesterday. In just half a month, Chienyu had never proactively appeared before the grass ninja. Each time he faced an enemy, he simply flicked a death beam and ended the fight. The grass ninja could only see a flash of blue light, and then their comrades would lose their lives. This mysterious method struck terror into the grass ninja. Thanks to the few grass ninja minions Chienyu deliberately let escape to save effort, they spread the word, and the grass ninja gave this unknown leaf ninja that title. But don't get too cocky. The grass ninja are just small fry. When your name spreads among the ninja of major nations like Iwa and Suna, that's when you'll truly be known across the ninja world. Saying this, Minato felt a twinge of envy. He had been active in the ninja world for years without earning a title, yet Chienyu had gained one on his first mission. Chienyu curled his lip. "That title sounds terrible." Noticing his expression, Minato rubbed his chin and said, "Mai's Blue Glow is indeed not great. Want me to come up with one?" "Huh." Chienyu paused, vaguely recalling that Minato seemed to have a peculiar talent for naming, and was unaware of it. Sure enough, before Chienyu could refuse, an enthusiastic Minato had already thought of one. "Mai's Fierce Blue Death Beam of Certain Kill, how about that?" Chienyu nearly rolled his eyes out of their sockets. "What kind of mess is that? Your naming skill is worse than Son Gohan's." Next time I'll accidentally let a grass ninja escape and have him spread this name across the ninja world." "Don't be ridiculous. I think Mai's Blue Glow sounds great now." "Really?" Chienyu covered his face. As the two were idly chatting, Kakashi's battle had reached its end with only one Chunin still struggling desperately. However, that Chunin had already lost an arm, and death was merely a matter of time. Chienyu immediately mobilized the chi within his body, pointing his index finger, as a flash of blue light streaked through the air. In an instant, that Chunin fell dead by his hand. Even though he had witnessed Chienyu's actions many times, a flicker of admiration still crossed Minato's eyes. But soon it turned into helplessness. He sighed and complained, "I've lost count how many times this has happened. What exactly are you trying to do? There's no reward for finishing off the enemy." "Haha, just a reflex. Chienyu waved his hand carelessly. The paltry points from a genin were beneath his notice, but a chunin was a different matter. They both stood up and walked over to Kakashi. "Minato-sensei, Chienyu." As soon as they arrived, Kakashi pointed at Chienyu, ready to tattle right in front of him. But before he could finish, Minato interrupted, saying, "You've worked hard. Go rest over there and replenish your strength." With that, he handed a cup of instant noodles to Kakashi. Kakashi ignored Minato, instead glaring at Chienyu with his dead fish eyes. Chienyu, whose face was thick as the heavens, spoke up, "Kakashi, aren't you going to eat? If you're not eating, then give it to me." "Humph." Kakashi snorted coldly, finally taking the noodles from Minato and retreating to rest. "Chienyu, leave the looting to you." Minato gestured with the last cup of noodles in his hand. Chienyu nodded and walked over to the Chunin he had killed. After rummaging through the corpse's chest, he pulled out a scroll. He unrolled it to find it densely packed with tadpole-like characters, making his head spin. He casually tossed it to Minato, who was still eating noodles. "Senior Minato, there's some intelligence here. Could you translate it?" Minato caught the scroll thrown by Chienyu and began to read it carefully, his expression alternating between calm and contemplative. Every ninja village had its own unique code. They would carve these tadpole-like characters on trees or other hidden spots to convey information about their movements or intelligence to their own people. It was difficult for anyone unfamiliar with the code to decipher. Having served as a ninja for so many years, Minato had some experience in this area. As for Chienyu, there was no need to mention him. If he could understand it, the author would lose. Chienyu continued to search the bodies. He had thought finding one scroll was already a good haul, but unexpectedly he discovered another scroll on a different corpse. He couldn't be bothered to open it, knowing he couldn't read it anyway. Carrying the scrolls, he walked over to Minato. By then Minato had already deciphered the first scroll. He let out a sigh of relief and said to Chienyu and Kakashi, "Good thing we intercepted these grass ninja. Otherwise intelligence about several more strongholds would have been passed to the rock ninja." Chienyu didn't reply. He handed the other scroll to Minato. Minato took it and opened it. The moment he glanced at it, his expression changed. He said in a grave tone, "These are symbols used only by the rock ninja." Chienyu was startled. He immediately looked at the intelligence and studied it carefully. Like the previous one, it was covered in dense tadpole-like characters. His face showed extreme shock. "While they're all tadpole characters? Senior Minato, how did you tell them apart?" "Minato, your focus is completely off, isn't it? And you were staring so intently. I thought you actually understood." Minato couldn't be bothered to explain to Chienyu. He simply focused on deciphering the intelligence from the land of rock. After a long while, when even Chienyu was growing impatient, Minato finally let out a slow breath, indicating he had cracked the code. However, his expression did not relax, instead it grew more somber. Noticing Minato's expression, Kakashi asked in a low voice, "Minato-sensei, what's wrong?" Chienyu also shed his lazy demeanor and looked at Minato. Minato did not hide the truth. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that the rock ninja have ordered the grass ninja to stop gathering intelligence and temporarily withdraw from our area of operations. In other words, this A-rank mission is complete. Chienyu and Kakashi nodded in silence, letting Minato continue. The bad news is that the rock ninja have already dispatched their explosion corps to hunt us down. Explosion corps? What the hell is that? Chienyu was taken aback. Minato patiently explained to the clueless Chienyu the rock ninja's explosion corps is like Konoha's ANBU, specialized in reconnaissance and assassination. Why not just say ANBU? Why all the fancy names? Kakashi ignored Chienyu's grumbling and said solemnly, "It seems we've cost the grass ninja too many men, forcing the rock ninja to avenge their hounds. Minato-sensei, what do we do next?" After a moment of thought, Minato asked Chienyu, "Have you detected any unusual chakra these past few days?" As things stood, they had already completed the A-rank mission. The next step was to search for the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. No, at least not in this area. Chienyu knew Minato was asking about the Four-Tails chakra. Over the past few days, although they had focused on eliminating the grass ninja, they had also passed through some villages and towns, taking the opportunity to search for the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. But the tailed beast sealed within a Jinchuriki could not be sensed unless its chakra leaked. Chienyu had tested this on Kushina, so he could answer Minato with certainty. In that case, we have only two options. One is to return directly to Konoha and submit this A-rank mission, essentially failing the mission to track the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. The other is to eliminate this squad of rock ninja, then enter rock ninja territory to continue the search. Chienyu spoke directly. "I suggest we continue. These grass ninja are all worthless, mostly genin. I didn't even feel like making a move." Now that a specialized squad of rock ninja had come to intercept them, it piqued Chienyu's interest. The rock ninja's explosion corps has recruitment standards similar to Konoha's ANBU. They are all elite ninja. They won't be as boring as the grass ninja. Minato turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, what do you say? Kakashi was silent for a moment before speaking. I also suggest we continue. In that case, let's move. Minato gave the order. They quickly cleaned up the battlefield, leaving subtle clues for the pursuing rock ninja. Then with Xianyu and Kakashi he left a trail of barely noticeable signs intending to lead the rock ninja into his trap. Within the hidden leaf village, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's seat holding a scroll transmitted from the grass country. He studied the scroll's contents for a long time, his expression calm and unreadable. But the fact that a scroll of modest length could hold the attention of the busy Hokage for so long was itself a sign of anomaly. Hiruzen took a deep drag of his pipe and slowly exhaled the smoke. The scroll's contents were not complicated, mostly intelligence regarding Team Minato documenting the team's achievements over the past half-month. Hiruzen made no comment on the losses suffered by the grass ninja. After all, it was a fickle nation with meager strength, and Minato was Jiraiya's proud disciple, having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second Hokage. Their heavy losses were within his expectations. What surprised him, however, was the leaf ninja whom the grass ninja had dubbed the My Blue Gleam. He murmured to himself, My Blue Gleam. A blue linear beam of energy. What nature of jutsu is this? Even with his reputation as the professor of the shinobi world, Hiruzen could not claim to know every technique. He searched his memory for a long time but found no information about such a jutsu. Boom! At that moment the tightly shut door of the Hokage's office was flung open with force and Kushina's figure appeared before Hiruzen. Old Man Third, have you heard anything about Minato and Chihiro? Kushina's arrival interrupted Hiruzen's contemplation. He tilted his head to glance past her at the damaged door, then sighed helplessly. Ever since Chihiro and Minato had gone to the front lines, this door had been replaced almost daily. See for yourself. Hiruzen, now too weary to lecture Kushina, simply handed her the intelligence scroll. After scanning the scroll and learning of Chihiro and the others' recent situation, Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. Kushina, if my guess is correct, the My Blue Gleam the grass ninja mentioned is your disciple Uchiha Chihiro, isn't it? Hiruzen inquired. He knew Minato and Kakashi well, neither possessed such means, leaving only Uchiha Chihiro. Kushina nodded, then scoffed disdainfully, My Blue Gleam. Ha! Looks like the grass ninja really are a bunch of incompetents giving Chihiro such a title. In Kushina's view, she knew exactly where Chihiro's true strength lay. If the grass ninja had named him for his taijutsu or large-scale destruction, that would indicate they had some skill forcing Chihiro to reveal his real power. But now, they merely dubbed him after the trait of his death beam technique, which was laughable. It proved that her disciple hadn't even taken the fight seriously. He was practically dismissing the grass ninja. Only against an opponent worthy of his recognition would Chihiro refrain from using such sneak attack-like methods. He preferred a head-on clash of true strength. This was what she had learned from days of sparring with him. Noticing Kushina's expression, Hiruzen grew intrigued and probed Kushina, is there something you want to tell me about your disciple? Her reaction was quite unexpected. Given Kushina's personality, she should have been jumping with joy upon learning that her disciple had earned recognition from another nation. But now she appeared dissatisfied, as if this My Blue Gleam title was beneath Chihiro. You've had the Umbu investigate Chihiro for a long time, haven't you? How is it, still not thorough enough? Kushina looked at Hiruzen with a wry smile. That was just surveillance. Hiruzen took an awkward puff of his pipe. Although he had kept Chihiro under surveillance, it was solely for the safety of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, not an in-depth investigation. Thus he truly knew little about Chihiro's abilities. I won't tell you. Kushina gave a light snort, then turned around, leaving Hiruzen staring at the back of her head. Hiruzen's face stiffened, not expecting Kushina to be so disrespectful. He shook his head helplessly, realizing he would have to send someone to investigate further. As she left the Hokage's office, Kushina's expression grew complicated. She was overjoyed and filled with pride that Chihiro had achieved such recognition in the grass country. Yet afterward bitterness welled up in her heart. Chihiro's strength was growing ever greater, and she as his teacher was struggling to keep pace. This was unbearable for the proud Kushina. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face. To avoid being overtaken by her own disciple so soon, she might need to resort to some external aid. She placed her hands on her abdomen, where a certain being had been sealed for years without communication. In the dark dungeon, a pair of scarlet pupils suddenly blazed to life. Give it up, I'm not lending you my power. In the grass country, Chihiro and the others hid in a secluded corner, silently sensing the surroundings, awaiting the arrival of the Iwanin's demolition corps. After waiting there for about half a day, Chihiro stirred slightly, and said to Minato and Kakashi, "They're coming." Because the approaching figures were fast, Chihiro fell silent after that single sentence. Minato and Kakashi instantly snapped to attention, holding their breath and focusing ahead. Before long, a squad of Iwanin dressed in Umbu attire appeared in their view. The squad leaped through the forest, making no attempt to conceal their tracks even within leaf territory. Minato subtly raised his head, studying the Iwanin with a sidelong glance, his eyes narrowing. These Iwanin were no ordinary foes. Their movements were crisp, each gesture brimming with power, indicating solid taijutsu skills. Most importantly, the leader was a middle-aged man named Sachikawa, burly and bald. As the enemy drew nearer, Minato averted his gaze, silently assessing the balance of power. This Iwanin was older than him, active during the Second Great Ninja War, and had killed many leaf shinobi. More crucially, he possessed the lava-release Kekkai Genkai. Against such an experienced bloodline limit-wielding elite Jonin, Minato had little confidence. Soon Sachikawa and his squad approached the trap Minato had set. Yet Sachikawa suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. "We've been discovered. This is troublesome." Disappointment flickered in Minato's eyes. If the trap could have reduced the Iwanin's numbers, the ensuing battle would have been much easier. Sachikawa coldly scanned the nearly invisible thread at his feet, a sneer curling on his lips. "A trap. It seems our prey has also discovered us." Having said this, Tuchuan turned to an Iwanin beside him, and ordered, "They must be nearby. Ishida, find them." The Iwanin named Ishida did not reply. He pressed his hands against the ground and closed his eyes. After a short while he muttered in a low voice, "800 meters ahead. 3 people. All 3 together." Sherchuan sneered coldly upon hearing this. His figure suddenly flickered, and in a few bounds he had already positioned himself 20 meters in front of Minato's group. At the same time, his hands did not stop, they kept forming hand seals. "Lava release scorching sandstream technique," he roared. He then took a deep breath and exhaled, spewing a massive glob of magma from his mouth. The overwhelming lava surged toward Chihaya and the others like a tidal wave, the scorching heat already brushing against their faces. "Not good. Fall back." Minato's expression shifted as he pulled Kakashi and retreated explosively. Chihaya followed closely. Just as they left their hiding spot, the magma had already melted the surrounding forest. "Quite fast reactions." Tuchuan snorted coldly, shifting his gaze to Chihaya's trio. After a closer look, his face froze in surprise. "A kid leading 2 little brats," he thought. "These 3 Konohanin killed dozens of Kizugakure ninja, forcing them to seek our help." He had not expected the 3 opponents to be so young. Not only Chihaya and Kakashi still had their youthful faces, but even Minato was merely a young man. For a moment he doubted whether he had made a mistake. While he was stunned, Minato briefly relayed the intelligence about Tuchuan to Chihaya. He knew Chihaya would never bother reading the ninja handbook. "Troublesome. He's Sherchuan, a Jonin of Iwa. He wields the lava release and is extremely powerful, killed many of our men in the Second War." "Oh. Can't you beat him?" Chihaya's interest piqued. A ninja capable of putting even Minato on edge was someone he wanted to test himself against. He had already placed his hand on his black short-sleeved shirt, ready to tear it off the moment Minato gave the nod. Although Minato had guessed that Chihaya wore weighted gear to train his taijutsu, he had no idea how much weight Chihaya actually carried. Only Kushina knew the true extent. Chihaya was bearing 400 kilograms of weight. However, Minato did not grant Chihaya's wish. He stared at Tuchuan, a special kunai already appearing in his hand, and an inexplicable aura emanated from him. He said to Chihaya in a low voice, "One-on-one I can try." Chihaya gave Minato a surprised glance. He knew Minato was a humble person. If he said he could try, he probably had a good chance of taking down Tuchuan. As expected of the future Yellow Flash, even against a veteran Jonin with a bloodline limit, he dares to clash head-on. He took his hand off the black shirt and shook his head helplessly. Since Minato wanted the spotlight, he wouldn't spoil the fun. "Can't I just tear off my clothes once?" Minato continued. "I'll lure Tuchuan away. You two handle the remaining 3 Iwanin. Chihaya take the lead, Kakashi provide support." By then Tuchuan had snapped out of his shock. He stared at Minato and asked suspiciously, "Are you the Konoha Blue Flash the Kizugakure ninja mentioned?" Minato heard this, a strange look flashing in his eyes, but he said nothing, not even glancing at Chihaya with a teasing expression. Since Tuchuan had misunderstood, he might as well play along. For a ninja, misjudging intelligence could be fatal. Seeing Minato's silent, Tuchuan took it as confirmation. He cracked his neck and sneered. The Kyuzugaku were willing to trade their information for your corpse. That makes me quite interested in you. We in Konoha are also quite interested in your lava release. Minato retorted without backing down. He suddenly hurled his kunai at Tuchuan, then vanished in a flash. Tuchuan sidestepped the kunai, grinning savagely. He turned to the three Iwa behind him and said, You two deal with the brats. I'll catch that Konoha blue flash. With that he stomped the ground and pursued Minato. Minato had lured Tuchuan away to create a one-on-one environment, but in truth he feared that Tuchuan would suddenly ambush Kakashi and Chihaya during the fight. Chihaya, what's our plan? Kakashi, who had been silent, walked up to Chihaya and asked. Chihaya first silently sensed the situation with Minato, then glanced at Kakashi and replied, This time just cheer me on. I'll handle these three. Kakashi was baffled. Chihaya ignored him, slowly walking toward the three Iwa. After a careful look, he suppressed the urge to tear off his shirt. Without turning back, he said to Kakashi, You should go help Minato-senpai. I'm afraid he might not hold out. Before Kakashi could respond, the three Iwa lost their patience and taunted. How this brat is asking for death. Does he take us for those Kyuzugaku weaklings? Trying to take on all three of us alone. Just graduated brats are always so arrogant. Enough talk. Let's fight. Chihaya, already annoyed, charged straight at them. I'll take him. One of the three Iwa stepped forward. He was burly with muscles bulging all over his body, clearly a ninja skilled in taijutsu. Chihaya clenched his right fist, leaped into the air, and aimed a punch at the Iwa's head. Seeing the tiny fist, the Iwa grinned viciously. Little brat, let me give you a proper thrashing, hee. The moment he finished speaking, he raised a fist the size of a sandbag and clashed with Chihaya. Thud. A dull sound followed by a series of cracks. The Iwa's vicious grin instantly froze. His arm, thicker than Chihaya's thigh, bent at an impossible angle. The bones shattered into pieces. My arm! The Iwa let out a piercing scream, its pitch so high that even a trained opera singer would be envious. He stared at Chihaya with eyes full of terror and shock, unable to believe that a seemingly frail child could unleash such overwhelming strength. Chihaya hung in the air, twisted his waist, and delivered a roundhouse kick to the Iwa's cheek. Instantly the Iwa's head spun 180 degrees and he lost all life. The two Iwa standing behind the dead one met the eyes of their comrade, who had not yet closed his, filled with horror. Their own eyes were also brimming with disbelief. Dead? The strongest taijutsu chunin in their squad had just been kicked to death by a Konoha ninja. How? How is that possible? The two rock ninjas' eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, their faces pale with shock as they stared at Chienyu. They simply could not believe that a child's body could possess such tremendous power. Whether it was the punch that crippled their comrade's arm, or the kick that sent his head spinning 180 degrees, the strength was definitely beyond the level of a chunin. And judging by the nonchalant expression on the kid's face, it might not even be his full power. How? How is that possible? How could a mere child have such formidable taijutsu? They had imagined that this arrogant brat might possess some special bloodline limit, or excel in genjutsu or ninjutsu, but they never expected it to be taijutsu. They had to create distance, only then could they stand a chance. Next, it's your turn. Are you coming one by one? Chienyu landed and walked slowly toward the two rock ninjas, his frail frame exuding an overwhelming pressure on the burly shinobi. His light words were like the whisper of death itself, making every hair on the rock ninjas' bodies stand on end. The two rock ninjas snapped back to reality, retreating instinctively as Chienyu approached. At that moment all they wanted to say was, "Don't come any closer." On the other side, Sharingan and Tuchuan were still locked in a stalemate. Facing a ninja like Tuchuan, who had high attack power, wide range, and immense durability, Sharingan could only wear him down first, and then seize an opportunity for a fatal blow. When the distant scream reached him, a hint of surprise flickered across Tuchuan's face. If he hadn't misheard, it was the voice of one of his comrades. But that couldn't be. The opponents were just two kids. There was no way they could cause any trouble for his three teammates. Had they suffered a loss due to carelessness? A vague unease stirred in Tuchuan's heart. He needed to end this battle quickly. At the moment he held the complete advantage over Sharingan. He had even used his lava release to completely alter the terrain, turning the forest into a sea of flames. The extreme heat had melted the ground, leaving Sharingan with nowhere to stand. Shuimen could only dodge continuously using the body flicker technique, but he hadn't inflicted any real damage and appeared far more battered. Lava release scorching river rock technique. Tuchuan's face showed impatience as he spat out dozens of magma spheres relentlessly bombarding the area. He refused to believe that Shuimen could evade all of them. Facing the incoming magma spheres, Shuimen had no escape. But just as they were about to strike him, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, Shuimen was already behind Tuchuan, a kunai gleaming coldly as it stabbed toward Tuchuan's back. Tuchuan's joyful expression turned to shock as his hands blurred. Earth release hardening technique. In an instant his skin darkened and hardened like rock. The kunai scraped against him without leaving a trace. At the same time, Tuchuan twisted his body, arms opening wide to grab Shuimen. Shuimen tapped the ground with his toes and leaped backwards swiftly. Watching Shuimen escape, Tuchuan felt helpless. This again. His opponent's speed far exceeded his own, and what was more, he possessed a mysterious teleportation jutsu that always evaded his lethal attacks at critical moments. That technique felt vaguely familiar, as if he had heard of it somewhere, but he couldn't recall at the moment. He didn't dwell on it, and continued bombarding Shuimen with lava release, forcing him to move and hoping for a mistake. Dodging another magma sphere with the Flying Thunder God technique, Shuimen glanced in Qianyu's direction. He had also heard the scream and was not surprised. Not to mention his prodigy disciple Qianyu's strength alone was more than enough to handle the 3 rock ninjas. All he had to do was hold off this Jonin until Qianyu and Kakashi could assist. Of course, it would be even better if he could kill Tuchuan himself. Unfortunately, his current attacks were hardly capable of delivering a fatal blow to the durable Tuchuan. At this moment he realized his own weakness, the lack of a powerful, instantly castable ninjutsu. If only he could use Qianyu's death beam. Shuimen sighed inwardly, then threw himself fully into the battle. The fight over there would end soon, and he didn't want to be outdone by Qianyu and Kakashi. Earth release earth flow wall. Although the rock ninja was terrified of Qianyu, he hadn't lost his combat ability. Seeing Qianyu charging toward him, he immediately unleashed his jutsu. In an instant, several thick earthen walls rose in Qianyu's path. Boom! 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 Facing these walls, Qianyu simply charged straight through them. The thick walls collapsed under Qianyu's impact. Earth release heaven sent clay. The devastating force of Qianyu's charge told the rock ninja that brute force wouldn't work, so he quickly changed his approach. A strange space suddenly appeared above Qianyu, and from the dark hole a torrent of clay rained down, covering his body, and soon burying him completely. Seeing Qianyu engulfed in the clay, the rock ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Qianyu's unstoppable momentum had truly terrified him. If he got close, who knew how badly he would be mauled in close combat. He quickly ordered the other rock ninja. He's trapped. Use fire release. The other rock ninja nodded without hesitation and began to form hand seals. But at that moment a blue beam suddenly shot out from the clay, striking the forehead of the unsuspecting seal-forming rock ninja. The rock ninja died without even a scream, a flicker of surprise still lingering in his eyes. You are the blue flash of Konoha. Watching yet another comrade fall before him, the remaining rock ninja stared at Qianyu in disbelief. He never imagined that the blue flash of Konoha, who had struck terror into the grass ninjas, would be a child. Especially a child with such overwhelming taijutsu. Surprised. Unexpected. Qianyu stepped out of the clay slowly, seemingly savoring the shock in the rock ninja's eyes, even taking a moment to exchange a casual remark. But just then the rock ninja's eyes widened in pain. Qianyu saw a short blade pierce through his chest from behind. As the rock ninja slowly fell, Qianyu saw Kakashi standing behind him. Startled, he pointed at Kakashi and exclaimed in fury, "What the hell? You dare steal my kill?" "It's not my fault. I thought he could dodge it." Kakashi exchanged a glance with the furious Qianyu, his expression innocent, as if blaming the IWA shinobi for the mistake. However, the glint of amusement in his eyes betrayed his delight. He had long been resentful of Qianyu's habit of snatching kills from others. Today he finally managed to seize a kill from him by catching him off guard. This was something he could celebrate by dancing on the IWA shinobi's grave for 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, before the dance, Kakashi's first priority was to calm Qianyu's anger. Having spent so much time with Qianyu, he knew well that Qianyu was a petty person. If he didn't find a way to divert his attention, he would inevitably get a beating. He might not be dancing on the IWA shinobi's grave, but rather inside it. Kakashi wiped the blood off his short sword onto the clothes of the IWA shinobi's corpse. As he wiped, he explained to Qianyu, "I did this to end the battle quickly. You've been dragging it out too long. Remember, Teacher Minato is still fighting hard over there. There's no time to waste here. I'm sure you don't want to see Senior Minato die on the battlefield because of your nonsense, do you? Seeing Kakashi still leisurely wiping the blood off his blade, Xianyu could barely contain himself. The principle of what goes around comes around was something he understood, but it shouldn't happen to him. After repeating to himself several times that Kakashi was an ally, Xianyu managed to suppress his anger. Of course it was only temporary. And Kakashi was right about one thing: Senior Minato was still in a fierce battle. He still had a Jonin to deal with. If he rushed over now, he might still snatch a kill. At the thought of the 100 points for a Jonin, Xianyu no longer cared about Kakashi. He twisted his feet and dashed toward Minato's battlefield. Kakashi followed closely behind. However, before the two could reach the battlefield, they suddenly heard a whoosh, followed by a deafening roar. A brilliant firework suddenly bloomed high in the sky. It was a distress signal from the IWA shinobi. At this moment, not only Kakashi but even Xianyu was stunned. Is this IWA shinobi out of his mind? Sending a distress signal in Konoha's territory. Is he planning to summon a group of Konoha ninja to gang up on him? Xianyu snapped back to reality, and seeing Kakashi still standing there dumbfounded, punched him in the stomach without a second thought. Ouch! Kakashi was hit so hard by Xianyu's sudden punch that he almost vomited last night's dinner. He clutched his stomach and squeezed out through gritted teeth. Why did you hit me? Xianyu said innocently. Oh, so I'm not under a genjutsu. I thought I was hallucinating, seeing an IWA shinobi sending a distress signal on our turf. Kakashi knew all too well that this was Xianyu's revenge. But the problem was that even if he wanted to retaliate, he didn't have the strength. For now he could only swallow his pride. At that moment, Sachikawa had already charged toward them. When he saw Xianyu and Kakashi, his eyes froze and even his speed slowed slightly. He had achieved nothing in his fight against Minato, and he thought that continuing would be pointless. Moreover, on this side of the battlefield, aside from the scream of his comrade, there was no other sound, which undoubtedly made him sense something was wrong. So after sending the distress signal, he stopped engaging Minato, and instead prepared to regroup with his comrade. However, he never expected to run into the two brats from the enemy side on the way. Seeing the enemy here, there was no need to say more. His comrade must have been killed by them. At this thought, disbelief appeared in his eyes. How could this be? Those were 3 Chunin elites who had passed the IWA village's UMBU exams to join the Explosion Corps. Stop him! Minato, who was chasing close behind Sachikawa, also saw Xianyu and Kakashi and immediately shouted. His yell snapped Sachikawa back to reality, and his expression suddenly changed. The Jonin behind him was already causing him trouble. If he were also blocked by these 2 brats whose strength he didn't know, he would truly be in a tight spot. He might not even be able to wait for reinforcements. He wasn't stupid. He sent the distress signal in Konoha's territory because he wasn't the only team hunting the Konoha's blue light. In fact, they had come with 3 squads and they weren't far from each other. It was just his own luck that he had found the trail of Xianyu and the others. But now it seemed this wasn't good luck but the worst luck. Soon, if he could hold on a little longer, his comrades would arrive definitely faster than the Konoha ninja. With this thought, Sachikawa's expression improved slightly. He stared at Xianyu and Kakashi ahead, his eyes hardening, and immediately accelerated his charge. Perfect timing! Xianyu's face lit up as he watched Sachikawa charging straight at him. He grabbed his black short-sleeved shirt and pulled hard, tearing it apart, revealing his seemingly frail but muscular upper body. This action stunned Sachikawa, Minato, and Kakashi. What were you trying to seduce a hulking brute at a time like this? Minato and Kakashi's faces showed a hint of awkwardness. Meanwhile, Sachikawa's expression turned ugly. He felt that the kid's action was implying he was a perverted old man with peculiar tastes. Lava release scorching river rock technique. In an instant, Sachikawa spat out dozens of magma spheres from his mouth, aiming to annihilate Xianyu and Kakashi in one blow. Facing the overwhelming magma spheres, Xianyu saw no point in retreating. The surging chi within his body gave him the confidence to directly confront this technique. Ha! Xianyu let out a light shout as invisible chi swirled around him. He thrust his hands forward rapidly, sending streaks of pale blue chi blasts shooting from his palms, hurtling unstoppably toward the magma spheres. Continuous chi blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the magma spheres and the continuous chi blasts collided, and the relentless explosions created a vacuum zone ahead. Awesome! Xianyu couldn't help but roar. Ever since obtaining the Scion bloodline, he had never before squandered the chi within him so recklessly as he did today. Smoke and dust filled the sky, blotting out the sun. The dozens of magma spheres had been completely obliterated under Qianyu's relentless bombardment. Impossible! A look of horror appeared in Tsuchikawa's eyes. After all, when facing his lava release, even the Jonin behind him could only flee. Yet this brat in front of him had directly countered it with some unknown jutsu, and even won. The continuous G-wave blasts were far from over. Qianyu kept thrusting his hands forward as if intent on finishing Tuchuan in one fell swoop. He did not underestimate these blue energy orbs, each no larger than his fist. On the contrary, he sensed an unprecedented crisis, a feeling he had not experienced even when facing Shueimon. Gazing at the overwhelming deluge of blue energy spheres, Tuchuan's eyes flickered. He had been about to dodge, but his body suddenly halted. A plan formed in his mind, and his hands began forming seals at lightning speed. Earth Release Barrier, Reverse Earth Prison. After completing the seals, Tuchuan slammed his hands onto the ground. Stone slabs stacked upward, quickly enclosing him in a semicircular fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment the continuous Chi-wave blasts pounded against the fortress, and the roar of explosions rang without end. Yet though this fortress was not particularly sturdy, it possessed a unique trait. That trait was its ability to regenerate. As long as chakra was continuously supplied, it would keep restoring itself to its original state. This jutsu was originally meant to trap an opponent, but Tuchuan had another purpose in using it now. Moreover, to achieve that purpose, he had made a slight modification when releasing the technique. The Earth Release Barrier Earth Prison could absorb the chakra of those trapped within it. The modification Tuchuan made was to apply this property to the outer walls. In other words, he intended to use this technique to absorb the chakra from the Chi-wave blasts. And the Chi-wave blasts that could destroy his lava release scorching river rock technique undoubtedly contained a vast amount of chakra, enough to replenish a significant portion of his reserves. His plan was indeed sound. He had already expended considerable chakra during his fight with Shueimon. If he could recover, perhaps he might still turn the tide and win. However, this plan was doomed to fail. If Shueimon and Kakashi had known what Tuchuan was thinking, their expressions would have been utterly priceless. Qianyu had no chakra at all. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, but inside the fortress Tuchuan's face turned grim. He had absorbed not a trace of chakra, instead his own chakra was draining at an alarming rate. This brat. Could it be that this isn't chakra? In an instant Tuchuan understood, but it was too late. He had painted himself into a corner. If he dispelled the Earth Release Barrier Earth Prison, he would be bombarded by the continuous Chi-wave blasts, and he had no confidence he would survive. If he kept it up, he would be drained to death. Damn it, what kind of power does this brat have inside him? How can he keep this up for so long? Tuchuan cursed inwardly. Just then he felt his chakra stop draining. It stopped. The brat must be out of power. Just a kid after all, still too inexperienced in battle. A flicker of joy crossed Tuchuan's face. But before he could dispel the earth barrier, a thunderous crash startled him. He watched in disbelief as the wretched brat shattered his earth release barrier with sheer physical force. You! Before Tuchuan could finish his sentence, a shadow loomed over his head. He saw Qianyu swinging a fist directly at his forehead. Earth Release Hardening Technique. Tuchuan's heart skipped a beat. He pulled one hand from the ground and formed a single seal. In an instant his body turned to stone. Turning to stone. A gleam of sharp light flashed in Qianyu's eyes. Even if it were steel, he would shatter it with one punch. The muscles on his arm bulged slightly, and his swinging fist grated against the air, producing a sonic boom. The punch was immense and full of impact. The moment it struck Tuchuan, an invisible shockwave radiated outward, blasting the fortress apart. Shueimon and Kakashi also witnessed the scene inside. Their Qianyu's fist rested against Tuchuan's forehead while Tuchuan stood motionless. His limestone-colored pupils had lost their luster, and cracks began to spread from his forehead, eventually covering his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. With crisp sounds, Tuchuan's body shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Dead. This Jonin, who had been active in the Second Shinobi World War, perished under a single punch from Qianyu. Perhaps Tuchuan himself had never imagined he would die at the hands of a my brat. Shueimon's gaze was dazed. He harbored deep envy for Qianyu's power. If he had that strength, he would have dealt with Tuchuan long ago without needing to drag things out so long. Qianyu landed and stepped back a few paces to avoid soiling his feet with blood. Let's go quickly. The IWA reinforcements should be arriving soon. Shueimon walked over to Qianyu, glanced at Tuchuan's corpse, and sighed inwardly with regret. If they could have taken the body back, they might have been able to study the lava release. But now it was reduced to scraps, probably useless. No time. Qianyu shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen figures surrounded the three of them. Shuimen scanned them quickly and noticed that half were IWA ninja and the other half were Kusa ninja. That meant 2 IWA Explosion Corps squads and 2 Kusa squads had arrived. Moreover, the 2 Kusa squads were not the pushovers they had faced before. These were elites, each led by a jonin. It seemed their earlier cleanup of Kusa ninja had indeed inflicted heavy losses. The IWA and Kusa ninja surrounded them but did not attack immediately. Is this the my blue glow you were looking for? Wait, is that Tuchuan? The IWA jonin spotted Tuchuan's remains and gasped, shock flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected Tuchuan to die so miserably. Damn it, we're too late. I never thought this guy Yakuza call my blue glow would be so strong, capable of killing Tuchuan. Enough talk. Kill them, avenge Tuchuan. Fine, but their bodies belong to us. No way. We lost an Explosion Corps squad, we can't go back empty-handed. And we Kusa have lost several squads. Though Tuchuan's squad's death surprised them, they now had 4 squads and were confident that Shuimen and the others would not escape. So they were already discussing how to divide the spoils. So many ninja have arrived. A cold sweat beaded on Shuimen's forehead. His condition was poor, his chakra was almost depleted. He could still use the Flying Thunder God technique once by himself, but not while carrying Qianyu and Kakashi. That meant unless he abandoned Qianyu and Kakashi, he would have to fight his way out. Qianyu, take Kakashi and fly away first. I'll catch up. Shuimen whispered in Qianyu's ear. Qianyu turned his head to look at Shuimen and shook his head. Shuimen-senpai, you two go first. I'll cover you. 12 ninjas, 4 jonin and 8 chunin, represented a formidable force in the world of Naruto. Minato's first instinct to retreat was the most correct decision, for he was not yet the yellow flash of later years who could dispatch them in an instant. But for Qianyu at this moment it was no longer a question of whether the enemy was too strong. Having just dealt with Tuchuan as an appetizer, he was not about to back down so easily. Besides, after his clothes had burst open, retreating would be an insult to the weighted training robe he had bought with 10 points. You cover the rear. Minato and Qianyu exchanged glances. Seeing the strange light flicker in Qianyu's eyes, Minato's face turned stern. This is no time for foolishness. If we delay any longer, none of us will get away. The usually gentle Minato had never spoken to Qianyu in such a tone. This time he was genuinely angry. He had heard Kushina mention privately that Qianyu seemed lazy on the surface, but was actually a battle maniac, slipping into a state of excitement when facing powerful opponents. Yet he never expected that when confronted with enemies they could not possibly match, Qianyu would actually want to fight. Engaging a dozen ninjas of chunin rank and above alone, wasn't that suicide? Qianyu listened to Minato-sensei. He's left a Flying Thunder God mark on me. Once we're far enough away, he can use the technique to escape. Kakashi also noticed Qianyu's abnormal state and joined in the persuasion. Hearing their advice, Qianyu calmly asked Minato, Minato-senpai, you don't have much chakra left, do you? If you cover the rear, how long can you hold out? Minato froze, then realized that Qianyu wasn't just eager to fight, he was thinking of him. As Qianyu said, his chakra reserves were already very low. He was still too young with limited chakra and had already exhausted himself against Tuchuan. If he covered the rear, even with his speed, he could only last a few minutes, or even less. After a moment of silence, Minato spoke, regardless, I brought you here. It's my responsibility to bring you back safely. Even if I die here, I won't let them catch you. Minato-sensei. Kakashi sensed the resolve in Minato's voice. His teacher was prepared to sacrifice himself for the two of them. Don't say any more, Kakashi. I may not be able to teach you anymore. So take care of yourself. Even if you want to prove yourself, don't fight so recklessly on the battlefield. That kind of behavior will get you killed easily. As he spoke, Minato ruffled Kakashi's hair and stepped forward, placing himself in front of them. And there's something I've always wanted to tell you. If I were in your father's situation, I would also choose to abandon the mission to save a comrade. Your father has always been a hero in my heart. Gazing at Minato's back, Kakashi's eyes went blank, as if that silhouette overlapped with an image in his heart. Minato-sensei. He snapped out of it, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Minato. Stand back. This is no time for you to be stubborn. Go with Qianyu, that's an order. I won't let you play the hero alone, sensei. Kakashi. They exchanged glances, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. Hey, in such a serious situation, what's with this master-disciple sentimentalism? And weren't we discussing who would cover the rear? How did it suddenly turn into a fight to the death with a bunch of rock ninjas? You two, that's enough. If Qianyu let them keep staring at each other, they would probably charge in and die together. He quickly interrupted. I'm glad you two aren't those watermelon heads, or I'd have to witness a crying embrace. That would be an eyesore. With that, Qianyu pointed a finger, and a beam of death shot out, instantly piercing the heart of some unlucky guy. This not only caught Minato and Kakashi's attention but also interrupted the discussion among the rock and grass ninjas. The rock Jonin glanced at the dead ninja, then looked at Qianyu and said coldly, I thought that blonde youth was the blue light of the leaf, but it turns out to be you, brat. No wonder Tu Chuan underestimated you and died at your hands. Qianyu stepped past Minato and Kakashi, scanned all the rock and grass ninjas and uttered a single word, one. Kid, you're asking for death. The rock Jonin flew into a rage and waved his hand. Kill them. Earth, release Earth Dragon Bullet. Following his order, a rock ninja formed hand seals and conjured a dragon head of earth. The Earth Dragon opened its massive mouth and spat a stream of mud bullets at Qianyu. You two, since you're not running, take care of yourselves. I'm not good at comforting people. Without looking back, Qianyu said to Minato and Kakashi, then his gaze shifted abruptly and a faint killing intent spread through the air. The next instant, Qianyu charged forward. Freed from the weighted training robe, his full sprint turned his body into a blur almost impossible to track. Damn, he's too fast. Can't hit him. The rock ninja who had released the Earth Dragon Bullet stared in horror as Qianyu drew closer. Earth release Swamp of the Underworld. At that moment, another rock ninja beside him cast the technique. A vast swamp appeared beneath Qianyu's feet. Qianyu leaped into the air, soaring toward the rock ninjas. He was now very close to them, but 4 ninjas had already surrounded him. They wielded samurai swords, their blades gleaming coldly. Die. 4 blades slashed in unison, creating a blind spot with no escape. In such a critical moment, Qianyu's face showed no change. His right hand rested on his left shoulder, fingers pressed together. The next moment, Qianyu swung his right hand down. As it descended, a pale blue light illuminated his palm, solidifying and extending forward quickly, forming a 3-meter-long energy sword. The pale blue energy sword traced a crescent arc through the air, slicing through the 4 ninjas. They froze mid-motion, time seemingly suspended. When Qianyu landed, the 4 ninjas split in 2 at the waist, their blood raining down like droplets. Sword in hand, Qianyu scanned the assembled rock and grass ninjas again and said calmly, 5. With a single sword stroke, Qianyu instantly cleaved 4 chunin in half, leaving them no time to even employ the substitution jutsu. The mutilated bodies of the 4 chunin writhed on the ground for a while before finally losing their life. What the hell is that jutsu? So terrifying. Is this power a Kekkei Genkai? Since when did Konoha acquire another Kekkei Genkai with blue energy? The remaining chunin were horrified. Those who had initially intended to charge forward suddenly slammed on their brakes, gouging furrows into the ground as they forcibly halted just 5 meters away from Qianyu. Even now they had no idea what kind of power Qianyu was wielding. Without forming any hand seals, a mere wave of his hand could unleash such a terrifying energy sword. It was simply inconceivable. The Iwa Nin Jonin stared intently at Qianyu, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if trying to discern which clan he belonged to based on his appearance. But after a long while he still couldn't match him with any of the Kekkei Genkai clans in his memory. He took a deep breath and said to Qianyu word by word, "The blue light of Konoha, truly deserving of the name." Meanwhile, Kakashi and Minato, who had been about to step forward to assist Qianyu, now wore expressions of shock. When did this guy become so formidable? Those 4 were chunin, and not just ordinary chunin at that. Yet for Qianyu they were as effortless to mow down as grass. "Hurry up, if I send you off early I can find a nice spot with blooming flowers to rest." Qianyu waved his chi sword in dissatisfaction at the enemies who refused to come forward and die. This thing was highly effective and looked cool, but it demanded extremely precise control over chi. He had only recently mastered it. Arrogant. Upon hearing Qianyu's words, the remaining chunin, including the 4 jonin, all showed anger. To put it in trendy terms, they had never encountered such an insolent person before. However, they were ultimately consummate ninjas. After a brief flash of anger, they calmed down. Everyone's expression turned solemn, and they no longer exhibited any hint of carelessness. The 4 jonin also broke their silence. After exchanging glances, 2 of them advanced to attack Qianyu, while the other 2 jonin and the 3 chunin remained in place, rapidly forming hand seals. Jonin were far more powerful than chunin. The reason the previous Jonin Tsuchikawa had perished so swiftly at Qianyu's hand was that Tsuchikawa had been drained of most of his stamina and chakra by Minato, and combined with his unfamiliarity with Qianyu, it allowed Qianyu to eliminate him in an instant. Now these two jonin were much more cautious. Having witnessed the power of the Qi sword in Qianyu's hand, they naturally refrained from engaging him in close combat with their true bodies. They summoned shadow clones to entangle Qianyu. And each time Qianyu broke through the clones and reached them, they would use the substitution jutsu or body flicker jutsu to evade him. For a short time they fought on equal footing with Qianyu. Qianyu alone with his sword battled two jonin, his pale blue Qi sword dancing wildly through the air. Minato and Kakashi, seeing this, wanted to go forward and assist Qianyu, but unexpectedly Qianyu noticed their actions and simply gestured for them to stay where they were. Don't want help. Minato halted, his tone carrying an indescribable nuance. Earth style Earth Dragon. Earth style Earth Dragon. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The two jonin performed the Earth style and a massive Earth Dragon over 10 meters in diameter materialized. Then the three fire dragons released by the three chunin swirled around the Earth Dragon, eventually merging into it. In an instant the two types of jutsu fused together, multiplying their power. Moreover, since this was the full-powered release of two jonin and three chunin, the resulting might was unquestionably at S rank. Earth Dragon. No, it could no longer be called an Earth Dragon. The current lava dragon exuded an overwhelming aura, its scorching heat even distorting the air. The terrifying lava dragon swept toward Qianyu, dyeing half the sky a fiery red as if the sky itself were ablaze. They seemed intent on deciding the outcome with a single strike. At this moment the two jonin had already extricated themselves and moved to protect their comrades. Looking at the mighty lava dragon, Qianyu then turned his head to glance at the enemies who had gathered together. Perfect, I want to play big too. He lightly waved his arm, dispersing the Qi sword in his hand, then placed both hands at his waist, bending his legs slightly into a crouch. Ka. Me. Ha. Qianyu's gaze was icy cold as he gathered all the Qi in his body into his hands without reservation. A small pale blue sphere began to form between his cupped hands, slowly growing larger. With the continuous input and compression of Qi, the blue energy ball became more and more solid. Me. Ha. Ha. Finally Qianyu thrust his hands forward with force. The Kamehameha was explosive, its speed akin to that of light, like a blue meteor streaking across the sky heading straight for the lava dragon. The two different forces collided in an instant, clashing in the air. The entire sky was instantly divided into two worlds, blue and red. Go through. Qianyu kept his pushing posture and suddenly roared. In an instant the energy wave rapidly expanded twofold, breaking through the lava dragon like a force of nature, slamming into the midst of the enemies. The violent energy instantly expanded wildly into a blue semi-spherical energy dome, annihilating everything within it in an extremely short time. The awaken and Susanoo within the dazzling light began to vanish. Boom! With a tremendous shudder the massive energy sphere exploded and the entire forest shook violently as if struck by a powerful earthquake. A massive shockwave formed a ring, radiating outward wildly, its fierce force even toppling the surrounding trees. The light from the explosion persisted for a while before slowly fading. At the site of the explosion, like a meteor impact, a huge crater had appeared and all the people had vanished. A gentle breeze passed by. Qianyu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then slowly flew to the center of the crater. He suddenly thrust his fingers into the ground, then pulled upward, and a figure appeared in his hand. This figure was precisely the awaken jonin who had been leading them earlier. He looked as miserable as could be. Although he had used Earth style to burrow underground and evade most of the attack, he had clearly underestimated the destructive power of the Kamehameha. Qianyu looked at him calmly and said flatly, "The 12th." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qianyu exerted force with his hand, ending the awaken jonin's life completely. The battle was over. From a single squad to facing 12 ninjas, though the time was brief, Minato and Kakashi's emotions had surged and fallen repeatedly. They walked step by step to the edge of the crater, gazing at Chiharu, who still held a corpse in the pit, their eyes filled with profound complexity. Chiharu stood silently in the field. The once dense forest had vanished, leaving only scorched earth and drifting smoke. Yet Chiharu bore no injury whatsoever. And so, it was over. Yes, who could have imagined such an outcome? Minato replied. If before Chiharu had been within their understanding, now he had become beyond imagination. At this age, with such power, he was a nuclear weapon on the battlefield. Minato had a premonition that if he reported today's events to the Hokage, Chiharu's status in Konohagakure would skyrocket, undoubtedly on par with that of a Jinchuriki. However, that was not his primary concern. What troubled him most was whether Chihiro truly considered them as comrades. He had concealed so many techniques. From the death beam earlier to the continuous ki blasts, then the razor-sharp chi sword, and finally the unknown large-scale attack. Heaven knew what else he might be hiding. Minato's eyes widened in shock, narrowed slightly as he glanced at the black short-sleeved shirt Chihiro had torn off earlier. At the time he had wondered why Chihiro tore off his clothes, but now he understood. That black short-sleeved shirt must have been a weighted item, otherwise the drastic difference in Chihiro's speed before and after could not be explained. Once we return to Konoha, I must have a serious talk with him, Minato murmured to himself. Whether that serious talk meant a real conversation or a fight would depend on the situation. Minato-sensei, I agree. If he doesn't cooperate, I'll ask Kushina-senpai to help you. Minato. Asking Kushina for help. That would only cause him trouble. Everyone knew that Chihiro was the apple of Kushina's eye. She had tricked him into becoming her disciple by wasting countless yakiniku meals. After finishing off the last iwanin, Chihiro let out a long breath, feeling as if his body had been drained. From the initial 3 chunin to now, though the battle was not particularly intense, Chihiro's internal chi had nearly bottomed out. But the burning desire that had been suppressed in his heart for so long was finally released, and Chihiro felt quite relieved. Throwing the corpse to the ground, Chihiro clapped his small hands and turned to Minato, saying, "Sorry, this is the only corpse left. And no matter. This outcome already exceeds my expectations." Minato's mouth twitched slightly as he approached Chihiro, took out a blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch, and sealed the corpse inside. The 3 did not linger long in the area. Such a large-scale attack would inevitably attract attention. If it were Konoha ninja it would be fine, but the trio had already lost hope in them. Heaven knows in their own territory Tsuchikawa could brazenly send signal flares to call for reinforcements from 4 squads, yet Konoha ninja had not appeared even now. Who knew what the Konoha ninja and the nearby outposts were doing? A few days later, in the land of Earth, the Wagakure. In a towering building surrounded by rocky mountains, it had solid defenses, making it difficult for enemies to breach. However, communication with the outside world was likewise relatively difficult. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki sat on a chair with an extremely high seat. With his height, if he sat on an ordinary chair he would not even reach the table. Dead. All dead. After listening to the report from the Explosion Corps commander before him, even Inoki showed a hint of shock. To deal with the Konoha Blue Light, sending 3 Explosion Corps squads was already a considerable courtesy to this unknown enemy. But unexpectedly, only a few days later, contact with the 3 Explosion Corps squads was lost. For disciplined ninja this meant they had all been killed in action. Apologies, Tsuchika-sama. It was my mistake to act rashly without knowing the opponent's information. The Explosion Corps commander knelt on one knee and said, "This is not your fault. We underestimated the Konoha Blue Light, as the grass ninja called him." Inoki waved his hand and muttered, "Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi has sent one of his disciples here?" Though he said this, Inoki did not think it would be any of the 3, as intelligence on them as high-level combatants had long been collected. None of the 3 matched the Konoha Blue Light. The Explosion Corps commander also shook his head no. According to our intelligence operatives in Konoha, the Hokage's 3 disciples are still in the village. Is that so? Inoki pondered for a moment, and said slowly, "With such formidable strength, I feel that the purpose of this Konoha team is not merely to deal with the grass ninja." He knew that the grass ninja defecting to IWA would surely incur Konoha's retaliation, but was this retaliation too great? Or rather, were the ninjas sent for retaliation too strong? Could there be another purpose, with revenge on the grass ninja being just a side task? Once this thought appeared in Inoki's mind, he felt that the team had a different objective. While he was racking his brains to think of what that purpose might be, the Explosion Corps commander, still kneeling, suddenly spoke. "Tsuchika-sama, there is news that Rashi has appeared in the land of grass." That bastard. Inoki snapped back to reality and cursed. He and Rashi had never gotten along, they would clash at nearly every meeting. This time Rashi's departure was also due to being tired of such quarrels, opting to turn a blind eye. If Rashi were just an ordinary iwanin, the moment he left the village without authorization he would have been declared a rogue ninja and eliminated. But unfortunately that guy was Iwa's Jinchuriki of the Four Tails, so he could not be dealt with so rashly. Wait, Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. A flash of lightning struck Inoki's mind, and he could not help but exclaim, "It's for the Jinchuriki." At that moment he finally understood the team's ultimate goal. It was definitely to capture their Four Tails Jinchuriki. Truly vengeful. That old bastard Hiruzen Sarutobi never lets a loss go unpunished. Inoki said coldly. "Increase manpower? We must find Rashi before this Konoha team does. Yes. The Explosion Corps commander replied, then left the Tsuchikage's office. In the northwestern part of the Chao country, which was already under the influence of the rock ninja Qianyu, and his two companions dared not act as boldly as before. On the outskirts of a certain town, Qianyu held a set of somewhat dirty and ragged clothes, looked up at Shuimen, who was already changing his attire, and said, "Is this really necessary? Do we have to dress like this to go in?" Shuimen sealed his discarded ninja uniform and weapons into a scroll and retorted, "Didn't you say there were many rock ninja inside? If we're discovered without a disguise, we won't be able to escape easily. But do we have to dress like beggars?" Though he knew it was a disguise, Qianyu had a thin skin and was reluctant to appear as a refugee. "There's no other way. You don't know the transformation technique, so you have to dress as a war orphan. Besides, the Chao country is full of war orphans, so this identity won't attract the rock ninja's attention." Shuimen looked at Qianyu's awkward expression and said with a smile, "You have to make the disguise convincing. Once inside, you two must truly believe you are war orphans. When you need to be pitiful, you must put on a tearful look." Qianyu understood what Shuimen meant. He was actually expected to beg. How could he possibly do that? He valued his pride too much to ever open his mouth for such a thing. But before Qianyu could refuse, Shuimen interrupted, knowing what he wanted to say. "Qianyu, we are ninjas. A ninja's work is not just about fighting. Infiltration, disguise, and other skills are also mandatory subjects." "I'm not a ninja," Qianyu muttered under his breath. Seeing Qianyu's reluctance, Kakashi said to Shuimen, "Shuimen-sensei, don't make things difficult for Qianyu. He's only good at fighting. Let him wait outside for us." Who said I'm only good at fighting? Let me tell you, even if I pretend to be a beggar, I'll be the chief of the beggar clan. Just wait, I'll beg 100 or even 1,000 ryo and treat you all to a hot spring tonight." Irritated by Kakashi's taunt, Qianyu quickly changed his clothes, tucked his tail inside, and strode forward with a fierce demeanor. Anyone seeing his imposing manner would have thought he was about to lay siege to the town. Shuimen and Kakashi followed behind him, exchanging a knowing glance and sharing a silent laugh. Indeed, Qianyu was all about saving face. Once inside the town, Shuimen whispered to Qianyu and Kakashi when no one was paying attention, "I'm too old to pass as a war orphan, so I'll hide first. The rest of the intelligence gathering is up to you." With that, Shuimen blended into the crowd and vanished from sight. Qianyu and Kakashi watched him leave and both rolled their eyes in unison. Just then a well-dressed middle-aged man walked straight toward Qianyu. Hesitating for a moment, Qianyu still spoke up. "Uncle, could you spare some money? I haven't eaten in days." The middle-aged man glanced at Qianyu and snorted coldly. "No money, get lost." He seemed about to kick Qianyu, but seeing the cold look in the boy's eyes, he merely cursed under his breath and walked away. "Starting to cheat at such a young age. With a build stronger than my own son, and you say you haven't eaten in days. Who do you think you're fooling?" Qianyu muttered to himself. "I knew I wasn't cut out for this." He glanced at Kakashi, who was also begging nearby. "This poor kid. I don't have much money, but here's 50 ryo for you." "Thank you, uncle." Kakashi took the money, dropped his pitiful expression, and shot Qianyu a provocative look. Qianyu rolled his eyes. He never remembered this guy being so competitive when watching the anime. Why was he even competing over begging now? Unable to bear the humiliation, Qianyu turned and walked in another direction, sensing his surroundings as he moved. There were indeed many rock ninja in this town. Since it was close to the land of Earth, and within their sphere of influence, rock ninja from nearby strongholds often came here to relax during their off-duty hours. As Qianyu walked, sensing the presence of rock ninja, he unknowingly arrived at a street lined with hot spring hotels, gambling dens, and barbershops. The street was bustling with people, mostly adult men. Young women dressed in cool and alluring clothes leaned against the doorways of pink barbershops, beckoning passers-by. A pleasure district. Qianyu was no greenhorn, he knew exactly what those barbershops were. In just a short while he saw a burly rock ninja, a lecherous grin on his face, enter one of the pink shops. A few minutes later he emerged with a satisfied smile. "Wow, that was quick!" Qianyu scoffed at the rock ninja, who looked so tough but turned out to be a quick shot. On second thought, something felt off. Even Shuimen wouldn't be that fast. As he was pondering what was wrong and considering going over to check, a teasing voice came from behind him. "Oh, a little kid here at your age. Want to come in and have some fun?" Qianyu turned around and realized he was standing at the entrance of a barbershop. The speaker was a seductive young woman, and he immediately tried to leave. "Sorry, I'll be going now." But just then the woman grabbed his arm and started pinching his cheek. "Such a cute little guy. Come here, let me hug you." Qianyu was caught off guard, his whole body stiff. When he came to his senses, his eyes were met with a blinding expanse of white. The woman held him tight, not minding his dirty clothes at all, and began fondling him. Hey, don't touch me there." Though somewhat reluctant, Qianyu struggled free. Her hand was about to reach his tail. "Still shy, are you? I've seen everything." The woman pouted, pulled a banknote from her bosom and stuffed it into Qianyu's hand. She then pinched his cheek again and said, "Here, this is a little gift from me." Seeing the banknote, Qianyu forgot his discomfort and beamed. "Thank you, sister. May you have a good life." The woman giggled, covering her mouth, and said, "What a sweet talker. If you weren't so young, I'd eat you up." Then she stopped teasing him and went back into the barber shop. After she left, Qianyu looked at the banknote in his hand. It was 1,000 Rio note. "I think I found my golden ticket." Catching a faint whiff of fragrance from the banknote, a glint flashed in Qianyu's eyes. "Ladies, here I come. Little brother, we're about to start work. You'd better leave quickly. The people who come here are often short-tempered." Evening had fallen and the flow of customers had swelled dramatically. The group of young ladies, no longer able to spare a moment for Qianyu, reluctantly urged him to leave. "Dear sisters, you are all so kind. My elder brother, who can barely breathe after drinking water and hasn't long to live, and my younger brother, so hideous that he must cover half his face, destined to never marry and spend his remaining years alone, will forever remember your great kindness." Qianyu glanced at the sky. Indeed, it was time to go. He expressed his gratitude to the kind-hearted young ladies. As for the elder and younger brothers, he mentioned they were obviously Sharingan and Kakashi. After all, a cute appearance alone couldn't win the sympathy of all women. One needed a well-crafted tragic persona. After much thought, Qianyu fabricated a character for himself, a charming, adorable young man who had to care for a sickly, frail elder brother, and a younger brother so ugly he got beaten up whenever he stepped outside, all while fending off the advances of a 300-pound noble girl. Watching the busy young ladies, Qianyu sighed. They were all good people. If he had the chance, he would definitely patronize their business to repay them. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring. My Qianyu am a man who always repays favors. Using his sensory perception, Qianyu located Sherman's hiding spot. Kakashi had already arrived and was reporting the intelligence he had gathered that day. When he saw Qianyu approach, Sherman asked eagerly, "How did it go?" Although Kakashi was an excellent ninja and skilled in reconnaissance, he was not a sensory type, so the intelligence he gathered was limited, and there was no information about the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Qianyu's sensory abilities, however, were unparalleled. It was thanks to him that they had managed to slip deep into enemy territory undetected. As for why Shuimen had sent the two of them to gather intelligence disguised as war orphans, it was also a way to train them. The main goal was to cultivate Kakashi's intelligence-gathering skills. As for Qianyu, it was purely to annoy him. After all, the kid was hiding his true abilities so deeply. "Not a bad haul." Qianyu's face lit up with a delighted smile. He pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, waved them at Shuimen, and Kakashi then began counting. "So much. That is indeed impressive. No, wait, who asked you about that? I was asking how many Iwanin are here, what their strength levels are, and whether you've spotted the Four-Tails Jinchuriki." Seeing the thick wad of banknotes in Qianyu's hand, Shuimen almost got sidetracked. "Oh, I was too busy being cute, I forgot." Without even looking up, Qianyu continued counting the money. Watching his money-obsessed behavior, Shuimen rolled his eyes helplessly. The kid really did act like a beggar. He covered his face with one hand, almost weeping. Qianyu was undeniably formidable in terms of skill, but he could be so unreliable at times. He could only persuade him earnestly. "Qianyu, can you be serious? We're deep in enemy territory. Without a steady source of intelligence, we wouldn't even know if we were surrounded." Relax. I'll put in a little extra effort and use my sensory ability to scan the entire city." Qianyu waved his hand dismissively. Sherman-senpai was far too cautious. Not to mention that Sherman's Flying Thunder God technique could instantly teleport the three of them out of any encirclement. Even Qianyu's Sky Dance technique could let them fly away safely. Thus the three of them had no need to worry about their safety. "Ha! A total of 24100 Rio." After counting the banknotes, Qianyu smugly said to Kakashi, "See. I told you I'm a top-notch beggar." Kakashi walked over, looking at the money Qianyu had obtained from begging, and said irritably, "Did you rob someone? There's no way you got this much otherwise." Qianyu rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. Just then Shuimen approached, but before he reached Qianyu he sniffed the air, furrowed his brow and asked, "Qianyu, what's that scent on you? It's so fragrant." The smell struck Shuimen as oddly familiar. Not because he frequented barbershops, but because he often caught that scent on a certain white-haired old pervert. Thinking of this, Shuimen quickly asked, "Qianyu, did you go to one of those beauty parlors with the red lights?" "Yeah." Qianyu nodded, then sighed. "Those young ladies were pretty generous. I feel like even if I didn't become a ninja I could still live a good life." After Qianyu nodded, Shuimen didn't hear a word he said. He felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his brain, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Visiting such establishments was quite normal in the world of shinobi, and besides Qianyu had only done so for the mission. There was nothing to discuss. But it all depended on who was in the know. For his wife such places were absolutely taboo. Not only him but even those close to him would face her wrath if they went there, just ask Jiraiya-sensei. Shuimen already had a sinking feeling that if Kushina ever found out that her long-sought disciple had visited a house of pleasure, her first reaction wouldn't be to scold Qianyu. Instead she would grind him, the team leader, into ashes and scatter them on the streets of Konoha for everyone to trample. "Hey Shumen-senpai, your expressions are so very..." Qianyu watched Shumen's face cycle through a series of emotions, from wide-eyed shock to pale horror to utter despair, until finally it settled on a single expression: "My life is over." "Qianyu, can I talk to you about something?" Shuimen snapped back to reality, forcing a warm smile, but the stiff muscles on his face made it look painfully awkward. Qianyu didn't understand the gravity of the situation but replied, "Go ahead, I'm listening. Please don't tell Kushina about today." Qianyu's eyes widened. "I'm begging you." Watching Shuimen clasp his hands together, bowing so low he almost knelt, Qianyu still couldn't figure out the key point. He scratched his head and agreed reluctantly. "All right, I understand." Shuimen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Kushina didn't find out about this, his life should be safe. The three of them had stayed here long enough and were about to leave when Kakashi spoke up. "By the way, I recall someone promising to treat us to a hot spring, didn't they?" "Did I say that?" Qianyu nonchalantly stuffed the banknotes into his pocket, feigning confusion. "Kakashi. All right, it's my treat," Shuimen said, stepping in to save Qianyu. "We've been out in the wild for days, a nice bath would do us good." Shuimen had taken the opportunity to smooth things over, still hoping Qianyu would forget today's events. So he offered to pay for the hot spring on his behalf. In a certain hot spring, Qianyu leaned against the edge of the stone platform, a towel draped over his head, his entire body submerged except for his head. Ah, blissful, though not as fine as the hot springs of Konoha. Soaking in one during a mission is still quite a treat. After spending over half a month sleeping under the stars, this is truly a luxury. I think you're only enjoying it because you don't have to pay. Kakashi, also soaking in the hot spring like Qianyu, remarked without mercy. Humph. Qianyu shot Kakashi a sidelong glance, too lazy to retort, then turned to Minato as if recalling something. "By the way, Minato-senpai, earlier I saw an Iwanin enter a pink barber shop and come out just a few minutes later." Before Minato could respond, Kakashi interjected. "Isn't that normal? Even shinobi need to let off steam sometimes." "So you've done the same out there?" Qianyu sneered at Kakashi, his gaze drifting downward, and taunted. "But can you even manage it? Mushroom dick! Uchiha Qianyu!" At these words Kakashi exploded. Not only did this guy insult his strength, now he was defaming his. "Enough. I'll fight him." Hey, you two have been at each other's throats since your past lives, haven't you?" Seeing Qianyu already dunking Kakashi underwater, Minato sighed and pulled them apart again. If they kept this up, the hot spring would be ruined. After separating them, he asked Qianyu, "How long was a few minutes?" Minato knew Qianyu could be frivolous, but he wouldn't mention such a trivial detail without reason. Qianyu thought for a moment and replied, "About 3 minutes." 3 minutes, huh? Minato nodded, secretly agreeing with Qianyu. That was indeed quick. He then asked, "And did you sense any fluctuations in his chakra while he was inside?" Qianyu was momentarily confused. What do you mean?" Kakashi also looked at Minato with a gaze full of curiosity. Seeing their probing eyes, Minato felt a surge of teacherly pride and quickly explained this little-known tidbit. "You see, under normal circumstances, shinobi can conceal their chakra within their bodies, making it undetectable to all but those with sensory abilities. However, in a state of heightened excitement, even a shinobi may lose control of their chakra. So if he truly did that, there should have been a slight fluctuation, and with Qianyu's perception he would surely have noticed." "Qianyu. I get it. Even on the path of shinobi education you managed to drop a dirty joke. I never thought you could be this kind of Minato. What the hell? At Minato's words not just Chienyu but even Kakashi was stunned. He looked at Minato with a completely different expression. Noticing their incredulous stares, Minato realized he had probably explained such a profound topic too early to two kids, and worse, it had shattered his image. He quickly backtracked. Ahem, don't misunderstand, I heard it from someone else. Oh yes, it was forcibly taught to me by Jiraiya-sensei. Really, you have to believe me. By the end his voice had become barely audible. Head, do you believe that? Chienyu chuckled lightly, asking Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head and replied bluntly. No. For once the two were on the same side, staring at Minato with dead fish eyes full of contempt. Confess and get leniency, resist and get strict. Tell us honestly, how far have you gone with Kushina-senpai? Minato. He quickly changed the subject, putting on a stern face. So Chienyu, did you sense any chakra fluctuation or not? Though Chienyu was eager to dig deeper, seeing Minato's thin skin, he knew he wouldn't get an answer, so he went alone. No, nothing. It was calm inside. I see. In that case, that place is likely a secret hideout for awaken used for intelligence transmission, or the like. Minato nodded, a hint of confusion on his face. But... Before he could finish, Chienyu cut in with a complaint. How troublesome, setting up such a secret base in their own territory. After saying this, Chienyu noticed Minato and Kakashi staring at him with weird expressions. What? Did I say something wrong? No, you've hit the nail on the head. What if that's not a secret base of IWA? What if that awaken is a spy from another nation? A light bulb went off in Minato's mind. He suddenly saw the key. This was already Iwa's territory. They could shout out intelligence without fear, so why build such a covert hideout? Only someone from another country would do that. Come on, let's investigate and see which nation's secret outpost it is. We might collect some valuable intel. Having figured it out, Minato decided to end his soak. He stood up and wanted Chienyu to lead the way. Minato-senpai, we finally get to enjoy a hot spring. Can't we go tomorrow? Besides, it's not in Konoha, why bother? Languid in the warm water, Chienyu had no motivation to leave. Moments later, Chienyu led the way, dragged out by Minato despite his reluctance. Under the cover of night, the three leaped across rooftops, and soon arrived at the street Chienyu had visited during the day. By now the hour was late, and even in the red light district only a few scattered lights remained. The pink barber shop that Chienyu had flagged was now pitch black. Just as they were about to sneak in, a sudden explosion erupted from the other end of the street, followed by several waves of chakra fluctuation. Not only Chienyu but even Minato and Kakashi clearly sensed those chakra surges. This is... Minato's expression tightened and he immediately turned and dashed toward the explosion. Chienyu and Kakashi followed, and within moments they reached the site of the explosion. There over a dozen shinobi without headbands surrounded an awaken wearing a forehead protector, continuously drawing something on the ground. The awaken stood motionless, his gaze vacant. I never expected the Four-Tails Jinchuriki to be here. Hiding in the shadows, Minato murmured softly as he observed the awaken. Indeed. Tisk tisk, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki is actually here. Chienyu echoed the sentiment. After searching for the Four-Tails Jinchuriki in the grass country for so long, Chienyu and his two companions unexpectedly encountered him like this. It felt somewhat dramatic. The two couldn't help but sigh, but Chienyu's reflection was that the place where the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Rashi appeared was truly unexpected. Wasn't he supposed to be a wandering monk practicing self-restraint and abiding by propriety? Yet he wandered into a house of pleasure. This guy should have a lot in common with Jiraiya. Chienyu looked at Rashi, who had already stripped off his upper garments, and couldn't help but tease him. This guy was really unlucky, just about to start a pleasant evening only to be ambushed by others. Don't mess around. Master Jiraiya only frequents such places to gather material for his novels, Minato replied awkwardly. Although he knew Chienyu was telling the truth, he still had to cover for his master. Ha! Chienyu chuckled lightly without refuting, only asking, can you tell what kind of ninjas they are? Cloud ninjas. Without waiting for Minato to answer, Kakashi replied affirmatively. Before Chienyu joined the team, Minato and Kakashi had already been active on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, so they were very familiar with cloud ninjas. After answering Chienyu, Kakashi then asked Minato in a low voice, Minato-sensei, what should we do next? Judging from the situation on the field, Rashi had already fallen under a genjutsu. Since he was not a perfect Jinchuriki, the four tails inside him had no intention of helping him. In fact, it was already fortunate that it hadn't taken the opportunity to break the seal. The Cloud Ninjas, on the other hand, were simultaneously sealing Rashi up to take him back and fighting against the Rock Ninjas. Seeing this, Minato fell into thought. From their mission's perspective, simply knowing the location of the four tails Jinchuriki already counted as completing the task. Leaving now would be the safest choice. However, with Cloud Ninjas and Rock Ninjas locked in chaotic battle, it was a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Minato hesitated about whether to intervene. And if he did intervene, whom should he help? Both Rock Ninjas and Cloud Ninjas were enemies of Konoha, with Cloud Ninjas being the more dangerous. Helping the Cloud Ninjas bring the Four Tails Jinchuriki back to the Land of Lightning was clearly unrealistic. But if they helped the Rock Ninjas at this moment, it would also feel wrong. After all, their mission was to target the Rock Ninjas. Why would they suddenly turn around and help them? Wait and see. After thinking it over for a long time, Minato decided to observe for now. As time passed, the commotion here quickly spread throughout the entire town. All the Rock Ninjas in the town began to move, rushing toward this place. At first they didn't know that their Four Tails Jinchuriki was here, they were simply drawn by the explosion. But when they saw Rashi, they immediately went berserk. After all, he was their country's nuclear weapon. If he were taken away by Cloud Ninjas here, the joke would be too serious. Soon the dozen or so Cloud Ninjas began to feel the pressure, suffering casualties. Get ready. We should join the fight too. Seeing this, Minato knew he couldn't slack off any longer, and intended to lead Xianyu and Kakashi to help the Cloud Ninjas. However, at that very moment, the Cloud Ninjas made a crazy decision. Using some unknown method, they temporarily released Rashi's seal. Roar! In the dim town, a chakra filled with brutality and murderous intent shot up into the sky, reaching its peak along with the roar. At this moment, Rashi transformed into a giant ape wearing a headband on its head. On its huge ugly face, two sharp fangs were exposed, and inside its mouth was a hole resembling a nozzle. Four dinosaur-like tails danced wildly in the air as if celebrating its appearance. It's the Four Tails. The Cloud Ninjas have released the seal. Quick retreat. The Four Tails is not something we can stop. Go back and inform the Tsuchikage-sama to send the sealing team. We must retrieve the Four Tails. As soon as the Rock Ninjas saw the Four Tails release, their faces turned pale with fear. Yet they still knew their duty. As Rock Ninjas, they organized personnel to contain the Four Tails while sending someone to relay the message for the sealing team to come. Although this was in the grass country, it was still within their sphere of influence. If a Jinchuriki rampage occurred, it would cause massive casualties. Moreover, they would have to recapture the tailed beast, which would cost even more personnel. This was precisely why every country protected its Jinchuriki, clearly a nuclear weapon for external use, but if it exploded at home, the losses would be incalculable. This group of Cloud Ninjas were also decisive people. Seeing that they couldn't take Rashi away, they directly broke the tailed beast's seal, ready to play a big game. The Four Tails, freed from the seal, did not attack the Cloud Ninjas who had just released it. Instead, it glared fiercely at the distant Rock Ninjas. Tailed beasts also possess intelligence, and it was full of resentment toward the Rock Ninjas who had sealed it. With its massive body, the Four Tails strode toward the Rock Ninjas, filled with madness and brutality, continuously slaughtering the ants beneath its feet. It swung its enormous ape-like arms, each swing claiming many lives. Within just a few minutes, no one was left alive around the Four Tails. Everywhere the Four Tails passed, there were shattered pieces of collapsed houses and countless dead or injured villagers. It's over. With the appearance of the Four Tails, this battle had no winner. Although the Cloud Ninjas had inflicted casualties on the Rock Ninjas, they also lost the chance to take away the Four Tails Jinchuriki. And although the Rock Ninjas had stopped the Cloud Ninjas, they now had to clean up the mess caused by the Four Tails. Having watched the drama for a long time, Minato and the others were not prepared to stay here any longer. The destruction caused by a tailed beast was formidable, not something their small team could stop. Let's go, Xianyu. We should leave here and report the intelligence to the village. The village should be very pleased to see Cloud Ninjas and Rock Ninjas at each other's throats. Minato had already placed his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, and was about to put the other on Xianyu's shoulder. However, seeing that Xianyu did not respond, he turned his head in confusion. Xianyu frowned slightly, looking at the once prosperous pleasure quarter now reduced to ruins. Among the rubble, the young ladies who had smiled and laughed with him during the day were now screaming with despair on their faces. Xianyu could ignore others, but he could not turn a blind eye to these young ladies. Ever since he came to the world of Naruto, he had made up his mind to abandon the moral values of his previous life. But clearly he could not ignore those who had helped him. Qianyu sighed softly. After all, I'm not a qualified scion. Qianyu, what are you saying? Though Minato couldn't grasp the meaning of Qianyu's words, he sensed something amiss. Having spent so much time with Qianyu, he believed he had come to understand him. Generally, when Qianyu uttered strange words or made peculiar moves, like tearing his clothes for no reason, it meant he was about to stir up trouble. Minato's heart began to race. The last time Qianyu caused trouble was when they were surrounded by 12 shinobi. Though the outcome was favorable, he had experienced life's extremes. He had prepared for death only to find that the enemies were all defeated without him lifting a finger. The mere thought of it made his heart pound. He couldn't handle such shocks, he preferred peace. Don't act recklessly, this is no longer our concern. Minato pulled Kakashi and walked over to Qianyu. His other hand shot out swiftly, attempting to grab Qianyu, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to forcibly take him away. But his hand met empty air. Qianyu's figure had vanished. His expression shifted. He scanned the area for Qianyu only to spot him darting through the battlefield at an astonishing speed. In no time, Qianyu had grabbed 2 women and brought them before Minato. Is this rescuing? Minato paused, never expecting the ruthless Qianyu to act this way on the battlefield. He exchanged a look with the equally bewildered women as if he understood something. Yes, confirmed, these 2 were both accomplished and virtuous ladies. And they were likely the ones who had given Qianyu money tickets earlier that day. But was it worth putting himself in danger for such a small favor? Minato's gaze toward Qianyu grew complicated, mixed with both reproach and relief. Reproach for Qianyu's defiance of his orders and acting on his own. Relief because Qianyu was a man of deep emotion. Even a casual kindness could move him to risk his life. Minato admired that. Kushina had been very kind to Qianyu, almost treating him like her own son. Though Qianyu had yet to acknowledge Kushina as his master, he must value her deeply. A bond had formed between them. And given Qianyu's talent, he would undoubtedly become the most powerful shinobi in the ninja world. Minato had no doubt. In other words, in the future, Kushina would definitely be one of the most untouchable people in Konoha. No, in the entire ninja world. Thinking of this, Minato's expression froze. With such a formidable wife's family, the one who would suffer most seemed to be himself. Qianyu meanwhile paid no attention to Minato's wandering thoughts. After bringing back the 2 women, he said to Minato, "It's too troublesome to do this one by one. I'll just lure the Four-Tails away. They're in your care for now. I'll be back soon." With that, he left without looking back. Minato. You rescue people fine, but why provoke the Four-Tails? He had thought Qianyu had changed, truly just saving people, but now it seemed the guy was still after the Four-Tails. The women who had just escaped death were clearly stunned that they had been saved by a child they thought was a beggar. Before they could react, Qianyu was already gone. "It's that kid from earlier. I never thought he was a ninja. Yes, who would have thought that a little kindness from me would be repaid like this?" After chattering for a while, the women stopped and turned their gazes to Minato and Kakashi, their expressions turning strange. "So what he said earlier was all lies?" "Probably, but I think this blonde guy, though handsome, looks really weak. Probably won't live long." "Yeah, the white-haired kid must be really ugly, otherwise he wouldn't wear a mask." Minato and Kakashi. At the Four-Tails location there were ruins everywhere. Screams, cries, and terrified shrieks mixed with the explosions of jutsu, as if the entire town had descended into chaos. Qianyu landed on a tall building near the Four-Tails. He extended his left arm, fingers slightly spread, and a ball of energy suddenly formed, smashing unceremoniously into the Four-Tails' forehead. The Four-Tails, still entangled with the awaken, felt a sharp sting on its forehead, froze for a moment, and turned its head to look. Qianyu hadn't used much chi in that attack just to get its attention. Seeing the Four-Tails staring at him, he grinned. "First meeting. Let me give you a gift." With that, his leg muscles tensed, and he leaped into the dark night sky like a shooting star, hurtling toward the Four-Tails. In the blink of an eye, he was before the Four-Tails. Before it could react, he kicked it hard in the cheek. With a roar, the massive ferocious head tilted slightly under Qianyu's strike, and its entire body shuddered from the sudden blow. Its crimson eyes stared at Qianyu in surprise, unable to comprehend how such a weak creature could cause it even a faint pain. The surrounding awaken were also dumbfounded. They had spent ages organizing their forces and bombarding the Four-Tails with various jutsu, yet it hadn't uttered a single cry of pain. But this kid had done it with a single simple kick. Who is this kid? When did our village have such a genius? No, he's not one of us. That jutsu earlier looked familiar. Blue light jutsu. Damn, he's Konoha's blue light. He's a Konoha ninja. What? Konoha. Enemy attack. As the Iwa Nin figured out Qianyu's origin, someone fired a special signal flare into the sky. Instantly some of the arriving Iwa Nin began to focus on Qianyu. If he hadn't been airborne, they would have already bombarded him with jutsu. Qianyu rolled his eyes. A bunch of blind fools. He was clearly here to help, yet they treated him worse than the Four Tails. He couldn't be bothered with the Iwa Nin, they couldn't do anything to him anyway. What fun is there with these Iwa Nin? Come play with me. Qianyu taunted the Four Tails as he flew toward the outskirts of the town. The Four Tails, having just emerged, had never seen such an arrogant human. It let out a furious roar and charged after Qianyu with long strides. After capturing the attention of the Four Tails, Qianyu soared high in the sky. He did not fly too quickly, maintaining a certain distance from the beast, and occasionally hurled energy waves at it to ensure he retained its aggro. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted across the Four Tails' body, scorching its bright red fur into patches of charred yellow, yet no wounds appeared. Though Qianyu's attacks inflicted no real damage on the Four Tails, they were immensely insulting. Roar, roar! The beast's forehead was struck repeatedly by explosions, prompting it to bellow furiously and quicken its pace. In truth, with its intelligence, it had discerned Qianyu's intention, simply to lure it away from the town. It could have stayed and wreaked havoc on the town, forcing the brat to intervene, but it chose not to. Instead, it followed Qianyu. Though the tailed beast harbored deep hatred for humans, it also feared them. After all, since the first Hokage Hashirama Senju distributed them as mere commodities to other nations, their fate had been confined to the bodies of Jinchuriki devoid of freedom. Thus Qianyu's act of drawing it away from the town aligned perfectly with the Four Tails' own desires. It could preserve its reputation as the mighty Four Tails' son Wukong while seizing the chance to escape Iwa's control. Good. That was exactly what the Four Tails thought. It had caused enough chaos, vented its rage, and now it was time to make a getaway. It had no desire to be sealed again. Of course, before fleeing, its first priority was to kill the insolent brat who had mocked it. Thus the one and the beast advanced in a straight line, followed by a large troop of Iwa ninja. Squad leader, that blue flash of Konoha seems to be trying to lure the Four Tails out of town. I see it. All units cease attacks for now. Once outside, prioritize controlling the Four Tails, then find a chance to kill that brat. Understood. The Iwa ninja had also grasped Qianyu's plan, so they abandoned the idea of stopping the Four Tails, preparing to intercept both the boy and the beast outside. Soon the Four Tails smashed through the city wall and stepped out of the town. The moment it exited, it launched an attack on Qianyu. Its massive eyes fixed on Qianyu, observing his flight trajectory for a moment before suddenly accelerating. Its colossal body closed the distance in an instant, and its giant hand fingers spread wide lunged toward him, aiming to crush him in one grip. Although Qianyu was ahead, he had been monitoring the Four Tails' movements through his sense of chi. The instant he detected the anomaly, he ascended sharply, narrowly evading the beast's palm. Roar! The Four Tails, having grabbed nothing, let out a furious roar. It then straightened its body, took a deep breath, and spat a vast torrent of flames toward the sky. A sea of fire spread across the heavens, as if trying to ignite the entire sky. Qianyu could not dodge the inferno in time and was forced to lower his altitude. He skimmed the ground, evading the all-consuming flames, and swung his arms, releasing chi blades from both hands, which then flew toward the Four Tails. Seeing its flames drive Qianyu downward, the Four Tails bared a savage grin, raised its arms high, and slammed them down viciously toward him. Before Qianyu could approach the Four Tails, a shadow loomed over him, triggering an alarm in his mind. His pupils contracted, and without hesitation he mobilized his chi, instantly forming a blazing aura around himself, drastically increasing his speed. The Four Tails' arms crashed into the ground, burying both limbs deep into the earth. Qianyu dodged the arms, and before the beast could retract them, he swung his arm, unleashed a chi blade, and plunged it fiercely into the Four Tails' limb. The chi blade halted upon contact with the Four Tails' body, its tip emitting crackling sounds and white smoke. Qianyu frowned and intensified his force. With a squelch, the chi blade finally pierced the Four Tails' arm, but only halfway before it could go no further. Howl! The intense pain drew a wretched scream from the Four Tails. The sound pierced the skies, nearly rupturing the eardrums of the Iwa ninja who had just arrived. Yet what stunned them even more was the scene before them. The Four Tails. Injured. Was I seeing things? How could a mere brat wound the Four Tails? What kind of jutsu could be so sharp? Staring at the chi blade still embedded in the Four Tails' arm, all the Iwa ninja stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Not just them, even the Four Tails found it unbelievable. It had never imagined a human child could injure it. Tailed beasts possessed formidable natural defenses reinforced by their chakra cloaks, making ordinary jutsu virtually harmless. Yet Qianyu's chi blade, after only a momentary pause on the chakra cloak, had pierced into its flesh. Qianyu slowly withdrew the blade, hovering mid-air, his brows furrowed. The pale blue chi blade now bore traces of red chakra which neutralized the chi emitting white smoke. The usually unstoppable chi blade had not only failed to fully penetrate the Four-Tails' arm but had also consumed far more chi than anticipated. Qianyu sighed inwardly. The effect was disappointing, it could only pierce that shallowly. If the surrounding IWA ninja had heard his words, they would surely have been enraged to the point of vomiting blood. The Four-Tails' eyes gleamed with a dangerously fierce light. As chakra surged, the wound inflicted by the chi blade gradually healed, restoring itself fully in moments. It fixed its gaze on Qianyu and spoke slowly. "Wretched human, I will kill you!" This was the first time the Four-Tails had spoken, signifying that Qianyu had truly enraged it. Qianyu remained unfazed, but the distant IWA ninja broke out in cold sweat, trembling with fear. Having possessed the Four-Tails for so long, they knew well that it rarely communicated with humans, and each time it spoke voluntarily it meant the beast was utterly furious. "Damn, the Four-Tails is about to go berserk. Let it kill that brat first, vent its anger, then we'll move in. Fool, that blue flash of Konoha can fly. If he just takes off, we'll be the ones to suffer. Hasn't the sealing squad arrived yet? Almost there, on the way. Damn it, on the way. If they don't show up soon, none of us will survive." The IWA ninja had completely lost any desire to advance, instead retreating steadily. Qianyu observed the reaction of the Four-Tails and the retreating rock ninja, deducing that he had provoked the beast. Yet he remained unfazed, for as the rock ninja had said, if outmatched one could simply flee. His true objective was not to battle the Four-Tails but to rescue the imperiled women. As for why he did not retreat after luring the Four-Tails out of the town, it was merely to test the fruits of his 2 years of training through combat. The Four-Tails, unaware that Qianyu regarded it as a mere tool, seethed with humiliation at being bested by a mere child. How could a tailed beast suffer injury at the hands of a brat? If the other tailed beasts learned of this, where would its pride be? With a roar of fury, the Four-Tails unleashed a torrent of chakra, conjuring a storm that shook the very earth. In an instant, a crushing pressure like a mountain bore down on Qianyu, hurling him backward despite his resistance. The distant rock ninja, their faces pale, retreated instinctively. Such chakra, even the Tsuchikage could not match it. If they were affected even at this distance, Qianyu's predicament before the Four-Tails was unimaginable. Crossing his arms before his face, Qianyu braced against the onslaught, his narrowed eyes betraying displeasure. The Four-Tails sought to overwhelm him with mere pressure. How insulting! TCH. A pointless display. He scoffed, and his internal energy erupted, forming an aura to counter the Four-Tails' pressure. He stood like a nail driven into wood, unmoving. Feeling the Four-Tails' pressure weighing, Qianyu shot a taunting glance before charging forward, slashing his energy sword across the beast's exposed chest. Enraged, the Four-Tails lashed its four thick tails through the air, whipping up gales as they struck at Qianyu. But Qianyu had become a blur, a dragon-like figure weaving around the Four-Tails, each strike of his energy sword leaving a long gash. For the moment, the Four-Tails could not touch him. Of course, such speed came at a cost. His energy drained like water. He could not maintain this for long. Yet Qianyu had no intention of prolonging the fight. Once his energy was nearly spent, he would make his escape. After all, he could fly, and the Four-Tails had no way to detain him. Thus he could fight with abandon. However, his plan was perfect, until reality intervened. He had overlooked the rock ninja lurking nearby. Watching from afar as Qianyu held his ground, the rock ninja's expressions shifted. They had expected him to be crushed by the enraged Four-Tails, yet he persisted, and not a single attack landed on him. Such speed! How terrifying! Don't just stand there. Use a large-scale jutsu now to trap the Four-Tails and kill that brat. Yes. The rock ninja leader gave the order, and over 100 ninja encircled the battlefield, forming hand seals in unison. Earth release mountain earth technique. Earth release mountain earth technique. Earth release mountain earth technique. Over 100 rock ninjas simultaneously unleashed the technique, a sight reserved for massive battles against enemy armies. Their combined chakra amplified the mountain earth technique to an unprecedented scale. 2 colossal hemispherical mounds of earth, each hundreds of meters tall, formed and converged upon Qianyu and the Four-Tails. The commotion caught the attention of both, but escape was already impossible. Qianyu's pupils contracted in desperation. He extended his hands. 2 pale blue energy spheres glowed between his palms. With a thunderous crash, the hemispheres collided, encasing Qian Yu and the Four Tails. Silence fell after the roar. Success! The rock ninja cheered as the sphere remained still. Inside the darkness, Qian Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Close call. If he hadn't released 2 energy blasts to blast a gap in the hemisphere's center, he would have been crushed. Before him 2 crimson pupils glared, the Four Tails, which had also carved out a space with an unknown jutsu before being trapped. Man and beast were now confined together. Qian Yu met its gaze and laughed awkwardly. How about we cooperate first? We can fight after getting out. In this confined space, his speed advantage was nullified, leaving him no chance against the Four Tails. The Four Tails did not reply, only emitting a derisive snort. It lowered its head and exhaled at Qian Yu. That's too much, spitting fire in an enclosed space. A sense of foreboding struck Qian Yu. A wave of searing heat washed over him, forcing him backward. In mere moments he felt as if he were at the mouth of a volcano. Damn, you're charging a big move. He realized instantly the Four Tails was using lava release to melt the surrounding rock. The beast's arms began to glow with a red light. The temperature soared and the rock walls started to liquefy. Qian Yu's face twisted in alarm. Lava release Mount Wagwa. 3 seconds later the magma sea erupted, engulfing Qian Yu. Not only that, but the molten rock freed the Four Tails from the 100-meter sphere. With overwhelming force it shattered the jutsu that over 100 rock ninja had cast together. Impossible! The rock ninja who had begun to cheer now wore expressions of horror. Struggled. Free. Has the sealing squad not arrived yet? No. Damn it, if I get back alive I'll definitely report to the Tsuchikage-sama. Everyone give it your all. We must not let the Four Tails escape. The rock shinobi did not ask the foolish question of whether that brat who fought the Four Tails was still alive. Whether it was the Earth-style mountain earth technique, or the lava-release Wagwa mountain, that brat had absolutely no chance of survival. They now only thought about how to stall the Four Tails until the sealing squad arrived to reclaim their fixed asset. The Four Tails stood amidst the sea of magma. It looked around and did not find Qian Yu's figure. It seemed he had truly died at its hands. Roar! Immediately it roared towards the sky, celebrating that it had finally killed that detestable ant. After roaring it turned its gaze to the rock shinobi, revealing a cruel smile. Although without the help of these rock shinobi it truly couldn't have killed Qian Yu, that earth-style mountain earth technique had clearly caused it considerable damage. It vowed not to be a tailed beast if it didn't take revenge. Clearly at this moment it seemed so happy that it forgot it should be thinking of escaping. Humph. It had killed such a troublesome brat, why should it fear these mere rock shinobi? At the corner of the magma sea. Splash. A head covered in magma emerged from the magma sea. Shaking off the magma on his head, Qian Yu's delicate face was revealed. Although he was now immersed in the magma, a faint blue light emanated from his entire body, undoubtedly using chi to envelop himself and resist the magma's erosion. This was also one of the reasons he could survive the lava-release Wagwa mountain. Qian Yu leaped out of the magma, lay on his back on the ground and gasped for breath heavily, his face full of gloom. Since arriving in the Naruto world he had never suffered such a great loss. If he hadn't used chi to protect himself immediately, and also exchanged for a senzu bean to hold in his mouth, swallowing it at the critical moment, he would truly have been done for. A senzu bean worth 200 points each. Four Tails ha. Rock shinobi ha. Today I will go all the way. Whoever backs down is a coward. Qian Yu stood up, looking at the distant battle between the Four Tails and the rock shinobi, his expression turning extremely ferocious. Although he was injured by the Four Tails, if it weren't for the rock shinobi's jutsu that trapped him he could have dodged. Qian Yu, who would return a favor for a favor, certainly would not let the rock shinobi off as accomplices. His heart was already hardened. Today he would make the Four Tails and these arrogant rock shinobi taste bitter defeat. In his mind he focused on the skill Artificial Moon. Seeing that it cost 100 points to exchange, the stingy Qian Yu didn't hesitate and immediately exchanged for it. That cost him 300 points at once, almost half of Qian Yu's savings. After exchanging for Artificial Moon, Qian Yu didn't go to the battlefield immediately. Instead he went to find Minato first. Although he was furious, he hadn't transformed into a giant ape yet, and still had his wits about him, knowing he should prepare an escape route now. When he arrived beside Minato he found that the two had expressions of grief on their faces, and the young ladies behind them were the same. What's wrong with you all? Qian Yu descended from the air and asked in confusion. His words startled everyone, and then they burst into joyful laughter. Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief, how is that possible? You're not dead. Before Qianyu could reply, one of the young ladies slapped Kakashi on the head. Can't you speak? Do you want him dead? Exactly. Not only are you ugly, you can't even talk. Kid, you'll never find a wife in this life. I just. Kakashi turned his head aggrievedly, and facing the young ladies who were all glaring at him, he dared not speak. At this moment Qianyu's mood improved considerably. There was still true affection in the world. Look, the young ladies he rescued were really nice. Qianyu, how did you? Minato stepped forward a few paces, touching Qianyu's unharmed body, his face still showing disbelief. They had personally witnessed Qianyu being sealed in the mountain earth technique, followed by a volcanic eruption. In that situation, even Jiraiya-sensei couldn't have survived. I'll explain this later. Qianyu slapped away Minato's groping hand, not in the mood for fooling around. He said solemnly to Minato, Minato-senpai, please carve your flying thunder god mark on my tail first. After saying that, he turned around, revealing his tail. You still want to go? No, I won't allow it. Minato jumped up upon hearing this, absolutely refusing to let Qianyu go again. Right, little brother Qianyu, you can't go again. You've returned safely, don't go after that terrifying monster anymore. Yes, leave with us. Let those rock shinobi deal with it. The young ladies were also pale with fright, all urging Qianyu to leave with them. Faced with everyone's persuasion, Qianyu was stubborn and didn't soften his stance at all. He shook his head. No need to say more. I've made up my mind. Having Minato-senpai mark me is exactly to leave a way out. Minato opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Qianyu's stubborn expression, he could only sigh. Are you sure you can return safely? Qianyu chuckled and replied, don't worry. Instead of asking me, you should ask the Four Tails and the Rock Shinobi if they are sure they will survive. Facing the confident Qianyu, even Minato, who never teased, had to say, I truly admire your cheeky attitude in the face of life and death. Saying that, Minato walked to Qianyu's side, placed his palm on the base of Qianyu's tail, and while carving his flying thunder god mark, he said, Qianyu, as soon as I see anything wrong, even the slightest sign, I'll use the flying thunder god technique to bring you back. I think before you take me away we need to do one thing. What is it? Minato asked in confusion. It's a bit complicated to explain. In short, I'll beat up the Four Tails and also take care of the Rock Shinobi. As soon as the battle ends, Minato-senpai, you use the flying thunder god technique to appear behind me and cut off my tail, then just escape with me. I think I can take you away right now. You've been blinded by anger. Minato teased again upon hearing this. Now that the flying thunder god mark was carved and all preparations were done, Qianyu grinned ferociously and flew into the air. Oh, and don't try to wake me up. In that state I probably won't be able to wake up. Before leaving, Qianyu turned around and said solemnly to Minato. He was afraid that Minato would hesitate and do something irrational. I understand. Minato nodded. Although he didn't fully understand what Qianyu said, it was clearly important. Qianyu flew back to the battlefield, landing at the spot where he had emerged from the magma. At that moment the two sides engaged in fierce combat did not notice his presence. After all, in their perception, Qianyu's ashes had already been scattered. Gazing at the distant Four Tails and the rock ninja, Qianyu sneered. Humph, I'll make you understand the consequences of angering a scion. As he spoke, a light glowed in Qianyu's hand. He hurled it into the high sky. Artificial moon. Any scion basically knows this technique, for it allows a scion to gain the boost of the full moon, transforming into a giant ape with 10 times the normal combat power. In the pitch-black night sky, the flawless artificial moon hung high, radiating dazzling light. Without hesitation, Qianyu raised his eyes and stared fixedly at the artificial moon, waiting for his transformation into a giant ape. Bathed in the light, Qianyu's pupils lost their vitality, staring blankly at the artificial moon. Thump. A clear sound of a heartbeat came, and the entire space seemed to pause. An invisible pressure burst forth from Qianyu's body, and in that moment the air became so thick it was hard to breathe. The Four Tails, which was about to slap a hapless rock ninja to death, suddenly halted. It turned its head to look in Qianyu's direction, its ferocious face filled with astonishment. As a tailed beast, its perception of danger was far stronger than that of humans. It sensed something was wrong. There seemed to be something awakening over there, something vaguely familiar yet extremely dangerous. Thump. Thump. 2 more clear heartbeats, but the second one was slightly louder than the first. A fellow kind? No. Tailed beasts have the ability to sense each other. If nearby, they would definitely be discovered in the first instant. But what could it be? Why does it feel so strangely familiar? The Four Tails felt that the answer was close, yet it remained just out of reach. These 2 heartbeats were not only sensed by the Four Tails, even the rock ninja felt the anomaly. They all stopped their actions, listened intently, and also noticed the artificial moon in the sky. What's going on? Why did the Four Tails stop? What a big moon! Fool, is your moon that close? What is that? I don't know, but why do I have a creeping feeling? Yeah, me too, it's like something is about to emerge. Me too. The rock ninja exchanged glances, discovering they all felt the same, and realized it was no illusion. Me too. The rock ninja exchanged glances, discovering they all felt the same, and realized it was no illusion. Sensei Sherman, did you hear the heartbeat? I think it's Qian Yu's. In the distance, Kakashi also vaguely heard the heartbeat, looking up to ask Shuimen with confusion. Shuimen nodded and whispered, I heard it. Everyone keep quiet. Something is off. He sensed it too. Combined with what Qian Yu said before leaving, Shuimen roughly understood that this must be Qian Yu's hidden and uncontrollable trump card. This was also why he told everyone to stay quiet. He feared Qian Yu might lose control and attack indiscriminately. Thump. 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 The heartbeats grew more rapid, the intervals shorter. The expression on the Four Tails' face gradually changed from astonishment to shock and then to horror. Impossible! It let out an incredulous growl. This was the second time it had spoken, but its tone was completely different from before. It finally realized where that familiar feeling came from. That brat, the one who stabbed it. But how? He should have been dead. Even if he wasn't, he shouldn't be able to give it such a strong sense of crisis. It could hardly believe it, walking step by step toward Qian Yu's location, losing all interest in dealing with the rock ninja. When it reached Qian Yu, it happened to witness a drastic transformation. Qian Yu's body wildly sprouted, beast-like for his size, continuously growing. His pitch-black pupils vanished, and his eyes turned a blood red filled with madness and slaughter. Then his body began to expand rapidly. The Four Tails watched Qian Yu's earth-shattering transformation, utterly dumbfounded. Before long, a giant ape even larger than the Four Tails appeared before everyone. Roar! The transformed Qian Yu unleashed a skyward roar, a deafening cry that spread across the land, and an invisible shockwave toppled everything around. What is that? Good heavens, another tailed beast. Never seen such a giant beast. Damn, is this some sealed land containing an unknown monster, and we accidentally broke the seal by fighting here? The Four Tails is already trouble enough, and now another one appears. This grass country is cursed. Among the rock ninjas, some were already in despair. They had suffered heavy losses, and now unexpected incidents kept occurring. Regardless, retreat first. Let the Four Tails deal with it. After a brief moment of horror, the rock ninja squad leader formulated a plan. No matter what this new creature was, its blood-red eyes showed it was a mindless being. Such a creature would take the first target it saw as its opponent. Moreover, letting the Four Tails fight this giant ape would allow the rock ninja to profit from the conflict. Indeed, as he had expected, Qian Yu only possessed a low-level Scion bloodline. After transformation, he lost all reason, and could only destroy everything in front of him. And the Four Tails right in front of him was his target. Even without reason, Qian Yu felt an inexplicable irritation toward this creature. Of course, with the giant ape's irascible temperament, it wasn't just the Four Tails. He was annoyed by everything. Under Qian Yu's murderous gaze, the Four Tails felt as if it were in an icy cellar, shivering all over. Roar! The dignity of a tailed beast would not allow it to feel fear toward another creature. The Four Tails roared at Qian Yu both as a challenge and to bolster its own courage. However, this roar completely ignited Qian Yu. Now Qian Yu was an uncontrollable beast. Any who dared to provoke him would be attacked. He lunged toward the Four Tails, his massive body carrying a heavy and ferocious aura. Each step on the ground made the earth let out a fragile wail. The Four Tails' ferocious face was unprecedentedly grave. A red chakra began to spread from its body, enveloping it in high-temperature magma in an instant, forming a lava-release armor. Facing Qian Yu at this moment, it dared not be careless. The Four Tails watched Qian Yu charging at it, as if facing a formidable enemy, its solemn face tinged with a hint of complexity. Previously, Qian Yu was no different from those rock ninjas in its eyes, mere ants. Even if he could stab it, it was nothing more than a slightly annoying ant. But now this ant, for some unknown reason, had erupted with such immense power that even it had to take him seriously. Yet it was not intimidated, for it was a tailed beast, one of the 9 in the world. At this moment it was clad in lava-release armor, its scorching heat distorting the very air around it. Facing the aggressive Qian Yu, it let out a furious roar, and instead of retreating, it lunged forward, its feet kicking off the ground, propelling its massive body like a cannonball. Raising its arm, clenching its fist, and punching, all in one fluid motion. Its enormous fist wrapped in a powerful gust and dripping with magma that could burn everything hurtled straight toward Qianyu's head. Roar! Facing the Four-Tails' full-force punch, Qianyu also roared and threw a punch meeting the tailed beast's fist head-on. Boom! Two fists of similar size collided in midair, and time seemed to freeze. At the point of impact, a vacuum zone even appeared. The next second, a torrent of power erupted from Qianyu and the Four-Tails, raging outward like a storm. The gale, carrying incredible energy, ravaged the surroundings, uprooting trees and cracking the ground beneath them into a terrifying spiderweb pattern that spread in all directions. Qianyu stood rooted still, holding the punching posture, a flicker of pain flashing across his ferocious giant ape face. The fist that had collided with the Four-Tails was already emitting white smoke. The Four-Tails' lava-release chakra mode not only granted formidable defense but also allowed it to burn enemies with extreme heat upon contact. Without the protection of Qi, even the giant ape body could not withstand such high temperature. Qianyu's fist was burned, but it was only a superficial burn. The Four-Tails, on the other hand, fared much worse. Under Qianyu's punch, it was sent flying backward like a cannonball, its colossal body carving a long trench along the ground, and even now half of it was still buried in the earth. Qianyu stepped forward, the lingering burning pain on his hand fueling his rage. Seizing the moment, while the Four-Tails was still buried, he approached and grabbed one of its tails with both furry arms. Roar! Enduring the intense heat from the Four-Tails' tail, Qianyu bellowed, his arm muscles bulging rapidly, veins popping beneath his brown-black fur. With unimaginable strength, he actually lifted the massive Four-Tails. Hoisting the Four-Tails above his head, Qianyu then slammed it violently to the ground. Boom! The combination of immense force and the Four-Tails' own weight generated an unparalleled impact, causing the ground to roar like a level 12 earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. After 4 or 5 consecutive slams, dust and smoke billowed into the sky, quickly engulfing the area. The Four-Tails was battered and dizzy, its head ringing, and it could no longer maintain its lava-release chakra mode. Seeing the lava-release armor dissipate, Qianyu had no more reservations. He sat down on the Four-Tails, clenched both fists, and began to strike left and right. The Four-Tails, outmatched in both size and strength, could not resist at all, allowing Qianyu to land punch after punch on its face. Thud. Thud. Ow! The dull thuds mixed with the Four-Tails' agonized cries echoed through the land. As the dust cleared, the rock ninjas stared in stunned disbelief. In the largely destroyed forest, the unknown giant ape sat on the Four-Tails, pounding its face again and again. The Four-Tails is being suppressed. There's actually a monster in this world capable of overpowering a tailed beast. Heaven, what is that thing? Captain, are we still just going to watch? Listening to the incessant screams of the Four-Tails, the rock ninjas had to start discussing. At this moment they felt their hearts were somewhat crumbling. Their original plan was to let the giant ape wear down the Four-Tails, then easily seal it once the sealing squad arrived. But this giant ape was just too ferocious. It had utterly defeated their nuclear weapon in one encounter, and then proceeded to grind it into the ground. It was simply unbelievable. As the commander of the rock ninjas on the scene, the squad leader was also dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to help the Four-Tails, considering they had been fighting fiercely against it just moments ago. We can't let this giant ape keep beating it like this. Yet in just an instant he realized that the Four-Tails was after all property of the land of Earth, and must not die here. Following the squad leader's command, the rock ninjas quickly sprang into action, unleashing shuriken, explosive tags, and various ninjutsu at Qianyu. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Qianyu's back endured sustained attacks from the rock ninjas, causing him some pain. He turned his head, his crimson eyes fixed on the tiny rock ninjas, and opened his gaping maw, ready to unleash a chi cannon to send them all flying. However, at that very moment, seizing the opening, the Four-Tails twisted its 4 thick tails into one, and slammed them violently into Qianyu's back, sending him flying hundreds of meters before he crashed heavily into the ground. At this moment the Four-Tails' face was battered beyond recognition, and even its tailed beast's regeneration had not yet restored it, a testament to how severe the punishment had been. It looked at Qianyu, a flicker of fear in its eyes. But soon that fear turned into anger. Yet it no longer dared to engage in close combat with Qianyu. Taking advantage of Qianyu being knocked away, it quickly thrust its hands into the ground. Lava release granite. Huge rocks rose from the ground, encircling the Four-Tails completely. The solid rocks glowed red, radiating a scorching heat. This was a large-scale defensive jutsu that ordinary ninjutsu could not penetrate. The Four-Tails had never deigned to use it before, believing only the weak needed defense. But faced with Qianyu's fist, it was afraid and absolutely did not want him to get close. After the Four-Tails finished casting the granite jutsu, Qianyu had already gotten up from the ground. Seeing the granite barrier between them, he threw a punch without a second thought. Boom! The lava release granite technique lived up to its reputation as a high defense jutsu of the Four-Tails. Jianyu's fist only left a dent on it. Roar! In response, Jianyu let out an enraged roar. Roar! The Four-Tails answered with a roar of its own, a sinister grin appearing on its face. Then it opened its massive mouth, aiming at Jianyu. A ball of black energy condensed before the mouth of the Four-Tails. Then countless high-density yin and yang attribute chakra converged into a single point, the pitch-black energy sphere expanding rapidly in the blink of an eye, becoming a massive energy sphere over 50 meters in diameter. Tailed Beast Ball. With the appearance of the Tailed Beast Ball, a heavy oppression and intense suffocation filled every space around. It was the Tailed Beast Ball. Had they forced the Four-Tails to use the Tailed Beast Ball so quickly? Would the Tailed Beast Ball be able to kill that giant ape? A certain Iwanin was not very confident in this, as the earlier scene of the giant ape overwhelming the Four-Tails was too shocking, making him doubt that the Tailed Beast Ball could kill such a giant ape. What nonsense are you talking about? The Tailed Beast Ball is the strongest attack of a tailed beast, and that giant ape only seems to rely on brute force. If the Four-Tails had used the Tailed Beast Ball earlier, it could have killed the giant ape in an instant. Some Iwanin had inexplicable confidence in the Tailed Beast Ball, utterly refusing to believe that the giant ape could withstand such an attack. Meanwhile, Qianyu had stopped destroying the granite before him, staring warily at the Tailed Beast Ball. Even though he had lost his reason and his intelligence was nearly zero, the instinct to sense danger remained. Under the threat of death, Qianyu opened his massive maw. A mass of blood-red energy condensed in Qianyu's mouth, quickly forming an energy sphere roughly the same size as the Tailed Beast Ball. The energy sphere formed by fiercely compressing his chi even caused a crackling, thunderous sound around it. Super Demon Mouth Cannon. Tailed Beast Ball. At the same moment, Qianyu and the Four-Tails released their respective ultimate techniques. The red and black forces collided instantly, and in that split second, heaven and earth seemed to be cleaved in two. One half was as dark as ink, the other half as crimson as blood. At the intersection of red and black, fierce winds howled, and the colossal energy even caused space to appear distorted. The two energies stalemated for a while. Without the intervention of another force, they would erupt into a violent explosion as the energy raged. Qianyu was dissatisfied with this outcome. The giant ape body emitted an aura of flame, and he output the Super Demon Mouth Cannon at full power, aiming to obliterate the Tailed Beast Ball in one go. With a full force output, the crimson energy instantly doubled in thickness, pushing the Tailed Beast Ball back toward the Four-Tails. Seeing the Super Demon Mouth Cannon and his own Tailed Beast Ball coming at him together, the Four-Tails' face showed terror, and he frantically tried to escape. But the lava release granite technique he had released not only blocked Qianyu's advance but also trapped him in the middle. There was no escape. The Super Demon Mouth Cannon struck the Four-Tails, erupting into a blinding, dazzlingly intense light. Instantly, a semicircular energy sphere appeared on the ground, with energy raging wildly inside and spreading outward relentlessly. The entire world seemed to be reduced to nothing but red light. Under such circumstances, the Iwanin could barely make out a giant silhouette through the overwhelming red glare. As the red light grew stronger, the Four-Tails' figure gradually disappeared from their sight. A rumbling explosion engulfed the entire battlefield. The Iwanin, shaken by the earth-shattering tremors, lost their footing, fell to the ground, or were swept away by the fierce winds and crashed down. Only after the shockwave passed did the Iwanin steady themselves and look toward the battlefield. Yet now only a single giant ape remained on the field. The Four-Tails is dead. How is that possible? It's a tailed beast. Even its Tailed Beast Ball was destroyed. What technique can possibly deal with it? The Iwanin were utterly stunned at that moment, not even noticing the kunai slipping from their hands and falling to the ground. The scene was too horrifying. They could not believe that this giant ape, after the Four-Tails had used its strongest attack, could still annihilate the Four-Tails with such devastating force, leaving not even a trace of remains. If Qianyu had still been in his right mind and had heard the Iwanin's thoughts, he would surely have quipped, "Since ancient times those on the left lose beam clashes. Don't you know this truth?" From the Iwanin's perspective, the Four-Tails happened to be on the left. So he had been on the winning side from the start. Of course, this was just a joke. With a roar, the victorious Qianyu, standing tall at the center of the battlefield after the Four-Tails' disappearance, raised his head and bellowed in triumph. After the roar, he turned his gaze toward the Iwanin who had harassed him. As Qianyu opened his mouth, a terrifying red glow once again appeared. No. No good. Fall back. Run. No further words were needed. All the Iwanin wore expressions of terror and scattered in all directions. What a joke. Even the Four-Tails had died under this attack, how could they possibly survive? The Iwanin squad leader wished he had 8 legs at that moment, but in truth, even with 8 legs he might not escape Qianyu's attack range. Escape. I must escape from here. As he fled he caught a glimpse of another Iwanin standing still, completely paralyzed by despair, waiting for death. A trace of sorrow welled up in his heart. Just then Qianyu's super demon mouth cannon appeared again. A deafening roar and a powerful blast wave engulfed all the Iwanin. In this vast world on the ground whose surface had been stripped away, the demonic giant ape stood towering like an exalted god looking down upon the ants of the world. However, at some point a yellow figure appeared abruptly on Qianyu's tail. It was Minato, who had used the Flying Thunder God technique. The moment Qianyu killed the Four-Tails, Minato knew the outcome was decided. And after Qianyu eliminated the Iwanin without any delay, he teleported to Qianyu's back using the Flying Thunder God technique. Having gone through the fierce battle, Qianyu showed no signs of going berserk. More importantly, there were no enemies left around for him to destroy. Minato cautiously hid behind Qianyu without attracting his attention. With a solemn expression he stared at Qianyu's tail, knowing he only had one chance. If he failed to cut off Qianyu's tail in one strike, there would be no second chance, and he might be crushed by the frenzied Qianyu. Sorry, Qianyu. Minato held a long sharp samurai sword, continuously infusing it with wind-released chakra. Within seconds the sword emitted a deep blue light. Seeing this, Minato decisively brought the blade down with all his might on Qianyu's tail. With a crisp sound, Minato cleanly severed Qianyu's tail. At that instant Qianyu's body shuddered violently, then like a deflating balloon shrank at an incredible speed. Soon Qianyu returned to his original form, though his eyes were closed, clearly still unconscious. Seeing this, Minato reached out and caught Qianyu, preventing him from falling to the ground. After catching Qianyu, Shaman used chakra to probe into Qianyu's body, sensing his condition. He was deeply afraid that Qianyu's transformation might have some adverse consequences. After all, transforming from a normal human into a giant ape capable of killing the Four-Tails consumed an enormous amount of energy, likely leaving severe aftereffects. But to his surprise, the sensing result revealed that Qianyu had merely collapsed from exhaustion and was unconscious. What a terrifying transformation! It actually managed to kill the Four-Tails. Fortunately, Shaman was not like that certain snake lady, so he harbored no improper thoughts about Qianyu's body. Nevertheless, he still envied the talent of Qianyu's physique. Looking at Qianyu lying naked in his arms, Shaman pondered for a moment, then laid Qianyu on the ground. He took out a scroll sealed with clothing, unsealed it, and took out a jacket to cover Qianyu, concealing the vital parts. Before covering him, Shaman quickly glanced at a certain spot on Qianyu with his peripheral vision. Damn, Kakashi lost again. After doing this, Shaman began to walk around searching for the tail of Qianyu that he had cut off. If they returned to their base in time, a medical ninja could reattach it. At that time all attention was focused on Qianyu, and the tail had also shrunk, so he had no idea where it had fallen. After searching for a while, Shaman did not find Qianyu's tail, but instead found a charred black arm, its edge still buried in the soil. A severed limb. Shaman was momentarily stunned. After Qianyu had transformed into the giant ape, within a radius of several hundred meters only the Four-Tails and Qianyu were present. The Iwanin were harassing Qianyu from a great distance, completely unable to approach. In the end, they had even been hit by a blast of energy more powerful than a tailed beast, leaving no trace of their ashes. So it seemed strange for a severed limb of an Iwanin to appear near Qianyu. The only possibility. As this thought crossed his mind, Shaman's expression turned surprised. It was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki lousy. There are many ways to unseal a Jinchuriki. One is a complete release of the seal, where the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast are thoroughly separated. In this case, the tailed beast can survive independently, but the Jinchuriki will inevitably die. Another is a temporary unsealing, where the lives of the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast remain connected. As long as the tailed beast is resealed inside the body, the Jinchuriki can continue to live. The Kumogakyu ninja had temporarily unsealed the seal after Lousy fell into a genjutsu, and the Four-Tails seized the opportunity to take control of the body. Perhaps it was because of this that Lousy was able to leave behind an arm in that explosion. After all, Lousy's body was inside the Four-Tails, which absorbed most of the explosion. Thinking this, Shaman moved to pick up the severed arm. But at that very moment a dark red chakra suddenly appeared on the charred arm, and the injuries on the arm began to gradually disappear. Seeing this, Shaman's expression shifted drastically. This was not a dead remnant of an arm. It was clearly still alive. That sinister chakra was unmistakably the Four-Tails repairing Lousy's body, evidently unwilling to die together with Lousy. As the blackened skin peeled off bit by bit, Laozi's body slowly crawled out of the soil. Witnessing this, Shaman warily observed Laozi. When he saw that although Laozi was standing, his eyes were still closed, he immediately understood that Laozi had not yet awakened. The Four Tails was still in control of the body. His expression darkened slightly. Discreetly he placed his hand behind his back, spreading his fingers as chakra began to gather on each fingertip. Then he slowly approached Laozi. Although he did not know how the Four Tails had survived, it was clearly heavily injured. Even such a trivial task as restoring its body took half a day, and it had not fully recovered. This was the perfect opportunity to capture the Four Tails, and Shaman certainly would not miss it. However, just as he approached within 3 meters of Laozi, a massive amount of dark red chakra erupted from Laozi's entire body, forming a tailed beast cloak. The Four Tails, sensing Shaman's approach, forcibly activated its power, attempting to intimidate him into leaving. Shaman frowned, confronted the Four Tails for a moment, then reluctantly withdrew his chakra and sighed. What a pity! Even though he knew the Four Tails was bluffing with his strength, it was impossible to seal the Four Tails instantly. The battle here had already ended long ago, and the awaken reinforcements should be nearby. He did not have the time to forcibly capture the Four Tails. Moreover, Qianyu was still unconscious. Taking him away was the top priority. Shaman-senpai! Suddenly from behind Shaman came Qianyu's groggy voice. Qianyu's voice startled Shaman, who instantly dashed toward the Four Tails while shouting, "Qianyu, run first!" In his mind, Qianyu had just gone through a fierce battle and must be extremely weak, perhaps even unable to walk. And the Four Tails would certainly not let such a vulnerable Qianyu go, it would definitely attack. So to protect Qianyu, Shaman had to stop the Four Tails. However, the Four Tails' reaction was beyond his expectations. The moment Qianyu spoke, the Four Tails' body suddenly stiffened. Then the tailed beast cloak on Laozi's body dissipated at a visible rate, the dark red chakra retracted, and it didn't even bother to heal its injuries, lying straight on the ground without moving. Was this playing dead? Shaman was dumbfounded. This shouldn't be the case. Weren't tailed beasts supposed to be very vengeful? With such a good opportunity for revenge, it actually chickened out. At this moment, Shaman felt his worldview somewhat overturned, and he gained a new understanding of tailed beasts. Meanwhile, Qianyu was also a bit bewildered, feeling as if he had a hangover. He only remembered seeing an artificial moon, and then nothing else. Now he felt that his internal energy was completely drained and his entire body was aching terribly. Moreover, he was not wearing any clothes, only a jacket from Shaman draped over him. The scene felt a bit off. Fortunately, as his consciousness gradually cleared, Qianyu recalled everything and realized that this was a result of his giant ape transformation. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was playing fencing. Wrapping the jacket around his waist, Qianyu stood up and walked over to Shaman just in time to see the Four Tails playing dead. How this guy is still alive? Qianyu exclaimed in surprise, then looked up at Shaman and asked, Shaman-senpai, what happened after I transformed? Most importantly, did I win or lose? Shaman rolled his eyes at Qianyu, took out a sealing scroll and waved his arm. The scroll instantly unfurled and rolled toward Laozi. It quickly wrapped Laozi into a mummy. Then he said to Qianyu, Let's retreat first. I'll explain on the way. After speaking, Minato placed his hand on Qianyu's shoulder. This time Qianyu did not evade. Whoosh! With the release of the Flying Thunder God technique, the two instantly vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already before Kakashi and the young ladies. The trio did not linger long. After receiving a few kisses, a blissful-looking Qianyu was dragged out by a grim-faced Minato and Kakashi. Whoosh! Without even giving Qianyu time to say goodbye, the three figures disappeared before the young ladies. Ever since entering the territory of the awaken, Minato, as a precaution, had been leaving a Flying Thunder God technique mark at intervals so that he could escape in critical moments. At this moment, fleeing normally risked being caught up by the awaken, so Minato had to work harder. After another dozen or so uses of the Flying Thunder God technique, the three had returned to Konoha's territory not far from the Land of Fire. This should be far enough. Presumably the awaken won't be able to pursue. Minato set down the Four Tails on his back, lay ungracefully on the ground, and let out a long breath. Long-distance Flying Thunder God consumed far more than he had imagined, and after unleashing it over a dozen times without rest, he could no longer endure. Because they had been using the Flying Thunder God continuously, Qianyu hadn't even had time to change clothes. He was still wearing the jacket Minato had draped over him. He found a suitable outfit from Kakashi and dressed himself in front of the two. Minato lifted his head slightly and looked behind Qianyu, then suddenly remembered. He seemed to have forgotten about Qianyu's tail. With that thought, Minato abruptly sat up. Damn it, I forgot to retrieve your tail. How could I forget something so important? At that time the sudden appearance of the four tails had interrupted his search for Qianyu's tail, and he only remembered it now. A single tail is enough for a ninja to analyze Qianyu's abilities and even replicate a trace of his bloodline. Tail. Qianyu paused for a moment, then understood what Minato was worried about. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Forget it, just consider it a gift to them." Although the technology tree of the Naruto world is somewhat abnormal compared to the Dragon Ball world, it's simply incomparable. Qianyu truly didn't believe that in a world so technologically backward without the Frost Demon clan the Iwa Nin could replicate a cell. Even the so-called scientist of the ninja world Orochimaru couldn't possibly do it. Then you're... Seeing Qianyu say this, Minato asked, "Will it grow back?" "Yes, but after I return I want the sealing core to help me seal the tail first." Qianyu was somewhat resistant to transforming into a giant ape, and having this trump card all along had made him a bit reckless. More importantly, the drawbacks of the giant ape transformation were obvious. Not only did he lose consciousness and become indiscriminate, but cutting off the tail would cause him to fall into a coma. Hearing Qianyu's words, Minato said no more. He lay quietly on the ground playing the part of a handsome man while recovering his strength. After Qianyu dressed, he saw Minato still lying down, clicked his tongue and said earnestly, "Senior Minato, I have to say you need to exercise more. Being so weak, I'm worried about entrusting Senior Kushina to you." Hearing this, Minato suddenly sat up, recalling the fragments of words and sympathetic expressions from the courtesans earlier, and his face turned ashen. Kakashi, who had been silent all along, felt the same. The two looked at Qianyu, who was now adjusting to his balance after losing his tail, and whose body was drained from the giant ape transformation, making him stagger as he walked. "Beat him up." "Agreed." The two exchanged a knowing glance and reached a consensus. During this mission, Qianyu's strength had repeatedly shattered their expectations, and they were also dissatisfied that he had concealed so much. The two had long wanted to have a serious talk with Qianyu. And on top of that, Qianyu had slandered them in front of courtesans. Old grudges and new grievances. Today they would settle them all. At this moment Qianyu could barely walk, let alone fight. Such an opportunity was a golden chance. As for the consequences after beating him, they didn't care. As Qianyu walked, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. At that moment Minato and Kakashi seized the opportunity and pounced on him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qianyu was startled, his helpless eyes like those of a frightened little rabbit. "What are we doing? You called me a weakling who's about to die, didn't you? Ugly people can only wear masks, right?" How did you know?" Qianyu asked in surprise. "How dare you slander me, the squad's jonin, in public? Today I'm going to teach you some manners." Minato smiled maliciously. Even Minato, who was as gentle as a girl next door, had his grievances. "That's right," Kakashi echoed excitedly. After being suppressed by Qianyu for so many years, today he could finally take revenge. "You're rebelling." 1 minute later Qianyu indignantly smoothed his hair and said with deep regret, "I thought you were a steady person, Senior Minato, but I never expected you to join forces with Kakashi to bully a child like me. Bullying is one thing, but ruining my hairstyle. How outrageous." Minato and Kakashi each had a black eye and turned their backs to Qianyu, unwilling to acknowledge him. The two had good intentions, but even a weakened Qianyu could unilaterally dominate them in taijutsu. Sure enough, each had a punch to the eye and was sulking. After roughhousing for a while, Minato told Qianyu what had happened after he transformed into a giant ape. He also told Kakashi that when he retrieved Qianyu, he had also found the Four Tails Jinchuriki. After listening to Minato's account, Qianyu was not surprised. A tenfold power boost would inevitably lead to such results. "So this person inside is the Four Tails Jinchuriki?" Kakashi had been wondering why Minato-sensei was carrying a mummy. Now, after hearing Minato's explanation, he knew who it was. "Yes, so we must hurry back to Konoha and hand the Jinchuriki over to the Hokage. It's almost dawn, we'll rest a bit, and then head straight back." Minato nodded. "But can this seal the Four Tails?" Kakashi pointed at Rashi and asked, puzzled. Once the seal inside Rashi was broken, the Four Tails could emerge at any time before it was resealed. If a single sealing scroll could seal a tailed beast, there would be no need for Jinchuriki. "No, it can't, but this Four Tails seems to be afraid." Speaking of this, Minato's expression was complicated. The Four Tails, which had been struggling fiercely, gave up resistance the moment it heard Qianyu's voice. 2 days later, at the entrance of Konohagakure. Finally back. Minato looked up at the village gates, a trace of emotion flickering across his face. From the moment they accepted the mission until now, nearly a month had passed. For Minato, who often embarked on missions outside the village, this was not the longest assignment, but it was certainly the most unforgettable. Indeed, we're finally back, Kakashi echoed. Are you two going in or not? This guy is heavy. Carrying him like this is exhausting. Watching the two men lost in reminiscence, Chihiro, who had Rashi slung over his shoulder, spoke impatiently. Throughout the journey, because the four tails had hidden within Rashi's body, and with the effect of the sealing scroll, its perception of the outside world was considerably weakened. Thus, when Minato initially carried Rashi, the four tails frequently made small movements, probing the external environment, as if seeking to know whether that terrifying aura still lingered nearby. But whenever Chihiro released his aura, the four tails would immediately calm down. Growing increasingly exasperated, Minato had no choice but to hand Rashi over to Chihiro. Minato and Kakashi's lips twitched. As if they didn't know. Heavy. Heavy, my foot. For an ordinary ninja, carrying a person for 2 days might be somewhat tiring, but for Chihiro it was as easy as drinking water or eating a meal. The three registered their names at the village entrance, and then headed straight for the Hokage's office. Along the way they encountered many ninjas resting or strolling in the village, who all took the initiative to greet Minato. Faced with these enthusiastic ninjas, Minato smiled and responded to each one. This clearly demonstrated Minato's excellent rapport with others. However, Chihiro felt that it was largely because Minato had won over Konoha's red-hot pepper, earning the ninja's newfound respect. The three soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Knock. Knock. Come in. As Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice sounded, Minato and the others entered the Hokage's office. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, which was perpetually piled high with documents. He was smoking his pipe and did not look up even when someone entered, merely puffing away while reviewing the papers. Lord Hokage. Minato bowed respectfully. Minato. Hearing the voice, Hiruzen finally lifted his head and smiled approvingly. You're back. Good work, all of you. This mission was well executed. You dealt a heavy blow to the land of grass, and they should think twice before aiding IWA again. With that, Hiruzen turned his gaze to Chihiro, scrutinizing him carefully. Regarding this A-rank mission, there was little else for Hiruzen to add. Because after completing the second phase, Minato had already sent a mission report back to Konoha via Mount Miyaboku's toads. Thus Hiruzen was already well informed, and he had also learned about Chihiro's abilities. After carefully observing Chihiro for a moment, he praised. I never imagined that the Uchiha clan of Konoha could produce such a genius. To achieve such results on his first mission, it's no wonder Jiraiya and Kushina are vying for him. Hearing this, Chihiro replied humbly. Lord Hokage flatters me. Good, a young man who is neither arrogant nor impatient. He will surely become a great ninja. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed curious about Chihiro's abilities and wished to understand them fully, but there was no need to rush. It wasn't as if he would demand Chihiro reveal his trump card upon their first meeting. After a brief word of praise, his gaze shifted to the mummy behind Chihiro, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Normally, when a ninja from another village is brought back alive or dead, they are sent directly to the interrogation division, not brought before the Hokage. Unless it was a special individual. Hiruzen asked curiously. This is... Minato replied directly. Lord Hokage, this is Rashi. Rashi. Wait, Rashi. The Four Tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen had already steeled himself to hear the name of some famous ninja from Minato, but he was still shocked nonetheless. Barely able to believe it, Hiruzen had to stand up and walk over to Rashi, tearing open a corner of the sealing scroll. It wasn't that he distrusted Minato, it was simply too astonishing. The mission assigned to Minato's squad had been merely to search for traces of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. They hadn't even expected Minato's team to succeed. But they had actually brought the Jinchuriki back. When he tore open a corner of the sealing scroll, before he could even see the face inside, a surge of violent chakra erupted skyward. Good heavens, it really is! The familiar wave of chakra confirmed it without a doubt. The Four Tails was inside. At the same time, he realized he might have been too impulsive. Careless. To open the seal here. Hiruzen thought to himself, realizing the danger. He was about to exert all his strength to reseal the Four Tails before it could fully emerge. The Hiruzen of this era was not the amiable, lecherous old man of Naruto's time. In the prime of his life, every movement he made exuded authority, and his chakra reserves were like a vast ocean, rivaling even that of a tailed beast. A majestic aura filled the entire Hokage's office, directly suppressing the Four Tails. But the Four Tails remained unyielding, clashing with Hiruzen, and a heavy sense of oppression weighed on everyone's hearts. Just then Hiruzen suddenly heard a faint cold snort from behind him, carrying a hint of displeasure. That nearly inaudible sound instantly caused the violent aura to become docile, and it retreated back into Rashi's body. Hiruzen was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was his authority as the third Hokage less than a child's snort? Lord Hokage, regarding the matter of bringing back the Four Tails Jinchuriki, let me give you a brief report. Minato said, compelled to speak in order to save face for the Hokage, though he secretly wanted to see the third's astonished expression a bit longer. Very well, go ahead. I'm listening. Hiruzen cast a resentful glance at Minato. You drop a bombshell right from the start. Couldn't you have at least prepared me mentally? Next, Minato detailed everything that had happened after they entered the territory of the Land of Earth. However, when he reached the part about discovering the Four Tails, he slightly altered the details. He simply said that after being discovered by IWA ninjas, they found it difficult to escape the pursuit of both IWA and the Four Tails and were forced to have Chihara transform into a giant ape. After annihilating the IWA nin, Qianyu reverted to his human form. When I went to rendezvous with him, I found the still-living Four Tails Jinchuriki sealed him and brought him back. Lord Hokage, that is the situation. Having listened quietly to the mission report discussed by the three of them, Minato, Kakashi, and Qianyu, Yuanfei Risen remained silent for a long time. He had no mind to focus on Lao Zi, now a captive. Instead, his gaze once again fixed upon Qianyu, causing the latter's scalp to tingle. Although Qianyu had lured the Four Tails out of the town before transforming into a giant ape, the commotion of his battle with the beast was so immense that it could hardly have gone unnoticed. The news of an unknown giant ape battling the tailed beast of the Land of Earth, and ultimately eliminating the Four Tails, would surely soon spread from the grass country, rapidly pervading the entire shinobi world. Of course, they only knew that the giant ape was Qianyu. Even the deceased IWA nin were unaware at the time of his transformation, as the Four Tails had blocked his path. But this was not difficult for Yuanfei Risen to deduce, so hiding Qianyu's ability to giant ape transformation from him was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, revealing the giant ape transformation unreservedly to Konoha might not be a bad thing. Qianyu had always known that ever since he became Juxinai's disciple, Umbu ninjas had been monitoring him constantly, only withdrawing after a long time. It was only because his combat power was insufficient, and those Umbu merely kept watch without any outrageous actions, that Qianyu said nothing. And at that time he had been suppressing his strength with weighted training clothes, displaying only a fraction of his true abilities. But as he grew stronger step by step, his peculiarities would gradually emerge, eventually drawing Konoha's attention. If Qianyu had already matured by then, it would be fine. At worst, he could take on the entire village alone. But if he hadn't grown strong enough, would he be forced to reveal his secrets and confess that he was a scion? Impossible. He was not someone who yielded to coercion. So exposing the giant ape transformation was actually a good thing, effectively ensuring that Konoha would not resort to harsh measures to pressure him. Because Qianyu was now a walking powder keg, any pressure could set him off, and Konoha could not afford such a loss. After a long pause, Yuanfei Risen finally spoke. Qianyu, can you use this Kekkai Genkai anytime? Even the professor of the shinobi world could not know everything about the ninja world, so he could only regard the giant ape manifestation as Qianyu's unique Kekkai Genkai. More or less, just a special prerequisite technique is needed. Qianyu nodded, concealing the roll of his tail, and the condition of the full moon. Can you maintain your sanity in the giant ape form? Yuanfei Risen pressed further. Qianyu thought for a moment, then shook his head. A monster more powerful than a tailed beast, yet out of control, would likely make Konoha even more wary. What a pity! Yuanfei Risen sighed. If he could keep his wits, this would be a devastating weapon on the battlefield. A Kekkai Genkai that rivaled a tailed beast in power. Even Konoha was deeply tempted. But he was not as extreme as Qianyu imagined. After all, he was not Danzo Shimura with his obsessive need for control. And besides coercing Qianyu, he had better methods. Which was more important, a single Kekkai Genkai or an entire clan's bloodline? With that thought, Yuanfei Risen abandoned his solemn tone and asked with a smile. Qianyu, I heard you were quite popular with the girls at the Ninja Academy. Is there anyone you've taken a liking to? Maybe I could put in a good word for you. Qianyu was stunned. He had expected Yuanfei Risen to suggest he cooperate with some female snake-like figure for physical examinations and blood samples. He had been racking his brains on how to refuse, but he never expected such a sudden twist. You old lecher! You want to turn me into a breeding machine? Not only Qianyu but even Minato and Kakashi were dumbfounded, then struggled to suppress their laughter. Minato, never one to let an opportunity pass, said with a feigningly earnest expression. Qianyu, this is a rare chance. The Hokage himself playing matchmaker, even the Uchiha clan had never enjoyed such an honor. Get lost. Who wants such an honor? Sorry, I'm still young and I haven't considered such matters yet. No matter how kindly Yuan Fei Risen smiled, Qianyu found it utterly lecherous. I see. Well, if you ever have your eye on someone, just let me know. Yuan Fei Risen waved his hand, implying that he would take care of Qianyu's future happiness. With this little interlude, the atmosphere lightened. Yuan Fei Risen continued. You did exceptionally well this time. Besides the A-rank mission, bringing back the Four Tails Jinchuriki will be compensated as an S-rank mission. The reward for this A-rank mission was 800,000 Ryo, while S-rank missions typically paid over 1 million Ryo, and capturing a Jinchuriki was an S-rank mission with an even higher payout. Lord Hokage, please give the entire S-rank reward to Qianyu. Without him we would never have returned, Minato said, and Kakashi voiced no objection. Agreed. Yuan Fei Risen nodded. After settling the mission rewards, Qianyu and the others left the Hokage's office. The subsequent handling of the Four Tails Jinchuriki was beyond their involvement. And from what Qianyu knew, Yuan Fei Risen would not keep the Four Tails, he would only exchange it back to the land of Earth. We've been out for many days and traveled non-stop. You must be exhausted. Dismiss for now, go home and get a good rest. We'll have a celebratory lunch tomorrow at noon. As they stepped out of the Hokage building, Minato as team leader said with a smile. Qianyu and Kakashi naturally had no objections and nodded. Shun. The moment Minato saw their agreement, he eagerly used the body flicker technique and vanished from their sight, presumably heading to find Jigsinai. Qianyu bid Kakashi farewell and began walking home leisurely. Pushing open the door, he found everything as usual, the furniture spotless, as if the house had been lived in, not left empty for a month. Qianyu was momentarily stunned, then a wave of inexplicable gratitude rose in his heart. It seemed that during his absence Jigsinai had been coming daily to clean for him. What a virtuous wife and good mother! Qianyu muttered, slowly approaching the mirror and meeting his own reflection. Compared to a month ago, he hadn't changed much, but a slight stir of his internal chi. In an instant the whites of his eyes turned crimson, and two tomo appeared silently on his pitch-black pupils. The Sharingan. He had awakened the Uchiha clan's Kekkai Genkai. Why did this suddenly awaken? The Sharingan requires intense emotional stimulation to open the eye. The only thing that could be considered stimulating during this period was the giant ape transformation, when the violent and murderous negative emotions had been swirling in Qianyu's mind. Having figured out the key, Qianyu understood why he had awakened. However, what surprised him was that the power sustaining the Sharingan was actually chi. Interesting. Qianyu admired his new eyes. They looked quite handsome. But then again, should he still seal his tail? One giant ape transformation earned Qianyu the Sharingan. If he did it a few more times, would it evolve into the Mangekyō? Although the current Sharingan wasn't as useful as he imagined, it was cool. Before becoming a Super Saiyan, having a pair of cool eyes was a good choice. However, the Mangekyō Sharingan came with side effects. Using it too much would lead to blindness. Yuzhibo-ben went blind from overusing the Mangekyō Sharingan. Yu suffered severe deterioration of vision and bodily functions, relying on medicine to sustain his life. Although Chimu Kakashi's Mangekyō Sharingan showed no signs of blindness, each use brought a heavy burden and severe discomfort. It seemed that even the healthiest body could not withstand such frequent depletion. Thus the user of the Sharingan was destined to pay a price for the power gained, which was a significant reason why the Sharingan was called the Cursed Eye. Qianyu didn't know if a Saiyan's body could withstand it. After all, Goku died of a heart disease. He cherished his body and would never recklessly develop it just for the sake of coolness. Forget it, he would find a medical ninja to check it later. After closing the Sharingan, Qianyu checked his Dragon Ball points through his consciousness, then pursed his lips. Only 2,513 points, a bit low. After exchanging for senzu beans and an artificial moon, Qianyu had less than 200 points left. At that time the giant ape transformation was an impulsive act, but it was also because he wanted the points from the hundreds of IWA ninjas. However, he only obtained a little over 2,000 points. It made sense. The hundreds of IWA ninjas weren't all Jonin, most were Chunin. Providing over 2,000 points was already quite good. After finishing these two things, Qianyu washed up, went to the bedroom, and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Having been tossed around outside for so long, Qianyu hadn't slept well. Every night he was woken up by shui men at irregular intervals to sense the surroundings. It was practically child labor. Early the next morning, Qianyu was still in his dreams when he felt a heavy weight on his chest. Irritably opening his eyes, he saw a pair of vertical pupils staring at him. It was Bai Lucy, whom he had left with Jigsinai before leaving. Now Bai Lucy looked much thinner, as if he had suffered inhuman treatment. Seeing his master awake, Bilusi rubbed against him affectionately. Chienyu patted the cat's head, then got up. Since Bilusi was here, it meant Jixanai had also come. After washing up, Chienyu went to the living room and saw Jixanai sitting at the table placing breakfast on it. "Good morning, Senior Jixanai." Chienyu greeted her. "Up already? Come and try the breakfast I made." Hearing Chienyu's voice, Jixanai turned to him and smiled gently. Chienyu looked at the table. The beautifully packaged breakfast bag still bore the names of various breakfast shops. "Thank you, Senior Jixanai." He didn't intend to expose her. After all, it was touching enough that she had left her boyfriend early in the morning to personally bring him breakfast. Moreover, if it were truly made by Jixanai, he wouldn't dare eat it. He wasn't some henpecked husband who could lie against his conscience. After breakfast, Chienyu said solemnly to Jixanai, "Senior Jixanai, thank you for cleaning my house every day." Jixanai slapped the table in dissatisfaction. "What are you saying? I am your master. Why be so polite about such a small matter?" Chienyu didn't argue, just smiled silently. "By the way, did you really become that big? Hey, what did Shuimen say again?" Jixanai recalled what Shuimen had told her yesterday, exaggerated a bit, and gestured the size of a giant ape with her hands. Then she looked at Chienyu and asked, "A monkey? You make me feel like you're insulting me." Chienyu thought to himself, luckily Baijita didn't hear this or the ninja world would be gone. He corrected, "That's called a giant ape." "Same thing," Jixanai said nonchalantly. "So it's true?" "Yes." Chienyu nodded. "Amazing!" Jixanai exclaimed, covering her mouth. Then she said with great curiosity, "When will you let me see it? Such a big monkey must be very cute." Chienyu was silent. Cute. He himself didn't think his giant ape form was cute at all. "Senior Jixanai, you really are unique," Chienyu teased. "How, of course," Jixanai said triumphantly. Chienyu looked at the laughing Jixanai, thought for a moment, and said, "Senior Jixanai, could you help me contact the medical ninja you mentioned?" "Huh? Are you injured? Or is there a problem with your tail?" Jixanai suddenly became tense, leaned toward Chienyu, and reached for his buttocks. "No, I just awakened a Kekkei Genkai." Chienyu dodged Jixanai's roguish hand and showed her the Sharingan. "The Sharingan?" Seeing the Sharingan, Jixanai exclaimed in surprise, then her expression turned strange. After a moment of silence, she said in a complex tone, "This is good news. Why do you need a medical ninja?" Chienyu explained, "You know, my clan's Kekkei Genkai can evolve many times. Above the 3 tomo is the Mangekyō Sharingan." Jixanai nodded. After all, the Mangekyō Sharingan greatly countered tailed beasts, so as a Jinchuriki she had studied it, and even learned methods to resist and dispel genjutsu. Chienyu continued, "But the Mangekyō Sharingan has a side effect: the more it's used, the greater the damage to the body. So I wanted to." He trailed off, suddenly pausing. Was he stupid? The Dragon Ball shop had plenty of ways to solve the problem, so why was he looking for a medical ninja? It must be that he had been hanging around Jixanai for too long, and caught her silliness. Chienyu, recalling the Dragon Ball Mall, came up with the simplest and most cost-effective method. That was the senzu bean. After awakening his Mangekyō Sharingan, he could gouge out his eyes, take a senzu bean, and instantly recover as before. This way, not only would it perfectly solve the aftereffects of the Mangekyō Sharingan, but he would also obtain a pair of Mangekyō eyes. He figured he could also evolve his eyes into the eternal Mangekyō through fusion. Perfect. The cost was merely 200 points. He wondered what kind of abilities his Mangekyō Sharingan would grant him. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Now that he knew the solution, Chienyu was already imagining what abilities he would gain upon awakening the Mangekyō, even forgetting that Jio Shinai was still there. Meanwhile, Jio Shinai did not interrupt Chienyu's daydreaming. Instead, she stared at his Sharingan with a complex expression. "Sai, why did this guy Chienyu suddenly awaken the Sharingan?" If the third Hokage, that old man, found out, she would have little chance to interact with Chienyu anymore. How annoying! She hadn't even gotten Chienyu to acknowledge her as his teacher yet. "Senior Jio Shinai, it seems there's no need to find a medical ninja. I already know how to solve the aftereffects of the Mangekyō Sharingan." After finishing his daydream, Chienyu said this to Jio Shinai, but when she didn't respond for a while, he noticed something was off. He waved his hand in front of her eyes and asked in confusion, "Senior Jio Shinai, what's wrong?" Jio Shinai snapped out of it, and quickly stood up, saying, Sorry, I'll go contact Sister Gangsho right away." "Senior Jio Shinai, did you not hear what I said? I no longer need a medical ninja." Chienyu called her back, then asked with a hint of concern, Is there something on your mind? Hearing this, Jiao Shinai hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Qianyu, can you not tell anyone about you awakening the Sharingan? Huh? Qianyu was taken aback, confused. Jiao Shinai placed her hands on her abdomen, gritted her teeth, and said solemnly, I'm going to tell you a secret next, and you must not tell anyone. She knew that to make Qianyu not reveal his Sharingan, she had to give him a reason. She didn't want to lie to him anymore, so she decided to tell him the truth. Are you pregnant? Qianyu looked at her action, taken aback. Shui Men actually had the audacity to do the deed before the wedding. Just as Jiao Shinai was about to say she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she heard Qianyu's words. Her fair face instantly flushed crimson, and without thinking she punched him on the head. No. Shui Men and I are only at the hand-holding stage. Qianyu didn't dodge and took the punch squarely. Rubbing his head, he muttered, These days even holding hands can lead to pregnancy. He certainly knew what secret Jiao Shinai was about to reveal. Although he didn't know why she suddenly wanted to tell him, seeing her heavy expression, he wanted to lighten the mood. Nonsense! How can holding hands lead to pregnancy? Jiao Shinai looked at Qianyu disdainfully. After all, he was just a child, still believing that holding hands could cause pregnancy. Holding hands really can cause pregnancy. You have to believe me, Senior Jiao Shinai. Qianyu argued vehemently. Jiao Shinai was just too naive. He recalled a news story from his past life about a man who had a girlfriend, and only reached the hand-holding stage, yet his girlfriend became pregnant. Even more surprising, the child was actually his best friend's. Impossible, let me tell you, Qianyu, pregnancy requires. Jiao Shinai was about to educate Qianyu on reproductive knowledge when she suddenly realized she was supposed to reveal her secret of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a secret few in my village knew. How did the topic suddenly veer into sex education? After being away for a month, Qianyu's skill at leading people astray had grown. Bang! Jiao Shinai punched him on the head again, saying furiously, Damn it, can you just listen quietly? Alright, I'll stop talking. You go ahead, I'm listening. After Qianyu's antics, Jiao Shinai indeed felt less burdened. She said directly to him, Actually, I am the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of my village. Oh? Qianyu nodded. You're not surprised. Jiao Shinai was taken aback, his reaction was beyond her expectations. Qianyu said casually, Actually, I already knew. If not for the fact that Jiao Shinai might not believe him, he would have said he knew from his past life. After thinking, Qianyu found a reasonable explanation. You know, my perception is very strong. There's no way I wouldn't sense such a huge amount of chakra inside you. Jiao Shinai believed his explanation and said, In that case, you should also understand why I don't want you to reveal your Sharingan, right? Qianyu nodded and said, But Senior Jiao Shinai, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? When they assigned you as my squad leader, the higher-ups must have already considered the Sharingan factor, right? You don't understand. My higher-ups' prejudice against your Uchiha clan is far more serious than you imagine. If I hadn't argued forcefully and the pervy white-haired guy hadn't spoken up for me, the third Hokage would never have agreed. Jiao Shinai shook her head and recounted what had happened in the Hokage's office. Then she said in a plaintive tone, Pity someone still hasn't called me teacher even once. Qianyu rubbed his nose awkwardly and changed the subject. By the way, have you ever communicated with the Nine-Tails? He was still a bit curious about that. Jiao Shinai and Mingren were somewhat similar in some aspects. What Mingren could do, perhaps Jiao Shinai could too. Of course I have. Speaking of this, Jiao Shinai was full of anger. At first I thought about coexisting peacefully with it, but that bastard has a strange temper and is very arrogant. You know, I'm not a good-tempered person either. Every time we ended up parting on bad terms, and over time I gave up on the idea. I see. Qianyu stroked his chin, considering whether he should help Jiao Shinai become a perfect Jinchuriki. Seeing that Qianyu was a bit curious about the Nine-Tails, Jiao Shinai asked, Do you want to see the Nine-Tails? Can I? Qianyu was startled. Of course, no problem. Jiao Shinai extended her hand and said to Qianyu, Hold my hand. I'll loosen the seal a bit, and you can enter the seal space inside my body. Okay. Qianyu nodded, placed his hand on Jiao Shinai's palm, then closed his eyes, sensing the seal on Jiao Shinai's abdomen. Inside Jiao Shinai, Qianyu's spiritual form condensed. He looked around, then glanced down. Surrounding him was a void space shimmering with a pink glow, while beneath his feet lay an endless expanse of water. Is this really the seal space? Qianyu murmured in surprise. Compared to Ming Ren's dark and gloomy dungeon, Jiao Shinai's interior was far more beautiful. He looked up and noticed a massive disc floating in the air. And on that disc was the Nine Tails. At this moment the beast was spread out in a D-character shape with small wooden stakes driven into each of its limbs and several silver chains coiled around its body, firmly securing it to the disc. Yo, this binding really looks like a scene from some adult film. Senior Joshinai sure knows how to have fun. Qianyu mocked. Joshinai, I sense the presence of the Four Tails. Are you? The Nine Tails, which had been resting with its eyes closed on the disc, opened its eyes upon sensing someone entering. When it saw that it was not Joshinai but Qianyu, it let out a tremendous roar. Damn you, Joshinai! Who allowed you to bring someone in? The Nine Tails still had some dignity. It could tolerate being seen by Joshinai the instigator, but if someone else saw it bound like this, its shame would instantly skyrocket. Facing the shockwave of the Nine Tails' roar, Qianyu picked his ear. You've got plenty of energy. Seems like you're quite enjoying this treatment. Bastard, I'll kill you, brat. The Nine Tails' murderous intent surged, and it struggled wildly, but it couldn't break free. Shut up. You're scaring my disciple. At that moment Joshinai also entered. Glaring at the Nine Tails, she assured Qianyu. Don't worry, this guy can only roar. It can't do anything else. Qianyu nodded, then looked around again, asking curiously. Senior Joshinai, what does this seal space? He didn't know how to describe it. The pink sky, the clear and calm water, if you added some flowers and small animals it would almost be a tourist attraction. I just improved it. Joshinai proudly put her hands on her hips, then pointed at the Nine Tails and said disdainfully, This guy was actually quite comfortable here. As long as he didn't think about breaking the seal and just slept, I would give him a good environment. Qianyu said puzzledly. Then why is it tied up like this? Joshinai said resentfully. It's all because of you. You've grown so fast and even earned the title Konoha Blue Light outside. How can I, your teacher, let you surpass me so easily? When she first heard about Qianyu's brilliant performance in the grass country, she had set her mind on the Nine Tails. Unfortunately, their temperaments clashed, and they started arguing after just a few exchanges. So in a fit of excitement, Joshinai strengthened the seal. Qianyu realized. So you wanted to borrow the Nine Tails' power, but it refused, so you sealed it like this. Yeah, this guy is so stubborn, always opposing me. It took a lot of effort to seal it like this, and... As she spoke, Joshinai raised her hand and Qianyu saw crimson chakra flowing from the Nine Tails' body toward Joshinai. Joshinai slowly condensed the Nine Tails' chakra in her hand, laughing. Although it doesn't agree since it lives inside me, it still needs to pay some rent. The Nine Tails, being used as a power bank, glared at Joshinai and said coldly, Damn woman, one day I will devour you alive. Seeing the Nine Tails making threats but unable to do anything, Qianyu shrugged. The Xuanhua clan possessed an innate chakra that could suppress tailed beasts, and they were also proficient in various sealing techniques. Compared to Mingling, Joshinai had much stronger control over the Nine Tails. She could not only seal it securely but also forcibly borrow its power. It could be said that if Joshinai hadn't been weak after childbirth, Dai too would never have been able to free the Nine Tails. Although I can only borrow a small amount of Nine Tails chakra now, it has already strengthened my power considerably. Joshinai dispersed the Nine Tails chakra in her hand and said to Qianyu. Qianyu thought for a moment and said, Senior Joshinai, but doing this will only worsen your relationship with the Nine Tails. You won't become a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki is not that easy. I don't think I have the ability to reform it. Joshinai said dejectedly. Back then Granny Mito also said to fill it with love, but unfortunately I've always had a hot temper and lack the patience. It's just talk, no jutsu, I'm good at that. Senior Joshinai, just listen to me and I guarantee you'll reach a consensus with the Nine Tails. Don't be silly. Joshinai looked at Qianyu with disdain. If someone else said that, she might believe them a bit, but Qianyu. This guy absolutely believed in the principle that might makes right. If you listen to him, he would probably say things like, spare the rod, spoil the child. Or, beatings make a filial son. Senior Joshinai, I'm serious. Seeing that Joshinai didn't believe him, Qianyu said directly. First, the Nine Tails has the ability to sense malice. So you must completely abandon your disgust toward it and treat it wholeheartedly as a friend. And you know a lot about the Nine Tails. Joshinai looked at Qianyu in surprise. She had only discovered this after spending so much time with the Nine Tails, so how did Qianyu know? What if I said someone told me in a dream, would you believe me? Qianyu didn't say the specific name, letting Joshinai guess. Don't be silly. Even though you and him are of the same clan, you're barely related. Would he really appear in your dream? Shinai rolled her eyes at Qianyu. Of course she knew who he was referring to, some gay guy who was less than 1.8 meters tall. Don't mind the details, Qianyu continued. Since you want to treat the Ninetales as a friend, you need to communicate with it more. The Ninetales is an old fellow and it fears loneliness the most. If you haven't spoken to it for years, anyone would have complaints. That seems to make sense. Go on. Shinai nodded and began to take it seriously. Let's talk about the Ninetales' personality. From my observation, this guy has a bit of a tsundere attribute. For someone like this we need to. Wait, what is tsundere? Shinai raised her hand to interrupt. At this moment she was like a diligent student, even asking questions politely. Tsundere. It's when someone likes to hide their true feelings, putting on a tough and arrogant attitude, behaving inconsistently with their inner thoughts. Ninetales. Can you avoid me when you're discussing how to conquer me? And you're the tsundere. Your whole family is tsundere. Qianyu was imparting to Kushina the strategy to tame the Ninetales, rekindling her hope of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, while the Ninetales listening nearby was utterly bewildered. Why is this wicked Uchiha brat so familiar with me? Could it be that when Uchiha Madara used his Sharingan to control it, he extracted all its secrets? It felt that if Kushina really tried to befriend it as that brat suggested, it might actually be won over. Forced to intervene, the Ninetales had to interrupt Qianyu and Kushina, roaring angrily. You two bastards, do you really think I don't exist? I actually forgot that the subject of our discussion was right here. Qianyu, who had been speaking so engrossed, finally realized that they had been talking about all this right in front of the Ninetales. Kushina, however, didn't care and shot the Ninetales an unhappy glance. What are you yelling for? If you keep yelling, believe me, I'll develop a new sealing technique to seal your mouth shut. One must bow when under another's roof. The Ninetales wisely chose not to retort. Over the years it had been firmly sealed by Kushina, unable even to sense the outside world. However, there was one piece of information it still wanted to confirm, so it reluctantly asked. Kushina, is the Four Tails captured by you humans and brought to the village? Yes, it's in my village right now. Kushina nodded, then recalling what Qianyu had said earlier, she extended an olive branch and asked kindly. Ninetales, would you like to communicate with the Four Tails? Hearing this, the Ninetales' pupils contracted slightly, and it almost nodded in agreement. Ever since the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts among the great nations, the beasts had almost ceased to communicate with each other. Those in the same country were better off occasionally able to exchange feelings. But the Ninetales was worse off, stuck alone for decades without ever leaving the village. As Qianyu said, the Ninetales was actually quite lonely. In the past it could still exchange a few words with the first Jinchuriki Uzumaki Sheihu, whom it had grown familiar with. But after Uzumaki Sheihu passed away, it was sealed into Kushina's body. It had initially thought this was an opportunity, and made a ruckus in Kushina's sealing space for quite a while. Unfortunately, Kushina was far stronger than it had imagined. It could not break the seal, nor could it erode Kushina's will. In recent years, as Kushina's sealing techniques became more proficient, it could barely even sense the outside world. It did not know why, since things had been peaceful before. At this moment, the Ninetales naturally wanted to communicate with the Four Tails and learn about the situation of other tailed beasts. It looked at Kushina, then at Qianyu, and turned its head away disdainfully. TCH, who wants to communicate with that guy? Hearing this, Qianyu pointed at the Ninetales and said to Kushina. Senior Kushina, look, it clearly wants to communicate with the Four Tails, but insists on being insincere. That's a classic tsundere behavior. I can see that. Kushina nodded. Nonsense. Nonsense. The Ninetales nearly went berserk with rage. Ninetales, how about we make a deal? Kushina said with a sly smile. I'll take you to bond with the Four Tails and you tell me your name. Qianyu, watching Kushina tempting the Ninetales, asked in surprise. As Senior Kushina, how do you know it has a name? Since the beginning, tailed beasts have been called by the number of tails they have when discovered. Few people know their true names, and even Jinchuriki are the same. Kushina said to Qianyu. I thought the tailed beast of the Sand Country is called One-Tailed Shoha, so Shoha must be its name. Then other tailed beasts should have names too. Are you still the Senior Kushina I know? Qianyu was stunned, never expecting that the usually carefree Kushina could be so perceptive. Kushina ignored Qianyu's remark and asked the Ninetales again. Well, I don't need it. The Ninetales snorted coldly, turning its head away and ignoring Kushina. Looking at the still silent Ninetales, Kushina glanced at Qianyu for help. Both knew that although the Ninetales seemed to refuse decisively, it was actually somewhat tempted. After all, it had not communicated with its own kind for decades. It would not easily miss this chance. Meeting Kushina's gaze, Jianyu thought for a moment, and suddenly said, Senior Kushina, it's getting late. I haven't finished my training today, and I'm going to have dinner with Senior Sharingan later, so I'll head out first. As he spoke, Jianyu's spiritual form began to dissipate. Kushina was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand Jianyu's intention. She said to the Nine Tails again, You better think it over. The Four Tails won't stay in my village for long. The Land of Earth will send someone to redeem it at any time. By then, even if you beg me, it will be useless. The Nine Tails was silent for a long time, then finally gritted its teeth and said, Uzumaki Kushina, remember this, my name is Gyolama. As soon as it finished, it suddenly saw Chianyu's spiritual form, which had already dissipated, materialize again. Chianyu grinned at Kushina. See, I told you this guy is a bit shy too. Haha, I now believe you really dreamed of Uchiha Madara. Kushina didn't expect Chianyu to be so accurate and laughed heartily. Watching Chianyu suddenly reappear, the Nine Tails rolled its eyes in exasperation. My lifelong reputation as a villain completely ruined. Damn Uchiha brat, I swear here and now the day I break free will be the day you die. The Nine Tails roared at Chianyu. Alright, don't get so worked up, Gyolama. Chianyu did this for the sake of reconciliation between us. Kushina tried to comfort the Nine Tails, but with little effect. Watching the Nine Tails thrashing about trying to break the seal, Kushina figured it wouldn't calm down anytime soon. Forget it, we won't laugh at you anymore. We'll go out now and come see you another time. Kushina said no more and left with Chianyu, letting the Nine Tails cool down alone. However, Gyolama the Four Tails was captured by my disciple. Before leaving, Kushina added one more thing to the Nine Tails. Him. The Nine Tails looked utterly incredulous, but unfortunately Kushina and Chianyu had truly left this time and didn't hear it. Haha, Kurama's expression at the end was so adorable. After leaving the seal space, Kushina burst into laughter, feeling greatly pleased. When Kurama finally disappeared, Kushina could still catch a glimpse of its stunned and bewildered expression, which immensely satisfied her perverse amusement. What delighted her most was that she and Kurama had made a good start. The mere thought of reaching a consensus with Kurama in the future, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki and gaining fame across the ninja world, made her dance with excitement. Bairosu, who had just walked over to rub against Chihaya, trembled all over. Seeing the excited Kushina opposite, he tucked his tail between his legs and slipped away. Generally, when Kushina was excited or displeased, she enjoyed petting him, and with great force. Chihaya glanced at Bairosu in exasperation. Coward, what a waste to give you that name. He said to Kushina earnestly. Kushina, don't get so excited. For now you only know its name. Eliminating its hatred toward humans won't be easy. You're right. Take it slowly, I have confidence in myself. Kushina calmed down, realizing that erasing the hatred and resentment in Kurama's heart was not simply a matter of knowing its name, she also needed to fill it with her own passion and love. You're thinking correctly, Chihaya nodded, seeing that Kushina had understood. Then, changing the subject with a hint of fighting spirit, he said, moreover, I want to spar with a Kushina like that. Perfect Jinchuriki. Kushina Uzumaki, don't keep him waiting too long. If he waits too long, he fears he'll be too disappointed. Kushina stared at Chihaya and said in a low voice, do you mean the current me can't satisfy you? Watch your wording. Chihaya rolled his eyes. What kind of wild words are these? If Minato heard that, he'd definitely fight me to the death. Kushina, still innocent, didn't mind and asked, by the way, what kind of title should we use if we two master and disciple walk the ninja world in the future? Kushina thought about how she could transform into Kurama and Chihaya could transform into a giant ape, two giant beasts that were simply monstrous. Yuanhu combination. Monster duo. Kushina thought for a moment, and blurted out, then shook her head, no, they're all too ugly. Unfortunately, Kushina's vocabulary was limited. She really couldn't think of a good name. Maybe ask Minato. As soon as this thought appeared, Kushina slapped her forehead, and quickly drove away this terrifying idea. Are you crazy? Actually asking Minato to name it. Chihaya, tell me, what title should we use when we two master and disciple go on a rampage in the ninja world? Chihaya hadn't thought that far ahead. He was about to brush off Kushina with a few names, but then he paused, turned his eyes into dead fish, and said, I don't think I've ever acknowledged you as my teacher. He then realized that today Kushina had been using the words master and disciple all along. It hadn't been this frequent before. Don't mind the details. Kushina smiled inexplicably. The Kurama strategy that Chihaya had taught her, she preferred to call it the Chihaya strategy. He had already tacitly accepted it, yet he insisted on being hypocritical. She really wanted to return the words Chihaya had once given to Kurama back to him. Chihaya glanced at Kushina a bit displeased, pursed his lips, and said, I'm going to train first. You wait here for a while. We still have to have lunch with Minato-senpai at noon today. I'm treating. Minato and Kakashi didn't take any of the reward for the S-rank mission, so Chihaya got a huge sum of money. With ample funds, Chihaya no longer acted like a tightwad. Okay. Kushina nodded. She knew that Chihaya trained every day, rain or shine. Now Chihaya found completing the daily tasks far too easy, yet the system hadn't increased the difficulty. This made him wonder what meaning the daily tasks had. Besides earning a few points, it almost felt like a waste of time. After finishing today's daily task, Chihaya and Kushina had just stepped out of the gate when they ran into Minato, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Kushina, you're here indeed. Minato's gaze at Chihaya was a bit resentful. He had waited at home all morning but hadn't seen Kushina. In the past, when he was in the village, Kushina would always come early to bring him breakfast. Kushina ignored Minato, instinctively shielding Chihaya, and said to Jiraiya with disdain, "It's you. What are you doing here?" She knew that Jiraiya had never given up on Chihaya and had always wanted him to become his disciple. Jiraiya didn't mind Kushina's disdain at all. He walked over to Chihaya, patted his shoulder, and laughed heartily. "Haha, I heard from Minato that this little guy is treating, so I came to join the fun." Kushina slapped Jiraiya's hand away and said, "White-haired pervert, you have no connection with Chihaya, so don't act so familiar." Jiraiya's face stiffened and he said helplessly, "Kushina, at least I'm Minato's teacher. Can you please stop calling me pervert all the time? Isn't it true?" Kushina squinted at Jiraiya and said, "I've heard the third Hokage mutter several times recently that a certain lecherous white-haired figure is always seen in the women's bathhouse of Konoha, which has driven away all the business." Jiraiya. The old man is really unfair. We're both gentlemen of ball watching, how could he betray his comrade? Before Jiraiya could argue, Kushina continued, "I also heard that the third Hokage has issued a C-rank mission ordering the Konoha ninja to capture this white-haired demon." Only C-rank. The old man really underestimates this white-haired demon. At the very least, he should have issued an S-rank mission. The reward for a C-rank mission can't attract excellent ninja at all. Jiraiya was deeply grieved. His grass-stalking technique was maxed out. An ordinary ninja couldn't detect him at all. Chihaya, Kushina, Kakashi. The three looked at Jiraiya with contempt, while only the good disciple Minato remained silent, pretending not to hear. Seeing Jiraiya's smug look, Kushina's anger rose and she asked Chihaya, "Chihaya, are you interested in taking this mission?" "Sure, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and besides, this mission isn't difficult. Let Chihaya do it." "That's going too far." Jiraiya knew a little about Chihaya's perception ability, so he quickly backed down, saying with righteous indignation, "Don't trouble you two with such a small matter. Leave it to me. As the acting captain of Konoha's ANBU, it's necessary to contribute to a harmonious Konoha." In truth, he knew that the old man issued such an absurd mission mainly because he was dissatisfied with him during this period. Just a warning. After all, he didn't do any serious work and spent his days peeping. That's not proper. But if Chihaya actually took this mission and completed it, then he, the Toad Sage, would be socially dead in Konoha. Throughout the journey, Kushina guarded against Jiraiya as if he was a thief, terrified that he would lead Xianyu astray. Jiraiya, for his part, was utterly helpless. Kushina's prejudice against him ran too deep. Soon the five of them arrived at an upscale yakiniku restaurant. It was rare to see Xianyu treat everyone so naturally. They chose the most expensive place. On this point, Kushina and Jiraiya reached a consensus. Xianyu didn't mind either, since most of the grilled meat would still end up in his own stomach. He couldn't defeat these people in combat, but when it came to appetite, After ordering and waiting for the meat to arrive, Jiraiya first glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then spoke. "Minato, you all have truly surprised me. Yesterday I was just about to head to the WOM. Ahem, when I received the old man's urgent summons. I thought there was a major battle on the front lines, but it turned out you had captured the Four Tails." Jiraiya couldn't help but be astonished. In both peacetime and wartime, the major nations had often focused on capturing enemy-tailed beasts, yet there had never been a successful precedent. Minato rubbed the back of his head and said modestly, "Not at all, this is mainly Chianyu's achievement. Indeed, I've read your mission report. It's somewhat hard for me to accept." Jiraiya nodded. The matter of Chianyu's giant ape transformation remained a secret within Konoha village, but as Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal disciple, Jiraiya was privy to it. Minato pondered and asked, "Master Jiraiya, how will the higher-ups handle the Four Tails?" Although Minato had no say in the disposal of the Four Tails, it was their team that had brought it back, so they were at least entitled to know the details. Jiraiya said nonchalantly, "What else? Let the Iwinin ransom it back." Then he added, "But we'll wait a while. Minato was puzzled. Why? Your operation in the grass country was very covert. The Iwanin still haven't discovered that we Konoha brought back the Four-Tails, so they're venting their anger over the loss on the Land of Lightning. Jiraiya said with schadenfreude. Back in the grass country it was the Kumonin of the Land of Lightning who made the first move, and the Iwanin immediately reported the intelligence. After that the battle situation became urgent, and after being hit by Chianyu's super magic mouth cannon they never had another chance to report. So all the Iwanin know now is that the Kumonin secretly tried to retrieve the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, but after being discovered they released the Four-Tails and then some unknown giant ape killed it. Not once did Konoha's name appear. Minato and the others understood the implication. The higher-ups intended to sit back and watch the tiger and dragon fight. In truth, among the entire shinobi world these two great nations posed the greatest threat to Konoha. The other two, the Land of Wind had the weakest military strength and posed no threat, while the Land of Water was across the sea too far away. Thus Konoha's higher-ups were more than happy to see this unfold. Of course they didn't expect that a single Four-Tails would trigger a full-scale war between the two nations. A little attrition of military strength was already a good outcome. Minato asked again. Then why not keep the Four-Tails in Konoha directly? Don't underestimate the other great nations. Even if they haven't noticed yet, once the Iwanin realize that the Four-Tails chakra hasn't fully dissipated and that it's still alive combined with subtle clues, they'll eventually trace it back to Konoha. For now we keep it under wraps. This is also why I came to find you. Don't mention that the Four-Tails is in Konoha village during this period, Jiraiya said to the group with a serious expression. Understood. Minato and the others nodded. The topic of the mission ended there and Jiraiya quickly shifted the conversation to his books. Minato, after years of research I've finally completed a masterpiece that will surely sweep the shinobi world. As my disciple you get to see it first. With that Jiraiya pulled out a book with a pink cover featuring a scantily clad woman. Minato's eyes lit up and he was about to reach out, but after locking eyes with Kushina he immediately became solemn and said, Sorry Master Jiraiya, I'm a respectable man. Huh. But you weren't like this before. Jiraiya then realized Kushina was sitting right beside him. Recommending his masterpiece to Minato would be like hastening the boy's demise. He secretly gave Minato a look and Minato understood. The master and disciple worked in perfect sync, managing to communicate right under Kushina's nose. Then Jiraiya turned to promote his book to Kakashi and Chienyu. You two are old enough, this book would make a great introduction for you. Chienyu took the book from Jiraiya and flipped through it casually. TCH. Chienyu closed the book disdainfully and tossed it to Kakashi. He wasn't a seasoned veteran, but he was someone who had experienced the information age and through osmosis he had seen plenty. In his previous life this stuff wouldn't even qualify for a 404 error on the internet. 18 prohibited. The biology textbooks from middle school had more substance than this. But when Kakashi opened the book his pupils constricted. In that moment he felt as if a new world had opened its doors and the book in his hands was a sacred relic. TCH Konoha has gained another white-haired pervert. Good thing my Chienyu is different. Kushina was very satisfied with the contrasting attitudes of Chienyu and Kakashi towards such books. With that Kushina reached out and pinched Chienyu's cheek, gently tugging it. Senior Kushina, you've been getting more and more excessive lately. Chienyu unhappily slapped Kushina's hand away, but she reached out again to pinch him. This scene seemed to take them back to the moment they first met. The difference was that after a few symbolic protests Chienyu couldn't be bothered to resist anymore. Meanwhile Minato felt a little jealous. Your boyfriend's face is pretty nice too, come play with it. At that moment Kakashi suddenly said coldly, Don't put on an act. Back in the grass country I saw you enjoying those courtesans touching your face. What? The moment those words were spoken Kushina exploded and Minato deflated. Damn it, I only remembered to tell Chienyu not to mention it, but I forgot to warn Kakashi. At such a young age you actually learned from that old lecher Zillai to go to that kind of place. Juxinai slammed the table hard. Originally seeing Chienyu dismiss Zillai's novels with disdain, she thought Chienyu was also a self-respecting boy, but never expected that Chienyu had already been to that kind of place. Most importantly, he actually allowed those women of the night to pinch his face. Thinking about how when she pinched Chienyu's face he would slap her hand a few times, Juxinai grew even more furious. The crimson hair behind her moved on its own in the air like the 9 tails of the Ninetales, and her intense anger raised the temperature of the entire barbecue by a few degrees. Seeing this, Chienyu was greatly alarmed. Damn, that Ninetales guy is quite vindictive. Lending chakra to Juxinai at a time like this. Does it think the commotion isn't big enough? Facing Juxinai, whose anger was off the charts, Qianyu still had a way to deal with it. Better to let a friend die than to die oneself. Qianyu explained with a relaxed expression. Oh, Senior Juxinai, it's like this. Senior Shuiman said we should disguise ourselves as war orphans to enter the city for intelligence gathering. So going to that kind of place was also for the mission. As for having my face pinched, I'm so cute and can't reveal my identity, so I just had to let those young ladies pinch me as they pleased. Juxinai's expression softened considerably upon hearing this, and after looking at Qianyu's seemingly sincere expression, she believed him. She turned her gaze to Sherman. Sherman, don't you owe me an explanation? I entrusted Qianyu to you because I trusted your character, but you actually let him go to that kind of place. Shuiman wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, Juxinai, you know sometimes for the sake of the mission we have to make some sacrifices. Juxinai complained, I understand the logic, but why didn't you let Kakashi go? Why did it have to be Qianyu? Kakashi. 3 days after Qianyu returned to the village, a piece of news spread across the entire ninja world like wildfire. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki of the country of Tu Lao Zi was ambushed by Cloud Shinobi in the country of Chao, causing the Four-Tails to break its seal. However, the Four-Tails that broke free was killed by an unknown giant ape. At first the major nations did not believe such intelligence. But with the testimony of civilians in a town in the country of Chao and verification from spies hidden in the country of Tu, the truth of the news was confirmed. For a time the ninja world, which had only been peaceful for a few years, was once again thrown into a massive upheaval. A giant ape of unknown origin overpowered the Four-Tails and killed it in a crushing manner. The strength displayed by the giant ape left them stunned. Such a powerful beast could not have appeared without a trace, yet the major ninja villages searched through all kinds of records and found no mention of the giant ape. Therefore the nations came to only one conclusion: the giant ape was a war beast specifically developed by a certain ninja village to counter the tailed beasts. After reaching this conclusion, the nations began to suspect which ninja village had developed the giant ape, and the most likely candidate was the Cloud Shinobi village of the country of Lei. After all, the Cloud Shinobi were the key to the Four-Tails' death. Some ninja villages even believed that the Cloud Shinobi had captured the Four-Tails specifically to test the giant ape's strength. And the country of Tu, as the victim, thought the same. In retaliation against the country of Lei, the country of Tu assembled 5,000 rock shinobi, and launched a bold attack on the country of Lei. Catching the country of Lei off guard, the rock shinobi swept through, clearing all Cloud Shinobi outposts in the country of Long, and even crossed the country of Tai with their blade pointing directly at the Cloud Shinobi in the country of Tian. The country of Lei had a bitter tale to tell. They hastily issued a statement in the ninja world telling the country of Tu that although they had targeted the Four-Tails, the giant ape that killed the Four-Tails was really not something they created. But the country of Tu had already activated the I won't listen, you're talking nonsense mode, charging ahead blindly. Seeing this, the country of Lei also grew angry, sending a large number of Cloud Shinobi to the front line ready to fight a great battle with the country of Tu. The country of Tu's sudden attack undoubtedly broke the tacit understanding among the 5 great nations, and at any moment it could trigger the third great ninja war. The entire ninja world situation suddenly became tense. The major nations adjusted their troop deployments and strengthened border defenses. After preparing for possible invasions from other nations, the major nations once again became bystanders, watching the fierce battle between the country of Tu and the country of Lei. However, just as they thought the 2 great nations, the country of Lei and the country of Tu, would fight to the bitter end, the country of Tu suddenly withdrew its forces and stationed them in the country of Long. This move left the country of Feng and the country of Shui utterly bewildered, and even the country of Lei was dumbfounded. They were clearly about to fight. Why did they suddenly go soft? Could it be that the third Tsuchikage is having trouble in that department? Well, a man with 1 foot in the grave can still show a burst of vigor. That's already impressive for his age. But the high-ranking officials of Mai were well aware of the reason. It seemed that Daima, who had acted on impulse, had finally discovered that their Four-Tails was not dead yet. Once they confirmed that the Four-Tails was not dead, the rock shinobi would search for it with all their might, leaving no stone unturned. It would only be a matter of time before they traced the Four-Tails to Mai. Yuan Fei Risen secretly regretted. That the country of Tu could attack the country of Tian so quickly was absolutely impossible without Mai's deliberate avoidance. Originally his plan was to let the country of Tu and the country of Lei engage in a large-scale battle, and Mai would take the opportunity to completely occupy the country of Chao. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could even start acting, the Tsuchikage had already reacted. To avoid the country of Tu launching a surprise attack like they did against the country of Lei, Yuan Fei Risen took the initiative to write a letter to the third Tsuchikage Daimyo inviting him to Mai. The general meaning of the letter was that a certain my team had found a wild four-tails Jinchuriki in the country of Chao. In the spirit of the four-tails belonging to the country of Tu, they invited the third Suchikage to my village to retrieve the four-tails. Of course, the four-tails Jinchuriki's expenses for food and lodging during this time in my would have to be reimbursed. As for how much, it all depends on my mood. Daima, damn it. At this point Daimyo could tell with his ass that all of this was my scheme. They could have told them the news at the first opportunity, but they deliberately waited until the Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi had worn each other out, and only spoke up when they sensed something was wrong. Truly insidious. But he had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. The urgent task was to redeem the four-tails Jinchuriki at any cost. However, to retaliate against Yuanfei Risen, Daimyo directly made the contents of the letter public. He wanted all the ninja villages in the world to know that the four-tails Jinchuriki was in Mai, and also to tell the country of Lei that they had been tricked by Mai. Under the veil of a moonless wind-whipped night, a perfect hour for clandestine deeds, Kushina and Xianyu darted forth, one trailing the other, racing toward the heart of a secluded forest on the outskirts of Konoha. "Senior Kushina, are we there yet?" Xianyu, still clad in his pajamas, yawned and grumbled in discontent as he followed behind her. Being dragged out of bed in the dead of night would sour anyone's mood. He had no idea what sudden madness had seized Kushina to seek the four-tails at such an hour. "Keep your voice down," Kushina whispered, turning her head briefly before replying. "Almost there, just about 1,000 meters ahead." Sensing Qianyu's resentment, she explained, "I wouldn't rush this either, but the Suchikage is coming to Konoha the day after tomorrow to reclaim the four-tails. If I don't meet it now, I'll break my promise to Kurama." Ever since Hiruzen Sarutobi relayed the news of the four-tails to the land of Earth, the third Suchikage Inoki had promptly accepted the invitation and would personally come to Konoha to retrieve the tailed beast. Earlier, to learn the nine-tails' name, Kushina had agreed to let it have a conversation with the four-tails. To fulfill that promise, she had no choice but to take action now. Such a sneaky, underhanded task was something Minato would never do. He would even stop her. So Kushina had to turn to Qianyu. Fortunately, despite his complaints, he was only annoyed at being woken up in the middle of the night. Qianyu was about to grumble further when Kushina suddenly halted. He stopped beside her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Are we there?" Kushina shook her head, then extended a finger and tapped lightly into the air. In an instant, a ripple spread from the tip of her finger. "A sealing barrier. No wonder I couldn't sense any life forms," Qianyu remarked in realization. "Of course, it's the place where the four-tails is confined." Kushina placed her palm on the barrier and sensed it for a moment. Her previously solemn expression twisted into one of disdain. "The Konoha sealing course still hasn't improved. They're still using a barrier developed 10 years ago. Stop rambling and hurry up. I want to go back and catch a few more hours of sleep. Give me a minute." Kushina nodded and placed both hands on the barrier. Watching her relaxed demeanor, Qianyu asked curiously, "Senior Kushina, you could just ask the Hokage for permission to enter. Why sneak around?" While cracking the seal, Kushina replied, "If I apply directly, that old man third will definitely ask why. I'm not ready to reveal that I can communicate with the Nine-Tails just yet." So far, only she and Qianyu knew about her ability to converse with the Nine-Tails. Not even Minato had been told. She intended to reconcile with Kurama first, then spring the news on them, a surprise or perhaps a shock. "Hopefully it'll scare that old geezer third half to death. Whatever makes you happy." Qianyu rolled his eyes, suddenly sympathizing with Hiruzen Sarutobi's weariness. Done. In just those few exchanges, Kushina had breached the barrier. A gap appeared in the semicircular seal, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Once inside, they advanced another 100 or 200 meters and spotted a laboratory building. 2 Umbu guards stood at the main entrance. Hiding behind a tree trunk, Kushina peered at the dark building and then turned her gaze to Qianyu. Before she could speak, Qianyu whispered, "Besides the 2 Umbu at the door, there are 4 more hiding on the rooftop." 6 Umbu. That's a bit troublesome. Rubbing her temple, Kushina devised a preliminary plan. "Here's the idea: you knock out the 2 at the door while I restrain the 4 on the roof. Then you come up and knock them out too." "All right." Qianyu thought for a moment and nodded. He then grabbed Kushina's arm and used the air dance technique to lift her into the air. When they reached above the building, he released her, letting her drop onto the rooftop. He himself descended vertically, heading straight for the 2 Umbu at the entrance. The guards had no idea that someone had silently breached the barrier and was attacking from above. Thump. Thump. Qianyu struck each of the 2 Umbu on the head, knocking them out instantly. Meanwhile Kushina had landed on the rooftop. She formed hand seals and suddenly 4 silver chains of chakra emerged from behind her. Sealing technique: adamantine sealing chains. The 4 chains shot out like arrows from a bow, darting toward the positions of the 4 umbu on the roof. The 4 umbu sensed something amiss immediately, but it was too late. The adamantine sealing chains, a technique capable of suppressing the ninetails, bound them with effortless ease. Before they could react, Kushina had trussed them up like packages. The chains not only immobilized their bodies but also tightly constricted their necks, preventing them from calling for help. By then Qianyu had reached the rooftop. Without hesitation he delivered a punch to each of their heads, knocking them all unconscious. "You're quite efficient. You've done this kind of dirty work before, haven't you?" Kushina raised an eyebrow, watching him swiftly and ruthlessly knock out the 4 umbu. Pointing at the still-bound umbu, Qianyu retorted, "You're the professional here, Senior Kushina. I bet Senior Minato enjoys this kind of fun too, right?" "Don't talk nonsense." Flushed with embarrassment, Kushina wanted to punch him, but mindful of not causing a commotion, she merely shot him a look that said, "I'll settle this with you later." After this minor interlude, Kushina and Qianyu entered the lab. Led by Qianyu, they headed straight for the location of the 4 tails. Along the way they encountered several more umbu, but with their seamless coordination all were neutralized with ease. Those umbu never even knew who had struck them. Silently they arrived outside the room where the 4 tails Jinchuriki was held. "It's here," Qianyu said. "And Kurama can sense it too. The 4 tails is inside." Kushina nodded, then stepped forward eagerly. She was curious to see what the 2-tailed beasts would talk about. As Qianyu followed behind her, he suddenly halted. The entire space felt oppressive and a chill, sinister aura began to spread. "Ah!" Just as Kushina was about to open the door, she let out a startled cry. On the doorknob a tiny serpent was staring right at her. The Uchiha are indeed this arrogant. Watching Chihara charge forward, Orochimaru remained motionless, a katana appearing abruptly in his right hand. Since Chihara didn't enjoy fencing, there was no need to indulge him. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in the corridor. The unstoppable chi blade failed to cut through the katana in Orochimaru's hand. "Fine blade." Chihara praised, then withdrew his chi blade and swung it down heavily from another angle. Clang! This time Orochimaru blocked it as well, but he took a large step back. Such immense strength. Orochimaru glanced discreetly at the hand gripping the katana. After just 2 exchanges with Chihara, his palm felt as if it were torn apart. He realized he had made a fundamental mistake, a lack of understanding of Chihara himself. Before bringing the 4 tails here, Orochimaru, immersed in his laboratory, had never even heard the name Uchiha Chihara. It was only when Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly informed him that the 4 tails had been captured and handed over for research that Chihara's name came to his attention. Out of curiosity he reviewed the mission report, learning of Chihara's ability to undergo giant ape transformation, but that was all. He knew virtually nothing else about Chihara. Now upon engaging in combat he discovered that Chihara's strength was nearly comparable to Tsunade's. Clang clang clang. After a dozen exchanges of swordplay, both Chihara and Orochimaru realized the truth: such a back-and-forth offensive style could not overcome the other. Chihara was unconcerned. Though he wished to fight Orochimaru seriously, he knew that for now merely stalling him to buy time for Kushina was sufficient. Thus he had no objection to coasting along. Orochimaru, however, thought differently. He was indifferent to the purpose of Kushina and Chihara's visit, but coveted Chihara's bloodline ability. "You are Uchiha Chihara, correct?" Standing still, Orochimaru sheathed his katana and asked. "Yes, is there a problem, Lord Orochimaru?" Chihara paused, stepping back a few paces, sensing something amiss about Orochimaru at this moment. Unfazed by Chihara's wariness, Orochimaru smiled nonchalantly, and said, "I read the mission report written by Minato. It said you lose your sanity during giant ape transformation. Don't you wish to solve that problem?" Chihara shrugged. "Ah, no need. I think the rage and uncontrollability are the very charm of the giant ape." "Is that so?" "Chihara-san, you truly surprise me." Orochimaru cast a surprised glance at Chihara, then continued, "But wouldn't you like to experience such wild power? Just give me a drop of blood and I can analyze all the secrets of your body, allowing you to truly master it." Orochimaru's magnetic voice carried an indescribable allure. Hearing this, a flicker of temptation stirred within Chihara. Indeed, if he could gain control over this power, 10 times his normal strength, why would he refuse? Wait, there's still an advanced Saiyan bloodline available for exchange in the system. Why should I give my blood to Orochimaru for research? Genjutsu. Lord Orochimaru sure thinks highly of me. Snapping back to clarity, Chiharu sneered and regarded Orochimaru with a look one would give a pervert. He inwardly sighed. No wonder the man was a notorious kidnapper in the ninja world, he had nearly fallen for it. Seeing his genjutsu dispelled, Orochimaru was unconcerned, flashing a harmless smile. It was only to make you believe my words, Chiharu-san. Oh, is that so? Then, esteemed Lord Orochimaru, would you kindly explain what this little snake at my feet is? At that moment a small snake was crushed under Chiharu's foot. His face darkened, a storm of fury raging within him. He had never known Orochimaru could be so shameless. Had he spent too much time with Jiraiya? Not only did he use genjutsu to cloud his mind, but he also secretly sent a snake to bite him. In response, Chiharu withdrew his chi blade and pushed his palms forward repeatedly. Continuous energy wave. Small spheres of energy rained down on Orochimaru. He had not wanted to use such energy attacks to draw attention, but Orochimaru forced his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The silent laboratory was suddenly filled with a continuous barrage of explosions. Amidst the swirling dust, Orochimaru burst out of the laboratory, appearing far more disheveled, his ninja attire torn and tattered. Behind Orochimaru, Chiharu followed closely. As soon as Orochimaru landed, Chiharu thrust his chi blade toward his chest. Thud. The chi blade pierced through Orochimaru's chest without resistance, yet no blood flowed. The Orochimaru impaled by Chiharu grinned eerily, his body slowly melting into a muddy substance. Then dense black runes emerged, spreading along the chi blade and covering Chiharu's entire body. Damn, it's a sealing jutsu. Chiharu's elation vanished, replaced by alarm as he felt his body bound by invisible steel cables, unable to move. Got you. The real Orochimaru emerged slowly from the ground, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Chiharu. Chiharu struggled a few times under Orochimaru's predatory gaze, finding it difficult to break free from the sealing jutsu for now. He managed an awkward yet dignified smile. Well, Lord Orochimaru, would it be too late to surrender now? Orochimaru chuckled softly. Chiharu-san, do you think that's possible? With that, Orochimaru produced a scroll from his robe, unsealed it, and retrieved a syringe. He gestured with it, dissatisfied with its size, then picked up a larger, thicker one, nodding in approval. At the sight of the thick needle, Chiharu broke into a cold sweat. Orochimaru is truly a pervert. First fencing, now he wants to give me an injection. Relax, I'll be quick. Orochimaru reassured him, aiming the syringe at Chiharu's arm. You're sick. Chiharu roared, unleashing his full power. A surge of immense chi erupted from within him, shattering the black runes covering his body. Regaining control, Chiharu didn't hesitate. He swung his chi blade horizontally at Orochimaru. What? Broke free. Orochimaru, clearly shocked that Chiharu could unleash such power, twisted his body to evade the blade. Seeing this, Chiharu formed a fist with his other hand, adjusted his stance, and punched. Bang! Taking the blow directly, Orochimaru flew backward like a cannonball. Hearing Jio Shinai's exclamation, Chienyu focused his gaze. A small snake coiled around the door handle, flicking its tongue and raising its head slightly as if ready to strike at any moment. Trouble! Jio Shinai frowned, not because of the snake but because of the person who summoned it. In the entire Muyi ninja village there were few ninjas who favored snakes, and to appear in such a critical location it could only be one person, one of the 3 ninjas of Muyi Deshiwan. Chienyu remained silent, turning to look at the dark corridor where a figure had already appeared. The figure stepped into the light. He had long straight black hair, a pale white face, purple eyeshadow extending to the nostrils, and wore U-shaped earrings. What was most unforgettable were his eyes, golden, vertically elongated pupils that at a single glance made one think of some cold-blooded reptile emitting an aura of gloom and chill. It was Deshiwan. Chienyu was not surprised to encounter Deshiwan here. As a renowned scientist in the ninja world, it was perfectly reasonable for Yuan Fei Rizhan to entrust the Four-Tails Jinchuriki to Deshiwan for research. Deshiwan's cold gaze lingered on Chienyu for a moment before turning to Jio Shinai. In an indifferent tone he said to Jio Shinai, "Wu Jio Shinai, this is no place for you." His words made Jio Shinai turn around, and together with Chienyu they both looked at Deshiwan. It's Deshiwan, one of the 3 ninjas, and like the white-haired lecher, he is a proud disciple of the old 3rd Hokage. He and the white-haired lecher don't get along well, they often quarrel when they meet, but I've always felt that there's something off about their relationship. Jio Shinai whispered to Chienyu, but no matter how soft her voice in this quiet corridor, it reached Deshiwan's ears clearly. Don't lump me together with that idiot. Deshiwan's eyes turned cold. The small snake on the door handle suddenly leaped, shooting toward Jio Shinai's back. Qianyu noticed the anomaly and quick-eyed and swift-handed grabbed the snake's neck and flicked its head off with his thumb. Seeing this, Jiao Shinai gave Dishiwan a roll of her eyes. He likes to play fencing himself, so why can't others talk about it? Such words Jiao Shinai could only say in her heart, she dared not say them to his face. At this moment Dishiwan had not yet begun to become twisted, and he had high prestige in the village, being a strong contender for the next Hokage. Most importantly, Dishiwan was not an easy person to get along with. He was always gloomy and sinister, so Jiao Shinai dared not anger him too much. However, Dishiwan on the other side was also troubled. Although Jiao Shinai dared not act presumptuously toward him, he likewise dared not do anything to her. With his intelligence he could already guess Jiao Shinai's identity. At this moment the best course of action was to report the situation to Yuan Fei Rijan and let his teacher deal with the headache. Humph! Dishiwan snorted softly and said darkly, "Qian with Jiao Shinai, do you know that even teacher Yuan Fei cannot protect you if you trespass into a critical research area?" Hearing this, Jiao Shinai said awkwardly, "Well, Lord Dishiwan, no harm has been done, right? I'm just curious about the Four-Tails Jinchuriki and wanted to take a look. Could you please make an exception and let me in for just 3 minutes?" Dishiwan said nothing, just calmly watching Jiao Shinai. "Please!" Jiao Shinai clasped her hands together and begged Dishiwan. Seeing this, Dishiwan let out a light laugh and said, "If I let you in, I'll have a hard time explaining to teacher Yuan Fei." Seeing Dishiwan unmoved, Jiao Shinai was inwardly annoyed. When had she Jiao ever been so humble? "Humph, I'll go find Sister Gang Shou and have her teach her companion a lesson. Yeah, and bring that white-haired lecher along too." However, before Jiao Shinai could utter any threats, Dishiwan suddenly spoke. "But we can make a deal. If you agree, I will not only let you in but also keep today's matter a secret for you." "What?" Jiao Shinai was stunned. Dishiwan pointed at Qianyu, a glint of light flashing in his vertical pupils, and licked his lips habitually, saying bluntly, "Have your disciple provide me with 500 milliliters of blood every month, and I'll pretend tonight never happened." Qianyu's blood. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Jiao Shinai refused without a moment of hesitation. Qianyu looked at her resolute face in surprise. He had originally thought that when Dishiwan proposed this deal, Jiao Shinai would hesitate for a moment, or consult with him to ask his opinion. But unexpectedly, Jiao Shinai was like a dictator. Qianyu sighed inwardly. This bond, he could never sever it. "Then I'm truly sorry. Trouble you two to come with me to the Hokage building." Seeing Jiao Shinai's refusal, Dishiwan's tone carried a hint of regret. "Qianyu, retreat first. This guy is not someone we can handle." Surrendering was not Jiao Shinai's style. Just as she was about to call Qianyu to flee together, Qianyu suddenly stepped in front of Jiao Shinai, facing Dishiwan directly. "Teacher Jiao Shinai, you go in first. I'll hold him off here and buy you some time." Jiao Shinai was about to retort but suddenly paused, saying incredulously, "What did you just call me?" Qianyu waved his hand impatiently. "Teacher, are you satisfied now? Hurry inside. Hi, you finally admitted it." Jiao Shinai burst into laughter, tears of joy even appearing at the corners of her eyes. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Hee, what a touching scene. Too bad snakes are cold-blooded." Dishiwan let out a sinister laugh and suddenly thrust his hand forward. "Hidden shadow snake limbs." Several snakes hidden in Dishiwan's sleeve instantly flew toward Qianyu. Facing the sudden attack, Qianyu reacted extremely quickly. 2 Goyu condensed in his dark pupils and a blue chi sword appeared in his hand. With swift strikes he sliced the several snakes in half. "Teacher Jiao Shinai, don't waste any more time." Qianyu did not turn back, staring fixedly at Dishiwan, a hint of battle intent appearing in his crimson eyes. "Good." Seeing Qianyu's stance, Jiao Shinai knew that today's matter was going to blow up. She stopped being indecisive and hurried to fulfill her promise to Jiao Lama. Seeing Jiao Shinai enter the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's room, Dishiwan did not stop her. At this moment he had no interest in Qianyu's Tsutomu Sharingan. Instead, he was very curious about the chi sword in Qianyu's hand. "What an interesting ninjutsu. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Sorry, I'm not interested in fencing." As soon as Qianyu finished speaking, he charged toward Dishiwan. The Uchiha are still so arrogant. Watching Qianyu charge forward, Dashuan stood still without moving, a katana suddenly appearing in his right hand. Since Qianyu disliked fencing, he couldn't be indulged. Clang! A crisp sound echoed through the corridor. The invincible chi blade failed to sever the katana in Dashuan's hand. "Fine blade." Qianyu praised, then withdrew the chi blade and swung it heavily from another direction. Clang! This time Dashyun blocked it again, but he took a large step backward. What tremendous strength! Dashyun discreetly glanced at the hand gripping the katana. After just 2 exchanges with Qianyu, his tiger's mouth felt as if it had been torn open. He felt he had made a low-level mistake, a fundamental lack of understanding of Qianyu himself. Before bringing the Four Tails here, Dashuan, immersed in his laboratory, had never even heard the name Uchiha Qianyu. Only when he was suddenly informed by Yuanfei Risen that the Four Tails had been captured and handed over to him for research did the name Qianyu appear before his eyes. Out of curiosity he reviewed the mission report, and thus learned the secret of Qianyu's giant ape transformation, but that was all. He was essentially ignorant of any other information about Qianyu. And now in combat he realized that Qianyu's strength was almost catching up to Tsunade's. Clang clang clang. After a dozen exchanges of swordplay, both Qianyu and Dashuan discovered a fact: relying solely on this back-and-forth style of attack, neither could seem to overpower the other. Qianyu didn't mind. Although he sincerely wished to fight Dashuan seriously, he knew that for now stalling Dashuan to buy time for Jixinai was sufficient. So he was fine with just coasting along. Dashuan, on the other hand, thought differently. He had no interest in why Jixinai and Qianyu were here, but he was deeply covetous of Qianyu's bloodline limit. You are called Uchiha Qianyu, right? Dashuan stood still, retracting his katana, and asked Qianyu. Yes, is there a problem, Dashuan-sama? Qianyu was slightly startled and stepped back a few paces. He felt that Dashuan at this moment was a bit off. Unconcerned by Qianyu's wariness, Dashuan smiled lightly and said, I read the mission report written by Shaman. I heard that you cannot maintain reason in your giant ape form. Don't you want to solve that problem? Qianyu curled his lips and said, no need. I think that berserk and uncontrollable is the charm of the giant ape. Is that so? Qianyu-san is quite surprising. Dashuan cast a surprised glance at Qianyu, then continued. But don't you want to experience that kind of berserk power? Just give me a little blood and I am confident I can analyze all the secrets of your body, allowing you to truly control yourself. Dashuan's magnetic voice carried an indescribable allure. Hearing this, an inexplicable temptation stirred in Qianyu's heart. Yes, if he could gain control over this power, 10 times greater than his original body, in advance, why would he have any reason to refuse? Wait, there is still the advanced Saiyan bloodline available for exchange in the system. Why should I give my blood to Dashuan for research? Illusion. Dashuan-sama really thinks highly of me. Snapping out of it, Qianyu sneered and looked at Dashuan with the gaze one would reserve for a pervert. He sighed inwardly. No wonder he was the infamous kidnapper of the ninja world, he had almost fallen for it. Seeing that his illusion had been broken, Dashuan didn't mind. He flashed a harmless smile, and said sincerely, It was only to make you believe what I said, Qianyu-san. Oh, is that so? Then, respected Dashuan-sama, please explain what this little snake at my feet is doing here. At that moment a small snake was crushed under Qianyu's foot. Qianyu's face darkened and 1,000 alpacas stampeded through his heart. He had never known Dashuan could be so shameless. Had he been hanging around Jiraiya for too long? Not only did he use an illusion to tamper with his thoughts, but he also secretly sent a snake to bite him. In response, Qianyu withdrew his chi blade and pushed his palms forward repeatedly. Continuous qigong wave. Clusters of small energy spheres hurtled toward Dashuan. He hadn't wanted to use qigong wave attacks and make a scene, but Dashuan forced his hand. Boom boom boom. For a moment the quiet laboratory was filled with an unending series of explosions. Amidst swirling dust, Dashuan burst out of the laboratory. Outside he looked considerably more disheveled, his ninja attire torn and ragged. Behind Dashuan, Qianyu followed closely. The moment Dashuan landed, Qianyu thrust his chi blade toward Dashuan's chest. Pfft. The chi blade in Qianyu's hand pierced through Dashuan's chest without any resistance, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. The Dashuan impaled by Qianyu grinned eerily, his body slowly melting into a pool of mud, and then dense tadpole-like characters emerged, spreading along the chi blade to cover Qianyu's entire body. Damn, it's a sealing technique! Before he could revel in his success, Qianyu's expression changed. He felt his body bound by invisible steel cables, unable to move. God, you! The real Dashuan slowly emerged from underground, his eyes burning with fervor as he stared at Qianyu. Qianyu struggled a few times under Dashuan's voracious expression, only to find that he couldn't break free from the sealing technique anytime soon. He then managed an awkward but polite smile. Dashuan-sama, is it too late to surrender now? Dashuan chuckled lightly. Hee Qianyu-san, do you think that's possible? Saying this, Dashuan took a scroll from his robe, unsealed it, and retrieved a syringe. He gestured with it a couple of times, dissatisfied with the size, then picked up a larger, thicker syringe before nodding with satisfaction. Looking at that thick needle, a cold sweat trickled down Qianyu's face. Dashyuan was truly perverted. First the swordplay, and now he wanted to give him a shot. Relax, I'll be quick. Dashyuan comforted Qianyu, aiming the syringe at Qianyu's arm. You pervert. Qianyu roared, no longer holding back. A surge of powerful chi burst from his body, instantly shattering the black tadpole-like characters that covered him. Regaining control of his body, Qianyu did not hesitate. He swung his chi blade in a horizontal slash at Dashyuan. Nanny! He broke free. Clearly Dashyuan had not anticipated that Qianyu could still erupt with such formidable power. In shock, his body twisted to evade Qianyu's blade. Seeing this, Qianyu clenched his other fist, adjusted his stance, and punched out. Bang! Taking the full force of Qianyu's fist, Dashyuan flew backward like a cannonball. That was close. I nearly fell into his clutches. Qianyu exhaled deeply. He had never seen such a thick needle before. If it had drawn a full syringe, his body would have been drained dry. Qianyu, are you all right? At that moment, Jiao Shinai emerged. The commotion from Qianyu's successive energy blasts was too great. She had lost all interest in continuing the conversation between the Ninetails and the Fourtails. Ignoring the Ninetails' displeasure, she rushed out of the laboratory and landed beside Qianyu, running her hands over him to check for injuries. After all, Qianyu's opponent was De Shiwan, notorious for his ruthless cruelty. Having finished her examination and found no harm done, Jiao Shinai sighed in relief. She glanced around but saw no sign of De Shiwan, then asked Qianyu, where is that bastard De Shiwan? I punched him out. Qianyu gestured toward the spot where De Shiwan had been sent flying. That blow had been delivered with all his strength, and De Shiwan had taken it squarely. Even a member of the legendary three, it seemed, could not withstand such a strike, evidenced by De Shiwan's failure to return even now. Jiao Shinai glanced in the direction Qianyu had indicated and said, in that case, before he recovers, let's retreat. The village forces will be here soon. Qianyu nodded, took Jiao Shinai's hand, and soared into the sky using the sky dance technique. Jiao Shinai was startled. When they had entered earlier, she had only exploited a minor flaw in the sealing barrier through her familiarity with sealing arts. They had not broken the barrier. Hey, there's a sealing barrier up there. Qianyu did not reply. Instead, he swung his other hand and released an energy blast into the air. With a thunderous roar, a gaping hole was blown in the barrier. Just as the two were about to fly out through the barrier, Qianyu's vision suddenly went dark. Without time to think, he instinctively twisted his body, narrowly avoiding a thick, massive tail that brushed past him. Qianyu and Jiao Shinai turned to look. A colossal serpent coiled within the forest, and atop its enormous head stood De Shiwan. Seeing this, Jiao Shinai immediately shouted, De Shiwan, are you trying to kill me? Think carefully, I've got solid backing. At that moment, De Shiwan was clutching his abdomen, traces of crimson blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Qianyu and Jiao Shinai without a word. Kill? Are you kidding me? If he hadn't had a teammate who was equally adept in taijutsu, one who often roughhoused him in Jiraiya, thereby strengthening his body, combined with his soft body modification technique, that punch from Qianyu would have sent him straight to the afterlife. Even so, he had summoned Manda only to detain Jiao Shinai and Qianyu, but Jiao Shinai had twisted his intention entirely. He had truly underestimated her capacity for obstinate interference. Sensing that De Shiwan seemed genuinely intimidated by her bluff, Jiao Shinai quickly urged Qianyu in a low voice, let's go. If he stalls us until the Umbu from Konoha arrive, it'll be trouble. Qianyu nodded, but he did not immediately follow her instruction. Under Jiao Shinai's puzzled gaze, he locked eyes with De Shiwan. As their gazes met, the air grew thick and heavy. Qianyu-kun, I will remember this punch. De Shiwan's pale face twisted into a grimace of agony and fervor as he felt the searing pain in his abdomen. The more powerful Qianyu became, the more his passion was ignited. Qianyu remained silent, fixing De Shiwan with a cold, piercing stare. La la la. 3 seconds later, Qianyu suddenly stuck out his tongue and blew a raspberry at De Shiwan. Jiao Shinai rolled her eyes at him. What a brat. Under De Shiwan's gaze, the two flew away from the laboratory, and soon arrived at the entrance of my village. After landing, Jiao Shinai was about to tell Qianyu to shift all the blame for tonight's incident onto her when she found an old face looming before her before she could speak. Lord Fire Shadow, are you out here soaking up the moonlight so late? Breaking into a top-secret research facility. Jiao Shinai, this time your recklessness has gone too far. Indeed, this is the result of your continual indulgence, Yuan Fei. And what about that Yujibwa Qianyu? Did he incite the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Is he trying to control the Four Tails? That's absurd. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was brought back by Uchiha Chiba himself. If he truly wanted to do something to the Four Tails Jinchuriki, he could have done it on the road. Why go through all this trouble? Tuanzang, you're just biased against the Uchiha. So you're saying the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki herself coveted the Four Tails? It seems she's been influenced by the Nine Tails inside her. We cannot allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to roam freely in the village any longer. Jyoshinai is a Jinchuriki, but she is also a Jonin of Mai. There is no reason to treat her like a criminal. Yuan Fei Risen and several of Mai's elders engaged in a heated debate over last night's incident where Jyoshinai had led her disciple into the laboratory without authorization. Regarding the punishment for Jyoshinai and Qianyu, the elders were unanimous: severe punishment. Yuan Fei Risen was also deeply troubled. He had never imagined Jyoshinai would have such audacity. Nevertheless, though Yuan Fei Risen was irritated by Jyoshinai's infiltration of the laboratory, he decided to handle it leniently. Xianwu Jyoshinai is to be confined for 3 months with no visitors allowed. Her disciple Uchiha Qianyu is to be dispatched to the border to investigate the situation in the Land of Waves, departing immediately. Yuan Fei, isn't this too lenient? The Fire Shadow's assistant Jisiyuan Tuanzang darkened his face and spoke again. Dishiwan has already inventoried the laboratory. The losses are enormous. Many important research results have been destroyed. He specifically asked that these two answer to him. Since the old men could not sway Yuan Fei Risen, they could only bring up his beloved disciple in hopes of changing his mind. Yuan Fei Risen rubbed his forehead helplessly. He knew his own disciple all too well. If there had truly been valuable research results, Dishiwan would have gone berserk long ago, and would never have let Jyoshinai and Qianyu leave so easily. It's clearly because he's taken a fancy to Uchiha Qianyu's bloodline limit. And if Qianyu weren't a ninja of Mai, Dishiwan would have already drawn his scalpel. Young man, your body is rather unscientific. Come, let me take you to the dissection table. I have a 24-karat gold scalpel I'd like to show you. After a moment of thought, Yuan Fei Risen finally said, I will speak to Dishiwan. The punishment for Xianwu Jyoshinai and Uchiha Qianyu is settled as I have declared in the name of the Fire Shadow. The elders, though dissatisfied, did not voice further objections. After all, they only had the power to advise, not to decide. Once the Fire Shadow had made up his mind, they could no longer interfere with his decision. In the end, amid this farce, Qianyu and Jyoshinai received a punishment that was neither too severe nor too light. Not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order, Kushina and Chihaya, who had been detained in the Hokage building, were released with 2 Anbu members following behind them. These 2 Anbu were responsible for confining Kushina. As for the place where Kushina was confined, it was naturally her own home. As for Chihaya, he already had a transfer order from the 3rd Hokage instructing him to report to the Konoha outpost in the Land of Waves. Walking on the way home, Kushina glanced unhappily at the 2 Anbu following closely behind and pouted. Then, looking at Chihaya, who was staring at the transfer order with his head down, she sensed that he seemed troubled and felt a pang of guilt. She whispered, I'm sorry. I originally planned to take full responsibility, but before I could say anything, the old 3rd caught us red-handed. Now you're dragged into going to that wretched Land of Waves. Sensei Kushina, when did you become so sentimental? Actually, I'm quite happy to go to the Land of Waves. It's just the right time for me to focus on training for a while. Chihaya looked up and smiled at Kushina. His words were not meant to comfort her, he had his own considerations. It seemed that since returning from the Land of Grass he had become a bit arrogant, or rather ever since acquiring the Scion bloodline he had developed this overconfident nature. After his brief encounter with Orochimaru, he also realized this flaw. Lacking proper vigilance toward people and situations would lead to serious losses in the future. Last night he had nearly fallen victim to Orochimaru's sealing technique. Moreover, judging from Orochimaru's attitude last night, Chihaya felt that he was already being targeted by Orochimaru, and who knew when Orochimaru might strike at him again. Leaving the village at this time was also a perfect way to avoid Orochimaru's sneaky attacks, a 2-for-1 deal. After he trained for a while and returned to the village, perhaps by then he would no longer fear Orochimaru. I'm glad you think that way. Kushina patted Chihaya's head with relief. Chihaya instinctively wanted to resist, but in the end he didn't brush away Kushina's hand. He simply said, By the way, Sensei Kushina, you should also be careful in the village. I don't think Orochimaru will let us off that easily. That's still your fault. You had to be cheeky with him at the end. Kushina rolled her eyes. Last night Chihaya's final tongue-sticking-out gesture at Orochimaru was nothing short of provocation. This is already pretty good. If I could beat him last night, wouldn't have been just a simple cheeky act, Chihaya said. Just then a blonde-haired Minato approached them from the opposite direction. Kushina. Seeing Kushina, Minato instantly broke into a warm spring-like smile and jogged over, saying as he walked, I've been looking for you for ages. I don't know what happened last night that made the Umbu mobilize, and I was worried about you. By the way, why are you coming from the Hokage building, and what's with the Umbu behind you? The smile on Minato's face began to stiffen, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Seeing Minato's bewildered look, Kushina gave an awkward smile and said to Chihaya, You tell him. Chihaya rolled his eyes and directly handed the transfer order to Minato. The order wasn't just for Chihaya alone, it was for Minato's squad. In other words, Minato and Kakashi were also implicated in Chihaya and Kushina's actions. What exactly did you two do last night? After just a glance, Minato's smile completely vanished. These two are really something. He hadn't even been in the village for a few days and now he had to leave. Sorry, I didn't expect the old third to issue such a transfer order either, Kushina said, scratching the back of her head awkwardly. After all, this incident had started because of her, and the main responsibility lay with her. Chihaya was punished as an accomplice, but Minato and Kakashi were completely innocent victims. In short, I just wanted to secretly meet the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, see what he looked like, that's all. For such a simple thing, the third Hokage actually confined me for 3 months, and even got you all involved in the mission to Wave Country. Kushina, who had dragged both Minato and Kakashi into trouble, knew she had to give Minato an explanation. She glossed over the incident of sneaking into the laboratory last night, simplifying it. Minato listened, a look of helplessness on his face. Since Kushina had taken on Qianyu as her disciple, her destructive capacity in the village had skyrocketed. He wondered if the Hokage was now reaching for his heart medicine. Kushina, you really went too far this time. The laboratory under Lord Orochimaru's supervision is the highest confidentiality in Konoha. Confining you for 3 months is already lenient. Finally, Minato had to scold Kushina. Hearing this, Kushina's face fell and she said pitifully, Minato, are you disgusted with me? Minato. Watching Minato, who seemed to have something to say but hesitated, Qianyu shook his head. He was completely wrapped around her finger. Teacher Kushina, Senior Minato, you two talk. I'll go call Kakashi. We'll meet at the village gate. All right. Minato nodded. He did have some words for Kushina. Well, I won't see you off at the gate this time. Kushina glanced at the two Umbu behind her and said regretfully to Qianyu. The two Umbu behind her were already growing impatient. Their orders from above were to immediately escort Kushina to her home. Allowing her to stop and talk with Minato was already a courtesy, as they were wary of Kushina's later retaliation. I'll head over first. Qianyu left the couple to bid farewell and went alone to the Hatake clan grounds. With the death of Tsukumo Hatake, the Hatake clan's former glory had faded. The desolate entrance was even overgrown with weeds. When people leave, the tea grows cold. This maxim held true even in the ninja world. Qianyu pushed the door open and saw Kakashi in the yard, reading a porn book. Kakashi, what's wrong with you? Spending your free time reading Jiraiya's books? Qianyu felt a pang of indignation. Kakashi had fallen so quickly. If Tsukumo Hatake knew that his son was causing the clan's extinction because of Jiraiya's books, he would crawl out of his grave and cut Jiraiya down for 3 days and nights. Qianyu, what are you doing here? Come to borrow a book. Kakashi couldn't hide the book in time, so he brazenly asked. Qianyu, what are you doing here? Come to borrow a book. I knew you were just pretending that day in front of Kushina-senpai. Having spent so much time with Qianyu, Kakashi's skin had thickened. He said this without blushing or losing breath, as if Qianyu had come solely for the book. Qianyu sneered. Shameless. Right back at you. Kakashi met Qianyu's gaze with equal disdain. Qianyu didn't want to bicker and said directly, Can't be bothered to argue. We have a mission, to Wave Country. So soon? Another away mission. Kakashi closed the book, puzzled. Generally, after such a long and difficult mission, they would have at least a week's rest before being assigned another. The village's higher-ups certainly wouldn't dispatch them so quickly. Moreover, the village was currently preparing to welcome the third Sachikage. It wasn't the time to send out an away mission. Seeing Kakashi's confusion, Qianyu explained. Teacher Kushina and I did something wrong, so we're being punished by patrolling the borders of Wave Country. No set return date. No set return date. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Knowing you is the worst luck of my life. After complaining, Kakashi didn't say much. He simply went inside, packed a few belongings, then went with Qianyu to his house before heading to the village gate. They hadn't been there long when Minato walked out. Seeing Qianyu and Kakashi, he first apologized to Kakashi. Sorry you didn't even get a break. He was apologizing on behalf of Kushina. Qianyu took over. Senior Minato, no need for that. Better he go on a mission than waste away at home. Waste away. Minato was about to ask what that meant when Kakashi suddenly appeared beside Qianyu, covering his mouth, and said urgently, Minato-sensei, ignore him. Let's go. Then in a very low voice he whispered in Qianyu's ear. One meal. Qianyu wanted to haggle, but seeing Kakashi looked broke, he nodded in agreement. Watching their private deal, Minato smiled silently and asked no further. To him the team's harmony was paramount. Let's set off. The order says we must depart today and reach Wave Country within 3 days. Time is tight. Minato said. Wave Country lay southeast of Konoha, a long distance away, and they would need to take a boat. Qianyu thought to himself that this mission was indeed his fault. He said to Minato and Kakashi, To show my apology, let me carry you both along. Before they could react, he grabbed one in each hand and flew into the sky. Flying through the air, though no one could see them, Minato and Kakashi felt extremely uncomfortable, especially being carried like chicks. Hey, is this your way of apologizing? Kakashi struggled against the wind, complaining to Qianyu. Minato also said awkwardly, Isn't this tiring for you? Let us travel on our own. If we hurry overnight, we can make it in 3 days. This showed the difference between high emotional intelligence and low emotional intelligence. Both disliked being carried like this, but Minato's words were more tactful. Isn't it good that I'm saving you the trouble? Qianyu looked down at them. He didn't think it was a problem. The two of them combined didn't weigh much, easy to carry. It's good, but can we change the method? Kakashi said again. Let me ride on your back. Ride me. Aren't you dreaming? Qianyu snorted and, ignoring their protests, flew at full speed toward Wave Country. Bo Country, a nation with no ninja establishment, was also a place of extreme poverty. Its survival to this day was due to the fact that both Wei Country and Shui Country had no interest in it, merely treating it as a war buffer zone. Now during peacetime, Shui Country would not travel all the way to this bleak place. Only Muyi Village, fearing that Shui Country might use it as a springboard to attack the hinterland of Wei Country, maintained a permanent outpost. Is this Bo Country? Above the skies of Bo Country, Qianyu looked down. Yes. Shui men nodded. The three landed on the beach, surveying their surroundings. The azure seawater gently lapped at their ankles, while seagulls high above emitted low cries, adding a touch of vitality to the silent island. Facing the sea breeze, Qianyu's mood improved. He sighed lightly. What a wonderful place for relaxation. Seeing that Shui men and Kakashi remained silent, Qianyu asked, What's wrong, Senior Shui men? You two have barely spoken the entire journey. Is something on your minds? Shui men and Kakashi both rolled their eyes at Qianyu. Chat. With your flight speed, every word you utter gets a mouthful of wind. Only a fool would want to talk. There's nothing on our minds, but today should be the day the third Setsukage arrives at Muyi Village. Shui men gazed toward the direction of Muyi Village and whispered softly. Yes, any problem? Qianyu nodded, asking indifferently. Shui men cupped his chin, looking at Qianyu with deep meaning, and said, I think the Hokage-sama sent you here not just as punishment but also to protect you. Qianyu looked at Shui men like this and suddenly laughed, saying, You should put it differently. He doesn't want those spies to die by my hand. Shui men was slightly stunned, surprised. So you knew all along? Don't take me for a fool. If he really wanted to punish me, sending me to the intense front lines would be most suitable, since our team's combat effectiveness is obvious to all. Ever since the nations of the ninja world learned that the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was in Muyi Village, everyone also knew that the giant ape was a product of Muyi. Consequently, these nations naturally came to Muyi Village to obtain intelligence on the giant ape, while also undermining the transaction between Wei Country and Two Country, a two birds with one stone affair. If Qianyu remained in the village, he would inevitably be discovered, leading to assassination attempts from various nations. Under such circumstances, having Qianyu leave the village could actually be a favor to him. This might be another intention of Yuan Fei Rijan, to adopt a soft approach toward Qianyu, win his loyalty, and make him more identified with the village. Yes, I think even without your commotion, the Hokage-sama would have arranged a mission to keep you away from the village, at least for this period. So I should thank him. Shui men rolled his eyes. Given that Yuan Fei Rijan overrode objections and dealt with it lightly, you should indeed say thank you. Enough, don't overthink it. Let's just treat this as a vacation. Bow Country looks quite peaceful. Qianyu waved his hand. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on such matters. Quietly cultivating here for a while was his top priority. During their brief stay, the Mu Yi ninjas stationed in Bow Country had already noticed their arrival. From the forest along the beach came a few barks, followed by a large black dog leaping out with a figure following closely behind. It's a ninja from the Quanzhong clan. After seeing Shui Men and the others, the man approached directly, unafraid that they might be enemies in disguise. It seems Bow Country is truly a retirement paradise. Even the most basic ninja vigilance has been worn away by this easygoing life. After taking a closer look at Shui Men, the newcomer laughed heartily. Haha, it's Shui Men-sama. Long time no see. Shui Men was taken aback, then looked carefully at the man before smiling warmly. It's Quanzhong Jin, isn't it? I didn't expect to find you here. Can't help it. Last time in Lake Country I was severely injured and left with after effects, no longer fit for frontline missions. So the Hokage-sama assigned me here. Quanzhong Jin said, crouching down to stroke the black giant dog's head, and said to Qianyu, Please, could you hold back your drool? You're scaring He Sha. Ah, sorry. Qianyu wiped the corner of his mouth, giving an awkward smile. He hadn't been able to control himself upon suddenly seeing such a plump piece of ingredient. Shui Men looked at the trembling He Sha and sighed inwardly. The deterrent power of a foodie is truly immense. Even a battle-hardened ninja dog is terrified. I won't introduce Kakashi. This is another member of my team, Uchiha Qianyu. Shui Men patted Qianyu's shoulder, introducing him to Quanzhong Jin. Quanzhong Jin glanced at Qianyu, twice surprised. The Uchiha clan. That's quite rare. Because the main enemies here were mist ninjas who excelled in the hidden mist technique and various water release jutsu, which greatly countered the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and fire release. Hence Uchiha members were rarely assigned here. Shui Men laughed. Qianyu is different. If you treat him like a typical Uchiha, you'll be in for a big surprise. Really? Facing Quanzhong Jin's skeptical look, Qianyu gave a shy smile. Though puzzled, Quanzhong Jin didn't ask further. Shui Men had already said this much out of camaraderie as fellow Mu Yi ninjas. By the way, have you come here with an important mission? Quanzhong Jin asked solemnly. Shui Men gave an awkward laugh, then took out the transfer order and handed it to Quanzhong Jin, saying, Well, we were also assigned by the Hokage-sama to patrol the border of Bow Country. Looking at the transfer order, Quanzhong Jin said regretfully, It's a shame to have Shui Men-sama stationed here. It's all for the security of Bow Country. There's no shame in it. Shui Men waved his hand dismissively, then said, Please take us to the outpost first. All right. Quanzhong Jin nodded and led the three toward the outpost. As they walked, he explained the work here, basically a daily patrol around the island's perimeter to check for any anomalies. A very easy task. During off hours they could even stroll into the town. Life was extremely comfortable. Upon arriving at the outpost, the conditions were extremely basic and the staff sparse. Including them, there were only 15 people, exactly 4 squads responsible for the 4 directions of Bow Country. After Qianyu and the others got acquainted with the remaining Mu Yi ninjas, they officially joined the outpost, and the tedious patrol duty began. What a peaceful life. Since arriving in the land of waves from Konoha, Qianyu felt as if he had entered an early retirement. Every morning he would take a stroll around his patrol area, which counted as completing his mission. Apart from the occasional visit from island residents, there were absolutely no surprises. The rest of the time was entirely his own to spend. After finishing his patrol, Qianyu would usually begin training. When he felt troubled, he would wander around the town on the island, soaking in the lively atmosphere. When he craved a better meal, he would dive into the sea and catch a few big fish. Life was extremely leisurely and carefree. In the evening, after finishing his training, Qianyu returned to the base. Seeing Kakashi practicing lightning release, he asked, Where is Senior Minato? In the house. Kakashi replied briefly and ignored Qianyu, as he was also training hard to avoid being a burden to the team. Qianyu nodded and walked toward Minato's room. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Senior Minato for several days. Although the three of them were supposed to perform patrol duties together, Minato and Kakashi's sensory abilities were no match for his. Moreover, since there had been no incidents these days, he had taken over the task entirely. Minato, on the other hand, was immersed in developing his own jutsu. Both Qianyu's energy wave and the four-tailed beast ball had given him considerable inspiration. If he could develop a powerful jutsu that required no hand seals combined with his flying thunder god technique, it would greatly enhance his strength. Knock knock. Come in. Qianyu gently knocked on the door, and after hearing Minato's response he pushed it open. The small single room was cluttered with all kinds of complex materials. Qianyu looked at Minato, who appeared noticeably thinner with dark circles under his eyes and his blonde hair as messy as a bird's nest. It seemed developing the new jutsu had drained a lot of his energy. If Kushina-sensei saw him like this, she might think he had been up to no good outside. Qianyu. Minato rubbed his eyes when he saw who had entered and asked wearily, did you find something during the patrol? Qianyu shook his head and said, Senior Minato, are you free tonight? Tonight. Minato suddenly perked up, asking warily, what are you planning? Qianyu didn't answer. Instead he revealed the tail behind him. It grew back. Minato looked somewhat startled. He still remembered that night in the land of grass vividly. Seeing Qianyu's tail now and recalling his question, he asked back, Qianyu, you don't mean to become a giant ape again, do you? Qianyu grinned. Yes. Minato refused, no. Do you know how destructive you are when you transform into a giant ape? The entire land of waves would be destroyed. Relax. I've found several uninhabited islands near the land of waves these past few days. I'll transform there. Hearing that, Minato paused for a moment. After thinking it over, he still said, it's still not safe. What if you leave the island and fly here? That would be fine, but if you end up in the land of water, that would be a disaster. That's why I need Senior Minato to keep an eye on me, Qianyu said with a smile. Minato understood his intention. But wouldn't that put him in danger? The last time he cut Qianyu's tail, he had been terrified, afraid that Qianyu would suddenly strike back. Qianyu, are you doing this on purpose to try to control your giant ape transformation? Minato asked doubtfully. No, it's for my eyes. After the last transformation I suddenly awakened my Sharingan, so I want to try again. Qianyu didn't hide it. Although he had promised Kushina not to reveal his Sharingan, telling Minato should be fine. Minato hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, I understand. I'll go with you tonight. That night, while everyone else was asleep, Qianyu quietly left the base with Minato. After flying for several dozen kilometers, the two arrived at the island Qianyu had found. Qianyu placed Minato at the edge of the island and asked him to carve the flying thunder god's seal into his tail once more. Then in front of Minato he began to take off his clothes. I'll start now. After doing all that, Qianyu flew to the center of the island, looked up at the bright moon in the sky. It was a full moon tonight. Here it comes. Minato, standing at the edge of the island, once again felt that unsettling sensation, and then he heard a deafening roar. Roar. The giant ape Qianyu let out a roar, then stood still, his bloodthirsty eyes scanning the surroundings. Was there nothing moving? Boom. Without any reason, Qianyu punched a small hill nearby. The immense force shattered the entire hill. Without an opponent, the giant ape acted purely on instinct. With nothing threatening around, it could only vent by stomping trees and smashing hills. He seemed stronger. Watching Qianyu destroy a small hill with a single punch, Minato was stunned. He understood that the giant ape's power increased with Qianyu's own strength. Minato watched as Qianyu rampaged across the island, but he felt relieved. It seemed that in his giant ape form Qianyu had even forgotten he could fly. That was good for him. He just had to wait until dawn. With that thought, Minato quietly hid himself, not wanting to be discovered by Qianyu in this state. Time passed slowly. As the full moon set, the agitated Qianyu reverted to his normal form. Minato, who had been hiding in a corner all night, used the flying thunder god technique to appear beside Qianyu. He placed the clothes Qianyu had taken off earlier beside him and patted his cheek. Qianyu, wake up. After a moment, Qianyu woke up, blinked in confusion, and then said to Minato, thank you for your hard work, Senior Minato. Minato smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. It seems you lose all rationality when you become a giant ape, even forgetting how to fly. That made things much easier for me. Is that so? Hearing this, Qianyu realized his tail was still intact. He had thought that Minato had cut off his tail to bring him back to normal. He put on his clothes, then looked at Minato, and opened his Sharingan. Senior Minato has my evolved. Minato met his gaze and shook his head. No. I see. Qianyu was a little disappointed, thinking it might have evolved to 3 Tomo. Don't worry. You can try a few more times. Minato comforted him, and then said we should head back now. Back in the land of waves, the people in the stronghold had long awakened. When they saw Qianyu and Shui men returning from outside, they gathered around. Observing the tense expressions of the many ninjas, Shui men's heart stirred, and he roughly understood the situation. Last night Qianyu's roar after transforming into a giant ape was so loud that it must have reached the land of waves, making the ninjas in the stronghold uneasy, fearing that the giant beast would come here. Lord Shui-men, did you find anything? Qianzhongjin's face was grim, filled with worry. Just from that piercing roar he knew the giant beast was not easy to deal with. Under his feet Heisha looked at Qianyu with a fearful gaze, even gently biting Qianzhongjin's pants leg, trying to make him stay away from Qianyu. Tracking dogs have a much keener sense of danger than humans. The lingering giant ape aura on Qianyu made the dog feel that the boy before him was like a tailed beast, terrifying indeed. Qianyu noticed Heisha's reaction, lowered his head slightly, and grinned at the dog. Woof! Heisha leaped back and scurried away. Hey Heisha, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Qianzhongjin was baffled, completely at a loss as to why the usually steady Heisha had become so jumpy. However, he had no time to worry about Heisha now and simply asked Shui-men. Lord Shui-men, you went to find the source of the roar last night, didn't you? We did, but when we arrived the giant beast had already left, so we found nothing. Shui-men pulled Qianyu, who was about to go after Heisha, and glanced at him discreetly. You can take down a four-tails, yet here you are scaring a dog. Can't you have a bit of self-awareness as a powerhouse? Qianzhongjin then asked. Should we report this to the village? I'll report it, but it should be fine. That giant beast seems to have just passed through. That's good to hear. Qianzhongjin breathed a sigh of relief. With Shui-men's explanation, the Konoha ninjas stopped asking questions and returned to their rooms. Kakashi walked over to Qianyu and whispered, Giant ape transformation. He had recognized the familiar roar from the night before and knew it was Qianyu. Seeing that both Qianyu and Shui-men's rooms were empty, he had pieced together the situation. He had also made up an excuse for their absence to keep the other ninjas calm. Shui-men patted Qianyu's shoulder and advised, Next time go farther away. Qianyu nodded in agreement. There were plenty of desolate islands around, it would just take a bit more time to find one. Time flew by and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year no major events occurred in the ninja world. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki had already been returned to the land of Earth. It was said that to redeem the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, a Wagakure had paid a heavy price, a large amount of supplies. The third Tsuchikage, that old man was so furious, he nearly died. Kushina had long finished her confinement. On the day she was released she went straight to Hiruzen Sarutobi, demanding that Team Minato be recalled to the village. But Hiruzen, for reasons unknown, risked having his beard pulled out, and refused to let Kushina have her way. Helpless Kushina could only pass the time by occasionally sending letters to Qianyu and Shui-men. Meanwhile, in the land of waves a legend gradually began to spread. A giant sea monster was said to frequently appear on nearby islands, letting out earth-shattering roars and destroying everything in its path. Such an anomaly would normally have been reported to Konoha for investigation, but Shui-men suppressed the report. Early in the morning Qianyu walked along the beach as usual. Clouds drifted leisurely across the sky and a gentle breeze whispered over the blue sea, creating a soft murmur. Seeing this, Qianyu let his mind go blank, sinking into the peaceful moment, as if he had entered some unknown mystical realm. In simpler terms, he was daydreaming. Help! Suddenly a cry for help startled him. Qianyu frowned and turned his head just in time to see three figures running out of the forest behind him, two men chasing a girl about his age. The girl had slightly tangled black hair and her dirty yet delicate face was accentuated by a pair of deep black eyes. A thin body was wrapped in a patched white dress, marking her as a child from a poor family. However, what surprised Qianyu was that the girl seemed well developed with a noticeable bust. Holding a basket full of seafood, she ran toward Qianyu. When she saw him, her terrified expression lit up with hope and she cried out, Lord Ninja, please save me. Hand it over. I saw the delicious food in your basket. Little girl, for your own good, give us that basket. The two men acted as if Qianyu didn't exist, their eyes fixed on the girl. Qianyu watched the scene expressionlessly. What a cliché. Seeing that the men were about to snatch the basket, Qianyu hesitated for a moment, then vanished, and reappeared behind them. With a swift motion he grabbed each by the collar, and tossed them into the sea. The two men swam back to the shore. Seeing that it was Qianyu who had acted, they dared not linger, and scurried away in fear. The girl let out a long breath of relief, then looked at Qianyu with gratitude. Lord Ninja, thank you. Qianyu said nothing, just stared at her with a poker face. The girl seemed intimidated by him, feeling as if she had jumped from the frying pan into the fire. After hesitating, she pushed the basket forward slightly and whispered, Lord Ninja, do you want some? They're very tasty. Qianyu glanced at the basket, just ordinary seafood that could be found on the beach. The villagers of the Land of Waves lived mainly from the sea, and the seafood washed ashore was one of their food sources. A girl this young couldn't go out to sea and had to survive by picking up seafood on the beach. Seeing the expression on her face, clearly reluctant to give away her food but forced to do so, Jianyu suddenly smiled brightly. Then I won't be polite. He took the basket from her hand, weighed it, and found it barely enough to fill his teeth. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the girl still standing there. He frowned and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" "And no, it's just... Lord Ninja, can I come here to pick seafood in the future?" Jianyu glanced at the young girl but did not consent. Instead, he retorted, "Aren't there plenty of places nearby where you could pick up things?" Faced with Jianyu's doubt, the girl pouted and complained in a pitiful tone, "There are people everywhere else and I can't outfight them." "Oh, is that so? Then aren't you afraid I might kill you?" As he spoke, Jianyu cast a menacing glare. Although major countries had certain explicit regulations that did not specifically target ordinary civilians, those were merely constraints on paper. Should a bloody incident occur, who would care about a shinobi killing a nameless commoner? Therefore the civilians of the Land of Waves dared not casually appear before the Konoha shinobi for fear of provoking them and bringing about their own destruction. Thus in the areas where Jianyu and his team frequented, few people from the Land of Waves ever came. This was the tragic fate of being a small nation. Without powerful protection, they could only suffer bullying. The girl was startled by Jianyu staggering back several steps and nearly falling onto the sandy beach. But recalling how Jianyu had saved her earlier, which contradicted his current words, she mustered her courage and said, "And no. It can't be. The shinobi-sama is a good person." A goodwill card. Jianyu's expression returned to normal, but he had already made up his mind. Just as he was about to speak, the girl added, "And I can give you a third, no half, of the seafood I pick up every day." "Is that so?" Jianyu chuckled lightly, rubbing his chin as if contemplating whether to accept her proposal. "Shinobi-sama, please." Seeing Jianyu's reaction, the girl sensed an opportunity, and immediately bowed deeply. That bow indeed put considerable pressure on Jianyu. Beneath the loose collar a flash of snowy white caught him off guard. Jianyu discreetly took a deep glance, shifting his gaze before the girl noticed, then nodded. "All right, I agree." "Ah." The girl was momentarily stunned, then hopped up in surprise before saying to Jianyu, "Thank you so much, Shinobi-sama." "It's nothing." Jianyu waved his hand dismissively. The girl cast a reluctant glance at the basket in Jianyu's hand and asked softly, "Then, could I now?" Jianyu looked at the basket, suddenly understood, poured out half of the seafood, and returned the basket with the remaining half to the girl. "I am truly grateful, Shinobi-sama." The girl reached out to take the basket. "Ah. Shinobi-sama, I'll be going now." Whether intentional or not, when taking the basket, the girl's little hand inadvertently brushed against Jianyu's, then she blushed, turned around, and left shyly. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Jianyu remained calm. Just as he was about to resume his patrol, two heads suddenly popped out of the bushes, staring at him with contempt. "Minato-senpai, Kakashi, what are you doing here?" Jianyu exclaimed in surprise. "We saw everything. What a shameless scoundrel you are, abandoning duty for lust." "Indeed, you're no good either. Back then in front of Kushina you were definitely putting on an act," Kakashi said disdainfully, always quick to slander Jianyu. Jianyu chuckled. "I've never hidden it. It's just that Jiraiya's novels don't pique my interest." Then he asked, "By the way, why are you two suddenly here?" "Minato-sensei is testing his new jutsu and asked me to observe." "Wait, don't change the subject." "How am I changing the subject?" "I already answered you," Jianyu said, pointing at the seafood at his feet. "By the way, do you want some seafood? Freshly caught?" Yes. Bah, you're diverting the topic again. You're just too gullible." Minato shook his head, watching Kakashi being completely led astray by Jianyu. Half an hour later, the three of them were by the beach, simply grilling the seafood the girl had given Jianyu. Watching Kakashi still slandering Jianyu, Minato felt helpless. He had hoped Kakashi would figure it out himself, but clearly Kakashi had been completely led down the wrong path by Jianyu bickering endlessly about whether Jianyu was a pervert. "All right, Kakashi." Minato stopped Kakashi's further probing, then asked Jianyu, "Why didn't you expose that girl?" "What?" "That girl was disguised." Kakashi was stunned, not waiting for Jianyu's reply. "That girl is not ordinary. Her transformation technique was quite impressive. I didn't even detect any chakra fluctuations, but she fell short in some details." "Details? Minato-sensei, what do you mean?" Kakashi asked with a puzzled expression. "Ahem, you're still young, you'll understand when you're older." Minato coughed awkwardly without elaborating, then asked Chienyu. With your perception you should have noticed early on. Why did you let her go? Chienyu explained. No rush. Let's observe first, and see what she's up to. Besides, she probably didn't come alone. There must be accomplices in town. Catching her now would tip them off. This explanation left Minato completely dumbfounded. When dealing with a spy, the best approach is like Chienyu's: pretend not to know, learn the spy's purpose through conversation or surveillance, then formulate a countermeasure, or even feed false information deliberately. Minato hadn't expected Chienyu to possess such meticulous thoughts. He looked at Chienyu with admiration, about to praise him, but before he could speak, Chienyu added, Besides, don't you think having a girl like that around is rather pleasing to the eye? Minato. Kakashi was right, you are a pervert. At that moment Kakashi suddenly said in a low voice, Aren't you afraid she's actually some hairy man in disguise? After all, someone who can use the transformation technique so skillfully is no ordinary person. Those words silenced Chienyu, and suddenly the seafood in his hand lost its appeal. After a long pause, Chienyu said hoarsely, I think I'm starting to regret this. Haha, despair. Kakashi laughed heartily, imagining how in the coming days Chienyu would have to endure being harassed by a hairy man disguised as a cute girl. It felt as refreshing as a cold shower in summer. You're on patrol tomorrow. Chienyu sneered, indicating he was quitting. You made your own bed, now lie in it. I'll go check the town with Kakashi for any accomplices of the girl. You stay here and chat about life dreams with the girl. Minato now sided with Kakashi, speaking in a teasing tone, even emphasizing the word girl. In the following days the girl often appeared within Chienyu's patrol range. She seemed to have made Chienyu her primary target, and was doing her utmost to win him over. However, after hearing Kakashi's words, Chienyu's attitude had changed drastically. He was terrified that this seemingly cute girl was actually some perverted middle-aged man with a filthy mind yearning for breasts. Thus his attitude toward her remained lukewarm. Yet the girl was persistent, sending Chienyu seafood every day without fail, trying to earn his favor. By the beach, Chienyu watched listlessly as the girl gathered the ocean's bounty. Noticing his gaze, she trotted over to him and handed him the basket. Ninja-sama, this is for you. She was quite pleased with today's harvest, and her tone carried a hint of playfulness. Her sweat-drenched smile revealed a touch of happiness. She was exactly like an ordinary girl from the land of waves. Chienyu would give her acting a 90. If only she were a crude man hiding beneath that cute exterior, then it would be a perfect 100. Oh, thank you. Chienyu gave the girl a faint smile and carefully took the basket, afraid of any physical contact. The girl, seeing Chienyu's cautious attitude, couldn't help but wonder. Have I been found out? In recent days the Konoha ninja's attitude toward her had been completely different. Although it seemed unchanged on the surface, her sharp instincts told her that Chienyu was keeping his distance from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that this Konoha ninja is just too shy? It seems I need to be more proactive. Thinking this, the girl gave Chienyu a gentle smile, gently tucking a strand of wind-tousled hair behind her ear, and asked, Ninja-sama, we've known each other for a few days now, but I still don't know your name. The girl's smile, as graceful as a Yamato Nadeshiko, momentarily stunned Chienyu, almost making him blurt out his name. But as soon as he thought of the crude man hiding beneath that appearance, a chill ran down his spine. Chienyu quietly stepped back a few paces, calming his revulsion before asking, Before you ask for my name, shouldn't you tell me yours first? The girl's lips curled slightly. My name is Hino Eureka. Pleased to meet you. Oh. Chienyu. Pleased to meet you. Chienyu did not reveal his family name. So it's Chienyu-san. Eureka seized the opportunity, tiptoed closer to Chienyu and said, These past few days, with Chienyu-san's protection, I've been able to gather much more seafood. As she spoke, Eureka flashed a sweet smile at Chienyu. Chienyu-san really makes me feel safe. Well, I have something to take care of. I'll be going now. Chienyu felt that if Eureka continued, something bad would happen, so he hastily made an excuse and left. Eureka watched his retreating flustered back and smiled slightly. He really is quite shy. Back at the base it was livelier than usual today, as the ninjas who had been out on patrol had all returned. This place was far from Konoha. The only contact with the village was through the ninjas who came once a month to escort supplies. They brought supplies and also delivered letters from family to those stationed here, acting as messengers. As Chienyu entered the base, the people around greeted him. Only Inuzuka Shin's Kuroshaku, upon seeing Chienyu, ran away as if confronted by a cat. Chienyu-kun, this is a letter for you from Lady Kushina. The ninja delivering supplies handed Chienyu an envelope from his bag. During this time Jiraiya had also left the village on a mission and Minato could no longer use the toads to contact the village. So Minato and the others could only communicate with Kushina through the supply ninjas. Thank you? Qianyu took the letter but did not open it immediately. He first went back to his own room before opening it. Kushina had filled an entire page with her sprawling handwriting mostly about interesting happenings in the village and her concern for Qianyu. As Qianyu read the letter a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the very end he finally saw Kushina's own news about herself. During this time Kushina had been following Qianyu's method to win over the 9 llamas inside her. As for the effect, it was quite good. A few days ago Kushina even deliberately let out Kurama to get some fresh air and Kurama did not take the opportunity to seize control of her body. However, as soon as Kurama came out he was discovered by the third Hokage. The third thought the Nine-Tails had broken the seals, so he attacked with full force, almost beating Kushina to the point of doubting her existence. Qianyu chuckled, put down the letter and casually found a blank sheet of paper to prepare a reply to Kushina. Just then Minato and Kakashi also returned. After retrieving their own letters they came to Qianyu's room. Before they could speak Qianyu hurriedly asked, "Did you find her companions?" Minato replied, "We didn't find any suspicious people in town and nothing in Inuzuka Shin's patrol area either. It seems she really came alone. She told me today her name is Hino Eureka. Have you ever heard of it?" Qianyu asked again, but it was just a casual question after all. Since she was using a transformation jutsu she wouldn't use her real name. However, Minato and Kakashi knew more about ninjas from other villages than he did, so he asked. Minato thought for a moment, and shook his head. "No, it's probably a fake name." "I see. So can we wrap this up?" Qianyu didn't want to keep up the act with Eureka anymore. Kakashi immediately refused without a second thought. "No, we still haven't figured out her purpose here." Minato also said seriously. "Indeed." Qianyu glanced at them and snorted. "You two aren't just trying to see me make a fool of myself, are you?" Cough, cough, of course not. Actually, yes, we are. Minato coughed awkwardly. Seeing their expressions of wanting to laugh but holding back, Qianyu narrowed his eyes. "Minato-senpai, I haven't gone out to let off some steam for a few days. Let's go for a walk tonight." I'd rather not. You've tried many times already. Since you evolved to 3 Tomo there's been no change. Let's drop it." Minato was naturally unwilling to go with Qianyu to a deserted island in the middle of the night to freeze in the cold wind, while also having to constantly watch out for the giant ape-form Qianyu noticing him. That was not a pleasant experience. Moreover, at this moment Qianyu's request was clearly an act of revenge. Half a year ago, during a giant ape transformation, Qianyu's Sharingan had already evolved from a 2-tomo to a 3-tomo. This allowed Qianyu to glimpse the dawn of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and he increased the frequency of his giant ape transformations, yet there was no effect whatsoever. It seemed that evolving the Sharingan into the Mangekyō Sharingan through the giant ape transformation was no easy feat, which had led Qianyu to not drag Shuimen into a giant ape transformation for nearly a month. But today Qianyu was reluctant to let Shuimen off the hook. "Not happy, huh? I happen to be writing a letter to teacher Juxinai. It seems it's time to tattle a little." Qianyu picked up his pen, ready to embellish the details on the white paper. Shuimen was stunned. Was such blatant threat really acceptable? Seeing Qianyu already beginning to write the letter, Shuimen had no choice but to yield. "You win. I'll accompany you, all right." With Shuimen's agreement, Qianyu only then tore up the paper in satisfaction and began writing anew. At this moment Shuimen also remembered that he had received 2 letters himself. He pulled one from his bosom, saw it was from Juxinai, and tucked it back. Of course, the love letter from Juxinai was meant to be read slowly, hidden under the covers. If it contained sweet nothings that made his face flush, that would be embarrassing in front of Qianyu and Kakashi. Shuimen took out the other letter. Kakashi glanced casually, and exclaimed in surprise. Why did Lord Zillai send a letter to teacher?" "Haha, probably because I haven't used the summoning technique in a long time." Shuimen had been so absorbed in developing a new ninjutsu recently that he had forgotten to use the summoning technique to keep in touch with teacher Zillai. He opened the envelope and took out the letter. The moment he glanced at it, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Noticing Shuimen's expression, Kakashi quickly asked, "Teacher Shuimen, what did Lord Zillai say?" Kakashi's words drew Qianyu's attention as well. The two stared at Shuimen, probing for any important intelligence from Zillai. Shuimen turned the letter around for Kakashi and Qianyu to read. The paper bore only 3 words. "Summoning technique." Qianyu rolled his eyes writing to Jixinai, as he remarked to Sherman. It seems Lord Zilai is quite displeased that you forgot about him. Shuimen shot a resentful glare at Qianyu. This is all your fault. When they first arrived here, Shuimen had wanted to develop a powerful sealless ninjutsu that could complement his flying thunder god technique. Although he had a talent for developing ninjutsu, he still needed to consult teacher Zilai on some crucial difficulties. Thus initially Shuimen maintained frequent contact with Zilai, and Zilai even purchased a number of materials on sealless ninjutsu from the village, and sent them to Shuimen via the summoning technique. It could be said that Zilai had invested a great deal of effort and resources in the early stages for the sake of Shuimen's new technique. However, one day after Qianyu casually revealed the key points of the sealless technique Shuimen wanted to develop, he realized he might not need teacher Zilai at all. It was thanks to Qianyu's hints that he was able to complete the Rasengan within a year. Shuimen now felt like an ingrate. Having Qianyu, he had cast aside teacher Zilai. Without hesitation, Shuimen bit his finger and summoned a toad liaison. Yo, it's Lord Shuimen. I've been waiting for so long. Why did you only summon me now? A toad appeared and greeted Shuimen. Sorry. Shuimen apologized first, then asked. Does Lord Zilai have any message for me? The toad liaison replied. Nothing much, just wanted to ask how your new ninjutsu is coming along. He's curious. Shuimen paused, pondered briefly, and said in a low voice. Is teacher Zilai in trouble in the Lightning Country? Ever since the Lightning Country was tricked by Konoha, the two nations had been at odds, with skirmishes escalating along the border resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Even Shuimen, Qianyu, and Kakashi stationed in a remote area knew of this. The commander on the Lightning Country front was Zilai. Trouble, not exactly, but the pressure is considerable. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but Lord Zilai said that if you've completed the new technique, he hopes you can leave the Wave Country. I see. Understood. Please tell teacher Zilai that I have finished the new technique and will soon submit a request to return to the village to Lord Hokage. Thank you for your trouble. Understood. The toad liaison nodded. Shuimen dismissed the summoning and turned to Qianyu and Kakashi. Sorry for making this decision without consulting you too. Qianyu chuckled nonchalantly. After a year, my body is practically rusting. It's just as well to get some exercise. Kakashi asked in confusion. Teacher Shuimen, can't we directly request a transfer to the Lightning Country from Lord Hokage? Why go back to the village first? The sea route from here to the Lightning Country is quite fast. Well, our team has been short-handed for a while. The new genin exams are happening in a few days, so we can supplement our personnel. Shuimen explained. Strictly speaking, their team only consisted of him and Kakashi. Qianyu was on loan. Thus Shuimen wanted to take this opportunity to select one or two genin to form a full ninja squad. After speaking, Shuimen asked Qianyu and Kakashi. These genin are all from the same class as you two, right? Do you have any recommendations? When they had entered the Ninja Academy, the village was still in a state of war, so the academy was a 3-year program. Qianyu had spent 2 years at the academy before graduating, and a year had passed since graduation. Exactly 3 years. Kakashi nodded but did not recommend anyone to Shuimen, as he had only spent a year at the academy, and was not familiar with his classmates. As for Qianyu, aside from Guy, he had no acquaintances either. And Guy was clearly not suited for Shuimen's team. You two are so indifferent to your own classmates. Shuimen sighed. 2 problem students. Back when he was at the academy, he was the renowned social butterfly, No the little son, and everyone had a good relationship with him. Late at night, the roar of a giant ape once again echoed over the tranquil Bow country. The ninjas of Konoha stationed in the Bow country, as well as the common folk, had long grown accustomed to it. Initially, in order not to attract attention, Qianyu had indeed transformed into a giant ape far away from the Bow country. However, the people of the Bow country made their living by fishing and often went out to sea at night. Even though Qianyu left the island of the Bow country, the rumors of the giant beast's presence still spread to the country through these fishermen. Thus Qianyu could no longer be bothered to travel far. On the beach of the Bow country, Ryuligia gazed toward the direction of the roar, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. It seems the rumors are true. A giant beast has indeed appeared near the Bow country. However, Ryuligia felt both excitement and a hint of apprehension. She had not come to the Bow country on a mission, but for her own sake, hoping to obtain a powerful summoning beast. During this time, she had also gathered some information about the giant beast from the commoners. This giant beast appeared more frequently on nights of the full moon, and it had suddenly emerged 1 year ago. No such creature had ever been heard of in the sea before, suggesting it was not a product of the ocean. Troublesome. Could it be a summoning beast or an experiment of a Konoha ninja? Ryuligia felt a bit reluctant. From the roar of the giant beast she could sense its immense power, more than enough to serve as a summoning beast. In fact, she doubted she could even subdue such a creature. That was not really a problem. If it was too powerful, she could find some companions to help and eventually subdue it. But if it was a Konoha ninja's experiment, or summoning beast, all her efforts would be in vain. She murmured to herself, "It seems it's time to extract some useful information from that Konoha ninja named Qianyu." The night passed. In Qianyu's room, the figures of Qianyu and Shuimen suddenly appeared. The two no longer needed Qianyu to fly out of the island. Shuimen had already left flying thunder god marks on the nearby islands, making travel back and forth extremely convenient. Phew. As soon as they returned, Shuimen rubbed his brow and let out a light sigh. After transforming into a giant ape, Qianyu's destructive power had grown stronger and stronger. This time the small island they had found was nearly destroyed by Qianyu entirely. Shuimen had spent the whole night in fear and worry, and he was feeling quite terrible. With a weary body, Shuimen said, "I'm going back to rest first. Don't forget to patrol later." Shuimen-senpai, please wait a moment." Seeing Shuimen about to push the door and leave, Qianyu suddenly remembered, since they were about to return, what about Ryuligia? Shuimen turned his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Is there something else? What about that spy? Should we close the net? I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it." Shuimen thought for a moment, and said, "Let's arrest her. We still don't know the purpose of her infiltration here. Take her in for interrogation." "I've been wanting to do this for a long time." Qianyu nodded with a grim smile. He had long wanted to see whether this person named Ryuligia was male or female. Seeing Qianyu's expression, Shuimen suddenly laughed as well and said, "However, there's no need to rush. Although I submitted the transfer order to the Lord Hokage yesterday, it will take some time for it to reach Konoha. Moreover, even if we want to return to the village, we have to wait for a replacement ninja to arrive." "What do you mean?" Qianyu sensed something was off. Shuimen teased, "I mean, during this time you can have some fun with that Ryuligia. I've noticed she's been quite nice to you, flirting and sending seafood gifts. Could it be that she's taken a fancy to you?" When Qianyu interacted with Ryuligia, Shuimen would sometimes secretly protect him. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qianyu, but the ninja world was full of unknown tricks, and he was afraid Qianyu might be careless. "Shuimen-senpai, that joke is not funny," Qianyu said expressionlessly. "Anyway, it's up to you. You can handle this yourself. Kakashi and I won't get involved." Shuimen shrugged and returned to his own room. Seeing Shuimen leave, Qianyu also left the base and arrived at the beach, where he found Ryuligia already there. She ignored the seafood scattered all over the ground and instead sat quietly on the beach gazing at the sea. "What are you thinking about?" Qianyu walked over to Yuligia and asked. "Qianyu-san. You've finally come." Ryuligia looked up and upon seeing Qianyu immediately broke into a smile. She stood up, took a few steps toward him, and tried to grab his arm. Qianyu stepped back a few steps, preventing her from succeeding, and asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing Qianyu dodge, Yuligia put on a hurt expression and then asked in a low voice, "Qianyu-san, did you hear the sounds last night?" "Sounds?" Qianyu was taken aback, then realized she was referring to the roar of his giant ape form. He said, "I heard them. So scary. This giant beast has been here for a year. I'm so worried it might suddenly come to the Bow country." Yuligia looked at Qianyu and spoke with concern. Upon hearing this, Qianyu gazed at her thoughtfully. Although Yuligia suddenly brought up the giant beast because he had transformed the night before, Qianyu sensed that she had an ulterior motive. She was not truly worried about the beast coming to the Bow country. Qianyu suddenly asked, "So you came for that giant beast?" Yuligia was slightly startled, instinctively stepped back a few paces and forced a stiff smile. "What? Qianyu-san, what are you talking about?" Qianyu sneered. "Still pretending? You've been exposed since the first day we met." These words made Yuligia's pupils contract. Her forced smile faded and her expression gradually turned serious. Without any warning, Yuligia suddenly charged at Qianyu, a kunai appearing in her hand, thrusting directly at him. However, just as the kunai was about to strike Qianyu, it stopped 1 centimeter away from him. No matter how much Yuligia increased her force, the kunai remained utterly still. "Not bad transformation technique." Looking at Yuligia, who had not yet reverted to her original form, Qianyu snorted lightly and gripped her hand, exerting force. Bang! With a puff of smoke, Eulogia reverted to her original appearance. Now she was wearing the attire of a water country ninja, her long brown hair cascading like a waterfall to her waist, and her emerald green eyes stared at Qianyu in surprise. Qianyu took a closer look and found her somewhat familiar. He asked uncertainly, "You are Zhao Meiming?" Zhao Meiming was slightly surprised that Qianyu recognized her, but she was not entirely shocked. After all, she was the prodigious girl of the water country, possessing 2 Kekkei Genkai, an exceedingly rare feat in the ninja world. It was only natural for her to be registered under the Leaf Village, which was precisely why she had to use the transformation technique to approach Qianyu. The two stood face to face. Zhao Meiming's kunai still pointed directly at Qianyu, yet she made no further move. After all, she truly could not resist Qianyu's power. From this she had already deduced that Qianyu was a taijutsu prodigy. Being so close to him was extremely disadvantageous, yet she did not retreat immediately. Instead, she gazed into Qianyu's eyes, a seductive smile curling on her lips. "I'm curious. How did you discover me, Qianyu-san?" She believed her transformation technique was proficient enough to possibly fool a jonin, but definitely more than sufficient to deceive someone like Qianyu. Hearing this, Qianyu's gaze drifted downward from Zhao Meiming's face. An ordinary civilian girl wouldn't have such a well-developed figure. Zhao Meiming realized her mistake. She had transformed according to her actual measurements, which was why she had been caught. As the future heroine of a certain tale, she had been ahead since childhood. How could she compare to the flat-chested ordinary girls? "You pervert!" At that moment, Zhao Meiming noticed Qianyu's eyes fixed on her chest, and a mix of shock and shame washed over her. When she had first approached Qianyu, she had indeed sacrificed a bit of her appearance to lower his guard, but that was under the transformation technique. Now, with her real body being so blatantly stared at by Qianyu, Zhao Meiming was naturally displeased. She took a deep breath, merging her fire and water nature chakra into a high-temperature acidic mist, ready to spray it toward Qianyu's face. Almost the instant Zhao Meiming mobilized her chakra, Qianyu reacted. Before she could release the boil, his other hand had already clenched into a fist and struck out. Bang! With a dull thud, Zhao Meiming's body jolted as a sharp pain shot through her abdomen, leaving her mind blank under the agony. "You!" A flicker of disbelief passed through Zhao Meiming's emerald pupils. Before losing consciousness, the only thought in Zhao Meiming's mind was, this guy actually hit her so hard, he would never find a girlfriend. "You're lucky enough," Qianyu muttered to himself, looking at the unconscious Zhao Meiming. To be honest, if the person had been a crude oaf, Qianyu would not have stopped at just one punch. He would not even have let them speak. Qianyu had no intention of taking Zhao Meiming back to the base immediately, nor did he leave her lying on the beach. Instead, he carried her to the foot of a large tree and propped her comfortably against the trunk. This treatment was far better than what he had given Kakashi back then. Although Zhao Meiming had approached him for a mission, the seafood she had gifted him was genuine. For that alone she deserved different treatment. After finishing, Qianyu flew over the sea and plunged into the water. Soon he emerged with a large fish and returned to the beach. Having been busy all night, he had not eaten yet. Back beside Zhao Meiming, Qianyu skillfully scraped off the scales with a knife hand and used a chi sword to slice open the belly and remove the innards. He tossed the fish into the air and slashed it a few times with his chi sword, neatly dividing it into pieces. After processing the fish, he quickly set up a simple grill and placed the pieces on it. Finally, he extended his hands and a golden glow appeared in his palms. Scorching heat emanated from the golden light, roasting the fish continuously. As the temperature rose, the flesh changed color and released an enticing aroma. When it came to cooking fish, Qianyu was an expert. After all, when he had been broke, he had survived on fish from the Leaf Village's river. Qianyu grilled the fish while waiting for Zhao Meiming to wake up. About an hour later, her delicate brows twitched slightly, and she opened her dazed eyes. "Who am I? Oh, Zhao Meiming, the prodigy of the water country. Why did I pass out? I was knocked out by some brute who doesn't know how to treat a lady." She recalled the scene before passing out, her expression shifting as she quickly stood up. But as soon as she rose, she froze. Why can I still move? Normally, after being knocked out by a ninja from another village, one would be restrained, at the very least surrounded by a horde of fierce leaf ninjas. Yet she was not shamefully bound. Only that detestable leaf ninja was around. He's even eating fish. Does he look down on me that much? Hey, what are you thinking about? Your face keeps changing colors. Qianyu asked, puzzled, watching her expression alternate between red and white. Hearing this, Zhao Meiming stopped her scattered thoughts. Instead of fleeing, she brushed the sand off her clothes and sat down opposite Qianyu with a cold face. Qianyu chewed a piece of fish, spat out a bone and chuckled. Not running away immediately, you're quite sensible. You must have used the sealing technique or some other method on me. Zhao Meiming snorted. Without restraints or multiple opponents, the only explanation was that her body had been placed under some kind of restriction. Qianyu shrugged, too lazy to explain, and simply continued eating his grilled fish. Seeing this, Zhao Meiming gradually let down her guard. Hey, what's your real name? Don't give me that fake name you used before. Since you knew I was a spy all along, you wouldn't be stupid enough to tell me your real name. Upon reflection, Zhao Meiming doubted that Qianyu could have identified her as a spy through such minor details. There must have been another reason, or perhaps he was a sensory-type ninja. Qianyu said, My name really is Qianyu, Uchiha Qianyu. A member of the Uchiha clan. No wonder you found me out. Zhao Meiming cursed inwardly, realizing she had been careless. If she had known from the start that Qianyu was from the Uchiha clan, she would never have approached him so recklessly. He must have been observing her secretly with his Sharingan, which had exceptional perception to notice her anomalies. However, awakening the Sharingan at such a young age meant he was no ordinary Uchiha. Moreover, that punch from Qianyu had left her abdomen still aching. The two fell into a momentary silence, broken only by the sound of Qianyu noisily devouring the fish. The tender golden white flesh exuded an enticing aroma, its freshness lingering in the air and weaving around their nostrils. Zhao Meiming took a deep breath, and an indescribable fragrance rushed into her mouth and nose. She couldn't help but make a small swallowing motion, and her stomach let out an untimely growl. Qianyu continued eating the fish, glancing at Zhao Meiming without any intention of inviting her to join. Noticing that Qianyu had caught her lapse in composure, a flush of crimson crept up Zhao Meiming's fair cheeks. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Meiming blushed and whispered, The fish you grilled looks quite appetizing. Of course it is. Seeing Zhao Meiming bring this up, Qianyu grew animated and gestured excitedly. Let me tell you, I didn't just pick this fish randomly. Deliciousness starts with quality ingredients. I searched the sea for a while before finding this big fish, whose swimming strength and speed were top-notch. Its muscles are incredibly elastic, making the flavor even more exquisite. After the ingredients, let's talk about preparation. To preserve the texture, I deliberately used a sharp air blade to cut. Watching Qianyu chatter endlessly about how he cooked the fish, Zhao Meiming's face puffed up slightly. Is this guy made of wood? Doesn't he understand what I meant? Seeing Qianyu, who seemed ready to talk for another 30 minutes, Zhao Meiming had to interrupt. I'm hungry. Oh. Qianyu smacked his lips, picked through the grill, and tossed a burnt scrap to Zhao Meiming. Zhao Meiming looked at the scrap in her hand. Little meat, and it was burnt, then at the fish on the grill. The difference was like heaven and earth. She pointed at the fish on the grill and protested. I want to eat that piece. How, please understand the situation. You think you can get the good stuff. Do you want to taste the siren slap? Qianyu shot Zhao Meiming a glare. Giving her a piece was already generous of him. If she asked other siren for food, it would almost certainly spark a fight. There's so much here and you can't finish it all. Seeing Qianyu's sudden change in expression, Zhao Meiming muttered discontentedly. Although she didn't understand what siren meant, she knew what a big slap was. At this moment, Zhao Meiming also remembered that she was still a prisoner, and getting any food at all was already a luxury. She tore off a small piece of fish and put it into her mouth. Chewing slowly, savoring the freshness, Zhao Meiming's eyes lit up. Though it had a bit of a burnt taste, it was truly delicious. Half an hour later, under Zhao Meiming's astonished gaze, Qianyu finished all the grilled fish, clapped his hands, and said to her, All right, enough chit-chat. Now answer me, why are you here? Qianyu added a warning. You'd better tell the truth, or the next methods might be quite harmful to your body. Looking at Qianyu's expressionless face, Zhao Meiming's expression changed as well. She gave a stiff smile and said, Isn't this a bit harsh? We were having a pleasant chat earlier, and I even gave you all that seafood. Don't mention it. The more I think about it, the more I feel like an idiot, letting meat right at my mouth slip away. Qianyu grumbled angrily. He could have gained so much more advantage, but out of fear that the other party might be a greasy man, he felt like he'd missed out on a fortune. It's all Kakashi's fault for saying that. I'll go find him for a spar when I get back. Who was offering themselves to you? I disguised myself to get close to you. Zhao Meiming glared at Qianyu, her cheeks flushing again, feeling like a naive girl throwing herself at someone. All right, no more nonsense. Qianyu didn't want to keep bantering with Zhao Meiming. He asked seriously, Why exactly are you here? Seeing Qianyu's stern expression, Zhao Meiming's blush faded. She knew that her answer might determine whether she could leave or stay. She had indeed not come to target Mai. There was no conflict between the two sides. Besides, this was the territory of Bo country, and although it was under the control of my ninja, it wasn't forbidden for other ninja to come here. After thinking it over, Zhao Meiming said, It's nothing I can't say. But I'll say this first, my coming to Bo country has nothing to do with Wing village. Throughout the entire ninja world, the border between Shui country and Hua country was the most peaceful, with hardly any conflicts, and not a single ninja casualty. In such a peaceful situation, Zhao Meiming didn't want to cause misunderstandings with Mai's higher-ups. Go on. Qianyu nodded. As you guessed earlier, I came because I heard a giant beast was appearing in Bo country. Qianyu asked. What's your purpose in seeking this giant beast? What else? To catch it and make it my summoning beast. Qianyu was stunned. Did he hear that right? Zhao Meiming wanted to capture him and make him a summoning beast. Zhao Meiming continued. I heard from fishermen returning from the sea that many nearby islands have been destroyed by the giant beast. Its strength must be formidable, and only such a beast is worthy of me, Zhao Meiming. At this point, Zhao Meiming noticed Qianyu's strange expression and asked, This giant beast isn't some experiment or summoning beast of Mai, is it? Qianyu was silent for a moment before replying, No. That's good. Zhao Meiming breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite pleased. Since it wasn't Mai's, it was unowned, and she could compete with Mai for it. She would call her teammates as soon as she got back. Watching the delighted Zhao Meiming, Qianyu's expression grew increasingly dangerous. Right in front of me you want to treat me like a pet. Are you tired of living? Well, I've told you my purpose and reason. I only approached you to gather information about that giant beast with no intention of targeting Mai. Zhao Meiming said. Can you let me go now? Originally I was going to let you off, but some of your remarks annoyed me, and you should be worth quite a bit. Qianyu stood up and continued. Are you coming with me willingly, or should I knock you out and take you? That's not for you to decide. Zhao Meiming hadn't been talking idly, she was stalling for time to check if Qianyu had done anything to her body. The result surprised her. He had indeed done nothing. Although she found it strange, Zhao Meiming wasn't about to let Qianyu take her away. Who knew what dangers awaited her at the Mai outpost? Boil released skillful mist technique. Striking first, Mei opened her mouth and spat out large swaths of highly concentrated mist toward Qianyu. The mist was not only extremely hot but also highly corrosive. In an instant, Mei's skillful mist technique enveloped Qianyu's figure entirely. Seeing her attack succeed, Mei immediately retreated. However, after running a few steps, she noticed there was no movement within the mist and paused slightly. Could he have been corroded without even letting out a scream? Although Mei had gone all out from the start, it was because she knew Qianyu was very strong. Her intention was not to kill him but merely to trap him and escape. Of course, she wasn't worried about Qianyu's safety, but feared that killing him would spark conflict between Konoha and the Mist Village. Such a responsibility was too heavy for her to bear. However, she soon realized her concerns were unnecessary. The silhouette of a figure gradually emerged from the thick mist. Seeing this, Mei breathed a sigh of relief and then ran toward the sea. As a ninja of the water country, the sea was like home to her. Once she entered the water, even the Uchiha Sharingan would not be able to find her. Qianyu, who had remained still all along, watched Mei dive into the sea without pursuing her. He simply wrapped himself in chi to resist the corrosion of the skillful mist technique. Highly corrosive. Qianyu sensed the amount of chi he had consumed and muttered to himself. No wonder this technique could later corrode the Susanoo. Its power was indeed impressive. Seeing the lingering mist, Qianyu waved his hand, summoning a strong wind to disperse it. Then he leaped up and chased after Mei. You can't catch me now. Once in the sea, Mei moved like a fish in water, even faster than on land. She possessed water-natured chakra. But before she could rejoice, she suddenly felt a shadow above her. Damn! Mei's heart raced. She had been found. Was this guy's perception really that strong? Without time to think, Mei quickly turned to counterattack, but a familiar sensation struck her abdomen once again. Bastard! Can't you use a gentler method? Before losing consciousness again, Mei finally understood why Qianyu was so confident. He had absolute power to suppress her. Done. Qianyu pulled the unconscious Mei out of the sea, hoisted her roughly over his shoulder like a sack of rice, and headed back toward the base. Back at the base, many ninjas saw Qianyu carrying a ninja of the water country, and began whispering. Hey, she's from the Mist Village. Is the water country invading? Damn, we're going to war with the mist. Hey, what a pretty little girl. Indeed she is. Tisk, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Qianyu explained the situation to these ninjas who had grown accustomed to peace, calmed them down, and then walked toward Minato's room. By then Minato had already been awakened by the commotion outside. Ignoring Qianyu, who knocked and entered, Minato instead studied Tarumi and exclaimed in surprise, so this is the true appearance of Hino Eureka. She's even cuter than before. No wonder you went easy on her. He then added with a regretful expression, what a pity she's a girl. Someone is going to be very disappointed. Qianyu rolled his eyes and retorted, aren't you the same? Both of them had been watching from the sidelines, hoping the other person would be an ugly man to annoy him. Ha! Minato gave an awkward laugh and changed the subject. Didn't I say you could handle this yourself? Why did you bring her here? Qianyu explained, she's quite strong. If she resists in the base it would be troublesome. So I wanted Senior Minato to use a sealing technique to restrain her. He could easily withstand Tarumi's boil release, but the other ninjas here couldn't. In fact, if she used boil release in the base, few could survive. I see. Minato nodded. He opened his right hand and clusters of chakra flames suddenly rose from his fingertips, pressing them onto Tarumi's abdomen. Sealing technique 5 elements seal. After finishing, Minato, still not reassured, placed his palm on Tarumi's abdomen again, and added another seal on top of the 5 elements seal. All done. I've completely sealed the chakra inside her. She's just like an ordinary person now. No ninja without mastery of sealing techniques can unlock her seal. Minato said confidently. With 2 consecutive sealing techniques, even if this girl returned to the water country, breaking the seal would not be easy. Qianyu nodded in satisfaction. Just then Minato thought of something and asked, by the way, Qianyu, have you interrogated her? What's her real name, and which country is she from? Qianyu replied, yes, her name is Tarumi, and she's a ninja of the water country. Tarumi. Minato thought for a moment, then said in surprise, is she the genius girl of the water country who awakened 2 bloodline limits? Yes. Qianyu had recognized Tarumi immediately thanks to his past life memories, while Minato had only heard the name Tarumi and knew nothing of her appearance. It seems you've caught another big fish. Minato sighed and then asked curiously, what was she here for? Ask her yourself. Qianyu found it hard to bring up. Just then he saw Kakashi returning and remembered the missed opportunity caused by Kakashi's misleading information, which irritated him. Before Kakashi could speak, Qianyu grabbed him by the shoulder and forcibly dragged him outside. Come on, we haven't sparred in a long time. Today's a good chance for me to test your progress this year. Kakashi, utterly confused, was dragged out and beaten up. Qianyu returned to Minato's room feeling refreshed. By then Tarumi had woken up. She sensed her body and found no trace of chakra, realizing she had been completely sealed. Her expression immediately turned grim. Just then Qianyu walked in. The moment she saw him, Tarumi glared at him with fierce, hostile eyes, looking thoroughly displeased. Qianyu shrugged, completely indifferent to Tarumi's murderous glare. Minato glanced between Qianyu and Tarumi, then said to her with a gentle smile, don't worry, we won't harm you. But we'll have to trouble you to come with us to Konoha. Zhao Meiming realized that her gaze had no lethal effect on Qianyu, and with Shuimen providing a graceful exit, she withdrew her eyes. She forced a smile at Shuimen and said, well, there's no need to go to Mai. I only came to the Buji country to capture a summoning beast with no intention of opposing Mai. Capture a summoning beast? You're not trying to catch the giant beast rumored among the villagers of Buji country, are you? Shuimen looked at Zhao Meiming with a strange expression. Yes, what's wrong with that? Zhao Meiming glanced at Shuimen with confusion, then pointed at Qianyu and said, I already asked him earlier, that giant beast has nothing to do with your Mai. Shuimen glanced at Qianyu without changing his expression. No wonder Zhao Meiming had been captured by Qianyu. Zhao Meiming continued, since it has nothing to do with your Mai suddenly capturing me and taking me back to Mai, seems to violate the peace treaty between our 2 countries. Shuimen retorted, we didn't catch you without reason. You deliberately approached Qianyu to extract information about the giant beast, which already violates the peace treaty. Zhao Meiming fell silent. She couldn't deny that, but it was only a minor issue. The real problem was that she possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai. Mai would never let it go. They would certainly take her back for a full examination and perhaps even dissect her. She wouldn't believe Shuimen's earlier words of, we won't do anything to you. After deciding to take Zhao Meiming back to Mai, another practical problem faced Shuimen and his 2 companions. How should Zhao Meiming be arranged? Because the outpost was crude with no place to detain her. Since they couldn't kill Zhao Meiming, they also couldn't let her out of their sight, otherwise she might strike them with a kunai at any moment. After all, Shuimen had only sealed her chakra, she still had taijutsu skills. They couldn't just let such a lively person run around the outpost freely, could they? After thinking, Shuimen said, "Qianyu, since you brought her back, she's your responsibility." With Qianyu's strength, dealing with a merely taijutsu using Zhao Meiming didn't even require simple binding, he could suppress her with one hand. Who wants to be taken care of by this violent man? Before Qianyu could refuse, Zhao Meiming was already displeased. A beautiful girl like her and Qianyu could still be so harsh. Who knows what kind of abuse she would suffer sharing a room with him. Qianyu sneered and retorted, "Ha, sharing a room with a nobody like you is really a bargain. No one wants you." "They do. This young lady is as beautiful as a flower. The number of people in Shueiji country who want to marry me could circle the ninja world. How could no one want me? Bastard, you're the one no one wants. I'll bite you to death." Zhao Meiming was completely triggered by Qianyu's "no one wants you," and lunged at him with claws and teeth. "Ouch, my teeth. Were you born from a rock? How can you be so hard?" After a chaotic commotion, Zhao Meiming covered her teeth, her delicate face twisted in pain, her beautiful eyes glaring straight at Qianyu. Qianyu, however, was indifferent, only wiping the saliva off his arm with disgust. He sighed inwardly. Women are terrifying. When they go crazy, they can even leave teeth marks on his body. Getting along well. Shuimen watched the two causing a ruckus and smiled faintly, then dragged Kakashi away. Watching the two already far away, Qianyu could only take the reluctant Zhao Meiming back to his room. Under his watchful eyes, Zhao Meiming had no way to pull any tricks. 3 days later, a squad of my ninjas arrived at the outpost to relieve Shuimen's team. Shuimen was not surprised. He had never thought the third Huiying would reject his request. After all, it had been a year since Qianyu's punishment, enough time for the Mai High Council to have forgotten about it. Even if they remembered at a time when manpower was needed, the High Council had no reason to keep such an elite squad stationed here. Knowing that Shuimen and his team were leaving, Inuzuka-jin and others who had grown familiar with Qianyu and the rest felt a bit reluctant, and tried to persuade them to stay. Unable to resist the enthusiasm, Shuimen had to stay one more night. That night everyone held a farewell party for Shuimen, and the others drank a little and slept soundly. However, soon after, the entire outpost was suddenly shrouded in thick fog. The fog was a vast expanse of white, carrying an unusual fragrance. The ninja dog Haisha, left alone outside, sensed something unusual. It raised its head and sniffed, but just as it was about to bark, it felt a heaviness in its head. A strong drowsiness surged over it, and it collapsed into a deep sleep. At the same time, Zhao Meiming, who was pretending to sleep in Qianyu's room, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked through the window at the fog outside, and a slight smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Her teammates had arrived. Zhao Meiming stood up, walked to Qianyu's bed, and gazed at the sleeping Qianyu. Her eyes narrowed fiercely, and she was about to stab him with a knife. But after hesitating for a moment, she restrained herself and walked outside. After meeting up with the other two mist ninjas, Zhao Meiming and her group left the place. Shortly after they left, Qianyu opened his eyes, exhaled a stale breath, and muttered helplessly, "Really, can't I even get a good night's sleep on the last night?" With that, his figure vanished from the room. At the beach of Buji country. On the way, Zhao Meiming apologized to her teammates as she ran. "Qingbai, I'm sorry for causing you trouble because of me." The mist ninja named Qing, with long gray-blue hair and protective sealing talismans hanging from his ears, turned back and smiled at Zhao Meiming. "We should be the ones apologizing. If we had known there were so many my ninjas at this outpost, we wouldn't have let you come alone to capture the summoning beast." Another mist ninja, dressed in a brown robe with a bald head, also nodded. "By the way, is something wrong with your body?" At that moment, Qing suddenly noticed that Zhao Meiming seemed off, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat, obviously struggling to keep up with them. Zhao Meiming explained, "My ninja placed a sealing technique on me, so I can't use my chakra." Hearing this, Qing stopped, grabbed Zhao Meiming's hand to sense it, and his face turned grim. "I'm sorry, Ming, I can't undo the sealing technique on you. I didn't expect such a powerful sealing ninja to be at this outpost." Although Qing was not a sealing ninja, he understood well how difficult it was to comprehend sealing techniques so thoroughly. "Don't say any more, let's hurry. The guy who caught me at the outpost has strong perception. He must have already discovered my escape." Faced with Terumi Mei's urgency, Qing grinned. "Rest assured, we're not here alone this time. Lord Leia has also come. He's waiting for us by the beach." "Lord Leia is here too?" Terumi Mei was taken aback. She had thought only her teammates were coming, never expecting to alarm the higher-ups of the Mist Village. Worried about your safety, I requested Lord Yuan-Shi, who dispatched Lord Leia to accompany us, Qing explained. However, to avoid direct conflict with the Leaf Village, Lord Leia did not come to the base to rescue you. I see. This put Terumi-Mei at ease. She understood the reasoning. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mists were all eccentric and ruthless individuals. If anything unexpected occurred, they might well slaughter the entire Leaf base. The 3 soon arrived at the beach. A man in a black vest sat cross-legged on a small boat. When he saw them approaching, he said discontentedly, "You're a bit slow." Qing replied, "Apologies, Lord Leia. Terumi-Mei was struck by a sealing technique and can't use chakra." Haisha Leia nodded, then urged, "Let's go. If Lord Yuan-Shi hadn't given orders, I'd have stormed the Leaf base myself." With that, Haisha Leia grinned, revealing sharp teeth. "I really want to hold a grand funeral for these Leaf ninjas." Qing Bai and Terumi-Mei forced stiff smiles in response. What kind of inhuman trauma did Lord Leia suffer as a child to twist his mind like this? Killing is killing, but he calls it a funeral and even weeps. Indeed, none of the 7 ninja swordsmen are normal. The 3 dared not voice their thoughts. They dragged the boat toward the sea. Just as they were about to set sail, a blue sphere suddenly appeared in the dark night sky and shot straight toward the boat. Startled, all leaped off the boat. With a boom, the boat shattered into pieces. In the glow of the flames, a figure appeared before them. It was Qianyu, who had pursued them. Qianyu walked forward and said to Terumi-Mei calmly, "Leaving without even saying goodbye, is that polite?" Qing sized up Qianyu, then turned to Terumi-Mei. "Mei, is this the Leaf Ninja who captured you?" Terumi-Mei nodded. Seeing this, Qing showed a look of shock. The young man before him was about the same age as Terumi-Mei, yet stronger, a surprising fact. Terumi-Mei looked at Qianyu, who had come alone, and bit her lip. "Good you dared to follow. Our Mist Village's Lord Leia of the Lightning Swords is here. We'll take you back to the Mist Village." Qing and Bai exchanged a puzzled glance. Something's off. That sounded more like she was telling the boy to flee. Qianyu glanced at Haisha Leia, then tilted his head at Terumi-Mei. After a moment of silence, he smiled. "Indeed, good. If I bring both you and the Lightning Swords back to the Leaf Village, I can slack off for a long time." Idiot. Terumi-Mei cursed inwardly. She had been trying hard to avoid conflict between the 2 villages, but the dense Qianyu completely missed her hint, practically begging for death. "Ha ha ha, what courage! A Leaf Genji dares to speak like that in front of me." Indeed, upon hearing Qianyu's words, Haisha Leia, who had been unenthusiastic about the brat, now grinned fiercely. He stepped forward, drawing the 2 lightning swords from his back. "Brat, I'm having your funeral." Haisha Leia crossed the branch-like swords in front of him. With a crackling sound, a ball of lightning formed and shot toward Qianyu. "Lightning, release lightning ball." Facing the lightning ball, Qian neither dodged nor avoided. With a single wave of his hand, he dispersed it. Oh, not bad. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Haisha Leia was no simpleton. Seeing Qianyu casually shatter his lightning ball, his expression turned serious. Just as he was about to take Qianyu seriously, the latter had no desire to waste more of his rest time. Before the stunned eyes of the 4, his body turned into a blur. When Haisha Leia sensed it, a strong threat loomed behind him. Without panic, Haisha Leia tried to use the body flicker technique to escape. But his speed was insignificant compared to Qianyu's. A fist struck Haisha Leia's back, sending him flying into the air. Before he could fall, Qianyu's figure blurred again, dancing around him. Boom! 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 In the air, wind howled. Terumi-Mei, Qing, and Bai only saw their Lord Leia suspended midair like a punching bag, occasionally glimpsing Qianyu's swift form. Moments later, Qianyu delivered a heavy punch to Haisha Leia's abdomen, the immense force driving him into the sand. The impact created a crater in the beach. Haisha Leia, beaten beyond recognition, lay on the sand, gasping for breath. "Lord Leia!" Qianyu's single move stunned both Qing and Bai. Even Terumi-Mei, who had suffered at his hands, stared in disbelief. She had never known Qianyu possess such strength that even Lord Leia was helpless. "Quick! We can't let him kill Lord Leia!" After a brief shock, Qing and Bai drew their swords and rushed to rescue. With her chakra sealed and no kunai, Terumi-Mei could only watch helplessly as her teammates went into battle. Qing and Bai, swords in hand, flanked Qianyu from left and right, striking simultaneously at him as he landed beside Haisha Leia. Qianyu spread his arms and fired 2 energy blasts instantly. With a boom, Bai, caught off guard, was hit and sent flying, severely wounded and unable to rise. Qing dodged the energy blast aimed at him and was about to slash the stationary Qianyu when he saw the latter look up at him with cold eyes. Qianyu's pitch-black pupils had turned crimson with 3 tomos spinning within. Qing froze, feeling as if immense iron spikes pinned him, immobilizing him completely. His spirit suffered a terrifying blow, his eyes filled with terror. The sword slipped from his hand and his body collapsed to the ground. What nonsense! Just say they're ninjas from the Mist Village, wouldn't that suffice? Kushina glared at Qianyu, almost confused by his roundabout way of speaking. Even Zhao Meiming rolled her eyes at Qianyu, then carefully appraised Kushina and said, "Hello, I am a genin from the Mist Village, Zhao Meiming. Pleased to meet you." She was very respectful to Kushina, for Qianyu's strength was already formidable, and the woman before her was actually his teacher. How powerful must she be? The Mist Village has always revered the strong. "Hello, I am Xuanhua Kushina, pleased to meet you. What a sensible and lovely little girl," Kushina said as she stepped past Qianyu, eager to have a good chat with Zhao Meiming. When it came to cute things, Kushina's hyperactivity would kick in and her way of communication would become rather rough. Qianyu quickly stepped forward to hold Kushina back. With Kushina's strength, that was hardly a conversation, it was practically an assault. Meanwhile, Shuimen had finished the registration procedures and walked over. "Kushina, I need to take Zhao Meiming to the Hokage building first. Her identity and purpose need to be explained to the Hokage. You take Qianyu and Kakashi back first," Shuimen said, for the entire Konoha high-ranking officials were still unaware of the alliance with the Mist. This matter of alliance between 2 nations was a major affair not to be taken lightly, so Shuimen intended to personally explain to the Hokage. All right. Kushina was a bit curious about Zhao Meiming's visit to Konoha, but she didn't ask too many questions. She knew that if Shuimen could tell her, he would do so sooner or later. After seeing Shuimen leave with Zhao Meiming, Kushina also led Qianyu and Kakashi into the village. Later, at a fork in the road, Kakashi was the first to take his leave. When only Qianyu and Kushina remained, Kushina looked around, found no one, and smiled at Qianyu, saying, "Hey, Julama is greeting you." "Is that so? It seems you get along well with it, Kushina-sensei." You. Before Qianyu could finish, he noticed Kushina's expression change. Kushina-sensei, it's not actually greeting me, is it?" Kushina replied awkwardly. "It seems it still remembers the first time you met, so it holds a bit of a grudge against you." Qianyu raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? What a petty little thing." His words probably provoked the Nine-Tails greatly. Kushina's brows were already furrowed as she muttered to herself, "Hey Julama, watch your words. He's my disciple. If you say things like that again, I'll use the adamantine sealing chains on you. You don't want to be tied up again, do you?" "Kushina-sensei, let me handle this." Seeing this, Qianyu rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage in a verbal battle with the Nine-Tails. "No kidding, I was born in the treacherous pits of Zon." Kushina gently pinched Qianyu's cheek. "All right, it wasn't easy for me to reach a consensus with it. Don't ruin it." "Fine then." Qianyu shrugged. The 2 of them dropped the topic of the Nine-Tails and chatted as they walked forward. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds. As they passed a corner, a man approached from the opposite direction. When the 3 met, Qianyu was slightly startled. The newcomer was Uchiha Fugaku. Since their unpleasant conversation last time in his home, they hadn't seen each other again. He didn't expect to run into him right after returning. Uchiha Fugaku seemed even more surprised to see Qianyu, as he was aware that Qianyu had been punished and sent away from the village. "You're back," he said. Coming to his senses, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and greeted Qianyu, then walked past him and left. This left Qianyu a bit bewildered. He instinctively turned his head, staring blankly at the departing Uchiha Fugaku. Kushina saw Qianyu dazed and laughed. "Surprised, aren't you? The young clan leader of your clan actually smiled. What's up with him?" Qianyu asked in confusion. Based on his understanding of Uchiha Fugaku, that guy was definitely not the type to greet people with a smile. Kushina explained. "You've been away for too long, you probably don't know yet, Mei-chin is pregnant." This made Qianyu even more confused. "Mei-chin is pregnant, what does that have to do with me? Wait, who is Mei-chin?" He couldn't react for a moment, then realized that Kushina was talking about Uchiha Mei-chin, Uchiha Fugaku's wife. Qianyu suddenly understood. So it was because his son was about to be born. No wonder he was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. At this, Qianyu also noticed the intimate way Kushina referred to Uchiha Mei-chin. He couldn't help but look up at Kushina and ask, "Hey, are you and Aunt Mei-chin close?" "Mei-chin-chan and I are best friends." Kushina laughed. Ever since she started hanging out with Qianyu, she often came to the Uchiha clan grounds. Even after Chienyu left the village, Kushina would come every day to clean his house. At some point she happened to meet Uchiha Meichin, who was out shopping on the road. They chatted a bit, and found they got along quite well, so as time went on their relationship grew closer. Chienyu remembered that in the original story Kushina and Meichin were best friends, so he didn't think much of it. He also didn't believe that Fugaku would specifically send his wife to probe into Kushina's background. Kushina said, "By the way, Meichin's due date seems to be next month. I don't know if you'll be in the village at that time. If you are after Meichin gets out of the hospital, you can come with me to visit her." "Sure." Chienyu nodded and casually agreed. Uchiha Itachi. Chienyu was thinking, should he go and pretend to be a fortune teller when Uchiha Itachi was born? For example, as soon as he saw Uchiha Itachi, he would shockingly exclaim, "This child is cursed by the stars, destined to be alone forever. Not only that, he will bring misfortune to his father, mother, and clan. If he grows up, the Uchiha clan will be destroyed." In that case, he didn't know if Uchiha Itachi would die, but it was highly likely that Uchiha Fugaku would be so furious that he would awaken his Mangekyō. "What are you thinking about?" Kushina lightly tapped Chienyu's forehead, interrupting his wild thoughts. "Nothing." Chienyu brushed it off and then said to Kushina, "Kushina-sensei, although I'm happy that you have a close friend, you should know that not all Uchiha are as easygoing as I am." Hearing this, Kushina simply rolled her eyes at Chienyu. "When you say that, it's completely unconvincing. Anyway, you should still be a bit careful." "I know, but you seem to have forgotten that Jalama has a sense for malice." "Ah, I see." Chienyu nodded. That made sense. If someone approached with ill intent, the Ninetales would likely give Kushina a warning. In the blink of an eye, Ching and Bai both fell to Chienyu's hands. One was gravely wounded and unconscious, while the other was trapped in an illusion, enduring mental torment. Terumi Mei had initially believed that Chienyu coming alone to stop their departure was a suicidal act. She thought even Raiga-sama alone could annihilate all the Konoha ninja in the Land of Waves. Yet to her surprise, it was they who were annihilated instead. Even one of the vaunted 7 swordsmen of the mist had no chance to resist before Chienyu. Were the people of Konoha out of their minds to station such a formidable ninja in a remote region? Terumi Mei could not fathom what the Konoha higher-ups were thinking. However, she had no time to dwell on such trivial matters. After disposing of Ching and Bai, Chienyu once again turned his attention to Raiga. He now stood before Raiga, extending a finger aimed directly at Raiga's heart. The energy gathered at his fingertip emitted a dazzling blue radiance in the darkness. Seeing this, Terumi Mei's face turned pale. Even though Chienyu's target was not her, she could still sense the threat contained within that radiance. The 7 swordsmen of the mist were iconic figures of the Mist Village. If Raiga were to die here so inexplicably, she would be a sinner of the mist. "Chienyu." In her desperation, Terumi Mei called out in a pleading tone. Chienyu turned his head, saying nothing, his expression indifferent as he gazed at her. The blue light at his fingertips showed no sign of dissipating, yet neither did it shoot forth. Terumi Mei knew that her next words would determine Raiga's fate. Biting her lower lip, she said to Chienyu, "We are willing to surrender. If you spare their lives, I can make a deal with Konoha." "Oh." Chienyu raised an eyebrow regarding Terumi Mei with a hint of amusement. Chienyu found himself somewhat intrigued by Terumi Mei's proposal under such circumstances. He was curious to see what kind of deal she would offer. Dispelling the energy in his hand, Chienyu asked, "A deal? Deals require leverage. What is your leverage?" Seeing that Chienyu had finally dissipated that dangerous aura, Terumi Mei breathed a silent sigh of relief. She said to him, "Konoha must be under considerable pressure from the Land of Lightning right now, isn't it?" Hearing this, Chienyu's hand once again flickered with blue light, and he said impatiently, "Get to the point." Seeing this, Terumi Mei dared not waste words. She stated directly, "The Mist Village can form an alliance with Konoha to jointly oppose the Land of Lightning." Chienyu could not help but reassess Terumi Mei. His gaze eventually settled on her face, delicate and slightly pale, with a pair of emerald green eyes calmly meeting his own. Even in the darkness, Chienyu could discern the complexity in Terumi Mei's eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Can you represent your Mist Village?" Without hesitation, Terumi Mei explained, "The elder Yuan Shi of the Mist Village holds me in high regard. He would not let me come to harm. The fact that Raiga-sama was among those sent to rescue me should be proof enough." Here the governance system of the Land of Water must be mentioned. The Land of Water is a peculiar nation. Although the Mizukage is the strongest shinobi of the village, the most powerful figure is not the Mizukage, but an elder revered by the Land of Water as the Elder. This eldest figure is called Yuan Shi, who handles the major and minor affairs of the Land of Water. Terumi Mei's implication was that she was a prodigy valued by Yuan Shi, and could speak on his behalf. How can you guarantee that your elder Yuan Shi will agree to the alliance? Qianyu asked. Being able to speak on his behalf is one thing, whether Yuan Shi would consent is another matter entirely. After a moment of thought, Terumi Mei said candidly, I cannot guarantee that. But I can go to Konoha as a hostage. Oh. Qianyu regarded Terumi Mei with newfound respect. At that moment he could not help but admire her decisiveness. Indeed, one who would later become the Mizukage was no ordinary person. Mei, you cannot go to Konoha. Before Qianyu could respond, Qing, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly shouted. His words drew the attention of both Qianyu and Terumi Mei. Ah, you broke free, huh? Qianyu glanced down at Qing without much concern. He was not yet proficient with the Sharingan's genjutsu, so it was only natural that Qing could break it. As soon as Qing finished shouting, he stood up, grabbed his katana, and charged at Qianyu. Whoosh! Before Qing could reach Qianyu, Terumi Mei had already stepped in front of him, blocking his path. Looking at Qing, who could barely stand, she said helplessly, Stop attacking! Do you want us all to die here? But if you go to Konoha and Elder Yuan Shi does not agree to the alliance, you will die, Qing replied. I have considered that, but do you think we have any other choice now? Terumi Mei gave a bitter smile. If she had a choice, she would not want to go to Konoha either. Upon hearing this, Qing lowered his katana in defeat. He could not believe that the three of them who had come to rescue Terumi Mei would ultimately have to rely on her sacrifice to survive. It was a bitter irony. At that moment, Terumi Mei turned to Qianyu and asked, Does Konoha agree to this deal? Qianyu looked toward the forest and asked, What do you think, Minato-senpai? He had known from the start that Minato was nearby, just unwilling to show himself. From the shadows of the forest, Minato emerged. He first glanced at Raiga and Bai, who were still lying on the ground, and said to Terumi Mei, I cannot make the decision on an alliance either. But if you come with us to Konoha, I believe our higher-ups will spare the lives of these three in consideration of our bringing you back. He was quite eager for the Mist Village to cooperate with Konoha, as his teacher Jiraiya was fighting on the front lines of the Land of Lightning. If he could alleviate the pressure on Jiraiya-sensei, he would be more than willing. Terumi Mei nodded and asked calmly, In that case, can you let the three of them leave first? Minato glanced at Qianyu and, seeing him nod, said, Yes. Thank you. With that, Terumi Mei finally breathed a full sigh of relief. She first told Qing to rest there while she went to find a small boat. During this time, to prevent Raiga, who was barely clinging to life, from dying, Minato also went to the stronghold to find a ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu to treat him. After all, if this man died, the alliance with the Mist Village would essentially be off the table. On the beach, Terumi Mei conversed with Ao, who was still aboard the ship. As for Raiga and Bai, despite receiving treatment from a medical neem, they remained unconscious, lying like corpses on the small boat. Not far away, Chinyu, Kakashi, and Minato stood in silence, observing the scene. In the dead of night, the commotion had long since roused the Konoha ninjas stationed at the base. When Minato returned and fetched a medical neem, Kakashi followed him to this spot. After listening to Minato's account, Kakashi fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking Minato-sensei, Do you think the Mist Village will form an alliance with us? I don't know, but the possibility is considerable. After all, the Mist Village has had its share of friction with the Land of Lightning, so they might not mind getting involved. Minato replied, Besides, even if the Mist Village refuses, we've still gained a prodigious young lady with 2 bloodline limits, haven't we? That's true. Kakashi nodded. Minato glanced down at Qianyu and asked, Qianyu, from the very beginning you never intended to kill them, did you? Huh? Qianyu looked at Minato with utter bewilderment, completely unable to fathom why he would say such a thing. Minato replied, Don't try to hide it. From what I know of you, you never hold back against enemies. The medical nin earlier said that Raiga's injuries, though severe, all missed vital points. Minato had already discerned this during the fight between Qianyu and Raiga. On the surface, Qianyu seemed to overwhelm Raiga, landing frequent blows that left Raiga no chance to counter. Yet precisely because of this, Minato sensed that Qianyu lacked killing intent. After all, tonight Qianyu had not worn his weighted training gi. Minato could not even imagine how heavy a full-strength punch from Qianyu would be. Therefore, how could Raiga's frail frame withstand so many of Qianyu's attacks? Qianyu must have been holding back. Qianyu pouted and muttered discontentedly, That meddlesome medical nin. I just didn't want to start a war between the Mist Village and Konoha. Minato did not believe a single word of Qianyu's explanation. He stared straight at Qianyu and dropped a bombshell. Do you like her? The word startled Qianyu so much that his entire body trembled, and even Kakashi looked at him with astonishment. I'm not. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Qianyu launched a triple denial. Only then did he notice that both Minato and Kakashi were staring at him with dead fish eyes, which made him realize his reaction had been rather excessive. Calming the turmoil inside, Qianyu replied, "I just admire her." In his previous life, Terumi-Mei was indeed a character he liked, and his attitude toward her over the past few days had been somewhat influenced by that. Minato smiled at Qianyu's feigned composure. "To be honest, you're not good at lying. Do you fancy another round on the deserted island tonight?" "Fine, forget I said anything." After finishing her conversation with Ao, Terumi-Mei watched the small boat sail away from the wave country. Only when it vanished from her sight did she let out a sigh of relief. Approaching the trio, Terumi-Mei said calmly, "I've told them to find Elder Moto as soon as they return. Whether they agree or not, I expect a decision from them soon." "We appreciate your trouble." Minato nodded, then turned to Qianyu and Kakashi. "In that case, we'll set off tonight as well. We should be able to arrive by tomorrow morning." "Okay." Qianyu and Kakashi both nodded. Terumi-Mei was taken aback. "Hey, have you lost your minds? Konoha isn't that close. Even at full speed it would take 3 days, and we'd still need to sail out of the wave country first." But before Terumi-Mei could wait for a reply from the three, she suddenly felt herself being lifted into the air. Someone had tossed her up. Then, just as she was about to fall, she felt herself land on something soft. Looking down, Terumi-Mei found herself sitting on Qianyu's back. Beneath Qianyu, Minato and Kakashi were being held by the scruff of their necks. She stared at Qianyu in astonishment, momentarily speechless. The Qianyu before her had brought her too many shocks. She could not even imagine what other tricks he had up his sleeve. "Wait, why does she get to sit on your back while we two have to be dragged along like this?" At this point, Minato and Kakashi protested indignantly. Wasn't she supposed to be a captive? How could she receive such better treatment than them? Too lazy to explain, Qianyu surged with chakra flames and flew off toward Konoha carrying the three. The breakneck speed left Minato and Kakashi dizzy and nauseous, eliciting a chorus of groans. "Wah! I'm gonna throw up." "Go ahead and throw up." Qianyu couldn't care less. After all, they wouldn't manage to get any on him. "Slow down, I'm feeling a bit sick too." At dawn, with the sky still faintly lit, Qianyu and the others arrived at Konoha's main gate. "So this is Konoha village." Terumi-Mei climbed down from Qianyu's back and gazed at the village gate. Qianyu glanced at her. From her expression, it was impossible to tell what complex emotions she felt upon seeing the gate, but Qianyu knew her heart was far from calm. Minato. Just then Kushina, who had been waiting there, spotted the four of them, and bounded over joyfully. She gave Minato an enthusiastic hug. The embrace made Minato blush a little. Kushina, I need to go register first." Only then did Kushina notice her own boldness. She lowered her head shyly, and after Minato left she turned to Qianyu. Qianyu. It's been a year. Let your teacher have a good look at you. Oh, you've grown taller." She crouched down and under Qianyu's resigned gaze cheerfully kneaded his cheeks. Watching from the side, Terumi-Mei seemed slightly surprised, and even a hint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. From Kushina's words, Terumi-Mei learned that she was Qianyu's teacher, but did a teacher and student really need to be this affectionate? Feeling the pain in both cheeks, Qianyu said helplessly, "Kushina-sensei, your grip has gotten a lot stronger." "Haha, I've been training hard, so of course my strength has improved." While speaking, Kushina noticed Terumi-Mei behind Qianyu. She asked Qianyu, "Who is this?" Qianyu turned to glance at Terumi-Mei. "Terumi-Mei, she's our..." He hesitated, unsure how to introduce her status. Strictly speaking, Terumi-Mei was a prisoner of Konoha, but last night's deal had changed that. At this moment she was more like a bridge connecting the water country and Konoha. After pondering, Qianyu said, "I guess she's the goodwill ambassador from the Mist Village stationed in Konoha." "What a mess, just say they're Mist Village ninjas." Kushina glared at Qianyu, nearly dizzy from his roundabout way of speaking. Even Terumi-Mei rolled her eyes at Qianyu. Then she carefully examined Kushina and said, "Hello, I'm Terumi-Mei, a genin of the Mist Village. Pleased to meet you." She was very respectful toward Kushina. After all, Qianyu was already so powerful, and this woman before her was actually his teacher. How formidable must she be? "The Mist Village has always revered the strong. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Kushina. Pleased to meet you. What a sensible and lovely little girl." As she spoke, Kushina had already stepped past Qianyu, eager to properly interact with Terumi-Mei. When it came to adorable things, Kushina's hyperactivity would kick in and her way of communication would become rather rough. Qianyu quickly stepped forward to hold Kushina back. With her strength, that was no conversation, it was practically an assault. Just then Minato had finished the registration procedures and walked over. Kushina, I need to take Terumi to the Hokage's office. Her identity and purpose must be explained to Lord Hokage. You take Chinyu and Kakashi back first, Minato said. The matter of the alliance with the Mist was completely unknown to the Konoha High Command. This was a major affair concerning the alliance between two nations not to be taken lightly, so Minato intended to personally explain it to Lord Hokage. Alright. Kushina was curious about Terumi's arrival in Konoha but didn't ask too many questions. She knew that if Minato could tell her, he would eventually. After watching Minato leave with Terumi, Kushina led Chinyu and Kakashi into the village. Later, at a fork in the road, Kakashi took his leave first. When only Chinyu and Kushina remained, Kushina looked around, saw no one, and said to Chinyu with a smile, "Hey, Kurama is greeting you right now." "Oh really? It seems you're getting along well with it, Kushina-sensei." Before Chinyu could finish, he noticed Kushina's expression change. Kushina-sensei, it's not actually greeting me, is it?" Kushina replied awkwardly. "It seems it still remembers the first time you two met, so it has a bit of a misunderstanding with you." Chinyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Little guy sure holds a grudge." His words probably provoked the Ninetales greatly. Kushina's brows were already furrowed as she muttered to herself, "Hey Kurama, watch your words. He's my disciple. If you say stuff like that again, I'll use the adamantine sealing chains. You don't want to be tied up again, do you?" "Kushina-sensei, let me handle it." Seeing this, Chinyu rolled up his sleeves, ready to trade insults with the Ninetales. "Just kidding, I was born in Zon." Kushina gently pinched Chinyu's cheek. "Alright, I've reached a consensus with it with great difficulty. Don't ruin it." Fine. Chinyu shrugged. The two dropped the topic of the Ninetales and walked forward while chatting. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds. As they passed the corner, a man approached from the opposite direction. When the three met, Chinyu was slightly taken aback. It was Uchiha Fugaku. They hadn't met since the last unpleasant conversation at his home. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other right after returning. Uchiha Fugaku seemed even more surprised to see Chinyu. After all, he knew that Chinyu had been punished and sent away from the village. "You're back." Coming to his senses, Uchiha Fugaku smiled and greeted Chinyu, then passed by him and left. This left Chinyu somewhat bewildered. He instinctively turned his head, staring blankly at the retreating Fugaku. Seeing Chinyu dazed, Kushina laughed. "Surprised, aren't you? The clan heir of your family can actually smile. What's up with him?" Chinyu asked in confusion. From his understanding of Uchiha Fugaku, that guy was definitely not the type to smile and greet people upon meeting. Kushina explained. "You've been away too long, you might not know yet. Mikoto is pregnant." This made Chinyu even more confused. "Mikoto is pregnant? What's that got to do with me? Wait, who's Mikoto?" For a moment he couldn't react, then he realized Kushina was referring to Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku's wife. Chinyu suddenly understood. So his son was about to be born. No wonder he was grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum. At this, Chinyu also noticed Kushina's affectionate address toward Uchiha Mikoto. He couldn't help looking up at Kushina and asking, "Hey, are you close with Aunt Mikoto?" "Mikoto-chan and I are besties." Kushina smiled. Ever since she started hanging out with Chinyu, she often came to the Uchiha clan grounds. Even after Chinyu left the village, Kushina would come daily to clean his house. At some point she had happened to run into Uchiha Mikoto, who was out shopping. They chatted a bit and found they got along quite well. So over time their relationship grew closer. Chinyu remembered that in the original story Kushina and Mikoto were best friends, so he didn't think much of it. He also didn't believe that Fugaku would specifically send his wife to pry into Kushina's identity. Kushina said, "By the way, Mikoto's due date seems to be next month. I don't know if you'll be in the village then. If you are, come with me to visit her after she's discharged." "Sure." Chinyu nodded, casually agreeing. Uchiha Itachi. In his mind, Chinyu wondered whether he should play the fortune teller when Itachi was born. For instance, upon seeing Itachi he would shout in shock, "This child is cursed by the stars, destined to be alone forever. Not only that, he will bring disaster to his father, mother and clan. If he grows up, the Uchiha clan will be annihilated." If he said that, I don't know if Itachi would die, but Fugaku would probably be so angry he'd awaken the Mangekyō. "What are you thinking about?" Kushina lightly tapped Chinyu's forehead, interrupting his wild thoughts. "Nothing." Chinyu brushed it off, then said to Kushina, "Kushina-sensei, while I'm happy you have a best friend, you should know that not all Uchiha are as easygoing as I am." Kushina rolled her eyes at Chinyu bluntly. "Coming from you, that's not believable at all. Anyway, just be a little careful." I know, but you seem to have forgotten. Kurama can sense malicious intent. Oh right. Chienyu nodded. That's true. If someone approached with ill intent, the Ninetales would warn Kushina. Upon arriving at the doorstep, before Chienyu could push the door open, he saw the door suddenly crack open and a dark shadow lunge toward him. Chienyu froze, instinctively striking out with his palm. Bang! The shadow was sent flying backward, letting out a piercing wail in midair. Meow. Ah! Chienyu then realized it was Bairasu. He hurried forward and picked up Bairasu. Although his slap was casual and practically effortless, it was clearly not something a cat could withstand. Yet to his surprise, Bairasu was not seriously injured, merely still a bit dazed. Chienyu looked at the cat in his arms with astonishment, and said earnestly, Sorry about that. I've been outside too long, and when you rushed at me so suddenly I thought you were an enemy. Meow. Bairasu gazed at Chienyu with a look of utter grievance. It had intended to give its owner, who had been away for a year, a warm hug, only to be met with a heavy slap. I've trained him well, haven't I? Shinai then walked up smiling at Chienyu. Clearly she knew his slap would not harm Bairasu. After all, she had started training Bairasu ever since Chienyu first left the village. During the year he was away, Shinai intensified the training, and the results were quite remarkable. I'm truly grateful, Shinai-sensei. Chienyu gently stroked and comforted the pitiful Bairasu. Although he had given the cat the name Bairasu, he never held such high expectations for it. After petting it for a while, Chienyu felt something off about the texture. He lifted Bairasu to his eyes and examined it closely, only then noticing that the cat seemed to have lost a lot of fur. So this is I got stronger but also went bald. Chienyu was stunned. He wondered what kind of ordeal Bairasu had endured under Shinai to make it shed so much fur. Chienyu, go inside and rest. I'll go buy some groceries and cook you a big dinner tonight. As Chienyu entered the house, Shinai took her leave. She knew that he had been traveling all night, so although she had 1,000 things to say, she wanted him to rest first. Chienyu was indeed a bit weary. No matter how fine the golden nest or silver nest, it was no match for one's own humble home, and the bed at the base was even worse than his own. After a quick wash, he collapsed into sleep. He slept for an entire day. When he woke, it was deep night. Outside the window the stars filled the sky, and the village was shrouded in silence. Chienyu's stomach growled loudly. Having not eaten all day, he was famished. He was about to go out in search of food when he reached the living room entrance, and found it brightly lit with a faint aroma wafting to his nose. Chienyu was startled. He had assumed Shinai would have left by now, but she was still waiting for him. Without a second thought, he pushed open the door, and saw Shuimin, Shinai, and Zhao Mei-ming seated around the table. You're awake. Shinai noticed him and said with concern, Come and eat. This time I really cooked it myself. The table was laden with a sumptuous dinner, dozens of plates large and small stacked higher than a person. From the aroma, Chienyu could tell the dishes were delicious. It seemed Shinai's culinary skills had improved dramatically over the past year. He wondered who she had been using as her test subject. For the moment he forgot to ask why Shuimin had brought Zhao Mei-ming and simply stuffed food into his mouth. Shinai kept adding dishes to his bowl, saying softly, You're growing, eat more. Okay. Chienyu wolfed down the food, rapidly clearing the table. In just half an hour he had devoured every dish. Shinai, Shuimin, and Zhao Mei-ming had all witnessed Chienyu's appetite before, so they were not surprised. Shinai hummed a cheerful tune as she took the dishes back to the kitchen. Now sated, Chienyu finally asked Shuimin, What are you two here for? I reported the events in Bo country to the Hokage-sama during the day. The higher-ups are quite willing to see an alliance between our two countries. If the Wurin village brings a sincere intention to form an alliance, both sides will soon reach an agreement to jointly oppose the Yun ninja. Chienyu nodded. This was within his expectations. But what surprised him was that the higher-ups had agreed to the alliance so quickly. It seemed that not only the front line against the Yun ninja but also the fronts against the Iwa ninja and Suna ninja were under great pressure. Shuimin continued. So for now Zhao Mei-ming is the envoy from the Shui country to our Muyi village. Her safety is of utmost importance. And then you suggested to the Hokage-sama that I should protect Zhao Mei-ming. Well, originally the Hokage-sama wanted me to handle it. Shuimin gave an awkward smile and replied, But I have to go pick new genin for my squad in a few days, and besides. He glanced at Shinai, who was still washing dishes in the kitchen, then looked at Chienyu with an annoying expression. Fine, I'll take care of her. But you and Shinai-sensei should take it easy, you're not married yet. Qianyu nodded, showing understanding, and couldn't help hinting that Shui Men should restrain himself. After all, a year apart with passion burning like dry tinder, it wouldn't be surprising if a life was conceived. Sherman's face flushed red, not expecting Qianyu to be so blunt. The subject of their conversation, Zhao Meiming voiced no opinion, tacitly accepting the arrangement. She knew that this was more about surveillance than protection. After all, she was already lucky not to have been dragged into a lab for dissection. The Hokage had even granted her the freedom to move around Muyi village, which was a sincere gesture from the village's higher-ups. As for assigning someone to watch her, it was only natural. If possible, she would prefer it to be someone she knew. So having Qianyu was fine with her. Shuimen said. By the way, Qianyu, Zhao Meiming has no place to stay for now. She can live in your house, which will also make it easier to protect her. Qianyu raised an eyebrow, reluctant but not objecting. Shuimen then turned to Zhao Meiming and said, Zhao Meiming, if you need anything you can ask Qianyu. Zhao Meiming raised an eyebrow and smiled charmingly. Is that so? Perfect. I don't have any change of clothes and I don't have any silver from your Muyiso. Shuimen waved his hand dismissively. That's simple. Let Qianyu accompany you to the street tomorrow to buy a few sets. That's my money. Qianyu protested. A few clothes won't cost much. Qianyu felt like he wanted to spit blood all over Sherman's face. After Shuimen and Juxinai departed, only Zhao Meiming and Qianyu remained in the room. Having shared a space in the Buji country, there was no awkwardness between them. Qianyu glanced at Zhao Meiming and spoke slowly. I have a question. Zhao Meiming was startled and looked at him with confusion. Qianyu asked, at that time you were warning me to escape, weren't you? He referred to the night he chased Zhao Meiming when she had mentioned Leiya's name. Zhao Meiming said plainly, Lord Leiya has a peculiar temperament. I feared he might kill you and cause a conflict between our two nations. I see. Qianyu lowered his head, a hint of inexplicable disappointment in his voice. Silence enveloped the room until Zhao Meiming couldn't help but yawn. Let's go. I'll take you to your room. Qianyu stood up and led her to the room next to his own. Opening the door, the room was free of dust. Juxinai had been maintaining it, even cleaning this long unoccupied space. You'll sleep here. Zhao Meiming stepped inside and surveyed the room. It was completely bare, not even a single bed. She frowned. The conditions are quite Spartan. Don't be too demanding. Qianyu warned her, then returned to his own room and soon came back with a bedroll. These are all new and very clean. I've already placed toiletries in the bathroom for you, Qianyu said as he helped make the bed. Watching Qianyu prepare her bedding, Zhao Meiming found it hard to reconcile this current Qianyu with the one who had single-handedly annihilated Leiya and his two companions that night. He actually has such a meticulous side. He's a good man. Zhao Meiming stared blankly at Qianyu, her cheeks slightly flushed. What are you daydreaming about? Qianyu, having spoken with no response, turned to look at Zhao Meiming. In the dim light he couldn't see the blush on her face. Zhao Meiming snapped back to reality and whispered, Thank you. You're welcome. Qianyu waved dismissively, then added, But let me warn you, don't sneak into my room while I'm asleep. That's a line I should be saying. Zhao Meiming's face was covered in black lines. The good impression she had just formed vanished instantly. She shoved Qianyu out without reason and slammed the door shut with a bang. Looking at the closed door, Qianyu smiled silently and returned to his own room. Zhao Meiming leaned against the door, listening until he left. Slowly she crouched down, wrapping her arms around her bent legs. She lifted her head and gazed through the window at the vast expanse of stars, feeling a surreal sense of disbelief. Originally she had only come to the Buji country in search of a summoning beast. She never expected so many events to unfold, ultimately leading her to the Mai village. Alone and isolated, even though the Hokage regarded her as a distinguished guest of Mai, she felt no sense of security. After a long while in the unfamiliar room, Zhao Meiming tilted her head and listened intently. She could faintly hear the steady rhythm of breathing from the adjacent room. Asleep. Is he really that trusting of her? And the most baffling thing, he had slept all day yet he fell asleep so quickly again. Is he a pig? Zhao Meiming was momentarily stunned. A strange calm settled in her heart. At least for now she should be out of immediate danger. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. That was the only way she could console herself. She crawled into the bedroll Qianyu had prepared and drifted off into a hazy sleep. The night passed without incident. The next morning when Zhao Meiming woke, Qianyu was nowhere to be seen. After a while she saw Qianyu approaching from outside. Did you go training? She asked, noticing his sweat-drenched appearance. Qianyu nodded and placed the breakfast he had bought on the table. This is for you. Thank you. I'm going to take a shower first. Eat quickly and then I'll take you to buy some clothes. But let me make it clear the price of any clothing cannot exceed 3 digits. Cheapskate. Zhao Meiming muttered as she watched Qianyu enter the bathroom. They stepped into a women's clothing store. The shop was filled with a dazzling array of youthful styles, making Zhao Meiming's eyes light up. Compared to the Kirigakyo village, Mai was far more prosperous. Zhao Meiming first picked up a yellow dress and held it against herself, then took a blue off-shoulder top, unable to decide. After a moment of thought, she asked Qianyu which one looks better. Following the principle that less fabric meant better looks, Qianyu was about to point to the off-shoulder top. But his sharp eyes caught the price tags on both garments. Against his conscience, he pointed to the dress instead. This one looks good. Zhao Meiming shot him a disdainful glance, then promptly put the dress back and called out, "Shopkeeper, I'll take this one. He's paying." Qianyu frowned and said sternly, "Hey, that's enough." Zhao Meiming replied nonchalantly, "Watch your attitude. This concerns the friendly alliance between the Huiji country and the Shuiji country. You'd better pray. If the Shuiji country decides to abandon you and refuses the alliance, your survival and mine won't be guaranteed." The words struck Zhao Meiming like a blow. She froze, staring blankly at the off-shoulder top in her hand. "Yes, this might be my last set of clothes." Her voice dropped, and the color drained from her delicate face. Her emerald eyes lost their sparkle as if she had been severely struck. Seeing Zhao Meiming's pitiful appearance, a soft spot in Qianyu's heart was gently touched. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's go with this one." Unexpectedly, as soon as Qianyu agreed, Zhao Meiming's expression shifted dramatically. A radiant smile bloomed on her face. She turned to the shopkeeper and called, "Boss." He agreed to pay. "Can I put it on now?" "No problem." The shopkeeper beamed and turned to Qianyu. This item costs 5999 real, no discount." "Thank you." Qianyu watched as Zhao Meiming skipped into the fitting room. He was stunned. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the better she is at lying. Dramas on TV never lie to me. A few minutes later, Zhao Meiming emerged from the fitting room. The deep blue off-shoulder top accentuated her figure beautifully. She smiled at Qianyu and asked, "Do I look good?" "No, you don't." Qianyu replied coldly, having just paid. No matter how beautiful the clothes, they were rendered powerless by the price tag. TCH. Cheapskate. Zhao Meiming sneered, then selected a few more outfits. With Qianyu's expression of utter despair, she could only opt for more affordable items. After buying the clothes, the two strolled through the streets. "Oh, isn't this the Ninja Academy?" "Oh, is this your Ninja Academy?" Terumi Mei stood still, curiously examining the side. Following her gaze, Qianyu also looked over and nodded, saying, "Yes. Can I go in and take a look?" Terumi Mei suddenly became interested. Every major nation in the ninja world had its own ninja academy, but Konoha's was the first established by the second Hokage, and the other great nations had followed suit. "What's there to see? Don't you have a ninja academy too?" Qianyu had just suffered a financial loss, and was not in the mood for a leisurely stroll. Moreover, he was the one carrying all the bags. If his former classmates saw him, they might think he had become someone else's underling. Besides, although Terumi Mei had freedom of movement in Konoha, it didn't mean she could go everywhere. "We missed ninjas modeled ours after Konoha's. Then there's even less to see these days. Imitations are often better than the real thing. Really not going?" "No." Seeing Qianyu's firm refusal, Terumi Mei looked at the Ninja Academy with regret and said casually, "Then let's continue shopping. I don't know how long we'll be staying in Konoha, so to be safe I'd better buy a few more winter clothes." Qianyu thought for a moment. The Ninja Academy wasn't a critical place. There was no harm in Terumi Mei visiting. Besides, he hadn't seen Guy in a long time and missed him. "Yes, that's it." Finding a pretext for his stinginess, Qianyu led Terumi Mei toward the Ninja Academy. Qianyu had expected to explain their reason for entry to the security guard at the academy gate, but to his surprise the guard didn't even look at him. At the same time, he noticed many adult men and women moving about the school, their faces marked with tension and anticipation. "Isn't today the Genin exam?" Qianyu muttered to himself. He knew that these days were when the Ninja Academy held its Genin exams, which was why Minato's team had returned. "Genin exam. Looks like I'm in luck. I can see how your Genin measure up." Terumi Mei heard his muttering, and a glint of sharp light flashed in her eyes. She had herself graduated from the Mist Village's Ninja Academy this year, so she was the same age as the students taking the Genin exam. Thus a competitive spirit arose in Terumi Mei. She wanted to see how she compared with Konoha genin of the same age. Thinking this, she suddenly remembered that Qianyu was also her age. She turned to look at Qianyu, and as he looked puzzled she nodded calmly to herself. Yes. Confirmed. This one is not human, he's outside my comparison range. Come on, let's go in. Qianyu placed the purchased clothes at the security booth to retrieve later, then entered the ninja academy with Terumi Mei. Inside the school, many students were already wearing Konoha forehead protectors, chatting happily with their parents. Qianyu looked around but didn't find Guy nor Obito. Hurry up or it'll all be over, Terumi Mei urged Qianyu. He gave up searching and they soon arrived at the examination classroom door. Inside the classroom, 2 examiners sat at the podium, one of whom was Qianyu's former homeroom teacher Takeuchi Yuri. Through the gap in the door, Terumi Mei peered inside curiously. She happened to see a student forming hand seals and shouting, "Transformation technique!" Poof! When the smoke cleared, the student had transformed into a middle-aged man. Takeuchi Yuri and the other examiner scrutinized him, exchanged glances, and then Takeuchi said, "All right, pass." The student reverted to his original form, took the genin forehead protector from Takeuchi, and jumped up excitedly. "Yes. I'm a genin." Terumi Mei was stunned. She whispered to Qianyu, "That's it." "Yeah." Qianyu nodded. "Genin exams are supposed to be simple." Incredulous Terumi Mei couldn't believe Konoha's genin exam was like this. In the Mist Village, the genin exam was a practical test involving competition among students, with a mortality rate. Although the Mist Village at that time was not yet the Bloody Mist under Obito's control, it still adhered to an elite education policy. Thus competition was fierce from the very start of the Ninja Academy. Terumi Mei was silent for a long time, struggling to calm her complex emotions, then finally spoke. "Your Konoha graduation exam is really easy." Before Qianyu could respond, an angry voice came from behind. "What did you say?" Terumi Mei and Qianyu turned to see about 7 or 8 students who had just passed the genin exam approaching. Sarutobi Asuma might Guy Uchiha Obito Shizen. Qianyu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, all old acquaintances." The group recognized Qianyu, and Guy rushed out of the line, charging toward him. "Qianyu, it's been so long. I've passed the exam and become a genin. Let's have a youthful battle." Without hesitation, Qianyu slapped him away, rejecting the offer. Guy traced a beautiful arc through the hallway and flew off. "Qianyu, who is she?" The others ignored the fallen Guy. He was always shouting about youth and suddenly getting fired up as if on drugs. They were used to it. They turned their attention to Qianyu and Terumi Mei. "Qianyu, who is she?" Sarutobi Asuma asked with a frown. It was he who had spoken earlier, drawing their attention. "Terumi Mei, a genin from the Mist Village. Currently you could say she's a goodwill ambassador from the Land of Water." Qianyu briefly introduced her. Asuma immediately recognized her and sneered. "Oh, it's you. How dare a prisoner question Konoha's exam system?" Hearing this, Terumi Mei grew irritated. "A genin like you wouldn't survive the first year at our Mist Village Academy." Asuma flared up. "You want to fight?" Terumi Mei didn't back down. "Think I'm afraid of you?" They were already heading toward the training ground, ready to brawl. Sensing trouble, Qianyu quickly pulled Terumi Mei aside and whispered, "You're provoking Asuma on purpose, aren't you?" Terumi Mei turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and retorted, "How could that be? He started it." Qianyu advised kindly. "He's the 3rd Hokage's son. If you beat him up, you might get on the wrong side of the Hokage in Konoha." "Humph. I don't believe your Hokage has such a petty mind." "Shouldn't have let Senior Minato under your seal," Qianyu said, glancing at Terumi Mei, then asked, "Coming to the Ninja Academy, you're here to bully people on purpose, aren't you?" "No, can't I?" Seeing that her intention was discovered, Terumi Mei no longer concealed it. If she couldn't get back at Qianyu, couldn't she save face elsewhere? Qianyu was speechless. A crowd of people headed towards the training ground, attracting more onlookers. Word spread and everyone learned that a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village had come to fight Sarutobi Asuma. "So this is the ninja from the Hidden Mist. She's so beautiful. I heard she's going to fight Asuma. I wonder who will win." "Of course Asuma will win. He's the Hokage's own son. He gets personal training at home. Don't underestimate her. My ninja dog on my head tells me this beautiful woman is dangerous." Your ninja dog actually knows the principle that the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is." "Of course. My ninja dog has suffered many losses in this regard." On the training ground, Terumi Mei and Sarutobi Asuma stood on opposite sides. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Terumi-me, his face which was already heading towards uncle-like territory, slightly serious. Although he had mocked Terumi-me as a prisoner, he had also heard from his father that this girl about the same age as him was a genius who had awakened 2 Kekkai Genkai. On the opposite side, Terumi-me was also sizing up Sarutobi Asuma. After a moment of thought she spoke. "Before the fight I have a question." "What?" Terumi-me pointed at Sarutobi Asuma's face and asked curiously. "How old are you exactly?" Asuma's expression suddenly changed, and he roared angrily. "I'm 9 years old." As a mere 9-year-old youth, the thick hair on his face was undoubtedly the eternal pain in his heart. But without it the village would doubt whether he was the 3rd Hokage's son. Terumi-me still didn't believe it. "Really? You're not lying to me. You look old enough that I could call you uncle." The youth couldn't bear being called uncle by someone his own age and made the first move. He charged at Terumi-me holding a chakra blade in both hands, slashing wildly at her. Under Sarutobi Asuma's fierce assault, Terumi-me dodged left and right, avoiding direct contact. The two tangled for a while on the training ground. It seemed Sarutobi Asuma had the upper hand, but in Chianyu's view from the side, Terumi-me was clearly avoiding because she didn't want to damage her newly bought clothes. "Can you only flee?" After struggling for a long time and not even touching Terumi-me's clothes, Sarutobi Asuma immediately formed hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. A ball of fire shot from Sarutobi Asuma's mouth straight at Terumi-me. Water-style water pillar. At the same time as Sarutobi Asuma formed seals, Terumi-me also formed seals. From her mouth she spat out a water sphere that looked like a falling meteor. The two spheres collided and a large amount of steam spread out. In the end, the great fireball was suppressed by the water style, and the water sphere scattered, forming a water current that directly washed Sarutobi Asuma out of the training ground. Everyone was stunned. Although Sarutobi Asuma was not the best student in their class, he was still top tier. But they didn't expect him to be defeated in just a few exchanges. Defeated so quickly? "Asuma, you're no good." Seeing Asuma taken down in a few rounds by Terumi-me, Uchiha Obito immediately taunted and then walked onto the training ground. Having just dealt with Sarutobi Asuma, Terumi-me was neither flushed nor out of breath, clearly not having expended much energy. Looking at the arrogant Uchiha Obito walking up, she asked, "And who are you?" "Listen up, I'm Uchiha Obito. Uchiha clan." Terumi-me was startled and turned her gaze to Chianyu. Chianyu turned his head away, indicating he didn't know him. "Taste the shuriken of the great Uchiha clan." At that moment, Uchiha Obito pulled out a large handful of kunai and threw them at Terumi-me. Terumi-me stood still, not moving an inch. Why aren't you dodging? Those dozen kunai were all aimed at the positions you would dodge to. As soon as you move you would be hit. It seems you saw through my plan. You're a master. No wonder Asuma lost." Looking at the chattering Uchiha Obito, Terumi-me was speechless instead. Not all members of the Uchiha clan were like Chianyu. She lightly blew a breath towards Obito and a thick mist flew out. Obito also felt the danger and turned to run, but as soon as he turned around he felt a sensation on his buttocks. His pants had been corroded, revealing his pale buttocks, which were quite white, it must be said. "Wah wah wah! Damn Miss Ninja, I'll get my revenge!" Obito felt he had lost all face and retreated crying. Chianyu covered his face and smiled wryly. Well, Obito now had one more reason to target the hidden mist. At this time the genin exams had also ended. Takemura Yuri heard the commotion and walked over. When he saw Chianyu, his eyebrows raised, recalling some unpleasant memories. But the battle on the field did not end with Takemura Yuri's arrival. One after another volunteers rushed forward, seemingly trying to defeat Terumi-me through a war of attrition. The fights on the field continued one after another. These newly graduated rookies were no match for Terumi-me. In no time they fell one by one. After watching for a while, Takemura Yuri's expression turned sour. He said to Chianyu, "Please, can't you take her somewhere else? These genin finally graduated, and just as they gain some confidence you two tear them apart completely." Chianyu shrugged. "These greenhouse flowers need a bit of a blow." Takemura Yuri gave a bitter smile. "Your words are not wrong, but isn't it a bit excessive to bring an outsider to defeat all the graduating students of the Ninja Academy?" However, Takemura Yuri then thought if Chianyu himself were to fight, the blow would likely be even greater. Takemura Yuri still warned Chianyu. "Let her stop." Chianyu nodded. It was enough to let Terumi-me vent. If it continued it would alert the higher-ups. He pulled Terumi-me, who was having a great time, aside and whispered, "That's enough. Just having fun." Terumi-me snorted. "Is Konoha sore losers?" Chienyu shot her a glance. Come to think of it, I'm also from this class. Want to spar with me? Terumi Mei shut up, remembering that this guy was also from the same batch. She didn't want to taste Chienyu's fists again. Within the Hokage's office. After a year of absence, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared considerably aged. The relentless daily affairs coupled with the tense frontline situation left him overwhelmed and frazzled. Perhaps due to his age, he found himself struggling to manage governmental affairs, feeling increasingly inadequate, and began to seriously consider the issue of succession. The ideal candidate for the fourth Hokage was naturally one of his 3 disciples. As for Shimura Danzo, who lurked in the shadows harboring a ceaseless ambition for this position, and even brazenly approached him to volunteer for the role, he was to be deliberately overlooked. Leaving aside political achievements, Danzo was roughly the same age as himself, and if Hiruzen felt weary, Danzo was no better off. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, these 3 his disciples each possessed distinct strengths and weaknesses. Among them, the sole female Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and a renowned medical saint. She had saved countless ninja lives during the Second Shinobi War, earning immense prestige within the village. Unfortunately, after the successive deaths of her beloved and her younger brother in the war, she fell into despair, spending her days indulging in alcohol and gambling, unable to extricate herself. Consequently, she harbored a certain resentment toward the village, and even lost her former respect for him, her teacher. Tsunade would certainly not accept the position of Hokage. Moreover, even if Tsunade were willing to become Hokage, Hiruzen would have to consider whether she might sell off the entire Konoha village to settle her gambling debts. He knew all too well that Tsunade's gambling luck was the most unscientific in the entire shinobi world. Of the remaining 2, Orochimaru was decisive and possessed a sharp mind. But unfortunately, he applied his talents in the wrong direction, obsessively delving into ninjutsu with the ambition of creating an immortality technique. Hiruzen felt that if this continued, Orochimaru would stray onto a dangerous path, and entrusting the village to him would be an unwise choice. As for the last one, Jiraiya, he would be a fine choice. He had achieved remarkable political feats, was still fighting on the Kyūmogakure front, and maintained good relations with both the village and the various clans. However, when Hiruzen once expressed his thoughts to Jiraiya, the latter resolutely refused the position, enraging Hiruzen to the point where he nearly beat Jiraiya up. Hiruzen sat in his chair, sighing over his troubles. This old bones will have to endure a few more years. Lord Hokage, is there something you need from me? At that moment, Chienyu entered the Hokage's office with a puzzled expression. Earlier that morning, an Anbu had appeared at his home, summoning him alone to see the Hokage, leaving him somewhat bewildered. You're here. Upon seeing Chienyu enter, Hiruzen immediately broke into a benevolent smile, silently marveling at how other people's children were truly remarkable. Since joining Minato's squad, this young lad had brought numerous good tidings to Konoha. Last time he journeyed to the land of grass and returned with the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, dealing a severe blow to the Awagakure. As compensation for the Jinchuriki's release, Iwa even ceded a substantial portion of the land of grass. And this time he had brought back a genius with dual Kekkai Genkai from the land of water, compelling the Mizukage to form an alliance with Konoha. Looking at Chienyu, a trace of bitterness crept into his heart. He had heard that his own troublesome second son a few days ago had faced Terumi Mei in battle and was swiftly dispatched by her. He doesn't bring any credit to his father at all. Why were other people's children so outstanding while his own son was only obsessed with women, even shamelessly begging him to be placed in the same squad as Yuhi Kurenai? The thought made Hiruzen's teeth ache with frustration. Could it really be hereditary? Watching Hiruzen, Sarutobi, whose face was kind but whose thoughts were inscrutable, Chiba felt a bit flustered. He recalled that the last time Hiruzen Sarutobi had been so amiable to him was when he was arranging a marriage for him. Lord Hokage. Chiba feared that Hiruzen Sarutobi might suddenly pull out a pile of girls' photos from his drawer, wave his hand, and say, "Take your pick. If you like any, I'll go propose in person." On second thought, that doesn't sound half bad. Hiruzen Sarutobi snapped back to reality and said to Chiba with a smile, "Sorry, I'm getting old and tend to daydream sometimes." Chiba nodded and chimed in. "That's what happens when you get old. You always like to matchmake for outstanding young lads." "I understand." Hiruzen Sarutobi. "You're only 10 years old. How could you possibly understand?" "Wait, that's not the point. I was just sighing over my son's troubles. How did you jump to matchmaking?" Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Chiba with a peculiar look, a thought stirring in his mind as he recalled the words he had spoken to Chiba a year ago. It seemed that back then, for the sake of Chiba's bloodline limit, he had wanted to create a clan. Could this little guy be hinting at me? Lord Hokage, did you summon me alone for something important? Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi fall silent again, Chiba asked. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped his idle thoughts and got down to business. Has there been any other trouble while protecting Zhao Meiming these days? Chiba thought for a moment and replied. Oh, Zhao Meiming hasn't caused any problems. It's Asuma who's in a worse state. He got beaten up pretty badly yesterday. Ever since losing to Zhao Meiming at the Ninja Academy that day, Asuma had refused to accept defeat and kept challenging her to a fight every day. Zhao Meiming was initially quite willing. After all, in Konoha village, getting to beat up the Hokage's son with no consequences was quite tempting. But in the end, Zhao Meiming probably got annoyed. If they were evenly matched, fighting could improve her skills, but being chased day after day by someone weaker and older looking just got tiresome after a while. Her attacks also became reckless. Yesterday she ended up sending Asuma to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. After a moment of silence he said, From now on don't let him get near Zhao Meiming. Understood. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. In the coming days you must ensure Zhao Meiming's safety. She is the key to our alliance with the water country. Noticing the serious tone in Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice, Chiba couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Lord Hokage, is someone planning an assassination? Not certain yet, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. The news that a Mist Village ninja is in the village has already spread. The other ninja villages likely don't want to see us form an alliance with the Mist Village. I see. Hearing this, Chiba lowered his head and thought. Suddenly he felt that the high degree of freedom Hiruzen Sarutobi had granted Zhao Meiming in the village was deliberately done. From the very beginning, when Minato brought Terumi to his home, Qianyu had already harbored suspicions. Even if it was to demonstrate Konoha's sincerity toward the land of water, granting Terumi such a degree of freedom was excessive. Not only was she allowed to wander freely within the village, but her seals had also been undone. Now, hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Qianyu began to understand. It seemed the village's higher-ups were orchestrating something through Terumi. Hiruzen Sarutobi, noticing Qianyu's pensive expression, seemed to guess his thoughts, and chuckled dryly. Don't think so ill of us. This arrangement is because you've been too conspicuous lately. Besides, the Land of Water has agreed to form an alliance with us against the Cloud Ninja. Although Terumi's presence in Konoha was not a secret, it was not widely known either. As long as she kept a low profile, there would be no major trouble. That was why Hiruzen Sarutobi had not restricted her freedom. After all, a mere genin from the Mist Village under Qianyu's watch could hardly escape. Yet to his surprise, Terumi was nothing like a trembling young girl who should have been terrified for her life in enemy territory. Instead, she dragged Qianyu around everywhere, inevitably catching the attention of those with ulterior motives. Moreover, news from the Land of Water had confirmed their alliance with Konoha to jointly oppose the Cloud Ninja. Apart from the Cloud Ninja, other great nations also did not wish to see the two countries allied. They would inevitably activate their spies within Konoha and take drastic measures, such as assassinating Terumi. Hiruzen Sarutobi seized the opportunity to use Terumi as bait for a grand cleansing within the village. Of course, the bait could not be allowed to perish, otherwise the Land of Water would have no explanation. Thus today he came specially to inform Qianyu, hoping to draw his attention. I understand, Lord Hokage. Having grasped the situation, Qianyu nodded to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Still, he was somewhat surprised that the Land of Water had agreed to the alliance so quickly. After all, negotiations between nations could not be settled in a few words. Moreover, Konoha had coerced the Land of Water into cooperation through a hostage. Qianyu had imagined that the Land of Water would be divided into two factions, one advocating war, the other seeking peace. The war faction, needless to say, would refuse to be intimidated by Konoha, disregard Terumi's life, and even take the opportunity to strike at Konoha. After all, compared to the Land of Lightning, Konoha seemed like a more tempting prize. The peace faction, on the other hand, would be concerned for Terumi's safety, likely led by the elder she mentioned, Master Yuan. In Qianyu's estimation, the two sides would have bickered for a while before reaching a final decision. Yet the alliance had been concluded in just a few days, which meant the Land of Water had already harbored some intentions against the Cloud Ninja. It seemed that Terumi's proposal of this deal was not entirely without confidence. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. Keep this cleanup mission to yourself. There's no need to inform Terumi. Remember, you must ensure her safety. Qianyu nodded in agreement. Understood. With the official matters concluded, Hiruzen Sarutobi reverted to his amiable demeanor, and chuckled. Given your strength, the rank of genin is no longer suitable for you. But you've been away from the village for a year, so you missed the Chunin exams. However, after you complete this cleanup mission, I can promote you to Chunin as a special exception. Then thank you, Lord Hokage. Chienyu did not appear overly excited about the promotion. After all, the most fearsome ninja in Konoha were the genin, and he was about to leave that organization. Hiruzen Sarutobi paid no heed to Chienyu's attitude. Even a jonin promotion would have been well within his capabilities. A year ago Chienyu was already formidable, having slain several jonin. Moreover, after his transformation he had forced the Four-Tails to remain within its Jinchuriki. However, promoting him directly to jonin would be too astonishing. A 10-year-old jonin would attract unnecessary trouble. Alright, you may go now. Having finished his instructions, Hiruzen Sarutobi had nothing more to say. But just as Chienyu was about to leave the Hokage's office, he seemed to recall something and called out. Chienyu, wait a moment. Chienyu turned back puzzled. Is there something else, Lord Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe, remained silent for a while, then asked with a peculiar expression. Do you know what your teacher Kushina has been up to lately? What else could it be? Teacher Kushina is obviously dating Minato-senpai. Chienyu's face turned even more peculiar than Hiruzen's. Such a simple question, even a fool could figure it out. The two were in the honeymoon phase. After a year apart they could sing a pain like death itself. No, you misunderstand. I mean, what was she doing before you returned? Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, his words hinting at something. Clearly he knew that Chienyu and Kushina had been in constant correspondence. Throughout this year Kushina has been quietly staying in the village, causing no trouble. She spends her days wandering around with a cat in her arms, sometimes muttering mysteriously to herself, acting strangely. Hiruzen Sarutobi had tried to pry information from her many times, but the usually carefree Kushina had told him nothing. For an entire year he had not heard of her causing any trouble. That alone was enough reason for him to suspect she was planning something big. Seeing the confusion on Hiruzen's face, Chienyu secretly laughed, but maintained a calm expression lying through his teeth. Well, she didn't say much in her letters. She just said she was too bored and spent time chatting with Beelzebub. Is that so? Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, not pressing further. He realized he was being foolish. Knowing that Chienyu had joined Kushina in breaking into the lab a year ago, this kid was hardly a docile type. How could he possibly reveal Kushina's secrets? It seemed he would have to discover Kushina's plans on his own. If she caused another major incident like a year ago, it would be difficult for him to handle. Back then the other advisors had been very dissatisfied with his handling. He couldn't keep opposing their advice on Kushina's matters. For the next few days he could not waste time at the women's bathhouse. He had to keep a close watch on Kushina. Alas! Without the vibrant figures of young ladies to rejuvenate my aging heart, I can hardly muster the energy to handle administrative affairs. At an unknown training ground in Konoha, Minato stood outside the field watching Kakashi sparring with two new recruits. After leaving the Hokage's office, Chienyu went straight there. Originally he was going to find Terumi-Mei. When summoned to the Hokage's office, Chienyu had temporarily handed over the task of monitoring Terumi-Mei to the Umbu. However, today new members were joining Team Minato, so Chienyu decided to drop by and enjoy the spectacle, giving himself a break. Along the way Chienyu encountered many newly formed squads, each jonin instructor drilling their new team members. Team Minato had two new members without Chienyu's interference. They were still the original Rin Noera and Obito Uchiha. Chienyu wasn't very familiar with Rin Noera, but he did know a bit about Obito Uchiha. To be fair, the guy had some strength among his peers, being from the Uchiha clan. Even at his worst he was still better than ordinary civilians. However, whether it was bad luck or something else, he always managed to get into trouble. Choking on water, walking into walls, these were everyday occurrences. Even helping an old lady cross the street could get him mistaken for a pervert. There was no accident you could imagine that he hadn't experienced. Chienyu spent a long time at the Ninja Academy just watching Obito's blunders to pass the time. It was a miracle that someone like him could join Team Minato. Whether it was random assignment by the higher-ups or Minato had his own considerations, Chienyu wasn't sure. Sensing the chakra of Minato and Kakashi, Chienyu arrived at the training ground. He was a bit late, and had missed the introduction part. Standing beside Minato, Chienyu watched the sparring below and said, "The Land of Water has agreed to cooperate with Konoha. That's good, it will ease Jiraiya-sensei's burden." Minato breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thus he no longer needed to rush to help Jiraiya-sensei relieve pressure. He could focus on training the two new members in the village and improving their teamwork. Chienyu chatted idly with Minato while half-heartedly watching the battle in the field. He saw Kakashi easily kick Obito Uchiha away, then use the body flicker technique to appear beside Rin Nohara, pressing a kunai against her neck. The fight ended in an instant. Obito Uchiha and Rin Noira were no match for Kakashi, who was already a chunin. Kakashi glanced at the fallen Obito, then at Rin before him, and snorted. Your skills are really poor. I don't know how you even graduated from the Ninja Academy. I'm sorry. Rin lowered her head in shame and whispered. It's because you're too strong, Kakashi. You were already a chunin before we graduated. How could we possibly be a match for you? Kakashi didn't reply, he merely sighed inwardly, wondering if such teammates were a blessing or a curse for him. Since we're a team now, I won't say more. Just train hard. Rin nodded shyly, her cheeks flushing, and gave Kakashi a gentle smile. And Mema, work hard. Thank you, Kakashi-kun. Faced with such a smile, even Kakashi withdrew his kunai. At that moment Obito, who had been kicked away, also got up. Half his face was swollen like a bun, and he glared at Kakashi with fury. Bastard. Damn, Kakashi, you hit too hard. If I hadn't skipped breakfast today and wasn't at my peak, you wouldn't have beaten me. Idiot. That was the only word Kakashi had for Obito. Wah. I'm going to fight you again today. Obito exploded and rushed at Kakashi, ready to brawl. Quick-witted Rin blocked the impulsive Obito, soothing him. Obito, Kakashi is just looking out for us. Sit down and I'll massage your face. Huh. Sure. Obito calmed down, instantly sat on the ground and let Rin gently rub his swollen cheek. Seeing how easily Rin diffused the tension between Kakashi and Obito, Chienyu couldn't help but glance at her more closely. Chienyu noticed that when facing Kakashi, Rin seemed a bit shy, especially when their eyes met. Her face would turn red. But with Obito Uchiha she was gentle and attentive, like a model wife and mother. Did she like Kakashi more or Obito Uchiha? Or did this girl want to play both sides? As a lifelong bachelor for 2 lifetimes, Chienyu was confused. After much thought, Chienyu concluded that this girl was far from the harmless appearance she showed. It was better to keep his distance. Minato had been silently observing the match, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of Obito and Rin. Now that the fight was over, he stepped forward and said to them, Alright, I have a rough idea of your abilities. I'll create a suitable training plan for both of you to improve your skills as quickly as possible. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Both thanked Minato, then noticed Chienyu beside him. Seeing Chienyu there, Obito Uchiha approached and said, Hey Chienyu. What are you doing here? Chienyu smiled without speaking and poked Obito's swollen face. Obito winced, sucking in a sharp breath, and turned to bite Chienyu's finger. Knowing when to stop, Chienyu withdrew his finger and laughed. I'm also a member of Team Minato. You are? Obito was confused. Isn't a team only 4 people? How come you're here? Before you joined, our team was short-handed. Chienyu was temporarily transferred here, Minato explained. He'll be with you for a while longer, so get to know each other. This was mainly directed at Rin, since Obito already seemed familiar with Chienyu. Rin looked at Chienyu and said softly, Hello, I'm Rin Noira. Please take care of me. Hello, I'm Uchiha Chienyu. Please take care of me. Chienyu took a moment to study Rin. Why was she blushing at him too? Wasn't Kakashi and Obito enough? Did she plan to ensnare everyone, including him? Bah hussy. Chienyu grew more convinced that this girl was not simple. He quietly took a few steps back. Yuan Yelin did not notice Chienyu's actions, she simply looked at him with curiosity. Another handsome guy. Taking a few steps toward Chienyu, Yuan Yelin smiled softly and said, You also graduated early, Chienyu. That's amazing. Not really. Kakashi is still more impressive. Chienyu was very modest, waving his hand and stepping back a few more steps. At this, Yuan Yelin finally sensed something was off. Do I really look that frightening? Not just her, even Shuimen and Kakashi, who had been in contact with Chienyu for a long time, sensed the abnormality, and stared at him with strange looks. Fortunately, the impetuous Dai-Tu came to Chienyu's rescue at that moment. He asked Chienyu, By the way, Chienyu, since you weren't originally part of this team, where is your former team leader Jonin? Although Dai-Tu was somewhat familiar with Chienyu, he had not paid attention to Chienyu's whereabouts since Chienyu graduated early. The last time they met was a few days ago at the Ninja Academy, when Zhao Meiming had corroded his pants, causing him to flee without even talking to Chienyu. Chienyu was about to reply when he suddenly sensed something and looked up. At that moment, Jio Shinai's voice rang out. I am his team leader Jonin. The others reacted and looked up, following Chienyu's gaze, and saw Jio Shinai with her scarlet hair standing on a large tree. Jio Shinai jumped down from the branch, walked over to Chienyu, and smiled at Dai-Tu and Lin. Hello, I am Chienyu's teacher Xuanwu Jio Shinai. Looking at the suddenly appearing Jiu Shinai, Dai-Tu glanced at her curiously and said to Qianyu in surprise. "Ah, this is your teacher. Her hair is so strange it's actually bright red. If her face were a bit rounder she'd really look like a tomato. Qianyu, your teacher has quite a distinctive appearance." By the end, Dai-Tu was already laughing to himself, completely unaware of how terrifying the atmosphere had become. Jiu Shinai, who had been smiling, froze. It had been years since she had last heard that detestable nickname. "Oh hee. Sherman, is this your new disciple? He certainly has guts." Jiu Shinai smiled a forced smile and shot Dai-Tu a very dangerous look. Facing Jiu Shinai, who was on the verge of rage, Shuimen couldn't help swallowing his saliva, regretting why he had been so foolish as to accept Dai-Tu as his disciple. Shuimen stepped forward and whispered to Jiu Shinai. "Jiu Shinai, he's still young. He didn't mean it, he just has a loose tongue. Please forgive him this once." Under Shuimen's persuasion, Jiu Shinai crossed her arms and pouted, saying, "You should discipline your disciple properly." "Phew. I will discipline him well in the future." Seeing Jiu Shinai say this, Shuimen breathed a sigh of relief. However, Dai-Tu, still unaware of the situation, saw Jiu Shinai pouting and burst into laughter again. He patted Qianyu's shoulder and said, "Haha, yes, that's it. Now she looks even more like a tomato." Qianyu stepped back a few paces, then, feeling it was still too close, retreated another few meters. He looked at Dai-Tu with great pity and silently erected a monument in his heart to commemorate Dai-Tu's bravery. 2. Ma. 2. The scarlet hair behind Jiu Shinai began to float without wind and her pupils turned into vertical slits. The nine tails inside her had already lent its power to Jiu Shinai. Under the terrifying pressure, even the obtuse Dai-Tu realized that the tomato across from him seemed about to explode. "Sherman-sensei. Danger. Find the teacher." The newly acquired rare SSR Shuimen card should be able to save him, he thought. At this moment, Dai-Tu's mind was much sharper, and he turned his gaze to Shuimen. "Sherman, why are you looking at me? I can save you once, but can I save you a second time?" Jiu Shinai glared at Dai-Tu fiercely for a while, but ultimately withdrew the Ninetales' power and said through gritted teeth, "Qianyu, let's go." It wasn't that she didn't want to teach Dai-Tu a lesson, but today was the day Sherman's team had just taken in 2 new members. She had to give Shuimen face and couldn't beat Dai-Tu into the hospital. After saying that, Jiu Shinai turned and walked away without looking back. Watching Jiu Shinai's back, Shuimen gave a wry smile and said to Qianyu, "Qianyu, I have a favor to ask. Please help me persuade Jiu Shinai. She's furious right now, and I think only your words will work." "I understand. But at a price." Qianyu took the opportunity to leverage the situation. Shuimen gritted his teeth and said painfully, 3 barbecues all you can eat." "You're generous." Qianyu laughed and agreed to the deal, then prepared to leave. But before leaving, he turned his head and glanced at Dai-Tu. He had originally thought that teacher Jiu Shinai would personally give Dai-Tu a beating, but unexpectedly she held back. Since the teacher didn't act as her disciple, Qianyu couldn't just stand by. "Oh, by the way, Senior Sherman, earlier Dai-Tu said that during the morning test, because he didn't have breakfast, he didn't perform well. He hopes to have a rematch with Kakashi this afternoon." "Oh. In that case, it's necessary to understand the true strength of my subordinates. I will agree to his request." These words naturally reached Dai-Tu's ears. He first looked at Qianyu with gratitude, thinking to himself that his clan friend truly knew how to support him. This afternoon he would definitely teach Kakashi a lesson. Then Lin would surely admire him. Dai-Tu was lost in his fantasy and laughed heartily at Sherman. "Thank you, Teacher Sherman, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely defeat Kakashi this afternoon." "Well, in order to fully understand your strength, I have decided to be your opponent myself. After all, that is my duty as the team leader Jonin." "Really? It seems Teacher Shuimen really values me." Hearing this, Dai-Tu felt a surge of secret joy. This was a treatment that ordinary people didn't get. "Of course you are the most important member of our team," Shuimen said with a gentle smile to Dai-Tu. As Dai-Tu secretly rejoiced, he suddenly felt a wave of malice engulfing his body. His hair stood on end and he looked around warily. Then Dai-Tu discovered that the malice came from his own teacher Shuimen. But when he looked at Shuimen's extremely friendly smile, he became confused. It must be an illusion. Teacher Shuimen is such a gentle person. What happened afterward, Qianyu did not know. In any case, the next day when Qianyu happened to meet Shuimen's team, he only saw a figure in their team that looked very much like Dai-Tu. Whether it was Dai-tu or not, even Qianyu, who had been in the same class as Dai-tu for 2 years, could not be sure. An outstanding graduate. Qianyu's voice trailed off, laced with a hint of melancholy. Ahem, of course they still have some way to go compared to you and Kakashi, but I believe that given some time to grow they will surely become the mainstays of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face stiffened slightly. Praising outstanding graduates in front of Qianyu was nothing short of self-inflicted embarrassment. Seeing that Hiruzen had already reached this point, Qianyu realized there was no room for refusal. Lord Hokage, let me be clear, I won't just take low-level missions. If they end up in danger. Before Qianyu could finish, Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no problem. The mission is above all else, no one gets special treatment. Qianyu. Politicians really have no shame. Leaving the Hokage building, Qianyu walked listlessly along the street holding the transfer order for his promotion to Chunin. Suddenly a sarcastic voice sounded from behind him. Qianyu, someone like you gets to be my captain. It's Asuma. You knew about this already. Qianyu turned around and saw Asuma accompanied by Yuhi, Kurenai, and Shizen. It seemed the three of them had known about this even earlier than he had. On second thought, he found it normal. Although the Hokage didn't need personal consent to reassign personnel, as the Hokage's son Hiruzen likely had already informed Asuma in advance. Asuma was still young, but Qianyu could faintly see the beginnings of stubble on his cheeks. In a few years that bearded middle-aged face would surely emerge. Crossing his arms, Asuma glanced at Qianyu with disdain, and complained irritably. Even if I knew, what's the point? I still have to work under you. Judging by Asuma's tone, Qianyu guessed he had objected at home only to get a thorough beating from Hiruzen. Strangely enough, Hiruzen always wore a kindly expression when facing other ninjas, but with Asuma his old face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and his words were sharp. Asuma too had a stubborn temper, and never went along with Hiruzen. The two barely spoke now, and if not for Sarutobi Biwako's mediation their father-son relationship might have been severed. While Qianyu was lost in thought, a small figure leaped out from behind Asuma, stuck out her tongue and smiled gently. Qianyu-chan, please take care of me from now on. Seeing the shy and adorable Kurenai, Qianyu's face suddenly turned expressionless. He stirred the chi within him slightly, and instantly Kurenai's figure stiffened, stepping back with a pale face. Qianyu chuckled lightly. Truly a couple in harmony. Are you two here to give me a show of force? Kurenai blushed at his words, then explained. Sorry, it was all Asuma's idea. Qianyu shifted his gaze to Asuma. Asuma shrugged, looking utterly unrepentant. Qianyu couldn't be bothered to argue with Asuma. Though they hadn't met often, they were from the same class. Their relationship wasn't quite that of close buddies, but it wasn't bad either. And while Asuma seemed dissatisfied with Qianyu, Qianyu understood it was merely Asuma venting his anger at Hiruzen for making this arrangement without explanation. But in his team he couldn't allow such a thorn. Qianyu clenched his fist, then relaxed. Beating up his own member right after becoming captain seemed a bit excessive. Qianyu thought for a moment, then forced a smile, familiarly draping an arm around Asuma and pulling him aside. In a low voice he said, Look, we're both from the same class. Your old man insisted on me being captain, and I had no choice but to obey. How about giving me some face? Asuma shot Qianyu a glance, said nothing, and shrugged off his hand with a jerk. Qianyu's eyes narrowed. Are you sure you want to be this stubborn? Asuma still said nothing, just stared at Qianyu, waiting to see what else he could say. Qianyu calmed down and said casually, Fine, I'll go tell the Hokage right now to have you removed from my squad. TCH. Asuma gave a contemptuous laugh. Remove me. Fine. Kurenai, and I don't want to be in your squad anyway. Who said I'm letting Kurenai go? Qianyu picked his nose. When Kurenai used that genjutsu on me earlier, it made me think I had feelings for her. I have reason to believe she did it deliberately. I'm not about to pass up a freebie. Asuma panicked. You're lying. Kurenai and I planned that. We wanted to make you look foolish so you'd voluntarily admit to my old man that you weren't fit to be our captain. And you needed a genjutsu like that to make me look foolish. Qianyu retorted, even winking at Kurenai in the distance, and waving a hand in greeting. Kurenai looked confused but instinctively waved back. Asuma saw it all. As the saying goes, love makes you blind. Led astray by Qianyu's nonsense, Asuma was completely thrown off. Asuma stepped between Qianyu and Kurenai, shouting angrily. Bastard! As long as I'm here, you'll never trick Kurenai. Weren't you leaving? Perfect. I'd be overjoyed to get rid of a third wheel like you. And on top of that, Shizen's here too. My God, I never imagined I'd be so lucky. Qianyu's eyes gleamed with a lecherous expression. Then I'm not leaving your squad. Seeing how shameless Qianyu was, Asuma shed his own pride, letting his earlier words vanish like a fart. You should still leave. I'll go talk to the Hokage right now. Qianyu pressed on, pretending to head toward the Hokage's office. Asuma's face flushed red with anger. Biting back his pride, he grabbed Qianyu and whispered, Captain, don't go. I was wrong, okay? Hearing Asuma lower his stance, Qianyu stopped and looked at him with contempt. He had expected to need a beating to calm Asuma down, but a few provocative words had done the trick. A few days later, the third Mizukage's missive reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. This letter contained the terms of the alliance between the two nations. Qianyu paid little attention to the specifics of the agreement, but the two sides formed an alliance to jointly oppose the Kumogakure ninja in the land of Hot Springs, driving them out entirely, with the vacated territory being taken over by the Kirigakure ninja. Currently, the land of Hot Springs served as the main battlefield between Kumogakure and Konoha, with the majority of their forces concentrated there. According to the terms, the land of fire would suffer considerable losses. After all, once the Kumogakure ninja were expelled from the land of Hot Springs, all the vacated territory would fall under the control of the Kirigakure ninja. Foreign territory meant missions the commoners and merchants there would need to issue tasks, and these would all be undertaken by the Kirigakure ninja. Of course, this was not entirely without benefit for Konoha. As the center of the ninja world, Konoha already occupied vast fertile lands. The sheer volume of missions within the land of fire alone stretched Konoha's shinobi thin, leaving little room to concern themselves with tasks from other nations. Thus, Konoha had no interest in the land of Hot Springs. Instead, with the land of water occupying it, if Kumogakure wanted to move against the land of fire, they would have to go through the Kirigakure ninja. This was rather a layer of security for Konoha. Qianyu did not fully grasp the intricacies and was too lazy to ponder them. Upon hearing this, Zaomiming felt the tension that had been gripping her finally ease, knowing she would not be dissected. In short, the entry of the Kirigakure ninja altered the stalemate between Konoha and Kumogakure. Caught completely off guard, Kumogakure suffered a severe setback, retreating in defeat, and soon losing most of the land of Hot Springs. Subsequently, their investigation revealed that the alliance between the land of water and Konoha was forged because Konoha had captured a genius from the land of water who possessed 2 Kekkei Genkai, forcing the land of water to side with Konoha. They believed such an alliance could be easily broken, even turning the two nations against each other. Night had fallen deep, and within the Uchiha clan grounds a shadowy figure moved through the darkness. In the silent night, the figure made no sound. He stopped at the entrance of Qianyu's home, hiding in the corner of the wall, as still as if merged with the masonry. In the dim darkness, one could make out the silhouette of a Konoha forehead protector atop his head. Yet his true identity was a spy hidden in Konoha by a major nation. He held his breath, silently sensing the movements inside the house. After a long while, detecting that the occupants were asleep, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Assigned to the home of a mere Uchiha child. It seemed Konoha's protection of this Kirigakure ninja was not very diligent. Or perhaps they were waiting for this Kirigakure ninja to die so Konoha's higher-ups could pin the blame on the Uchiha clan, making the despised Uchiha bear the wrath of the land of water. What a clever scheme. The Konoha higher-ups were indeed a bunch of internal squabblers. The figure mused silently, withdrawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. He then leaped into Qianyu's courtyard and crept toward Zaomiming's room. Just as he left, a blue cat slowly opened its eyes on a leafy tree by the entrance, its emerald pupils staring intently into the yard. Belissa's eyes held a human-like gaze full of pity. How many ninja was this? The 4th or 5th? Belissa shook his head, too lazy to dwell on such a meaningless question. In a moment this ninja would be carried out by Konoha's Umbu and sent to an unknown place, never to be seen in the village again. And indeed, as he anticipated, a dull thud sounded, followed by a light flickering on inside the house. Seeing this, Belissa slowly closed his eyes. Another peaceful day. Inside the house, Qianyu stood at the door of Zaomiming's room, the intruding spy lying at his feet. The spy's eyes were shut, his furrowed brow still bearing the trace of immense pain he had endured before losing consciousness. Bleary-eyed, Qianyu glanced at the fallen ninja and muttered, "Endless, isn't it? I should never have taken this mission." He had thought that after a failed assassination attempt or two, those idiots would realize this place was not easy to breach. Who knew they were so reckless, coming one after another to die? A bunch of incompetents. The land of water and Konoha could form an alliance, couldn't they band together too? Then he could deal with them all at once. Qianyu knew, however, that an alliance among spies from different nations was unrealistic. After all, the identities of spies were extremely secretive, they would never reveal to another country. "I am the spy lurking in Konoha," Zayo miming, now awake, pushed open the door, and saw the ninja once again collapsed at her doorstep, showing no surprise. I take back what I said earlier. Your Hokage is really petty. Following Qianyu, she couldn't help but grumble, regretting her earlier willfulness. Zayo miming had reason to suspect the third Hokage was targeting her for having beaten up his son. Otherwise, why would he place her in such a dangerous situation? You know it. You beat his son to a pulp, so don't expect good treatment. Qianyu nodded in agreement. Just as Zayo miming was about to reply, 3 Umbu appeared uninvited. They came before Qianyu and nodded as a greeting. 2 Umbus skillfully lifted the fallen ninja and headed outside. The remaining Umbu said to Qianyu, "Sorry for the trouble. There shouldn't be any more tonight, but please stay vigilant." I understand. Extract useful information from his mind as soon as possible and get the list of their operatives hidden in Konoha. If this keeps up, I'll be exhausted. Qianyu replied impatiently. We're working on it, the Umbu said with an awkward smile. These past few days they had caught many spies lying in wait easily and safely, the most comfortable days they'd ever had. Half a month later there were no more spies coming to Chiharu's house at night. It was unknown whether they had realized it was a trap or had all been eliminated by Chiharu. In any case, after so much chaos and upheaval, Chiharu could finally get a good night's sleep. Look at you, you haven't been able to sleep or eat well these past few days because of the mission, and you've lost so much weight. Kushina looked at Chiharu's severe dark circles with great concern. Meanwhile, Terumi rolled her eyes. It was true that he hadn't slept well, but to say he hadn't been eating was pure nonsense. Kushina-sensei, what brings you here today? Chiharu rubbed his dark circles and asked, his implication being, why aren't you spending time with Minato and instead coming to my place? Kushina understood Chiharu's meaning and pursed her lips. That Minato has already taken his 3 precious disciples to the Cloud Ninja front line. Chiharu was taken aback. And Minato-senpai didn't even tell me. Is he abandoning me? Kushina replied. You've been busy with this cleanup mission these past few days. How could you have time to leave the village? There's no need for him to rush to the front line like that. I'm still part of his team after all. Can't he wait a few days? Well, there's a reason, of course. Seeing Kushina's hesitant expression, Chiharu's face turned serious. Are you saying that the Mist Ninja and our forces together still can't defeat the Cloud Ninja, so we need to send more reinforcements? Upon hearing this, Terumi-mei's expression also darkened and she looked at Kushina with a probing gaze. Now that Konoha had allied with the Land of Water, Terumi-mei was also very concerned about the front line against the Cloud. Seeing both of their gazes fixed on her, Kushina shook her head. No, it's not that. The Cloud Ninja have been retreating steadily. They're almost driven out of the Land of Hot Water. Then what is it that requires him to rush to the front line so urgently? Could it be that Jiraiya is dying? Let Minato see him one last time. Don't talk nonsense. Jiraiya may have some flaws in character, but he's still very strong. Kushina rolled her eyes and lightly tapped Chiharu's head, then said euphemistically, It's some personal reasons. As she spoke, she glanced at Terumi-mei. Terumi-mei looked thoughtful, realizing that the teacher and student had private matters to discuss that she shouldn't hear. She stood up and said to Chiharu and Kushina, I'm going to my room to rest. With that, she left the living room. After seeing Terumi-mei leave, Kushina's expression became complicated. She was silent for a moment before speaking. A few days ago, when Jiraiya and Minato communicated via Toad, some information was revealed. The third Hokage, that old geezer, is considering the fourth Hokage. He originally intended to let Jiraiya be the successor, but Jiraiya refused. Hearing this, Chiharu understood. So Jiraiya-senpai wants Minato to quickly go to the front line to build up his achievements and reputation. Kushina saw that Chiharu understood immediately, so she didn't say more and nodded. Currently, Minato's achievements, prestige, and strength are not enough to become the fourth Hokage. Fortunately, Hiruzen Sarutobi has no intention of stepping down yet. He just wants to find a successor, and Minato is indeed a very suitable candidate. For a moment, Kushina felt a bit wistful. Once I made a bet with him about who would become Hokage. Although I realized years ago that I had no hope of becoming Hokage and had let it go, there was still a knot in my heart. And now, Kushina, who always wanted to be strong, didn't want to lose to Minato. She couldn't continue as she spoke. Seeing Kushina a bit down, Chiharu interjected. Kushina-sensei, Minato-senpai hasn't become Hokage yet. Kushina said in an unquestionable tone. He has never let anyone down. Looking at Kushina, who was full of confidence in Minato, Chiharu lowered his head and didn't refute. If he didn't know that Minato would indeed become the fourth Hokage, he would have asked where this blind confidence came from. The current Minato was far from having the prestige of later years. He was only slightly famous, far behind the Sannin. Slap. No, I need to go to the front line as soon as possible. Chihiro was still thinking about how to comfort Kushina when he saw her suddenly slap the table hard. The sudden action startled Chihiro. What's this all about? Having been with Kushina for many years, Chihiro was still not used to her sudden outbursts. He said helplessly, Kushina-sensei, haven't you already let go of it? Why are you still so fixated on the front line? I'm not going to compete with Minato anymore. Kushina shook her head and explained to Chihiro with great interest. I'm thinking about you. I heard that Kakashi has already been listed in the intelligence of several other major countries as a target for assassination. You can't let him outshine you. Upon hearing this, Chihiro gave a dead fish eye. Kushina-sensei, the way you say that makes it sound like you really want me to be assassinated. Don't twist my words. Although Kakashi is strong, he wouldn't have achieved so much without Minato's guidance. It must be said that Kushina was indeed a good teacher, always thinking about Chihiro's well-being. Now, to ensure Chihiro a bright future, she wanted to take him to the front line herself and pave the way for him. Kushina-sensei, you really think far ahead. Chihiro was also moved, but he still said, but I'm not interested in that position. Kushina was stunned. In her mind, she had carefully planned a bright path for Chihiro straight to the 5th Hokage. But she never expected Chihiro to have no interest in the position of Hokage. This was unlike her disciple. Kushina looked seriously into Chihiro's eyes and found no sign of deception. She asked in surprise, You really have no interest? Chihiro looked straight into Kushina's eyes with honesty. No. Whoever wants to be Hokage can be Hokage. Kushina poked Chihiro's head, frustrated by his lack of ambition. What? How can this be? Every ninja in Konoha dreams of becoming Hokage. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied with Chihiro not wanting to be Hokage, but rather that she felt sorry that her subsequent plans would have no use. Chihiro saw through Kushina's thoughts and teased. Kushina-sensei, you can wait for your son to be born and let him inherit your grand ambitions. Humph. How do you know it'll be a son? Besides, let Minato worry about that when the time comes. I don't care. Chihiro blinked at Kushina. Ahem, Kushina-sensei, are you already determined to marry no one but Minato-senpai? Kushina's face flushed red. She glared fiercely at Chihiro and gave him a punch on the head. Shut up. After just a few days of leisure at home, Chienyu was once again summoned to the Hokage's office for tea. Today Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a worried expression, his face etched with deep distress, perhaps caused by some discord in his nightly activities. Upon seeing Chienyu arrive, he forced a smile and handed him a transfer order. Chienyu, this elimination operation was a great success. This is your promotion order to Chunin. In this purge plan, Chienyu was the executor, while the Umbu only handled the aftermath. Thus the credit was largely his, and combined with his previous achievements, it was sufficient to grant him promotion to Chunin. Chienyu took the order and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Thank you, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and smiled. Your strength and accomplishments are worthy of this reward. There will also be additional jutsu and monetary compensation. Chienyu remained standing still, not believing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had specifically called him over just for this Chunin promotion order. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, slowly exhaled, and then said casually, By the way, Minato's squad has already gone to the front lines and their team is fully staffed. It would be inappropriate for you to continue following them. Lord Hokage, do you have any suggestions? Chienyu knew the real topic had arrived upon hearing this, wondering what position Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to assign him, whether in the Umbu or some other option. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Now that you've been promoted to Chunin, you are qualified to lead a squad. I intend to have you serve as the captain of a team. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen found a document on the desk and handed it to Chienyu. These 3 newly graduated genin currently have no jonin instructor. Since all the jonin in the village are occupied with their own missions and cannot take them on, I have to let you serve as their captain for now. Upon hearing this, Chienyu raised an eyebrow and took the personnel files from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Casually flipping through the pages for a glance, Chienyu's brow furrowed. He didn't mind becoming a squad leader, but it would be a different matter if the team members were all burdens. Chienyu looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, Lord Hokage, are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a faint smile and nodded seriously. Chienyu rolled his eyes. This wasn't making him a leader, it was making him a babysitter. In the files, the names of the 3 members were Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Shizen. Chienyu sighed inwardly. The third Hokage really went to great lengths. It seemed his earlier troubled expression was for his foolish son. Back then, to boost morale, Sarutobi Hiruzen set an example by declaring that his own son would be sent to the front lines immediately after graduation. Presumably afterward the child's mother had whispered some pillow talk and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself had also begun to regret it. But words spoken publicly could not be retracted. The only option was to manipulate Asuma's squad leader assignment, yet it couldn't be too obvious. He couldn't simply appoint his 3 personal disciples as the captain. Chienyu had reason to suspect that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already planned all this when he proposed Chienyu's promotion to Chunin. Moreover, such an arrangement would also earn him a good reputation. When the villagers talk about it, they would say that the third Hokage's son didn't even have a Jonin instructor, and was only assigned a newly promoted Chunin as a leader. Such selflessness. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed awkwardly before continuing. Rest assured, these are all outstanding graduates of the Ninja Academy. They will certainly not hold you back. An outstanding graduate. Chienyu sighed softly. Ahem, of course they still have some distance to cover compared to you and Kakashi, but I believe that given some time to grow they will become the backbone of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened slightly. Mentioning outstanding graduates in front of Chienyu was nothing short of asking for trouble. Chienyu, seeing that Hiruzen had already spoken to this extent, understood that there was no room for refusal. Lord Hokage, let me make it clear, I won't just take low-level missions. If they fall into danger. Before Chienyu could finish, Hiruzen waved his hand grandly, indicating no problem. The mission is paramount, no one receives special treatment. Chienyu. Politicians really are shameless. Leaving the Hokage building, Chienyu held the promotion order for Chunin, walking listlessly along the street. Suddenly a sarcastic voice sounded from behind him. Chienyu, how can someone like you be my captain? It's Asuma. You knew about this already. Chienyu turned around and saw Asuma with Yuhi Kurenai and Shizen beside him. It seemed the 3 of them had known about this earlier than he did. After a moment's thought he found it understandable. Though the Hokage didn't need personal consent to deploy personnel, as the Hokage's son Sarutobi Hiruzen should have informed him in advance. Though Asuma was young, Chienyu could vaguely see the beginnings of fuzz on his cheeks, suggesting that in a few years that bearded middle-aged face would appear. With arms crossed, Asuma glanced disdainfully at Chienyu and complained sourly. Even if I knew, what difference does it make? I still have to work under you. Judging by Asuma's tone, Chienyu guessed he had opposed the arrangement at home only to be soundly beaten by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oddly enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen always appeared kind and benevolent toward other ninjas, but when facing Asuma his face would darken like the bottom of a pot, and his tone would be harsh. Asuma was also stubborn, never yielding to Hiruzen. The 2 rarely spoke to each other now, and if not for Sarutobi Biwako's mediation their father-son relationship might have been severed. While Chienyu was lost in thought, a small figure leaped out from behind Asuma, stuck out her tongue at Chienyu and smiled gently. Chienyu-chan, please take care of me from now on. Seeing the charming and shy Kurenai, Chienyu's face suddenly turned expressionless. He stirred his chi slightly and Kurenai's figure stiffened, stepping back with a pale face. Chienyu chuckled lightly. Truly a couple in harmony. Did you 2 come to intimidate me? Kurenai blushed, then explained apologetically. Sorry, it was all Asuma's idea. Chienyu shifted his gaze to Asuma. Asuma shrugged, looking completely unrepentant. Chienyu couldn't be bothered to argue with Asuma. Though they hadn't met often, they were from the same class. Their relationship, while not that of close friends, was far from poor. Asuma's apparent dissatisfaction with Chienyu was Chienyu understood merely his way of venting anger at Hiruzen for arranging things without explanation. But in his team he couldn't tolerate such a thorn. Chienyu clenched his fist and relaxed. It seemed excessive to beat up his own teammate on the first day as captain. Chienyu thought for a moment, then smiled warmly, pulling Asuma aside and whispering, Look, we're from the same class. Your old man insisted on making me captain, so I had no choice but to obey. How about giving me some face? Asuma glanced at Chienyu without a word, shaking off the hand on his shoulder. Chienyu's eyes narrowed. You sure you want to be that uncooperative? Asuma remained silent, merely watching to see what Chienyu would say next. Chienyu calmed down and said lightly, Fine, I'll go tell the Hokage right now to have you removed from my squad. TCH. Asuma laughed dismissively. Remove me then. Kurenai and I don't want to be on your team anyway. Who said I don't want Kurenai? Chienyu picked his nose. When Kurenai used that illusion on me earlier, it made me think I had feelings for her. I have reason to believe she did it on purpose. Cabbage delivered to my door, why wouldn't I take a bite? Asuma grew anxious. You're lying. Kurenai and I planned it together. We wanted to make you look foolish so you'd voluntarily tell my old man that you're not qualified to be our captain. Would you use an illusion like that just to make me look foolish? Qianyu countered, then winked at Kurenai in the distance and waved. Kurenai looked confused and instinctively waved back. Asuma saw it all. As the saying goes, love makes one blind. Twisted by Qianyu's misleading words, Asuma was completely unsettled. Asuma stepped between Qianyu and Kurenai, fuming. Bastard! With me here you'll never trick Kurenai. Weren't you leaving? Perfect. I'd be overjoyed to have one less third wheel. And with Shizen added, oh my, I never imagined I'd be so lucky. Qianyu's eyes gleamed with lecherous delight. Then I won't leave your team. Seeing Qianyu so shameless, Asuma decided to be shameless too, discarding his earlier words like a fart. You should leave. I'll go tell the Hokage right now. Qianyu pressed on, pretending to head toward the Hokage's office. Asuma's face flushed with anger and frustration. He grabbed Qianyu reluctantly and whispered, Captain, don't go. I was wrong, okay? Hearing Asuma humble himself, Qianyu stopped looking at him with contempt. He had thought he would need to beat Asuma to quiet him down, but a few provoking words had solved it. Are you sure you don't want to switch teams? This is your last chance. No, I'm fine. Asuma wore a grim expression, his grievances unspoken. Having dealt with the thorny Asuma, the other two were no trouble at all. Qianyu glanced at Asuma, Hong, and Jingyin, then said, All right, we all know each other from school, so I won't waste words. To celebrate the founding of Team Qianyu, we'll pick up a mission at the Hokage building tomorrow. Are you planning to take a low-level mission to build team synergy? Let me say this first, D-rank missions are out of the question, but C-rank might be worth considering. Asuma clearly knew the usual routine for fresh graduates, but he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. Qianyu chuckled. I agree with you on that. Rest well tonight, meet at the Hokage building at 8 tomorrow morning. With that, Qianyu turned and walked away, leaving Asuma, Hong, and Jingyin exchanging bewildered glances, sensing that his parting words held deeper meaning. Back at home, Juxinai was chatting idly with Zaomiming. When Qianyu returned, Juxinai was overjoyed to see the Chunin promotion order in his hand. She patted his shoulder and boasted to Zaomiming that his becoming a Chunin was entirely due to her careful nurturing. To this, Zaomiming merely offered a perfunctory laugh, thinking to herself that with Qianyu's caliber, even a pig as a teacher could have made him a Chunin. Teacher Juxinai, I have a new team. And I'm the captain. Qianyu looked at Juxinai as he spoke. Hearing this, Juxinai raised an eyebrow and said with a worldly air, So you've got subordinates now. That means my status has gone up a notch. By the way, who are they? Asuma, Hong, and Jingyin. Juxinai immediately understood that this was Hiruzen Sarutobi's deliberate arrangement. She snorted in displeasure. That brat Asuma is lucky. To be honest, I'm not thrilled about taking on this team. Indeed, with your strength, those three are dead weight. But you should at least give the third Hokage some face. Having his son as a team member could be good for your clan. Juxinai understood Qianyu's meaning and after a moment's thought advised him to look after the three youngsters. Fine, I'll listen to you, teacher. How, that's my worthy disciple. To celebrate your promotion to Chunin, I'll cook a feast for you tonight. While Juxinai and Qianyu discussed Asuma, Hong, and Jingyin, the three had returned home to ask their respective parents about Qianyu. At the home of Shirijin Hong, who wore his hair in a ponytail, turned into a doting father the moment he saw his daughter. Hong, you're back. You got assigned a team leader today, right? With that little rascal Asuma around, your Jonin instructor must be extraordinary. As Shirijin Hong rambled on, he cursed Asuma in his mind for being so young yet knowing how to pull strings, actually getting the Hokage to place Hong on the same team as him. Seeing her father's relentless prying about their team leader, Shiri Hong hesitated before replying. Well, our captain is a Chunin. A Chunin? No way. The Hokage would assign a Chunin to lead your team. Even by tradition you should be under a Jonin. Shirijin Hong was incredulous. He had thought that by having Hong stay close to Asuma, her safety would be somewhat guaranteed, but he never expected the third Hokage to make such an arrangement. Shiri Hong nodded. He used to be in my class at the academy, Uchiha Chiba. He was just promoted to Chunin today by the Hokage. Who? Shirijin Hong frowned. Is that kid with the ponytail? Shiri Hong nodded. Shirijin Hong's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Seeing her father's expression change, Shiri Hong immediately asked. Hey Dad, do you know anything about Qianyu? We haven't kept tabs on him since he graduated from the academy. I don't know how strong he is, but I tried to use a genjutsu on him today, and he broke it easily. Shiri Jinhong said seriously. Hong, his information is classified. I don't know much, but your classmate is no ordinary person. Is that so? At the Senju clan compound, Jingyin had bought some snacks and returned to sit opposite Gang Ho. Gangsho, sitting across from her, had her golden hair tied in twin ponytails. Her delicate fair face was adorned with finely drawn brows. Yet this seemingly beautiful young lady was drinking heavily and eating the snacks Jingyin had bought with very little grace. Seeing the flush on Gangsho's cheeks, Jingyin urged, Lady Gangsho, you should drink less. Gang Ho didn't argue, merely asked, You met your team leader today. Jingyin nodded slightly. When you go on missions, stay close to him if there's danger. Gangsho's expression turned slightly serious. Although Gang Ho had never met Qianyu in person, she knew more about him than Shiri Jinhong, both from his standing in the village and from information she had gathered from Jixinai. Is he very strong? Gang Ho didn't elaborate but pouted. I went through a lot of trouble to find you a good protector, even had to see someone I didn't want to. At the home of Yuanfei Risen, he had come back early today unusually, and sought out his second son. I need you to become close friends with Qianyu to build a bond. Yuanfei Risen's face was calm as he looked at Yuanfei Asima. His arrangement of Qianyu as Asima's captain was not merely to protect Asima. Likewise, he hoped to bind Qianyu more firmly to the village. Who wants to be friends with that guy? Though Asima sensed that his father was different today, his rebellious nature made him dismiss Yuanfei Risen's words. Hong and I don't want to be on Qianyu's team. Please reassign us. Reason? Yuanfei Risen frowned. Yuanfei Asima thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. After all, his father seemed to approve of Shiri Hong, even vaguely considering her as a future daughter-in-law. If I tell the truth, maybe I can make Qianyu look bad. No particular reason. If I have to give one, it's that pretty boy Qianyu dared to compete with me for Hong. That's just asking for, hey, why did you hit me? For such a stupid reason. I'm going to beat you to death today. Enraged, Yuanfei Risen pulled out his ancestral staff and gave Asima a thorough thrashing. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Qianyu arrived punctually at the entrance of the mission hall. Asima, Hong, and Jingyin had already been waiting there for some time. It seemed that they too placed great importance on their first mission as shinobi. Qianyu. Captain. Morning, Qianyu. Why are you so late? All the missions have been snatched up. As Qianyu approached, the three greeted him with varied expressions. Qianyu swept his gaze across the three, finally stopping at Asima's face with surprise. Hey Asima, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Last night. I got so excited when I learned I'd be going on a mission that I fell off the bed. Yeah, that's it. Asima turned away, stammering. Not to mention Qianyu, even Hong and Jingyin didn't buy that. Probably after Asima went back, he still insisted on changing squads and got beaten up by Yuanfei Risen. Qianyu guessed roughly what happened and didn't ask further. After all, a father disciplining his son was a matter of course. What reason did he have to step in for Asima? Besides, he was still working under Yuanfei Risen and his salary came from him. Qianyu asked, Can you still go on the mission like this? No problem. They're just superficial injuries. The swelling will go down in a day or two. Asima cast a resentful glance at Qianyu, thinking to himself that his father's beating skills had improved. Though his face was bruised and swollen, it didn't hinder his movements at all. Qianyu led the three members of his squad into the mission hall. You're here. Yuanfei Risen sat in the center of the hall, and upon seeing the four of them, he said with a broad smile. The four bowed slightly in polite greeting. Then Qianyu said, Lord Hokage, the Qianyu squad is here to accept a mission. Let me see what missions are suitable for your team. Hearing this, Yuanfei Risen nodded, took a stack of mission forms from a drawer, placed them on the table, and began to examine them carefully. Seeing this, Qianyu also moved closer. While Yuanfei Risen was selecting, Qianyu's gaze settled on one particular mission form. Noticing Qianyu's gaze, Yuanfei Risen picked up the form and glanced at it. Would you want to take this mission? Qianyu didn't answer directly but asked, Lord Hokage, could you explain it in detail? Yuanfei Risen paused, then replied, This is an investigation mission. Then Yuanfei Risen roughly explained the details of the mission. The location was in the Wind Country. According to reports from patrol shinobi in the buffer zone between Mai and the Wind Country, the Sharingan of the Wind Country had placed the entire village on lockdown for some unknown reason, eliminated all hidden intelligence shinobi, and not a single piece of information could be leaked. Moreover, the Sharingan had dispatched dozens of shinobi squads to search everywhere for something. Faced with the Sharingan's unusual behavior, Yuanfei Risen was eager to know what had happened there, so he issued this mission. The mission's rank was quite high, A-ranked. However, because the location was in the Wind Country, there was a high chance of being encircled by the enemy, so the mission could easily become S-ranked. After listening, Qianyu fell into deep thought. It was the 43rd year of Mai. From his memories of his past life, the Third Great Ninja War was about to break out, and the trigger was the disappearance of the third Kazekage of the Wind Country. Qianyu had reason to suspect that the Wind Country's unusual activity was a search for their missing third Kazekage. In other words, this mission might only require him to go to the front lines and make a brief appearance before returning. It would be even easier than sightseeing. Qianyu raised his head, looking directly at Yuanfei Risen, and said, "Lord Hokage, please entrust this mission to me. This mission seems a bit too difficult. Your team has just been formed, it would be better to take missions below B rank," Yuanfei Risen advised. This wasn't for the safety of his foolish son, but purely because he felt that Qianyu's squad lacked coordination and couldn't handle the complex situation in the Wind Country. Moreover, if this were an ordinary Chunin leading 3 fresh graduates, he would have just given them a D-ranked mission and sent them off. Qianyu didn't follow Yuanfei Risen's advice. He said bluntly, "I appreciate your concern, Lord Hokage, but I still insist on taking this mission." Yuanfei Risen was taken aback and said in a grave tone, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes. In that case, this mission is yours. I hope you can return safely." Seeing Qianyu's firm resolve, Yuanfei Risen fell silent for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Upon leaving the mission hall, Qianyu told the 3 to go back and prepare, then gather at the village gate. The 3 didn't say much. After they parted ways, Qianyu also returned home. Juxinai, knowing that Qianyu would definitely choose to go on a mission, had already packed his clothes for him. She was already used to her disciple frequently going on missions, and no longer felt the melancholy of the first time. She only said, "Be careful. This is your first time as a captain. Make sure to bring your teammates back safely and don't act on impulse." "Master Juxinai, don't worry. You know me, I'm a steady person. Besides, with my strength, this mission is a piece of cake." Juxinai rolled her eyes and retorted, "It's precisely because I know your strength well that I want you to pay more attention to your teammates." "What kind of logic is that?" Qianyu asked in confusion. "Are you genuinely clueless or just pretending?" Seeing Qianyu's dumbfounded expression, Juxinai hit the nail on the head. "Your talent for causing trouble is directly proportional to your strength. I'm afraid that once you find a worthy opponent on the front lines, you'll lead your entire squad into dangerous situations. At that time you might be fine, but your teammates might not be so lucky." Having sparred with Qianyu many times, Juxinai knew his personality all too well. He usually seemed harmless, but once he entered a battle state, he completely transformed. And if he recognized an opponent's strength, he would always find some excuse to fight them. That wasn't the crux of the problem. The real issue was that once Qianyu got caught up in the thrill of battle, he became reckless and oblivious to everything else. That was what worried her most. After all, Qianyu was now the captain of a squad. He had to consider the consequences for his teammates. Hearing this, Qianyu was silent for a long time before replying awkwardly, "Ahem, you really know me well, teacher." "Of course," Juxinai said exasperatedly. After all, she had fought with Qianyu so many times, and every time she saw the fighting spirit in his eyes, she felt a chill run down her spine. 2 days later. "Qianyu, we're already a day ahead of schedule. Can we take a break?" Asuma, who was in the middle of the team, wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked. Qianyu hovered in the air, glanced at Asuma, then looked at Kurenai and Shizen. He saw that their faces were also covered in sweat, and they looked at him with expectant eyes. After a moment of thought, Qianyu said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, can't take it anymore. Didn't someone say they would never hold us back?" Asuma, being a greenhorn, could easily be put on the spot with a little provocation, especially in front of the one he loved. Sure enough, upon hearing Qianyu's light-hearted words, Asuma's face stiffened, and then he gritted his teeth and ran forward without a word. "You're the one dragging us down. How the hell was I supposed to know you could fly?" Initially, when Asuma saw Tai flying, his eyes nearly popped out in shock. In the entire ninja world, aside from the third Sechikage of Iwa and the third Kazekage of Suna, he had never heard of anyone else being able to fly so freely in the air. Even his own father, the third Hokage, had researched flying techniques, but even the man known as the professor of the ninja world struggled to develop a practical flying jutsu. "Keep it up. As expected of the Hokage's own son, your perseverance truly surpasses others," Qianyu flew beside Asuma, observing the sweat droplets as large as beans on his forehead, and shouted. Asuma flew into a rage and cursed. Bastard, I'd like to see how long you can keep this up. Sooner or later you'll run out of stamina. Heh. Qianyu sneered and said casually. At this speed I could probably fly for a lifetime. After taunting Asuma, he didn't let Kurenai and Shizen off either. With a few words, Qianyu's tongue was like a knife, goading the three until their faces reddened and their necks thickened, and they continued their journey with their heads down. Qianyu shook his head helplessly. After all, they were hothouse flowers, couldn't even endure this much hardship. He had to provoke them to keep going. Approaching evening, Qianyu finally raised his hand to signal a stop, then took out a map and studied it carefully. This was already the border of the Land of Fire, also a combat zone. Although it was still on the edge of the combat zone, enemies could appear at any time, so they could no longer travel as recklessly as before. After 2 days of non-stop travel, Asuma, Kurenai, and Shizen had reached their limits. If they continued, they would be unable to contribute any combat power should they encounter enemies, and might even become burdens. Set up camp here. We'll rest for the night. The three nodded silently. The 2 days of continuous travel had drained them of complaints, and they simply obeyed orders to pitch the tents. Watching the three set up the tents in an orderly manner, Qianyu nodded with satisfaction and said, I'm going to scout the surroundings. If you're in danger, remember to shout. Got it, the three replied. Qianyu had already sensed the surrounding situation through his aura sensing. Saying he was going to scout was actually an excuse to find some game. After eating military ration pills for 2 days, he needed to improve his diet. Along the way, he found a lost wild boar and 3 small wild rabbits. He returned to the campsite. During this time, the three had set up the tents and lit a campfire. Seeing the wild boar, which must have weighed 1,000 jin, being carried in one hand by Tai, once again expanded the three's perception. Is this how powerful taijutsu users are nowadays? Asuma, Kurenai, and Shizen swallowed hard. We can't finish such a big boar, can we? Shizen murmured softly. Ah, that's not for you. You eat these. Qianyu took out the 3 small rabbits from his other hand and tossed them in front of the three. Looking at the scrawny rabbits and then at the 1,000 jin boar in Qianyu's hand, the three felt a huge disparity. As darkness fell, Qianyu's wild boar was finally roasted. The golden oily sheen and the fragrance wafting around made Qianyu's mouth water. He began to wolf it down ravenously. Watching Qianyu eat so heartily, Asuma, who had already eaten a rabbit, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was still in his growth spurt, and 1 small rabbit was far from enough. He shamelessly approached Qianyu with a flattering smile and said, Captain, I don't think you can finish all that. How about sharing a little piece with me? As he spoke, he reached out to tear off a piece of meat from the boar. How dare you! Tai suddenly turned his head and glared at Asuma, a ferocious gleam flashing in his eyes as if he would strike at any moment. Asuma hadn't expected such a fierce reaction from Tai and was startled. After recovering, he said indignantly, Hey, aren't we comrades? What's the harm in sharing a little? Kurenai and Shizen also looked at Qianyu in surprise, not expecting him to be so possessive about food. Qianyu turned his head and saw that Kurenai and Shizen were in a state of alert, their target being him. He then remembered that these people were still his teammates. There was no need to make things so tense. Softening his tone, he said to Asuma, This boar isn't enough for me. If you're still hungry after I finish eating, I'll go to the woods and catch a few more rabbits for you. Ah, thank you. Asuma hadn't recovered yet and responded foolishly. Then he came to his senses and said angrily, Who asked you to catch them? Besides, how can you possibly finish such a big boar? I can tell you just don't want to share. Qianyu rolled his eyes at him and couldn't be bothered to argue further. No amount of talk could match proving his appetite with action. Soon, watching Qianyu devour the huge boar at an astonishing speed, Asuma nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. He actually finished it. Qianyu patted his still somewhat flat stomach, stuffed a military ration pill into his mouth, then patted Asuma on the shoulder and warned, Next time you covet my food, it won't be so easy to settle. After the hearty meal, the campfire's flames had weakened. Qianyu added some firewood and said to the three, You all know the mission details, right? The three nodded. Embarking on an A-rank mission from the start made them both excited and a bit worried. To complete this mission we have 2 options, one more dangerous, one safer. Which one do you choose? Although Qianyu speculated that the 3rd Kazekage's disappearance might have caused the San's unusual behavior, he couldn't ignore other factors. So he needed to confirm the mission details again. Is there even a choice? The three rolled their eyes. Qianyu noticed that all three were leaning toward the safer option, but he didn't mind. He simply continued. Just hear me out first. Asima, Hong and Jingyin exchanged glances, realizing that their captain seemed to have a different opinion about their choice. A captain who enjoys high-difficulty challenges. This could put them in danger. After a moment of silence, Asima said, Then go ahead and speak. Instead of answering immediately, Qianyu took out a map, placed it on the ground, and slowly unrolled it. He beckoned the three to come closer, then said, Look, we are here right now. The three looked at the map. Seeing that the spot Qianyu pointed to was the southwestern border of Huijigua, exactly where they were, they nodded. We are now in the southwestern part of Huijigua. From here we'll enter Chuanjigua and begin our mission. A safer approach would be to find patrolling Shao and extract mission intel from them, and if there's none we'd have to go from Chuanjigua into Yujigua, and if still nothing we'd have to search even farther. Time-wise it's too long. The three nodded again, acknowledging that Qianyu was correct, but they all felt something was off. Before they could ponder further, Qianyu said, Here's the problem, it takes too much time. We only have half a month, so the safer plan is not feasible. But if we cut straight across Chuanjigua, it's only a 2-day trip to Shaoran Siyuan. Then we just grab any high-ranking Shaoran, extract the intel, and the mission is done. If we're lucky we could be back in my soaking in a hot spring in a week. The three rolled their eyes. Do you think Shaoran Siyuan is your backyard? And just grab any high-ranking Shaoran. With the current level of Shaoran's lockdown, even a mosquito from another place would have its skin peeled off, let alone a few living people like them. Ahem, I'm a very democratic person. Let's vote on it. Seeing the looks on their faces, Qianyu knew he hadn't fooled them. He could only say helplessly, I'm the captain, I have the final say. I decide we go to Shaoran Siyuan. Final say? Asima remarked sarcastically. You call that democracy? Exactly, it's just autocracy. Hong echoed while Jingyin nodded beside her. Under the three's opposition, Qianyu could only have one more vote than them, giving him 2 votes. He felt he had no authority as captain at all. Qianyu muttered something but agreed. Then the 4 voted. Needless to say, Hong and Jingyin chose the safer option, while Qianyu still wanted to go to Shaoran Siyuan. Finally Asima remained silent. Seeing his hesitant expression, Qianyu tempted. Shaoran Siyuan. Maybe you'll only go there once in your life. Not even your father has been there. Qianyu's words stirred a flicker of interest in Asima, but Hong, who was beside him, just gave him a glance, and he turned back, raising his hand and saying, I'll stick with the safer option. Qianyu scratched his head. These kids were so timid. This team didn't match his style at all. Alright, I'll go along with you. Tomorrow we'll enter Chuanjigua, first grab a few Shaoran and ask for directions. Qianyu thought it over. These 3 had just come out of the novice village. Bringing them straight to the Shaoran Siyuan dungeon was indeed a bit too much. Saying that, Qianyu looked at the sky. It's getting late. Time to rest. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. Asima was displeased. Hey, why do we need to keep watch here? Do you think any Shaoran can get through our defenses and come here? Qianyu ignored Asima's complaint and replied calmly. A ninja must always stay alert to survive. Have you forgotten everything you learned at the academy? Fine. You're the captain, you call the shots. Asima was just talking. In this chaotic situation, even in the village one had to stay alert, afraid of being throat-slit by enemy spies at night, let alone outside. Qianyu continued. We'll pair up tonight. One group takes the first half, the other the second half. Who wants to be with me? As soon as he finished, Asima said, I want to be with Hong. Hong gave Asima a glare but didn't object, taking it as a reward for him siding with her. Jingyin had long noticed Asima's interest in Hong and didn't want to spoil things, so she said, Then I'll be with Captain Qianyu. Seeing they had made their choice, Qianyu said, Alright, you 2 go rest first. Jingyin and I will take the first watch. Asima and Hong nodded, said goodnight, and went into the tent. Watching them enter the tent, Qianyu felt something was off. Wait, why is there only one tent? Although ninjas on missions often overlook such small details due to various reasons, when conditions allow, men and women should still be separated. The tent was set up by the 3 of them, but Asima was the main force. Asima, what a schemer! Although Qianyu could share a tent with Jingyin during the second half, he had no interest in her. Thinking this, he straightened his face and shouted, Asima. Hong. Wait up. 2 people squeezing into one tent won't sleep well, and you'll be too tired to travel tomorrow. Let me set up another tent for you. Asima, you little jerk. With me here, don't even think about sharing a tent with Hong. As soon as Qianyu finished, a kunai flew out of the tent and struck the ground at his feet. Immediately Hong came out with a flushed face. Needless to say, that kunai was thrown by a furious Asuma. As for Hong, she hadn't thought much about it, but after Qianyu's remark her mind began to wander. With Qianyu's enthusiastic help, Hong quickly set up another tent. Throughout the process, Qianyu felt a gaze filled with intense killing intent following his every move. Heh, he responded with 2 smug chuckles. The resentment of a single dog couldn't be dispelled by a mere kunai from Asuma. After this little episode, the temporary camp quickly quieted down, and Hong and Asuma fell into deep sleep. Qianyu meanwhile chatted with Jingyin. As they talked, it soon became the second half of the night. Just as Qianyu was about to wake Asuma and Hong, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. As someone is approaching, Qianyu slowly stood up, judging from the aura that the other party was not a Mai ninja. In the dead of night within the borders of Hui country, anyone who wasn't a Mai ninja could only be an enemy. Qianyu mused to himself, even an idiot could tell that the enemies approaching from this direction were Sharin. Currently there were no major conflicts between Mai and the Sharin, so they wouldn't venture behind Mai's lines to sabotage supply routes. Even if they tried, a single squad of Sharin wouldn't stand a chance. Clearly this Sharin squad was on a special mission. Qianyu narrowed his eyes and muttered, no way could it be that this mission doesn't even require leaving Hui country. In an instant Qianyu thought of his own mission. Perhaps the Sharin had found nothing useful in the neighboring countries and were now expanding their search into Hui country. If that were the case, Qianyu didn't know what to say. Jingyin, who had overheard his muttering, stood up nervously and asked Captain Qianyu, enemies. Qianyu glanced at Jingyin and nodded. Yes, a squad of Sharin. Seeing his nod, Jingyin swiftly drew a kunai and assumed a combat stance. Qianyu waved his hand to reassure her. Don't be nervous. They're still about 10 kilometers away. It'll be a while before they detect us. 10 kilometers. Captain Qianyu, you can sense that far. Jingyin exclaimed in a low voice, her tone laced with disbelief. Although she knew Qianyu's perception was formidable, she never imagined he could sense things 10 kilometers away. Even the Baiyan couldn't do that. Jingyin didn't dwell on it. The first encounter with enemies made her flustered, her hand trembling as she held the kunai. What should we do? What else? They've wandered into our territory. If we hadn't noticed them, fine, but now that we have, we can't just let them go. Qianyu chuckled. Go wake Asuma and Hong. This is your first battle. Jingyin nodded gravely and went to wake Asuma and Hong. The enemy is a squad of Sharin. Based on their strength, there's 1 Jounin, 1 Chunin, and 2 Genin. I'll hold off the Jounin and Chunin. Your objective is to kill the 2 Genin. Before the battle, Qianyu assigned their tasks. A Jounin plus a Chunin. Captain, can you manage to hold them off? Asuma asked with a great expression. Although he knew Qianyu was strong, perhaps at the level of a Jounin, the enemy had a Jounin and a Chunin. A 2-on-1 situation wouldn't be easy to handle. Qianyu looked at the 3 of them and thought about how long he would be leading this team. He couldn't always be the one to charge ahead and eliminate every enemy. Thus he wanted to cultivate their strength so that in the future minor threats could be handled by them. With that thought, Qianyu put on a solemn expression and replied, I'll do my best. You need to finish off those 2 Sharin quickly and come to support me. Seeing Qianyu's look of one about to face death, the 3 felt a heavy burden. Every second they delayed increased Qianyu's danger. Alright, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Even if we can't defeat them, escaping is easy. Don't forget I can fly. Qianyu was also afraid that too much pressure might affect their performance, even prompting them to suggest retreat, so he offered another reassurance. Asuma and the others felt relieved. Minutes later, Qianyu's squad encountered the Sharin squad. Upon spotting them, the Sharin halted and carefully observed the 4 of them, trying to gauge their strength. They showed no contempt for the 4 children. This was clearly a squad that had experienced many battles. Qianyu, not one for such formalities, stepped forward and kicked the Chunin squarely in the abdomen. The Chunin, caught off guard by Qianyu's audacity, took the hit solidly. Fortunately, Qianyu had controlled his strength to avoid killing him instantly. The Chunin was sent flying backward, and the Sharin Jounin used a body flicker technique to appear behind him and catch him. Seeing this, Qianyu charged toward the 2 Sharin. To give Asuma and the others a real combat experience, Qianyu refrained from killing the Jounin and Chunin immediately. Instead, he maintained a precarious balance, even appearing to be on the losing side, as if barely holding them off. If Qianyu had displayed overwhelming power, the Sharin would have lost their will to fight after seeing their captain taken out in one blow. Qianyu struggled to feign weakness while also keeping an eye on Asama and the others to ensure they weren't in mortal danger. Sweat broke out on his face. Damn. Qianyu is about to give out. This reaction gave Asama the wrong impression, leading him to believe Qianyu was on the verge of collapse. I'm going in. Hong, support me. Asama gritted his teeth, put on his chakra blades and channeled his chakra into them. He pushed off the ground and lunged toward the Sharin. Illusion technique Nai Luo Jian Shu. Hong began forming hand seals as Asama moved. She shouted softly, unleashing the illusion she was most skilled at to assist Asama. The two Sharin stood motionless as if caught in Hong's illusion. Seeing this, Asama swung his chakra-infused blade toward the chest of one of them. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as Asama's blade struck the Sharin, but the enemy showed no reaction. Nanny! Asama was stunned, looking up at the Sharin in confusion. The Sharin's face was expressionless, and his body began to emit cracking sounds. Asama realized the truth instantly. A puppet. This was a person disguised as a puppet. He didn't dare linger and tried to retreat, but the Sharin's chest opened. Whoosh! Whoosh! A torrent of needles shot out from the dark opening. Asama quickly sidestepped to dodge, then leaped backward. Asama, are you alright? Jingin, who had been staying behind as a medical ninja, rushed forward to check if he was injured. Asama shook his head, about to say that he was only slightly hurt and fine. But suddenly he felt dizzy and weak all over. This is bad, the needle is poisoned. Asama exclaimed in shock, turning his head to look at his arm where a small hole had been pierced by a needle as he failed to dodge in time, black blood oozing from the puncture. Such a potent poison. Asama, lie down quickly, I'll treat you. Jinin's expression shifted abruptly as she spoke. As the future apprentice of Tsunade, Jinin was not only skilled in medical ninjutsu but also well versed in poisons. She recognized at a glance that the poison was extraordinary. A glow immediately emanated from her hands as she prepared to administer treatment to Asama. Asama dared not be careless either, hastily sitting down on the ground and rolling up his sleeve to show Jinin the wound. Inwardly he felt a twinge of regret. He had been far too careless. He had long heard that the Sand Ninja excelled in puppet techniques and poison use, yet an unknown Sand Ninja had managed to poison him out of the fight with a single contact. His very first battle ending in such a disgrace was nothing short of a monumental humiliation. Under Jingin's emergency treatment, Asama felt his vitality gradually returning. Then he remembered that Kurenai was still holding the line alone up ahead, and quickly said to Jingin, "Jingin, I can hold on for now. Go support Kurenai, she's not good at close combat." Jingin observed Asama's complexion and found that he truly wouldn't die anytime soon. She nodded and replied, "I understand. I'll go now." Before she could finish her sentence, a dull thud echoed and she was sent flying along with Kurenai, who had been knocked backward. They tumbled several meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. "Kurenai, Jingin, are you alright?" Asama called out, ignoring his own poison as he forced himself to hurry over to them. "I'm fine." Jingin, who had only suffered the impact, was unharmed. She stood up and helped Kurenai to her feet. Kurenai, however, was in a far worse state, her body covered in wounds. While Jingin was treating Asama, she had been the one holding the line alone, nearly killed by the Sand Ninja. Konoha Ninja! Ha! The two Sand Ninjas slowly walked forward, eyeing Asama, Jingin, and Kurenai as they huddled together, letting out a mocking laugh. Asama, Jingin, and Kurenai stared at the approaching Sand Ninja, their faces etched with despair. At this moment, Asama was already severely poisoned. Despite Jingin's treatment, she had only performed a preliminary cleanse and had not neutralized the toxin. He could barely move. As for Kurenai, having just been brutalized, her chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Moreover, with the enemy aware that she was a genjutsu specialist, it was not easy to use illusions to catch them off guard. As for Jingin, she was a medical ninja. Fighting was truly not her forte. Just as the two Sand Ninja were about to finish off Asama and his teammates, Jinyu arrived in time and blocked their path. The two Sand Ninja were startled and immediately retreated, cautious. Although this Konoha ninja appeared to be the same age as the previous three, the fact that he had lasted this long against their captain and another teammate clearly marked him as extraordinary. Qianyu turned his head, looking at the three who had lost all will to fight, his expression souring. It was one thing to be outmatched, but to lack the ability to seek an opportunity even in a desperate situation, waiting like livestock for slaughter, that was their own failing. "You three. Sorry for holding you back." Asama struggled to his feet, the residual poison in his body causing his voice to tremble. After this battle he finally understood the chasm between him and Qianyu. "Captain, you should escape first. Don't worry about us. Jingyin spoke up. The three of them were nothing but burdens now. If Qianyu insisted on taking them along, perhaps none of them would escape. After all, Qianyu had already struggled enough against 2 Sand Ninja earlier. If he had to face all 4, escape would be impossible. Qianyu swept his gaze over the 3 of them and let out a soft sigh. It seemed that nurturing these 3 would be a long, arduous road. As they were about to say more, Qianyu said coldly, "Shut up. If you keep babbling, I'll beat you all too." The 3 were stunned, utterly unsure whether Qianyu meant it or not. The 4 enemy ninja had already encircled Qianyu. Altogether, this kid is no ordinary foe. The leading jonin had been entangled with Qianyu for some time without even touching his hem. Had it not been for Qianyu's sweaty, strained appearance, the jonin would have thought he was being toyed with. Yet even so, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He felt that the boy was hiding something. So when the 4 of them surrounded Qianyu, he prepared to join forces and eliminate him first. Qianyu turned his head, no longer paying attention to Asama and the others. "Qianyu, be careful. The puppet's weapons are poisoned." Asama, having learned his lesson from the puppet, quickly shouted a warning. Watching the flying puppet, Qianyu simply swung his fist at it. Bank rack. The immense force shattered the puppet into pieces. Under the stunned gaze of the Sand Ninja, Qianyu stepped forward a few paces. With a flick of his finger, a streak of blue light shot out, bypassing the 3 Sand Ninja in front, and striking the one hiding in the shadows controlling the puppet. Asama, Jingyin, and Kurenai were dumbfounded. It was this very puppet that had turned the tide of battle against them, yet it couldn't withstand even a single blow from Qianyu. Before the dazzling blue light had fully faded, a series of sonic booms erupted. Fists slammed into the Sand Ninjas' bodies, the dull thuds mingling with the crack of breaking bones, sending chills down Asama and his companions' spines. Just moments ago, their captain had seemed barely able to catch his breath against 2 Sand Ninja, but now he was ferociously powerful. Under Qianyu's relentless assault, the remaining 3 Sand Ninja couldn't even manage to flee. The Sand Ninja captain was kicked to the ground by Qianyu, but he did not die immediately. After struggling for a moment, he climbed back up, a fearful glance sweeping over Qianyu before fixing on the 3 stunned Konoha ninjas behind him. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned his teammates and ran toward Asama, Jingyin, and Kurenai. Under the circumstances, this was a highly rational move. After all, Qianyu seemed to care about his comrades. If he could take the 3 hostages, they might still have a chance at survival. However, before he could run even 2 meters, his foot was caught. The immense force left him utterly powerless to resist. His entire body arced through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Before losing consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind: why had the opponent, clearly possessing such strength, pretended to be so weak from the very beginning?